Chapter 1. Awakening the Dragon Phoenix, Martial Soul, Shocking Tang San. Douluo, Continent, Holy Soul Village. Old Jack, I simply cannot fathom why you still allow such a waste of space to remain in our Holy Soul Village. Aside from him, every eligible child in the village has awakened their martial soul. Yet Chinyu has not even manifested a useless martial soul, with soul power at a mere 0 level. Indeed, although only little San has qualified for admission this time, the other children at least awakened various agricultural martial souls, making their future farm work more efficient, but Chinyu, he doesn't even have a semblance of a martial soul. Old Jack, what purpose does it serve to raise this good for nothing? Isn't it just a waste of food? Ha! A waste is one thing, but to think he fainted from heat stroke so early in the morning is truly laughable. Enough, quiet down. You all know that little Yu is an orphan who wandered into our Holy Soul Village. Under the shade of a tree, Chinyu slowly awoke, his head throbbing painfully, and the cacophony around him prompted an impatient roar. Shut up! What are you all yelling about? Can't a person get some decent sleep? His youthful voice silenced the crowd, and in the next instant, countless pairs of eyes turned to the figure beneath the tree. The atmosphere felt off. Chinyu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Something's not right. I was punished by my master to stand in horse stance for 10 hours. Then I returned to my room and fell asleep. But this situation, what in the world is going on? Good heavens, why are there so many people staring at me? While I know I'm somewhat handsome, surely it doesn't warrant this level of attention while I'm just trying to sleep. Wait, their clothing is peculiar. Are they filming a scene? Chinyu suddenly realized that his own voice sounded strange, far too youthful. Looking down at himself, he was further astonished. My hands, my 8-pack abs, my magnetic voice, how have I turned into child? Chinyu felt a jolt of realization. Could it be that I have traversed into another world? Memories surged into his mind all at once. Douluo, Continent, Holy Soul Village, Martial Souls, Soul Masters, Waste. A gleam of understanding flashed in Chunyu's eyes. He had truly crossed over. This was a fantastical world where strength reigns supreme and soul masters are revered. In Blue Star, he was the ancient martial arts heir Chinyu, and this body in Holy Soul Village also bore the name Chinyu. However, this namesake was a wandering orphan, fortunate to be taken in by the village chief, Old Jack. Sadly, he had been incredibly frail since childhood, not only lacking a martial soul, but also succumbing to heat stroke after standing in the sun for just a moment, ultimately leading to his demi-C truly tragic fate. And now, Chinyu had taken over this body. This was the legendary beginning of a waste, and he was just a little brat? My oh my. Ding. Suddenly, a crisp notification sounded in Chunyu's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the shock system. The villagers of Holy Soul Village are greatly astonished that a waste dares to shout. Average shock level is 60, as this is the host's first shock. Performance is exceptional, and rewards are doubled. Receive the Super Novice gift package. Ding. The gift package opens automatically. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul. Within Chunyu's spiritual realm, an ancient dragon with fiery phoenix wings seemed to fill his entire ocean of consciousness. Each scale of a dragon was the size of half a football field, and its sharp horns appeared capable of piercing the heavens. Then, the massive dragon shrank dramatically, and from its body emanated a powerful, primal aura that coiled around Chinyu, restoring vitality to his frail form. The dragon's soul then entered the palm of his right hand, flooding him with overwhelming power. What? A system? Shock. While Chinyu had watched some crossover dramas, he had never imagined he would become the protagonist of one. However, before he could organize the chaotic thoughts in his mind, a robust arm suddenly lifted him off the ground. You little waste, who were you shouting at just now? Chinyu swore he had never seen this bearded, dark-skinned giant before, yet a name popped into his head. Lin Shan. Lin Shan, seeing Chinyu dangling in his grip like a chick, wore an expression of mild amusement. This infuriated Lin Shan, for Chinyu was notorious in Holy Soul Village as the most infamous waste. Even less than a waste in the past, Chinyu would avoid Lin Shan at all costs. But today, the boy showed no fear whatsoever. You little waste, are you itching for a fight? As Lin Shan's words fell, he was met with the icy gaze of Chinyu, whose eyes held no trace of emotion, sending a chill up Lin Shan's spine. In Blue Star, Chinyu had been a formidable, ancient martial artist. Ordinary people couldn't even approach him. A strong individual possesses dignity. And now, with the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul cleansing his body, he felt his strength swiftly returning. Who do you call a waste? Lin Shan shuddered, instinctively loosening his grip. Ding. Lin Shan feels incredulous, as if he has seen a ghost. Shock level is 99. Congratulations to the host for a soul power increase of 1 level. A warm current surged through Chinyu, subtly enhancing his physical attributes. So this is the effect of soul power, indeed marvelous. Upon landing, instead of retreating, Chunyu bent his knees, raised one, and executed a knee strike in a Lin Shan's soft abdomen. This was the simplest counterattack technique from ancient martial arts, the most effective offensive move Chun you could muster in his current childlike form. The abdomen is the softest part of the human body. A sudden, powerful blow rendered Lin Shan's face pale, and he doubled over, clutching his stomach, gagging. What a precise attack. The power technique is nothing short of perfect. Not far away on a dirt slope stood a diminutive figure, whose eyes now gleamed with a hint of purple light, while a small blue-silver grass floated above his palm. He was Tang San, the only child to qualify for admission to the Soul Master Academy from this martial soul awakening. Chunyu's seamless series of attacks left Tang San in astonishment. The usually unnoticed Chun Yu displayed such skill. Even Tang San admitted he could not match Chunyu's ease. Ding! The host's exquisite martial arts have astonished Tang San. For the first time, shock level is 99. Tang San expresses, "You can martial arts too?" Reward. Soul power increases by 5 levels. Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Tang San in the same age group as him? Now that he was outside the crowd, how could he be shocked? Could it be that he is extraordinary? Or does this Tang San possess the ability to see events occurring miles away? In the next moment, Chun Yu grasped that the shock level from Lin Shan was identical, resulting in a mere 1-level increase in his soul power, while shocking Tang San yielded a 5-fold increase. Could it be that Tang San's strength is significantly greater than Lin Shan's, hence the varying rewards from the shock system? The small Holy Soul village was indeed a hidden gem, and Chun Yu sensed that everything in this world was starting to become intriguing. Waste! How dare you strike your uncle Lin Shan? You truly lack respect for your elders. How has Chun Yu become so formidable? I actually thought he was quite impressive just now. The villagers expressed confusion, scolding, and admiration. Ding! You have defeated Lin Shan. The villagers are utterly astonished. Average shock level is 80 reward. Soul power increase. Host achieves full innate soul power. Upon seeing the system notification, Chun Yu understood the shock was merely a means to showcase his prowess. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yu addressed the accusing villagers in a childish voice, declaring loudly, "Lin Shan struck first, and I merely retaliated. The truth is evident to all. How dare you accuse me without discerning right from wrong? Just because you're a waste without a martial soul or soul power, in a world where strength is revered, what good is your skill? Before a soul master, you are but an ant." One villager shouted. Chunyu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. "Ah, so your reasoning is that simple. Those with the strongest fists have the loudest voices. Very well, from now on, you may all keep silent." Chun Yu raised his right hand, and from the previously empty palm, a slender serpent, no thicker than chopsticks, began to emerge. Upon the serpent's back and belly were several protruding bulges, as if something was about to grow from beneath. Yet a terrifying pressure radiated from this small serpent, causing all present to buckle at the knees, bowing before Chun Yu. Ding! The martial soul has manifested. The entire village of Holy Soul is utterly astonished. Average shock level is 99. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul awakens. The path of enlightenment. Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix hatchling phase. Upon awakening, the host's soul power reserve triples, and soul power cultivation speed increases 3-fold. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul can enhance its growth by devouring soul beast essences and soul master martial souls. Ding! Tang San expresses, "I almost knelt too?" Congratulations to the host for shocking Tang San once again. Reward. Enhanced version of the Xiantian Treasure Record. Xiantian Treasure Record Divine Level. Increases the quantity of god-slaying hidden weapons. Adds divine grade spiritual medicine illustrations, and enhances the method for concocting the Zhejian poison. However, Chun Yu at this moment paid no attention to these rewards. Wait a minute. I clearly saw a divine dragon. Just now, how has it transformed into a small snake? Could it be that the system has made an error, or has it succumbed to a state of confusion? You, Lord Su Yuntao himself stated that you possess no martial soul at all. What on earth is going on? Yet, to outsiders, Chun Yu appeared to have undergone a miraculous transformation from a sparrow into a phoenix. No one, including Tang San, could have anticipated that just half a day ago, Chun Yu, who had been deemed devoid of a martial soul, would suddenly manifest one out of thin air. Moreover, given the formidable aura emanating from this martial soul, it was evident that its rank far surpassed that of the esteemed Lord Su Yuntao. Chun Yu was not merely a waste. He was, in fact, a true genius. In an instant, everyone's attitude towards Chun Yu underwent a complete 180-degree shift, with even Lin Shan sporting a smile of obsequiousness. To the villagers of Shanghan Village, Soul Masters held immense significance aside from Tang San. They now had another option, that being Chun Yu. Chapter 2. Shaking hands with Tang San, the beast assaults. Observing the villagers around him, all wearing expressions of ingratiation, Chun Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Some individuals changed their demeanor faster than one could turn a page. However, there were still some good-hearted individuals. Chun Yu made his way directly to Old Jack. This village chief of Shanghan Village was the only elder in the entire village whom Chun Yu held in high regard during Chun Yu's most desperate times. It was Old Jack who had single-handedly protected him. "Thank you, grandfather village chief, for your unwavering care for me." Old Jack was equally astonished this child, once regarded by all as a waste, was actually a rare talent. However, their recent aggressive behavior may have filled Chun Yu with a sense of disappointment. "Child, we just... Grandfather village chief, you are you, and there they I." Chun Yu can distinguish between good and evil. Before his transmigration, Chun Yu had been a core disciple of an ancient martial arts family, and discerning good from evil was a task exceedingly simple for him. As for how others treated him, be it good or ill, Chun Yu would return the favor in equal measure. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was the first principle by which Chun Yu conducted himself. "Xiao San, come here quickly. You now have a companion for your journey to the Nuoding Soul Master Academy." At this moment, Tang San descended from the hillside, and upon seeing Tang San, Old Jack immediately grasped Chun Yu's hand and approached him. Seeing Tang San up close, Chun Yu felt a twinge of surprise. The child before him, of similar age, possessed a glimmer of maturity in his eyes that was typically reserved for adults. This little fellow named Tang San is quite extraordinary. Just as Chun Yu was appraising Tang San, the latter extended his hand towards him. "Hello, I am Tang San." Although they lived in the same village, Tang San rarely wandered the streets aside from drinking, while Chun Yu had been residing in Old Jack's home. Thus their chances of meeting were scarce. This was their first official encounter. "Greetings, I am Chun Yu." When their hands clasped, Tang San's expression abruptly changed, for his Xiantian skill began to operate autonomously and uncontrollably at that very moment. Although Tang San's Xiantian skill was only at a minor success stage, it was certainly not something Chun Yu's slender limbs could withstand. "Be careful." Just as Tang San intended to withdraw his hand, a faint glow surged from Chun Yu's palm, effortlessly blocking the internal force's impact from the Xiantian skill. This is soul power, and he possesses innate full soul power as well. Thanks to the Elysian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, Chun Yu harbored 3 times the soul power of Tang San, enabling him to easily withstand the internal force's onslaught. In this close proximity, Tang San could distinctly sense the unfathomable depth of Chun Yu. From martial soul to soul power, this individual, once considered a waste, was actually superior to himself, and for the first time, Tang San experienced a slight sense of defeat. "Ding! Congratulations, host!" For astonishing Tang San continuously within a single day. Tang San expresses that you are the true protagonist. Reward: Divine Level Skill, 9 turns Xiantian Skill. 9 turns Xiantian Skill. An enhanced version of Xiantian Skill, training in which allows the soul power to possess multiple attributes, and the host's training speed increases 5-fold. Moreover, through this encounter, Chun Yu discerned that Tang San possessed internal power. Being an ancient martial artist, he could immediately identify it as authentic Taoist internal energy. How intriguing to discover another individual in this world who possesses something from another realm. I am not alone on this path. Just as Chun Yu contemplated discreetly inquiring about Tang San's origins, the code phrase, "Imperial Court Jade, Liquid Wine," a sudden, resonant tiger roar echoed from the village entrance. Moments later, a staggering figure burst into the crowd. "Village chief, it's a soul beast." The villager delivering the news bore several gashes across his chest, inflicted by sharp claws. Fortunately, the wounds are not deep, or the consequences would have been dire. "Soul beast." The villager's words sent the crowd into an uproar. Although Shanghan village was somewhat remote, it was not nestled in treacherous mountains. Typically, they encountered neither soul beasts nor even wild animals intruding into the village. "Everyone, remain calm. All able-bodied men, come with me. Gather the elderly, women, and children here. Lord Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall should not be far off. Xiao San, quickly go inform him." Tang San hesitated, seemingly wishing to remain, but under Old Jack's persistent urging, he ultimately departed from the village. "Everyone, follow me." Soon, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from the village entrance, but judging by the noise, it appeared the villagers were at a disadvantage. Are soul beasts truly this powerful? Perhaps it has grown in size, Let us observe the spectacle. Chun Yu stealthily approached the village entrance, where the ground was already stained with blood. Many young men bore varying degrees of claw marks. Fortunately, no one had perished, yet all gazed in trepidation at the soul beast encircled in their midst. In that moment, no one dared to advance recklessly. Although the villagers of Shenghan village had previously held unfavorable views towards Chun Yu, he could not simply stand by and watch without intervening. Goodness gracious! If Wu Song had encountered this tiger in his day, would there still be a tale of Wu Song battling a tiger? This was the first time Chun Yu had laid eyes on such a massive tiger in both height and length. It surpassed his mental image of a tiger by a full twofold. This was a century-old soul beast, the spiked-back black-striped tiger, its black stripes, coupled with the sharp spines on its back resembling arrows, were the origin of its name. Xiaoyu, who summoned you here? Quickly retreat. Old Jack's heart tightened upon seeing Chun Yu suddenly appear. This young lad held the potential to become a true soul master and must not meet an untimely demise here. Yet, the next scene unfolded by Chun Yu left everyone utterly astounded. To the shock of onlookers, Chun Yu sprinted straight towards the spiked-back black-striped tiger. Chun Yu is courting death. Everyone believed Chun Yu was doomed. Little did they know that this was a deliberate act on his part. Having assessed his own ancient martial arts skills combined with the strength of the system, if he could not overpower it, could he not simply flee? In a moment, the system emitted a series of chimes. However, this time, the shock rewards seemed rather disappointing. Ding! Old Jack was astonished, questioning whether the child had lost his mind, with a shock level of 99, receiving a gold soul coin as a reward. Ding! Zhao Old Third was equally astonished, asserting that the child was indeed insane, with a shock level of 99, receiving a hoe as a reward. How many do we need? Although Chun Yu had amassed 100 or so rewards along the journey, it appeared that the only truly valuable one was that solitary gold soul coin. It seems that the stronger the shocked individual, the more prestigious the rewards I can attain. After conducting 2 experiments, Chun Yu finally grasped the essence of obtaining high-value rewards from the system. One must target individuals whose soul power is either superior to or comparable to their own. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The spiked-back black-striped tiger had been shocked, indicating that this ferocious little rascal had indeed startled our adorable tiger. The reward was a soul guidance device, the bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes. Just as Chun Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, the system's prompt sounded once more. This time, the object of astonishment was the soul beast standing before him. The bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes, forged from the bones and spines of the century-old spiked-back black-striped tiger. Capable of severing hair and slicing through iron as if it were clay. The dagger possesses an active skill, Bone Cutter. Bone Cutter, capable of shattering all defensive soul techniques below the rank of Soul Sovereign. This skill can be upgraded. This is truly a divine artifact. With a slight weight in his hand, Chun Yu grasped a dagger measuring merely 1 foot in length. This exquisite dagger was intricately adorned on both sides with the vivid carvings of 2 spiky-backed black-striped tigers. The design of the blood groove on the dagger mirrored the shape of the spines adorning the back of the tigers. Chapter 3, 7-Star Ghost Steps. Slaying the soul beast, this dagger is indeed a remarkable treasure, perfectly aligned with my ancient martial arts technique. In his previous life, Chun Yu mastered an ancient martial art known as the Starfall technique, a formidable close combat secret skill, with the dagger being his weapon of choice. The Starfall technique not only encompasses an exceptionally potent body movement manual but also features the most powerful offensive maneuvers. Just moments ago, Chun Yu was troubled by the lack of a suitable weapon, but now, wielding the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes, his combat prowess has undoubtedly surged several-fold. If Chun Yu had contemplated fleeing moments ago, with the bloodthirsty dagger in hand, he now revels in the thrill of battle. Beware, little feline. You must tread carefully from here on out. With a relaxed smile gracing his lips, Chun Yu faced the ferocious spike-back black-striped tiger, yet his eyes betrayed a profound seriousness. The first lesson for ancient martial artists is to disdain their opponents through sheer presence while respecting them in actual combat. This was the first time the spike-back black-striped tiger encountered such a daring human child. Even the adults were no match for it, let alone this little fellow. A thunderous roar erupted, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears in agony, yet Chun Yu remained unfazed, for he had already sealed his hearing in anticipation. As an ancient martial artist, he could accurately identify every acupoint on the human body with his eyes closed, articulating the functions governed by these points. The tiger's roar not only affected auditory senses but could also disrupt Chun Yu's offensive maneuvers in battle. Anticipating all potential influences on his performance, he had taken appropriate precautions. Suddenly, as the spiked-back black-striped tiger bared its fangs, poised to devour the little creature before it, Chun Yu's figure inexplicably vanished from the tiger's line of sight. What was happening? The spiked-back black-striped tiger was bewildered, wondering if it had exhausted too much energy on those female tigers in previous nights, leading to this hallucination. Ding! The astonished spiked-back black-striped tiger received a reward of a century-old soul ring. At this moment, Chun Yu found himself devoid of any energy to attend to the system rewards. Previously obscured from the gaze of the spiked-back black-striped tiger, he suddenly reappeared beside it. This was the embodiment of the starfall technique, known as the 7-star ghost steps. The 7-star ghost steps lack a fixed pattern, a miraculous method of movement conceived from the principles of the mystical arts, which, when mastered, renders the practitioner unfathomable to both gods and spirits. Just moments ago, Xinyu had employed the 7-star ghost steps to evade the tiger's line of sight. The blood-red glimmer ignited in the tiger's eyes, its dagger, the bloodthirsty dagger, now cloaked in a faint crimson aura. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced through the spiked-back black-striped tiger's resilient fur as though it were mere tofu, the sharp blade embedding itself deep within its flesh. With a roar of agony, the tiger cried out. In nearly a century, no human spirit master had inflicted harm upon it. Yet today it found itself wounded by a mere child. Although the injury was not substantial by the tiger's standards, the insult was profound. Indeed, how much damage could such a small dagger inflict upon a creature of its stature? Ding. The initial display of prowess that wounded the spiked-back black-striped tiger astonished the villagers of Holy Soul Village, rewarding Xinyu with a soul tool upgrade stone. This stone could be utilized to enhance any soul tool, boasting a success rate of 100%. The bloodthirsty dagger was, after all, a soul tool, and Xinyu promptly activated the upgrade. As a golden light flickered across the dagger, a system notification echoed in his ears once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the soul tool upgrade stone, activating the second skill of the bloodthirsty dagger, Bloodlust. Bloodlust. For every instance of damage inflicted upon an opponent, the user shall recover 1% of their vitality. This skill cannot be upgraded. Although at first glance, a 1% recovery may seem unimpressive, it is crucial to recognize that with each strike, Xinyu could regain 1% of his vitality. Given his skills, he could easily rejuvenate himself in mere moments. This was a remarkable ability that could transform Xinyu into an unstoppable force on the battlefield. With a vigorous thrust of his arm, Xinyu fiercely pulled the dagger downward, causing a jet of blood to erupt from the abdomen of the spiny-backed black-striped tiger, leaving behind a gaping wound nearly half a meter long. This time, the century-old soul beast did not let out a cry of despair. Instead, it leaped 3 feet into the air in pain. The villagers of Holy Soul Village stood agape, their mouths hanging open for an extended period, utterly astonished that just a moment ago, Xinyu had seemed a mere waste, yet now he resembled an invincible war god, rendering even the ferocious soul beast powerless beneath his might. Ding. The host has astonished multiple times today, and even the system was taken aback, indicating that there were no rewards left to claim, as the daily limit had been reached. Tomorrow, the first astonishment reward would be doubled. Well, it seems there is a limit to the rewards. Could it be that they fear Xinyu becoming too powerful? Nevertheless, since there are no further benefits to be gained, the role of this little cat has now been fulfilled. With a chilling glint in his eyes, Qinyu's dagger transformed into countless phantoms. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, appeared on the body of the spine-backed black-striped tiger. This was the first attack technique recorded in the Starfall technique, the Meteor 9 Flashes. Although it was the weakest of his abilities, it represented the most formidable strike that Chun-Yu could barely muster at this moment. Suddenly, 9 identical Chun-Yes emerged around the spine-backed black-striped tiger, each executing distinct movements, leaving even the tiger unable to discern which was the true Chun-Yu. The assault commenced. All 9 Chun-Yes charged towards the spine-backed black-striped tiger, and victory seemed assured. However, at that moment, the tiger, previously bloodied and on the verge of collapse, suddenly radiated a fierce light from its eyes. This instantaneous shift made Xinyu inwardly exclaim that something was amiss. With a roar, a wave of dark soul power surged from the spine-backed black-striped tiger, colliding with the 9 Chun-Yes. In that instant, 8 of the phantoms vanished, leaving only the true Xinyu. The 7-star ghost steps. Just as the crowd gasped, believing that Xinyu would suffer severe injury, he stepped onto the air, propelling himself half a meter upward, allowing the tiger's soul power attack to soar past him. The ability of a soul beast to wield soul power for an assault opened Qinyu's eyes to new possibilities. This maneuver caused the tiger's charged strike to miss its mark, signifying that the spine-backed black-striped tiger had lost its final opportunity. Bone Cutter. A startling brilliance emanated from the bloodthirsty dagger, as the Bone Cutter skill maximized the dagger's armor-piercing capability to its zenith. With a single strike, Xinyu pierced through the most formidable skull of the spiked-back black-striped tiger. The creature's eyes widened in shock, the brilliance within them gradually fading. Thud. The massive body of the tiger crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Did Xinyu truly slay a soul beast all by himself? Ding. The villagers were utterly astonished, and the system announced that no rewards could be issued today, but tomorrow shock rewards would triple. From the corpse of the spiked-back black-striped tiger, a myriad of faint yellow lights began to emerge, coalescing towards the center to form a pale yellow ring. Could this be the soul ring that enables soul masters to break through their power limitations? It appeared rather extraordinary. This soul ring resembled the halo that graces an angel's head. Could it be that Xinyu must place this soul ring upon his own head to truly absorb it? If so, would he then transform into the legendary being with glowing wings? Chapter 4. Twin Martial Spirits. The celestial punishment god-slaying sword. Just as Xinyu was pondering how to absorb the soul ring, an elusive force emerged from the palm of his left hand, swallowing the century-old soul ring in one gulp. What could this mean? Had he successfully absorbed the soul ring? Yet, The heavenly dragon phoenix on his right hand showed no signs of change. Rather, Xinyu felt as though something was trying to emerge from the center of his left palm. However, this sensation lasted only a fleeting moment before fading into silence. Could it be that the energy from a single soul ring was insufficient? Dust Feather caressed his chin, recalling that among the multitude of rewards previously granted by the system, there lay a century-old soul ring, accompanied by nearly 10-decade-old soul rings, which should suffice. As Dust Feather's left palm absorbed these soul rings, a reaction finally manifested once more. This time, an astonishing burning sensation surged through the meridians of his left arm, extending throughout his entire being and even penetrating the depths of his soul. Subsequently, this power coalesced in Dust Feather's palm, forming a diminutive sword-shaped martial spirit. This short sword appeared entirely black, surrounded by delicate tendrils of black lightning. The martial spirit was none other than the divine punishment god layer sword. At this moment, Qinyu's second martial soul has finally awakened. In truth, Qinyu was not devoid of a martial soul, rather. The heavenly punishment divine sword martial soul required the absorption of an immense amount of soul power to manifest fully. The meager soul power he possessed during his initial awakening was utterly insufficient to satisfy the demands of the heavenly punishment divine sword, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as a talentless individual lacking a martial soul. In reality, Qinyu harbors the most formidable and exceptional martial soul. His origins in this world are indeed extraordinary, though he remains unaware of this fact. The surname Qin is rather uncommon in the Douluo continent, however. There exists a formidable sword Douluo of the same name. Could it be that Qinyu shares a profound bloodline connection with the esteemed sword Douluo Chen Xian? Someone is approaching, exuding a potent aura of soul power. It must be the esteemed master Su Yuntao. Qinyu promptly retracted his two martial souls. Although he was yet to grasp the significance of possessing dual martial souls for a soul master, instinctively, he chose to conceal part of his strength. The adage, the tallest tree attracts the wind, resonated deeply with him. Xiao-san, where exactly is the spiny-backed black-patterned tiger you mentioned? I did not sense any soul beast presence in the village, he inquired. Hearing that a century-old soul beast had invaded Holy Soul Village, specifically a formidable spiny-backed black-patterned tiger, Su Yuntao immediately returned with Tang San. However, the village was unusually quiet, which stirred feelings of unease within Su Yuntao. Could it be that the entire village had fallen victim to the tiger's malevolence? As Su Yuntao and Tang San entered the village with trepidation, they were profoundly astonished by the scene before them. The villagers, regardless of age or gender, were joyously singing and dancing, with a long-deceased spiny-backed black-patterned tiger lying at the center of their circle. Dead? Su Yuntao could scarcely believe his eyes. Even if he wished to deal with that beast, it would require considerable effort, and among the nearly 300 villagers, not a single one was a true soul master. How could these villagers possibly vanquish such a fierce soul beast? Unless they had summoned a more powerful soul master. In the midst of the gathering, a mere 6-year-old child seemed to hold a position of great esteem, standing in the very center. Chengyu, you have saved the lives of everyone in Holy Soul Village. I, Lin Shan, previously spoke to you so harshly. I am truly unworthy. Lin Shan chastised himself, and with that strike, Chengyu's lingering resentment towards him dissipated. Old village chief Jack, which soul master was it that felled this spiny-backed black-patterned tiger? Su Yuntao, upon examining the wounds on the beast, discerned that it had undoubtedly endured brutal torment in its final moments, with the fatal blow striking directly at the center of its skull. Only a 3-ringed soul respect could have shattered the skull of a spiny-backed black-patterned tiger from the front, while Su Yuntao was merely a 2-ringed great soul master. In the realm of Douluo continent, soul masters are categorized by their soul power levels, with 10 levels marking a significant divide: soul scholar, soul master, great soul master, soul respect, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, soul sage, and title Douluo. Su Yuntao was a 26th level great soul master, possessing innate full soul power. Tang San and Chengyu were equivalent to soul scholars with 10 levels of soul power. Lord Su Yuntao, you're mistaken. The one who delivered the fatal blow to the spiny-backed black-patterned tiger was none other than Xiaoyu. Dust Feather. Su Yuntao and Tang San simultaneously turned to gaze at Dust Feather. Su Yuntao had a vague recollection of this individual during the awakening of their martial souls. Dust Feather had not even possessed a martial soul. Although Su Yuntao could not fathom how this was possible, the fact that Dust Feather was deemed a waste was indisputable. How could a 6-year-old child, lacking both martial soul and soul power, possibly slay a 100-year-old soul beast like the spiked-back black-patterned tiger? Either old Jack had lost his senses, or Su Yuntao had misheard the information. Ding! A startling revelation struck Su Yuntao, as the system indicated that there was indeed not a single drop left. Tomorrow's first shocking reward would be multiplied by 7. Ding! Once again, Tang San was astonished. And without further ado, the reward for tomorrow would accumulate to 15 times. Dust Feather, did you truly slay this spiked-back black-patterned tiger? Su Yuntao inquired directly, genuinely unaware of Dust Feather's remarkable prowess. Had he, Su Yuntao, nearly overlooked the emergence of a genuine genius soul master? You flatter me, esteemed Su Yuntao. Dust Feather humbly replied, I merely had the fortune of circumstance. After all, that enormous creature happened to charge directly into my dagger. Xinyu chuckled, feigning ignorance. Was it merely luck? Su Yuntao could hardly believe Chen Yu's words. There must be some hidden truth behind it all. However, Su Yuntao also found it implausible that a mere 6-year-old child could have slain the spiked-back black pattern tiger, even if one were to cultivate from the womb. Achieving the strength of a soul master would be impossible. Undoubtedly, a more powerful soul master had passed through Holy Soul Village recently. Yet, for reasons unknown, the entire village had conspired to fabricate an excuse, attributing all the credit to young Chen Yu. Unbeknownst to them, their cleverness had led to their own folly. Su Yuntao was clearly overthinking the matter. In Su Yuntao's perspective, old Jack and the others were merely attempting to place Chen Yu into the Soul Master Academy. Young lad, I recall that you possess no martial soul. Even if I were to act as your recommender, it would be a challenge. Although Su Yuntao did not articulate the latter part of his thought, Chen Yu comprehended his implication. Lord Su Yuntao, in truth, I do possess a martial soul. Chen Yu extended his right hand, and the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul began to move with remarkable agility. However, the martial soul was still in its nascent stage, lacking the characteristics of a dragon and a phoenix, and presently resembled an ordinary little snake. Furthermore, this time, Chen Yu deliberately suppressed the dragon-esque might of his martial soul, making it appear to Su Yuntao as merely an ordinary beast martial soul. A beast martial soul? Su Yuntao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering why Chen Yu had not previously manifested any martial soul. Nevertheless, since Chen Yu possessed a martial soul, and it was not a useless one, he qualified for admission to the Martial Soul Academy. Chen Yu, this is the letter of recommendation for entering the Nuoding Academy. With this letter, you may embark on your journey to learn how to become a true soul master. Su Yuntao did not inquire further, preparing to hand over the letter embossed with the seal of Nuoding Academy to Chen Yu. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Lord Su Yuntao. As Chen Yu reached out to accept the recommendation letter, a large group of unfriendly individuals suddenly burst into the village entrance. Lord Su Yuntao, you seem to be showing a bit of favoritism, old Jack remarked, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he recognized the elderly leader of the intruders. V.S. What exactly do you intend to accomplish by bringing this band from the Fire Earth Village onto the sacred grounds of our Holy Soul Village? Chapter 5, 25-fold Reward. The host seeks mercy. The Fire Earth Village and the Holy Soul Village are neighboring settlements, yet their relationship is far from amicable. In fact, it is quite hostile. This animosity is not unique to these two villages but is a common plight among many. Stemming from the fixed quota of recruits the Nuoding Soul Master Academy accepts each year, when one village enrolls an abundance of children, it inevitably affects the recruitment opportunities of others. The long-standing rivalry between the Holy Soul Village and the Fire Earth Village has thus bred enmity. Recently, the Fire Earth Village awakened 2 children with normal martial souls, yet all the recommendation letters had already been distributed by Su Yuntao. Upon inquiry, they discovered that a boy from the Holy Soul Village, possessing a blue-silver grass martial soul, had occupied one of the coveted spots, which naturally incensed them. It was this provocation that led Village Chief V.S. to come and forcibly seize the recommendation letter. Old Jack, surely you cannot expect to monopolize all the good fortune for the Holy Soul Village, V.S. sneered. I have heard that your village has granted a recommendation letter to a boy with a useless martial soul. How about relinquishing that letter to us? Perhaps in the future, our village could even provide protection for yours. V.'s disdainful tone suggested he was already confident of his victory over Old Jack. V.S. Do not overstep your bounds. That recommendation letter was bestowed upon us by Lord Su Yuntao. Do you intend to resort to outright theft? Old Jack was steadfast, unwilling to concede. Today, even if V.S. had come personally, or if the two villages were to war, he would never willingly surrender the recommendation letter. Should it come to that? I hope the Holy Soul Village can withstand the wrath of the Fire Earth Village, V.S. countered, unyielding in his intent to leave with the letter in hand. Su Yuntao chose silence. Though distributing the letters was his duty, once completed, he had no further involvement. V.S., then give it your best shot. Old Jack signaled Lin Shan, who raised his arm, calling forth nearly 100 young men to protect Tang San and Chen Yu behind them. Old Jack, it seems you've lived long enough. V.S. began to move forward, but was interrupted by Chen Yu's languid voice. I must ask, old man, what gives you the right to barge into our Holy Soul Village and throw a tantrum? Have you forgotten the dignity that comes with age? Chen Yu's words were laced with sharpness, provoking Vis and the group from the Fire Village intensely. You. Vis, infuriated, trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at Chen Yu, unable to utter a single word for a long while. What do you mean by you? The letter of recommendation is firmly in my grasp. If you wish to preserve even a shred of your dignity, feel free to come and seize it directly. As Chen Yu articulated his point so clearly, even Weiss, despite his lack of shame, could not possibly seize the recommendation letter from Chen Yu's grasp in front of the multitude. Ding. The crowd from the Fire Village was taken aback. Host, do not go too far. The shock reward multiplies 18-fold. It seems you are not as formidable as you just boasted, yet your long journey to our sacred soul village for chaos cannot be in vain. Here is the proposition. You may select one individual to engage in a duel with me. Should you emerge victorious, the recommendation letter will be yours. However, if I prevail, I regret to inform you that all of you must kneel thrice and bow 9 times in apology to our esteemed village chief, and then vacate our sacred soul village. Chen Yu waved the recommendation letter in his hand, Yet the words that escaped his lips belied his current age. Both Weiss and the villagers of Earthfire Village were momentarily taken aback, only to promptly respond with a chorus of furious rebukes. In their eyes, Qinyu was merely a child, still in the throes of youth, who audaciously dared to lecture these adults. Such arrogance was akin to a small potato unaware of its own weight. Old Jack, is this the offspring of your Sacred Soul Village? Truly, their audacity knows no bounds. Bes cast another glance at Qinyu, determined not only to chastise this young rascal but also to bring disgrace upon the entire Sacred Soul Village. Shall we? Come here. He beckoned. A child, roughly the same age as Qinyu but nearly twice his size, stepped forward. Defeat this little brat, and you shall earn your chance to enter the Soul Master Academy. Go. The youth from Earthfire Village was named Wang Yi, who had awakened his martial soul half a year prior to Qinyu. With a resounding thump on his chest, Wang Yi summoned his martial soul, a formidable ironback black bear manifesting above his head. His beast martial soul boasted a soul power of level 9, encapsulating all of Wang Yi's might. Alas, after sleeping the whole morning, I still feel drowsy. Tell me, has your performance concluded? If this were a bodybuilding competition, you would surely emerge victorious. Dusty Feather yawned several times, completely dismissing the opponent before him. This nonchalance left Wang Yi, who had been in the spotlight since childhood, feeling quite exasperated. However, the concept of a bodybuilding competition puzzled Wang Yi. With the ironback black bear spirit and a 9th level soul power, he indeed qualified for a recommendation letter. Yet, what intrigued him about Dusty Feather was the utter absence of fear or anxiety in the boy's demeanor. Beside them, Su Yuntao silently observed the duel between the two youngsters, eagerly anticipating Dusty Feather's forthcoming performance. Suddenly, the ironback black bear spirit surged upward, transforming Wang Yi's arms into powerful bear paws. With a swift motion, a fierce gust of wind rushed past. However, Dusty Feather made no attempt to evade. Instead, he simply extended a hand and effortlessly absorbed Wang Yi's full-force strike amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Innate full soul power. Su Yutao could not restrain his astonishment. Besides Tang San, Dusty Feather also possessed innate full soul power. Furthermore, considering the inherent disparity between Dusty Feather's beast spirit and Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit, Dusty Feather's potential achievements were undoubtedly destined to surpass those of Tang San. Su Yutao felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. If he could recruit such a genius into the spirit hall, it would be a monumental accomplishment. How could this be possible? At that moment, Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Here he was, a 9th level soul power wielder with a spirit renowned for its strength, the ironback black bear, yet Dusty Feather had managed to withstand his full force attack without even releasing his own spirit. How could this contest continue? It felt like a dimensional suppression. I had stated before that this was not merely a bodybuilding competition, no matter how impressive one's pose. It amounts to mere decoration, beautiful yet utterly ineffective. With a gentle push of his arm, Qinyu unleashed a hidden force that instantly repelled Wang Yi, leaving the latter's arms tingling and weakly hanging by his sides. This was merely the result of Qinyu tempering his strength. Had the full force of his hidden power erupted, Wang Yi's bones would have surely shattered inch by inch. So, dear residents of Douluo Village, isn't it time for you to honor the wager we made earlier? In Qinyu's heart, there was not a trace of embarrassment. It was they from the Earthfire Village who had eagerly presented their faces for him to strike, and he would be remiss not to seize the opportunity. After all, it required little exertion on his part. Ding! The number of stunned spectators surpassed 400, and tomorrow's astonishment rewards would be multiplied by 25. The system lamented, "Host, please grant mercy. I truly cannot bear it any longer. Woe is me." Chapter 6. A World in Shock. Refusal of the Spirit Hall. Am I seeing this correctly? Xiaoyi has actually been defeated. Who is Wang Yi? He is the most gifted child in their Earthfire Village, whose talent had even been praised by Su Yuntao upon the awakening of his spirit. Yet, who could have anticipated that today, in the Sacred Spirit Village, their cherished genius would be effortlessly vanquished by an obscure little fellow? Moreover, Qinyu had executed but a single move from beginning to end. The people of Earthfire Village felt as though they had been slapped in the face, the sting burning fiercely, particularly for Weiss, who found that decades of his reputation had been utterly obliterated today. I refuse to accept this. It is impossible for me to lose to you. Wang Yi, having just regained his breath, felt his face flush with shame, turning a deep crimson. In this moment, disregarding their prior agreement, he once again raised his fist toward Qinyu. I have already given you a chance, but it seems you are rather ungrateful. Qinyu is by no means a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Having previously shown restraint, he found that Wang Yi was evidently unappreciative of his leniency. A subtle chill flickered within the depths of Qinyu's eyes. Xiaoyi, do not act impulsively. Just as Weiss attempted to intervene, Wang Yi charged forward. This was disastrous. Weiss's heart plummeted, realizing that Wang Yi's actions not only breached their prior agreement, but also disrupted the established order. Moreover, Weiss noticed that Su Yuntao's gaze towards Qinyu had transformed drastically, akin to that of a connoisseur beholding an unparalleled treasure. Wang Yi's reckless advance towards Qinyu was tantamount to striking a wall head-on. Su Yutao might even redirect his ire towards the entirety of the Earthfire Village due to Wang Yi's folly. As anticipated, before Wang Yi could reach Qinyu, Su Yutao nonchalantly waved his sleeve, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that effortlessly sent Wang Yi sprawling. As he hung in midair, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Humph. Village Chief Weiss, do you dare question the standards upon which I base my recommendations? With Su Yutao having firmly established his stance, he showed no courtesy towards the inhabitants of Earthfire Village. His faint voice reached Weiss's ears, causing him to shudder, and his previously erect posture collapsed into a stoop. I would never. The judgment of the esteemed steward is beyond reproach. It is indeed my Earthfire Village that has stirred up trouble. I implore your forgiveness. Weiss's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He no longer dared linger, hastily leading the members of Earthfire Village away in disarray. Ha ha ha. You trash from Earthfire Village, be gone. For long, the villagers of Holy Soul Village had endured the oppression of Earthfire Village, but today, they finally relished a moment of vindication, all thanks to Qinyu, who had once been regarded as a mere waste. Qinyu, I extend to you a formal invitation from the Spirit Hall. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me to Spirit City. To Su Yutao, Earthfire Village seemed inconsequential. What he truly valued was Qinyu's extraordinary talent for cultivation. With innate full soul power, coupled with a beast martial spirit, Qinyu's future accomplishments would undoubtedly eclipse even that of a soul sage, and with a stroke of luck, he might even attain the ranks of a soul Douluo or a title Douluo. In such a case, Su Yutao, as Qinyu's recommender, would see his own status within the Spirit Hall ascend accordingly. However, much to Su Yutao's astonishment, Qinyu shook his head in refusal. This left even old Jack, who had just displayed an expression of sheer joy, momentarily speechless. Ding. Refusal of Su Yutao's invitation has left everyone stunned. Qinyu has declined the opportunity to study in Spirit City, shock level red 99. The system reports a crash, with a shock reward multiplied by 50. Spirit City, an esteemed sanctuary in the hearts of all soul masters, was a realm that many lower-tier soul masters might never enter in their lifetimes. Yet Qinyu had turned down this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qinyu, perhaps you do not yet comprehend the significance of Spirit City to a soul master. With your innate full soul power, you would undoubtedly receive the utmost attention there, with a plethora of cultivation resources at your disposal. I stake my martial spirit on it. In no more than 10 years, or as few as 5, you will emerge as one of the most exceptional soul masters of your generation. Despite the rejection, Su Yutao bore no semblance of anger. Instead, he grew increasingly earnest in his entreaties. Esteemed Master Su Yutao, I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, but I have been wandering since childhood, accustomed to a life of freedom. While Spirit City is indeed splendid, it is undoubtedly fraught with rules and restrictions. Thus, my presence there would only serve to trouble you. And I believe the Soul Master Academy is far more suited to my inclinations. Qinyu waved the recommendation letter in his hand, for he had a deeper reason for rejecting Su Yutao. Possessing a shocking system, his future cultivation resources would undoubtedly surpass those provided by the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Qinyu's dual martial souls were quite extraordinary. Until he fully comprehended their nature, he would not hastily affiliate himself with any faction. Qinyu, are you truly not going to reconsider? Su Yutao was taken aback by the stubbornness of this young lad, dismissing such a monumental opportunity so readily. Lord Su Yutao, I have made my decision, and I shall not regret today's choice. Ah, very well then. This is indeed your freedom, but alas, what a pity. Su Yutao sighed repeatedly, expressing his regret before he departed from Holy Spirit Village, his figure gradually fading into the horizon. Xiaoyu, you are far too impulsive. The Martial Soul City is a gathering place for all high-level soul masters. If you were to follow Lord Su Yutao to Martial Soul City, your strength would surely soar. Why do you insist on choosing Nuoding Academy? Old Jack lamented, his disappointment palpable. Grandpa Village Chief, rest assured, even if I do not go to Martial Soul City, there are few who can match my cultivation speed across the world. The 2 shocking rewards had already multiplied Qinyu's cultivation speed by an astonishing 8-fold. And this figure would undoubtedly increase in the future. Even if Qinyu merely consumed, rested, and slept daily, the rate at which his soul power advanced was remarkably impressive. Tang San regarded Qinyu with a newfound depth, recognizing that at such a tender age, he could reject the olive branch extended by the Spirit Hall, a feat not easily accomplished by just anyone. True strength does not arise merely from reliance on any particular faction. It is often the strong who ensure the longevity of a faction's existence. Were he in Tang San's position, he too would not hesitate to refuse Su Yutao. For he and Qinyu were of the same ilk, those who possess the heart of a true warrior. In Tang San's heart, Qinyu's image had unconsciously grown considerably larger. Alas, my child. Old Jack knew that it was too late to speak now. The missed opportunity was indeed regrettable. Grandpa Village Chief, let us not waste the corpse of this spiked-back black-patterned tiger. Let us share it with the uncles and aunts. Qinyu intentionally diverted the conversation, drawing everyone's attention to the spined black-striped tiger. The fresh flesh of soul beasts is not something one encounters frequently, especially those over a century old. Their flesh is imbued with a wealth of essential substances, offering substantial benefits even to ordinary individuals. As dusk fell, the entire sacred soul village became extraordinarily lively, celebrating the emergence of 2 soul masters and bidding farewell to Tang San and Qinyu. Early the next morning, they were set to depart for Nuoding Academy to pursue their studies. Come on, Xiao San. Uncle Lin raises a toast to you. Remember to visit the village often. Lin Shan, already inebriated, slurred his words, while Tang San, having been coaxed into drinking, sported flushed cheeks. In contrast, Chen Yu embraced the festivities wholeheartedly, one hand gripping a tiger leg taller than himself, the other cradling a large bowl, indulging voraciously. Amidst his feasting, Chen Yu mumbled, "This tiger would be a protected species in my world, but the flavor of this meat is truly delightful." Chapter 7. What is your Wi-Fi password? After a night of revelry, when Chen Yu awoke from his sprawled position, it was already the following morning, and Tang San, who had been sleeping beside him, was nowhere to be found. This Tang San is quite the enigma. The 9 transformations of the mysterious heaven automatically activated, requiring no deliberate control from Chen Yu. As a strong scent of alcohol wafted from his fingertips, instantly clearing his mind. Taking advantage of the still sleeping villagers, Chen Yu began to organize the rewards from the previous day's system, while also reflecting on his memories and planning for the future. Upon accessing the system, a detailed list of records appeared before him. Chen Yu, age 6, possesses an innate full soul power. The system's reward pool has accumulated a 50-fold bounty. He is endowed with dual martial spirits, the martial spirit, celestial dragon phoenix, juvenile stage, which upon awakening, triples the host's soul power reserve and accelerates soul power cultivation by 3-fold. No soul rings have been added thus far. But the celestial dragon phoenix's growth can be enhanced by consuming the essence of soul beasts and the martial spirits of soul masters. The martial spirit, divine punishment god layer sword, has been activated, yet its capabilities remain sealed. It requires the activation of bloodline power for automatic unsealing, and no soul rings have been added yet. His skill repertoire includes Xiantian Treasure Talisman, Divine Level, which increases the number of Godslayer grade hidden weapons, expands the compendium of divine grade spiritual herbs, and enhances the methods for concocting the immortal slaying detoxification potion. The 9-fold Xiantian technique serves as an advanced version of the Xiantian technique, allowing the soul power to possess multiple attributes after cultivation, and enhancing the host's cultivation speed 5-fold. The Starfall technique, an ancient martial art, facilitates the Meteor 9-fold flash, increasing the proficiency of the 7-star ghost steps by 1. As for his soul-guiding artifact, the Bloodthirsty Dagger with tiger stripes, it possesses the ability to shatter all defensive soul techniques below the soul sovereign level. This skill can be upgraded. The Bloodthirst ability allows the Bloodthirsty Dagger to restore 1% of the user's stamina for every instance of damage inflicted upon the opponent. This skill cannot be upgraded. The initial day's harvest was passable, but the key lies in the impending wave of cumulative rewards, suggesting that the skill repository shall soon be enriched with more valuable items. Apart from these significant assets, other scattered items hold little importance. The sole valuable possession Chen Yu carries is a single gold soul coin. It is truly unexpected for a proud inheritor of ancient martial arts to find himself nearly destitute, with a mere coin hardly sufficing for anything of worth. With a faint sigh of resignation, Chen Yu carefully tucked the golden soul coin close to himself. In his previous life, he had been destitute, and in this life, he harbored no desire to continue bearing that title. At that moment, a peculiar purplish glow caught the corner of his eye, emanating from the east. Could it be the auspicious purple chi rising from the east? That should not be the case. Was it not a rare phenomenon that manifested only when one reached the pinnacle of the 3 flowers converging at the crown? Could it be that within this sacred soul village, there existed an unparalleled master of internal cultivation? Curiosity stirred within Chen Yu as he swiftly darted towards the source of the violet light. Employing the 7-star ghost steps, he traversed the distance of several kilometers in merely half a minute. In the clearing, a diminutive figure sat cross-legged, gazing eastward. Yet his eyes were ablaze with an extraordinary purple luminescence. Tang San, it truly is you. Along the way, Chen Yu suspected that this phenomenon was likely orchestrated by Tang San, and witnessing it firsthand left him with a tinge of astonishment. The eye technique is renowned as one of the most challenging secret arts to cultivate, and it is exceedingly rare. Thus, it seems imperative to engage in a thorough discussion with Tang San. Inner strength and eye technique are not native to the Douluo continent. Perhaps Tang San, like himself, is not an indigenous inhabitant of this realm. As Chen Yu approached, Tang San immediately sensed his presence. Several icy stars shot forth from between Tang San's fingers, aimed directly at the vital points of Chen Yu's body. Assassin's tools. This further confirmed Chen Yu's suspicions. Tang San, hold your hand. It is I. Dust Feather casually picked up a few pebbles from the ground, and, employing the techniques of hidden weaponry, deftly struck down the steel needles launched by Tang San. Dust Feather? How did you arrive here? Tang San harbored a lingering wariness towards this individual, who had unexpectedly transformed from a mere wastrel to a prodigy. The actions of Dust Feather were far beyond the capabilities of a mere 6-year-old child. Tang San, since we both harbor secrets, why not speak candidly? What is your Wi-Fi password? What? Tang San was completely baffled, pondering the meaning of Wi-Fi. No matter, do you believe in the existence of light in this world? Diga. Taro, armored warriors. Ding. The words of the host caused Tang San to question his very existence. He remarked, your mind is not normal. Shock value, 99. Would you like to claim today's accumulated 50-fold reward? If not claimed, the multiplier will increase once more. I shall not claim it. He retorted, incredulous. The higher the reward multiplier, the greater the chance of unearthing extraordinary treasures. This was a life lesson Dust Feather had gleaned from significant investments in skin draws at the Goose Factory. Now, it was the system that felt disheartened. Host, do you intend to drain me entirely? Ding. The shock reward has accumulated to 60 times. Dust Feather, what exactly do you wish to convey? Tang San, interrupted mid-cultivation, was already in a sour mood. The incomprehensible words spilling from Dust Feather's mouth felt like deliberate mockery. However, if this Tang San was indeed from the same era as he should not be unable to comprehend such terms. Could it be that he had traversed from the ancient past? Upon contemplating this, Chinyu performed a rather awkward gesture reminiscent of a bow from the television series. Chinyu, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Tang San's patience had nearly worn thin, his tone laced with a subtle chill. Is that not sufficient? Tang San truly knows how to put on a fayade. Chinyu, determined to get to the bottom of the matter, directly confronted the identities of the two. Since they had both traversed dimensions, continuing to feign ignorance seemed pointless. Traversing dimensions? Tang San was utterly bewildered, as the concept of such a phenomenon did not exist in his era. How absurd. Tang San had no desire to squander time with the foolish Chinyu and proceeded to walk straight out. Could it be that he was not, in fact, someone who had crossed over? Was I mistaken? Chinyu awkwardly scratched his head and hurried after him. Brother Tang San, I sincerely apologize. I was still half asleep earlier and spoke a great deal of nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. No, wait. Don't run away. I assure you. I am not insane. Hey, children should be polite. I have already offered my apology, yet you still ignore me. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, quickly arrived at the doorstep of Tang San's residence. As Chinyu approached, a wave of intense heat surged forth, emanating from the fireplace where only a few pieces of wood lay, yet the flames danced with extraordinary vigor. It was the century-old fire-sunken wood. With a mere glance, Chinyu recognized the wood in the furnace as a rather rare type, known for its remarkable ability to accelerate the refinement speed of fire attribute soul power for soul masters. Yet, within this modest blacksmith shop, this century-old fire was merely being used as firewood. What remarkable family conditions must this be? Such wealth. However, it was evident that Tang San was oblivious to this fact, as he continued to haul more fire from the house, tossing it into the furnace without hesitation. Inside, the sound of thunderous snoring resonated, indicating that the one fast asleep was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao, the sole blacksmith of Holy Soul Village. Chapter 8. The First Encounter with Tang Hao. Tang San, why are you still upset? I was merely teasing you earlier. You took it far too seriously. As Chinyu stepped into the courtyard, the snoring from within the house abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, he felt a sudden tremor from the two martial souls within him. The foot he had just lifted instinctively retreated. A master. An undeniable master. The snoring, having only paused for a brief moment, resumed once more, so subtly that it would be nearly imperceptible to an inattentive ear. Yet, Chinyu felt as if he were under the gaze of a ferocious beast from ancient times, the oppressive sensation piercing deep into his very soul, exuding an extraordinary clarity. Ding. The host has been startled, and the accumulated reward multiplier has been halved. Halved? Wasn't that akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of hell? A reward of 60 times and 30 times are worlds apart. System, you are deliberately withholding the fruits of labor. I shall file a complaint against you. Just as Chinyu wrestled with this dilemma, Tang San had already adeptly prepared breakfast, presenting Chinyu with a steaming bowl of porridge. Make haste, eat something. Soon the village chief will take us to the Nuoding Soul Master Academy. Though Tang San appeared rather cold and aloof, his heart was indeed kind. This little fellow, with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, possessed a commendable nature. However, just as Chinyu finished his porridge, a voice reached his ears, one that only he could hear. After you finish, meet me at the cliff behind Saint Soul Village. Although Chinyu had never encountered this voice before, its tone exuded an undeniable authority. If I were to ignore it, would the voice's owner not simply extinguish my life? Regardless, I shall venture forth, even if it leads me through the gates of death. Chinyu set down his chopsticks and greeted Tang San before dashing toward the back mountain outside the village. It was peculiar that he had invited me, yet failed to arrive himself. Such a lack of punctuality from a master tarnishes one's dignity. As Chinyu meandered leisurely along the path, he found the vicinity of the cliff utterly deserted, which prompted a silent murmur of discontent within him. So, you are Chinyu, blessed with innate full soul power and an exceptional beast martial soul. What, pray tell, is your true intention in coming to this sacred soul village to approach Tang San? A figure materialized behind Chinyu, enveloped in an astonishing aura of soul power, causing even the sunlight cascading from above to warp around him. Although Chinyu could not discern the visitor's appearance, the subsequent words elicited a slight tremor from this master who had deliberately concealed his visage. You must be Tang San's father, Uncle Tang. Ding. Shocked. The Hao Douluo Tang Hao registered a shock value of 1. Despite the revelation of his identity, he maintained the composure befitting a Hao Douluo. Should the shock rewards be compounded? Compounded. Having previously suffered an arbitrary deduction of half of his reward multiplier, Qin Yu was determined to reclaim what was rightfully his. Yet, a startling realization struck him. Tang San's father was, in fact, a formidable title Douluo, perched atop the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. What an extraordinary place this holy soul village must be, harboring such an unparalleled master. Young one, do enlighten me. How did you ascertain my identity? With his disguise rendered ineffective, Tang Hao chose to reveal his countenance, a rugged, middle-aged man with a sturdy physique and eyes that bore the weight of worldly experience, seemingly privy to the joys and sorrows of life. However, the trace of sorrow deeply buried within his gaze did not escape Qin Yu's notice. Clearly, some significant event had transpired in this title Douluo's life. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to languish in this humble holy soul village. Firstly, while at the blacksmith's, my martial soul seemed to be under formidable threat, and apart from Tang San, you were the only other person present. Furthermore, the skill of sound transmission requires proximity. If the distance exceeds 100 meters, it becomes ineffective. Hence, I deduced that it was you who transmitted the message. Tang Hao felt a flicker of surprise at the astuteness of this 6-year-old child, whose thoughts were remarkably sharp, rivaling those of many adults. Of course, prior to your appearance. All of this was mere speculation, but the instant you materialized, my certainty surged to 100%. Oh, this is indeed intriguing. Pray tell, what led you to such conviction? It is the scent emanating from you, a smoky aroma that only a blacksmith, accustomed to the flames of the forge, would possess. Tang Hao glanced down at his shirt, astonished that such a trivial detail had escaped no scrutiny from Qin Yu. Ding. The astute analysis once again astonished the Haotian Douluo, registering a shock value of 10, and the shock rewards multiplied to 50 times. With 2 consecutive revelations of astonishment, the reward multiplier had rebounded. At this rate, Qin Yu was confident he could elevate it into the triple digits. Then I am all the more curious about your identity. Do you hail from one of the 3 great empires, or perhaps from the upper 3 sects or lower 4 sects? Or do you come from the Spirit Hall? At the mere mention of the Spirit Hall, a barely concealed aura of menace radiated from Tang Hao, causing the entire cliff to tremble as if a colossal beast had stomped upon it. Truly, this was the might of a title Douluo. A power that was nothing short of extraordinary. To be honest, I too am quite eager to uncover my origins, Uncle Tang. It seems our thoughts align. Whether it is true or false, I shall ascertain. A powerful aura surged from Tang Hao, enveloping Qin Yu entirely. Crack, crack. A distinct sound of bones grinding resonated within Qin Yu's body. Despite his mastery of numerous ancient martial arts techniques, he found himself utterly powerless in the presence of the title Douluo. Uncle Tang, do you intend to compel a confession through coercion? Under the weight of his own imposing aura, Qin Yu astonishingly maintained such a nonchalant tone, leaving Tang Hao in a state of utter disbelief for the 3rd time that day. Ding. Never before had Tang Hao experienced 3 consecutive shocks. The reward for his astonishment was now doubled. 100-fold accumulation of rewards, and Qin Yu had miraculously achieved his goal ahead of time. Could it truly be this effortless? It seems I can press on even further. At this moment, Qin Yu's gambling nature was laid bare as he unexpectedly opted for the choice of non-receipt once more. In a mere 10 seconds, the carefree expression on Qin Yu's face vanished, and at that instant, the twin martial spirits within him manifested under Tang Hao's overwhelming aura. A resounding dragon's roar and the crisp sound of a sword echoed suddenly. Despite Qin Yu's martial spirit being devoid of any soul rings, he managed to disperse the oppressive force exerted by Tang Hao. Astonishingly, a mere 6-year-old child with only a soul power of level 10 had proactively shattered the imposing aura of a title Douluo. Had this scene not unfolded before Tang Hao, he likely would have deemed it unbelievable. The shock was palpable. Tang Hao pondered within himself. Could it be that my prolonged inactivity has rendered me out of practice, unable to subdue even a child? The rewards of astonishment doubled once more. The system chimed in, indicating that if this continued, it might just break apart. Twin martial spirits? A flicker of inexplicable light glimmered in Tang Hao's eyes, for he had just learned that Tang San also possessed twin martial spirits. It was astonishing that such a small place as Holy Spirit Village had birthed 2 soul masters with this rare gift. The odds of this occurrence? Well, it had only transpired once in the entirety of Douluo continent's hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, Tang Hao was certain that Qin Yu bore no connection to the Spirit Hall, for it was inconceivable that they would allow such a talent to reside in the humble Holy Spirit Village, purposely drawing closer to Tang San, a venture that simply did not make sense. Chapter 9. Hand in hand on the journey, encountering assassination. Oh no. Could it be that the Haotian Douluo harbors malicious intent towards me due to the existence of twin martial spirits? Qin Yu, this time, truly felt a profound sense of crisis. He and Tang San both possessed twin martial souls, and in certain respects, Qin Yu's talent surpassed that of Tang San. Would Tang Hao, due to his connection with Tang San, eliminate Qin Yu here? However, Tang Hao chose to retract his imposing aura at this moment, which brought a sense of relief to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, if you agree to do me a favor, I might be able to assist you in return, Tang Hao stated, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Qin Yu. Uncle Tang, you are being too formal. Whatever the matter may be, I, Xiao Yu, will see it through for you. Chun Yu was lamenting the lack of opportunity to connect with the illustrious Haoyan Douluo when, unexpectedly, Tang Hao extended a welcoming olive branch. Regardless of the circumstances, Chun Yu was determined to seize this rare opportunity with unwavering resolve. Observing Chun Yu's enthusiastic gestures, which resonated like thunder, a hint of a smile graced Tang Hao's face. "Little one, you dare to agree without knowing the matter at hand?" he mused. "Uncle Tang, you surely would not place me in perilous situations. I surmise this concerns the little third party, does it not?" Chun Yu's words indeed surprised Tang Hao. He had not anticipated that Chun Yu would be so astute as to deduce the matter immediately. "Indeed, it pertains to the issue of the third party. You are to accompany him to Nottingham Academy today. However, the third party has never been adept at social interactions, and I, being preoccupied, cannot remain by his side to safeguard him. I fear he may encounter difficulties, thus I wish to." Tang Hao had just observed the maturity beyond his years in Chun Yu, and this thought arose spontaneously. "Uncle Tang, I comprehend your intent." In her heart, Chun Yu silently mused that your son is not significantly less cunning than mine. It is merely that you, as his father, failed to comprehend him. I shall not allow your assistance to go unrewarded. You may present a single request to me, and I shall fulfill it, no matter what it entails. To be candid, Chun Yu did not possess any pressing dilemmas. Her agreement to Tang Hao was entirely motivated by a desire to forge a closer bond with the esteemed Douluo, Tang. "Then, Uncle Tang, could you assist me in uncovering the truth of my lineage?" Chun Yu gazed upon the god-slaying sword of heavenly punishment in his hand, a spirit weapon currently sealed, only to be awakened through the power of his bloodline. Thus, this matter stood as the sole dilemma for which Chun Yu sought assistance from another. "Very well. Let today's events remain a secret from Tang San," Tang Hao remarked coolly before vanishing into thin air. Truly, as a titled Douluo, he appeared and disappeared without a trace. When Chun Yu descended from the cliff to the village entrance, Tang San and old Jack had been awaiting his arrival. "Xiao Yu, where have you been?" Tang San inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely took a moment to feed a huang, so I was delayed a bit. My apologies." A huang was a little yellow dog from the village and had been Chun Yu's only companion in times past. Chun Yu certainly would not disclose Tang Hao's matters. One must possess integrity, after all. By noon, Chun Yu and his companions had traversed nearly a third of their journey. If they hastened their pace, they should reach Notting City by evening. However, ever since departing from Holy Soul Village, Chun Yu had felt a persistent presence trailing behind him. Although the individual consciously maintained a distance, the faint aura of menace was distinctly perceptible to Chun Yu. It was not merely Chun Yu. Tang San also sensed the anomaly. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the depth of concern reflected in the other's eyes. "Grandfather Village Chief, let us rest beneath that shade. I will accompany Xiao San to gather some wild fruits for you." Before old Jack could interject, Chun Yu and Tang San had already vanished into the dense thicket. These two young ones have grown quite close, which is undoubtedly a positive development. In Notting City, they shall have to rely on one another. Indeed. As soon as Chun Yu and Tang San altered their course, the shadow that had been following them also plunged into the forest. "You have followed us for quite some time. You must be weary. Why not come out and have a chat?" In the eyes of Chun Yu and Tang San, there glimmered a piercing coldness. Having lurked for so long, it was evident that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Yet, they remained oblivious to the true identity of this mysterious tale. "How did you two little ones manage to uncover my presence?" From the shadows, a figure emerged slowly, clad in a form-fitting attire that accentuated his menacing aura. While he believed his concealment techniques to be proficient to us, it appeared as though he were stripped bare under the sun, utterly exposed. The unceremonious tone of Chun Yu gradually darkened the expression of the person before him. "Little brat, has your guardian not taught you to keep a low profile in public?" Chun Yu immediately retorted with a sharp tongue. "I beg your pardon. But this must be the way you looked in your childhood. I possess no tail, thus I have no need to live in fear. This individual, known as Li Gui, is a notorious assassin, having claimed the lives of not only ordinary people but also soul masters. However, his services come at an exorbitant price, rendering it impossible for the average person to engage such a killer. Moreover, who is it that seeks to bring about the demise of Chun Yu and Tang San?" Chun Yu has already identified a suspect, Weiss from the Fire Earth Village. Aside from his conflicts with this individual, he possesses no other adversaries. If my conjecture is correct, it was indeed the Fire Earth Village that employed you. Chun Yu deliberately deceived Li Gui with a clever ruse. The fleeting glimmer of evasion in Li Gui's eyes did not escape Chun Yu's keen observation. Indeed, it was none other than that old rascal, Weissna. For the first time, Chun Yu felt a flicker of murderous intent in his heart. Originally, VES was merely a passerby in his mind, yet he insisted on making a scene, clearly seeking his own demise. It was said that the two of them had just awakened their martial souls. What a pity it would be for two young soul masters to meet their untimely end today. Li Gui refrained from engaging in unnecessary banter and raised his fists, aiming to strike the heads of both Chun Yu and Tang San. However, unbeknownst to Li Gui, he was not facing two innocent lambs, but rather two young tigers emerging from the mountains. As dust swirled around their knees and elbows, Tang San gracefully extended his arms like a skilled ape. In perfect unison, The two of them executed a swift maneuver, unexpectedly sending Li Gui tumbling to the ground in a most humiliating manner. With a disdainful cough, Li Gui expelled the weeds from his mouth, seething with rage. A formidable assassin brought low by two mere children. "You little rascals, are you courting death?" he snarled, as two soul rings of white and yellow emerged beneath his feet. Behind him, a colossal mantis, adorned with 4 wings, raised its sharp forelimbs. This was the Wuhuan four-winged mantis, a formidable spirit master of the 25th level with 2 soul rings. Such prowess was the foundation of Li Gui's reputation as a gold-tier assassin, rivaling that of Su Yuntao. This is Dustfeather's first encounter with a soul master. The Wangi from back then was hardly a true soul master, whereas this Li Gui possesses 2 soul rings. "Dustfeather, you take the left, and I shall take the right. Let us assail him in unison." Tang San had already concealed several steel needles within his palm, indicating that the prowess displayed by Li Gui had instilled a measure of pressure upon him. "Then let us proceed." With a sudden weight in his palm, Chen Yu summoned the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger patterns, which now glimmered with a faint crimson light in its fierce eyes. In that moment, this divine weapon yearned to quench its thirst with the blood of its enemies. Chapter 10. Utter Shock. A killer terrified upon witnessing the stance of Chen Yu and Tang San, Li Gui paused momentarily. Had it been any other child, they would surely have been reduced to a trembling mess. Yet, these two youngsters exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, their countenances were remarkably calm. Such composure was not characteristic of ordinary children. It was no wonder that Old Weiss had depleted the entire savings of the Earth Fire Village to enlist me in eradicating these two rascals. Li Gui felt a surge of caution. It was the first time in his lengthy career as an assassin that he regarded 2 children with such seriousness. "Today, I shall impart to you your inaugural lesson in the realm of soul masters, which will also serve as your final lesson." Suddenly, the first soul ring around Li Gui illuminated, and a gentle wave of soul power surged towards his 4-winged mantis martial spirit. First soul skill, side slash. The mantis, with its scythe-like forelimbs raised high, descended with a swift strike. In that instant, 2 piercing beams shot forth, etching deep furrows into the ground. The speed of the soul skill eclipsed that of Chen Yu's ancient martial arts and hidden weapons. Moreover, the steel needles forged from fine iron were effortlessly deflected by Li Gui's first soul skill. 7-star ghost steps, ghostly shadow vanishing. Just as Li Gui reveled in the belief that this attack would effortlessly annihilate Chen Yu and Tang San, the 2 youngsters mysteriously vanished from his sight. What in the world? Li Gui's soul skill attack missed its target, leaving him utterly astonished. Ding! The 7-star ghost steps stunned Li Gui, earning a shock value of 99. As the reward multiplier exceeded the cumulative limit, the reward would be automatically dispensed. The system declared that it could finally settle the accounts in one fell swoop. Truth be told, Chen Yu felt slightly dissatisfied. If only the reward multiplier could be raised a few more levels, it would be even more splendid. Ding! The reward has been issued. Please check. Upon unveiling the rewards, Chen Yu was utterly astonished. It appears that the rewards are remarkably generous. Indeed, so generous that Chen Yu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle this system. No matter how meager the 300-fold reward might seem, it should at least yield a divine artifact or, at the very least, a soul ring of 100,000 years, which could be begrudgingly accepted. Yet, what I receive? A mere 3 gold coins. What does this signify? Does the system hold me in contempt? Indeed, the 300-fold reward amounts to a pitiful 3 gold soul coins. A tremendous loss, a loss that feels as though I were stripped bare. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would have claimed the rewards in installments, perhaps allowing for the chance to obtain something worthwhile. What a pitfall, truly a dreadful trap. With a pained expression, Chen Yu clicked her tongue, transferring all her resentment onto Li Gui. After all, who else would be at the receiving end of her ire at such a moment? Starfall technique. Meteoric 9-fold flash. Suddenly, 9 identical images of Chen Yu materialized before Li Gui's eyes. In the blink of an eye, 9 glimmers of cold light flashed, and Li Gui was instantly marked with 9 gaping wounds, blood oozing profusely. The bloodthirsty skill activated, restoring 9% of the host's vitality. A warm surge coursed through Chen Yu's body, instantly restoring his vitality to its peak state. This bloodthirsty skill proved to be remarkably effective. When combined with my Meteor 9 flash, it could nearly allow me to engage in battle without expending any energy. At that moment, Tang San also took action. Adorning his right wrist was a silent wrist crossbow, and he had just appeared in the blind spot behind Li Gui. Whoosh! The bolt was released with barely a sound. Yet at that very moment, the second soul ring on Li Gui's body illuminated completely. To everyone's astonishment, 2 pairs of unique wings emerged from behind Li Gui. Their surface is covered with a shell as hard as that of a beetle. Although Tang San's silent wrist crossbow excelled in surprise, its power left much to be desired. The slender bolt penetrated merely half an inch before losing momentum, becoming lodged within the armor. The second soul skill activated, Mantis Wings. Suddenly, the 2 pairs of wings unfurled, lifting Li Gui into the air. A flying soul skill, one of the most challenging abilities to master. It was unexpected that Li Gui, by fortune, had acquired the power of flight with merely his second soul ring. You little beast, how dare you harm me? I shall make you wish you were never born. The glimmer of jest vanished from Li Gui's eyes, replaced by a formidable killing intent. This time, the fury within him had been fully awakened. Swish. The wings behind Li Gui snapped shut, and his body dove downward, his arms transforming into the forelimbs of the mantis spirit, seemingly aiming to cleave Qinyu into countless pieces. "Oh, I have yet to settle the score with you, and now you dare to challenge me," Qinyu exclaimed. Unable to contain the primal force surging within him, his temper flaring uncontrollably. In the palm of Qinyu's right hand, a diminutive serpentine martial soul began to undulate gracefully, enveloping Li Gui in a faint yet palpable aura of draconic might. In an instant, Li Gui's entire being trembled violently, and his four-winged mantis martial soul hastily retreated within him. The activation of his second soul skill was abruptly interrupted, leading Li Gui to emit a horrific wail before he plummeted heavily to the ground, creating a deep human-shaped dent in the unforgiving earth. Though the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul was still in its nascent stage, its authentic draconic and phoenix essence remained unaltered, effortlessly overpowering the ordinary beast martial soul of the four-winged mantis. Furthermore, due to Li Gui's inherently low soul power, he was utterly incapable of maintaining the martial soul embodiment in the presence of the heavenly dragon phoenix. Ding! The might of the dragon and phoenix astonished Li Gui, achieving a shock level of 100, resulting in his untimely demise. Ding! Awarded the shock first kill grand gift pack, which opened automatically. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a divine gift soul ring. Divine gift soul ring, a unique soul ring forged from the confluence of celestial energies by deities. The quality of the soul ring obtained is directly proportional to the user's soul power level. There exists a minuscule probability of 0.0001 to acquire a divine level soul ring. At this moment, Li Gui remained with his mouth agape, his visage frozen in a mask of terror, yet his pupils had dilated to their utmost, signifying his demise. Perhaps even Li Gui himself could scarcely fathom that after a long reign of terror in the assassin's realm, he would meet his end at the hands of an inexperienced youth. Ah, how intriguing that this system could function in such a manner. I have learned something new. Qinyu was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that the assassins of Douluo continent would be so timid. The moment he unveiled his martial soul, one of them perished, leaving Qinyu with the sensation that he had yet to even begin to warm up. "What on earth is your martial soul, Qinyu, to possess such terrifying might?" Tang San remarked, sheathing the concealed weapon he had just drawn, his eyes reflecting a measure of surprise. "I am as bewildered as you are. When it comes to knowledge of martial souls, I am even less informed than you." Qinyu raised his hands in resignation, speaking nothing but the truth, even now. He remained uncertain about the specific abilities of the celestial dragon and phoenix. Once they arrived at Nuoding Academy, clarity would surely come. The village elder awaited their return, so they ought to proceed. Although Qinyu had taken a life, both he and Tang San exhibited an extraordinary calmness, as if such occurrences were but routine for them. This Tang San, undoubtedly like myself, must have traversed from another world. Otherwise, a mere 6-year-old child witnessing such a scene would surely be paralyzed with fear. Rather than displaying such composure, Qinyu hurriedly departed from the place, his thoughts already occupied with the matter of Douluo village and that old rascal, Wei Si. How dare they hire assassins to eliminate me? Douluo village, your fortunate days are drawing to a close. I adhere to the principle, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one does offend me, I shall retaliate 100-fold. This action by Douluo village has clearly crossed the line within Qinyu's heart. Upon his return from Nuoding Academy, it shall be the village's misfortune. Xiaoyu, San, why have you been gone for so long? It is getting late. Let us continue our journey, remarked old Jack, oblivious to the fact that the seemingly youthful Qinyu had just personally dispatched a second-ring soul master. Silently, the trio continued along the winding mountain path, their figures gradually fading from view. Chapter 11. Arrival at Nuoding, the dog sees lowly by evening. The three finally arrived at Nuoding City. However, they had missed the enrollment time for Nuoding Academy and would have to wait until the next day to complete their admission procedures. Unfortunately, staying a night at a hotel in Nuoding City would incur significant expenses, a fact that caused even old Jack some discomfort. To say nothing of Tang San, who possessed merely a single silver soul coin. Even if the three of them squeezed into a single room, it would still cost 10 silver soul coins. Yet, in order to ensure that the two weary children could rest well for the night, old Jack gritted his teeth and led Qinyu and the others toward a modest hotel. Upon reaching the entrance, however, the trio was stopped. Hey, beggars should use the back entrance. This front door is no place for you filthy wretches. The doorman rudely shoved old Jack, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. This brazen display of arrogance from a mere gatekeeper caused Qinyu and Tang San's expressions to darken simultaneously. How dare such a lowly servant act with such disdain? You are courting death. The emotionless gaze of Qinyu caused the doorkeeper to shudder involuntarily. This seemingly youthful individual evoked a sense of intimidation akin to that of a fierce tiger. Yet, leaning against the tavern, the attendant managed to maintain a semblance of composure, albeit lacking the previous air of arrogance. What? Have I erred in my judgment? Dressed as you are, one could easily mistake you for beggars or rustic simpletons, seeking accommodation? Do you have any notion of the cost of a night's stay at our Hongyan Hotel? Even if you were to empty your pockets entirely, it would scarcely amount to the value of a single room key. The Hongyan Hotel, while merely a modest establishment in Nuoding City, charges a staggering 15 silver soul coins for a night's lodging. Considering the exchange rate between gold and silver soul coins on the Douluo continent is 1 to 1,000. Those 15 silver coins represent half a year's earnings for old Jack. Ah. Now I comprehend the origin of the phrase a dog s. I cannot discern the worth of a person. Dust Feather possesses a total of 4 golden soul coins, equivalent to a staggering 4,000 silver soul coins. Previously, Dust Feather lamented the exchange of 3 golden soul coins for a cumulative reward of 300 times, feeling as though he had lost everything. However, he soon realized that these golden soul coins held significant value in Nuoding City, at least for the moment, allowing him to deliver a resounding slap to the face of the servant. Who do you dare to call a dog? Dust Feather scoffed. Once, securing a position at the Fortune Hotel bestowed him with a sense of pride as he walked the streets. Yet today, the disdainful tone of Dust Feather left him feeling humiliated. I shall grant you beggars a mere 10 seconds to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I shall ensure you cannot leave this Nuoding City. But the response he received was a resounding slap. The clear imprint of a hand marked his right cheek, delivered by none other than Dust Feather himself. You audacious wretch, how dare you strike me? I shall have your life today. Before he could finish his threat, he received another slap, this time from Tang San. In the span of mere moments, he barely registered how Dust Feather and Tang San had struck. Rebellion. How dare beggars create chaos in my Fortune Hotel? The servant scrambled back into the hotel, and soon, several burly men poured out, encircling Dust Feather and his companions. Good lad, it has been far too long since anyone dared to cause a ruckus in my domain. You must possess the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard to disregard me. Scarface Liu. Scarface Liu, what a dreadfully trite name. Qin cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man whose words had pierced the air. The scar that traversed his right eye was likely the origin of his moniker. Yet, Qin could only perceive a faint ripple of soul power emanating from these individuals, even weaker than that of Wang Yu from the past. A group of inept individuals, who did not even qualify as soul masters, dared to bellow in my presence, regardless of whether this establishment is under your protection. Even if the heavens themselves were to descend today, I would upend it without hesitation. Old Jack is the only person I hold dear in my heart. Without him, I would have perished from hunger or cold long ago. Thus, the indignities he suffered shall be repaid 100-fold. Hey, young one, you possess the audacity of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Today, I shall enlighten you on the treacheries of society. Scarred Liu exchanged glances with his subordinates, who eagerly rolled up their sleeves, their eyes glinting with ill intent as they fixated on Qin Yu. Old Jack, fearing that Qin Yu and Tang San might suffer harm, hastily attempted to offer an apology, only to be intercepted by Qin Yu. Grandfather Village Chief. Today, we shall allow these city hounds to witness what it truly means to swallow their own teeth. As Qin Yu stepped forth, the formidable dragon might emanating from his heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul rendered those present weak at the knees, collapsing helplessly to the ground. This was merely a consequence of Qin Yu's deliberate restraint. Had he unleashed the full extent of his martial soul's oppressive force, these individuals would likely meet a fate akin to that of the assassin Li Gui, succumbing to sheer terror. Ding. The intimidation of the ruffians reached a staggering 99. The reward comprised 3 vouchers for luxurious suites at the Elan Hotel in Nuoding City. The Elan Hotel, renowned as the most prestigious establishment in Nuoding City, charges a staggering 500 silver soul coins for a standard room per night, while a luxurious suite demands a single gold soul coin. You are a soul master from Nuoding Academy. Scarred Liu could scarcely fathom that the 6 or 7-year-old child before him possessed such a fearsome beast martial soul, and his soul power was far superior to his own. With such a level of soul power, coupled with an already awakened martial soul, and considering Qin Yu's tender age, the truth was abundantly clear. He was undoubtedly a newly enrolled student of Nuoding Academy this year. The standing of Nuoding Academy in Nuoding City eclipsed even that of the City Lord's mansion. Thus, Scarred Liu, despite his audacity, would never dare to challenge the Academy. I am a fool for failing to recognize your greatness, esteemed soul master. Scarred Liu suddenly knelt before Qin Yu, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. Heh, brother Scar, were you not just moments ago eager to deal with me? I have been waiting. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Yu's lips as Scarred Liu, upon noticing, forcefully kicked the already dazed attendant far away. Damn it. This is all your fault for deliberately setting me up, he exclaimed. Esteemed soul master, I too have been manipulated. Had I known it was you staying at our hotel, I would have personally come to greet you. Scarred Liu, ever astute, was aware of how to use the attendant to divert Qin Yu's attention. Is that so? But isn't your Hongyan Hotel unwelcoming to beggars like us? Slap. Scarred Liu's hand fell upon the attendant's face like a relentless rain, and before long, the attendant's once pristine white teeth were entirely knocked out. I warned you against speaking recklessly, against sowing discord, against betraying me. When Scarred Liu lifted his gaze towards Qin Yu again, the trio had already vanished around the street corner. Boss, do you think that kid is merely putting on an act? One of Scarred Liu's subordinates whispered doubtfully. Act? How dare you? I've been navigating through Nuoding City for so long. Do you think I lack discernment? If I hadn't reacted swiftly, you wouldn't even know how you'd perish. Chapter 12. Academy Conflict, Encountering Wang Yi again. Meanwhile, Chen Yu casually inquired about the exact location of the Yilan Hotel and soon found himself standing before its grand entrance. In comparison to the Hongyan Hotel, it was as if one existed in a different realm altogether. Xiao Yu, this hotel is so magnificent. Staying here for a night must cost a fortune. Old Jack remarked with a hint of apprehension, speculating that even a single tile here could be worth more than 3 thatched cottages in Shahan Village. Grandpa Village Chief. Worry not, for I possess this. Chen Yu reached into his embrace and produced a luxurious suite voucher for the Yilan Hotel. Xiao Yu, where did you acquire this voucher? If my memory serves me correctly, such vouchers are only bestowed upon soul masters whose fortunes surpass 100,000 gold soul coins. Although old Jack resided in the Holy Soul Village, he had undertaken considerable efforts to ensure that the village's young ones could swiftly acclimate to life in Nuoding City, gathering an array of fascinating tales and curiosities about the city. Among these was the Yilan Hotel. Well, may I claim that I stumbled upon it on the way? Chen Yu was evidently reluctant to speak, yet Tang San surmised that this was a trophy Chen Yu had procured from that assassin. Grandpa Village Chief. You need not concern yourself with this. Let us consider it a stroke of fortune from the heavens and relish this experience. Tang San and Chen Yu flanked old Jack as they entered the Yilan Hotel. The premier establishment in Nuoding City was indeed a stark contrast to the third-rate hotels like Hongyan. The staff did not display even a hint of negligence despite the attire of Chen Yu and his companions. Exquisite cuisine, a sumptuous bed, and a hot shower. This was the most comfortable night Chen Yu had experienced since arriving in the Douluo continent. The hotel even took the initiative to tailor a new set of garments for the trio. It was no wonder that the Yilan Hotel thrived, as this sense of homecoming was something their competitors could never replicate. Early the next morning, the trio, refreshed and renewed from head to toe, returned to the entrance of Nuoding Academy. Many passers-by assumed they were a noble elder accompanied by his 2 grandsons reporting for duty. Excuse me, is this the location for new student registration? Old Jack cautiously inquired of the guard stationed at the academy's entrance. The guard, discerning the considerable value of the garments worn by the trio, refrained from showing any indifference and promptly replied, My lord, the new student registration is at the south gate. You may enter the campus directly, which will save you considerable time. Just as Chen Yu and his companions prepared to step into Nuoding Academy, a sharp, mocking voice rang out from behind them. TSK. Who would have thought that even the impoverished Holy Spirit village could afford such lavish garments for you 3? Have the villagers sold their coffins to scrape together this sum? The voice was somewhat familiar. It belonged to Wang Yi from the Earthfire village. Standing before Wang Yi was a young man, resplendently dressed and adorned with a high crown, who was none other than Mo Yuan, the sole heir of the city lord of Nuoding. It was unclear how Wang Yi had managed to associate himself with Mo Yuan, but he certainly appeared to be living more comfortably than before, his soul power evidently having seen remarkable improvement. Wang Yi, it seems you are the one who was once left searching for his teeth after being defeated, Tang San remarked. Chen Yu smiled faintly and retorted with a touch of sarcasm. You. If it weren't for your reliance on the esteemed Su Yuntao as your support, the outcome would have been uncertain. Wang Yi, exposed to the rawness of past wounds, immediately became flustered. Wang Yi, do you recall my previous counsel? These rustic bumpkins are nothing but insignificant characters. Engaging in debate with them only tarnishes our dignity. Mo Yuan elegantly closed his folding fan and spoke with an air of superiority. Yes, young master. Wang Yi's expression grew solemn as he respectfully bowed in response. It became evident that Wang Yi and Mo Yuan were not friends, but rather master and servant. TSK, Wang Yi. I had assumed your arrival in Nuoding City was to ascend the social ladder, yet it appears you are merely serving as someone else's lackey. The disdain on Chen Yu's face became increasingly pronounced, causing Wang Yi, who was already somewhat arrogant, to flush with embarrassment. Were it not for Mo Yuan's servant, Wang Yi would never have had the opportunity to attend the esteemed Nuoding Academy. Being a dog of Mo Yuan is far more noble than being one of you peasants. The Nuoding Academy is not a place where just anyone can enter. Mo Yuan's father is the current lord of Nuoding City, Mo Tianqing, and even the dean of the academy must show him a modicum of respect. Mo Yuan has even been granted a small privilege, allowing him to bring a servant to study at the academy, a quota which has fortuitously fallen to Wang Yi. Is it not true that rather than being a beast, I would much prefer to live as a free spirit? Chen Yu had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with the 2 individuals and intended to proceed further into the academy. However, this time he was halted by the gatekeeper. I apologize, please understand. As Chen Yu perceived the apology reflected in the guard's eyes, he comprehended that all of this turmoil stemmed from Mo Yuan, not one to be unreasonable. Chen Yu decided to take a detour and proceed to the southern gate reporting point. However, they were obstructed by Mo Yuan. Oh, did this young master consent to your passage? How utterly uncouth, like a country bumpkin with no semblance of decorum. Yet, before Mo Yuan could finish his derogatory remark, he received a resounding slap across the face. The assailant was none other than Chen Yu, who at that moment was disdainfully wiping his palm with a pristine handkerchief, as if he had just come into contact with something unsavory. The implication was unmistakable. Striking Mo Yuan had sullied his hands. Ding! Slapping the son of the city lord. Average shock level 99. Reward. A storage-type soul-guiding artifact, the Xiantian treasure ring. On the middle finger of Qinyu, there rested a silver ring, exquisitely carved with intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the design of countless stars adorning its surface. Country bumpkin, do you know who I am? I shall sever your hands. Mo Yuan had never been struck by anyone throughout his life, and today, in this public setting, was an unprecedented occurrence, leaving this pampered young master both astonished and furious. At this moment, the singular thought occupying Mo Yuan's mind was to eliminate the trio before him. Qinyu, you have sought your own demise. The one most delighted by the turn of events was none other than Wang Yi, who was initially taken aback by Qinyu's audacious slap to Mo Yuan's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a euphoric expression. Given Mo Yuan's temperament, it was inconceivable that he would allow this incident to pass without personally ensuring the demise of Qinyu and all associated with him. If you desire my hands, you must first possess a blade swift enough. Dust Feather is certainly not to be underestimated. He has heard of threats far more severe than Mo Yuan. And even if Mo Tianqing were to personally utter these words today, Dust Feather would remain utterly unfazed. With a resounding slap, the crowd witnessed another blow land upon Mo Yuan. Since the discord could no longer be reconciled, it was best to embrace conflict. For Dust Feather relished battle above all else. What are you useless wretches waiting for? Seize these three individuals. I intend to torment them piece by piece. Two distinct handprints marred Mo Yuan's face, rendering the once polished nobleman a picture of disarray. Chapter 13. The intern shocks the audience. Yes. Wang Yi and the guards at the entrance responded in unison, encircling Dust Feather and his companions. Apart from Wang Yi, the others merely acted as passive executors of Mo Yuan's commands. Qinyu and Tang Sen evidently recognized this fact. They exchanged a glance before dashing off in two distinct directions. With a flurry of hidden weapons, their fingers danced like the wind. The Starfall technique unleashed a dazzling sequence of meteor-like flashes. On one side were the fine, needle-like steel darts, while on the other stood the ancient martial youth, as elusive as a specter. In scarcely a moment, they had dispatched over a dozen guards, leaving only Wang Yi and Mo Yuan behind. Mo Yuan stood agape, unable to close his mouth for what felt like an eternity. He could scarcely believe the sheer magnitude of power exhibited by Qinyu and Tang San. Those guards were, after all, elite soldiers handpicked from the military. Yet, within mere seconds, these battle-hardened warriors had all succumbed to the ground. Remarkably, neither Tang San nor Qinyu had even summoned their martial souls throughout the encounter. Continuing to babble, he had been so eloquent moments ago. Why had he suddenly fallen silent? As Qinyu approached Mo Yuan step by step, each advance caused Mo Yuan's body to tremble violently. I warn you, do not come any closer. My father is the Lord of Nuoding City. With a mere word, I could ensure that you three meet a fate worse than death. At that moment, Mo Yuan's words bore no semblance of menace, particularly to Qinyu, who found them utterly laughable. If Qinyu truly feared Mo Yuan's status, he would not have delivered that slap earlier. Wang Yi, is this the master you toiled so hard to find? It appears that your support is not as formidable as you believed. With a flick of his finger, Qinyu unleashed a fierce gust of wind that pierced through Mo Yuan's calf, creating a gaping, bloodied hole that shone ominously from both sides. Ah! Mo Yuan cried out in agony, immediately clutching his right leg and rolling on the ground, his pitiful state sending shivers down Wang Yi's spine. Qinyu, you are doomed. Young Master Mo is the sole heir of the city lord of Mo City. This time, it is not just you, but your entire sacred soul village that shall face obliteration. Wang Yi uttered, his voice trembling as he met Qinyu's gaze. Is that so? Yet, there is no need for you to fret over this matter, came Qinyu's calm response. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Dust Feather propelled two fragments of stone like bullets, shattering Wang Yi's kneecap. This irrevocably signified that Wang Yi would never rise again. The transformation from a soul master to a cripple was a fate far more unbearable for him than death itself. This was but a minor retribution from Dust Feather towards the village of Earthfire. This is merely the beginning. Leaving the two behind, writhing in agony, Dust Feather appeared unperturbed as he strode away. Ding! The iron-fisted measures instilled dread in Mo Yuan, yielding a shock value of 99 and a reward of 1 Kill God's Transformation Voucher. The Kill God's Transformation Voucher, when utilized, grants the ability to wield 1/10,000th of the power of the Azura God, though this capability lasts only for a single turn. The Azura God. Could it be that such divine beings truly exist in this world? Qinyu was somewhat taken aback. If deities truly existed in this world, he would indeed wish to behold one with his own eyes. Even a mere fraction of their power could effortlessly obliterate an existence at the level of a titled Douluo. However, the opportunity for a single strike is rather regrettable. Xiaoyu, you have just forged a deadly enmity with Mo Yuan. He will undoubtedly not let you off easily. This Nuoding Academy is certainly not a place for us to linger. Old Jack was no longer concerned about whether Qinyu and his companions could gain entry into Nuoding Academy. The paramount issue was preserving Qinyu's life. Grandfather Village Chief. If I flee, it would be the people of Holy Soul Village who suffer the misfortune. If I were truly afraid of Mo Yuan, I would have knelt and begged for mercy just now. I adhere to the principle of not provoking those who do not provoke me. Should he fail to recognize his own folly, I would not hesitate to ensure that the esteemed Lord Mo faces extinction. Though Dust Feather's voice retained a hint of childishness, the chilling intent behind his words left even Old Jack feeling perplexed. Xiao Yu, this is not the time for impetuosity. Old Jack attempted to reason, but beside him, Tang Sen concurred with Dust Feather's decision. Grandpa Village Chief, Dust Feather is correct. We are safest within the Soul Master Academy, regardless of how arrogant Mo Yuan may be. He must adhere to the rules of Nuoding Academy. However, if we return to Holy Soul Village, Mo Yuan will unleash his fury upon everyone there, and at that point, the situation will spiral out of control. At the southern gate of Nuoding Academy, there stood a distinguished gold medal certified student and a work-study student. Gold medal students enjoyed complimentary accommodation and meals, while work-study students were required to pay a monthly fee to remain at the academy. Although both were recommended by Su Yuntao, Dust Feather received the most prestigious golden recommendation, whereas Tang San was merely granted a position as a work-study student. Excuse me, teacher. I wonder if it would be possible to change my status to that of a work-study student as well. What? Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, those surrounding him stared with expressions of bewilderment, as if he were a fool. A gold medal certified student is a rarity, with only a handful being admitted each year, representing the epitome of talent among all newcomers. Moreover, Nuoding Academy provides various special privileges, an opportunity most can scarcely imagine. Yet, Chen Yu chose to voluntarily relinquish this status in favor of becoming the most lowly work-study student. What could possibly be his reasoning? Ding. Choice to astonish the newcomers. Average astonishment value 88. Reward, 10 gold soul coins. Little fellow, did I hear you correctly? Are you jesting with me? The instructor responsible for registration inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress his astonishment. Teacher, we hail from the same village. This lad is merely a closed book. I have promised his father to look after him, and I prefer not to be placed in the spotlight, so the title of work-study student suits me better. Chen Yu draped an arm around Tang San's shoulder, exuding a certain elder brother demeanor. Who needs your care? Tang San furrowed his brows, pondering when his father had taken Chen Yu under his wing, as he had no knowledge of it whatsoever. Little one, you must ponder this carefully. Should you find yourself regretting it in the future, there will be no chance for redress. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu swiftly inscribed his name in the work-study student section. Even Tang San was taken aback, as Chen Yu transformed from an exceptional, gold medal student into a mere work-study participant. This fellow truly astonished Tang San, altering his perception of Chen Yu in that instant. Cheney's actions stemmed from his concern that Tang San might fall victim to a scheme devised by Mo Yuan. Their companionship would afford them mutual protection. However, the external perception was starkly different, with many believing that Cheney had lost his senses. Was he intoxicated, forsaking the prestigious position of a golden student to assume the role of a work-study student? Who can say? Perhaps his admission was indeed questionable, leaving him fearful of exposure. Yet, I sense a remarkable audacity within this young man. What could be the reason for such boldness? Regardless of the opinions of others, Cheney gleefully explored the halls of Nuoding Academy. In his previous life, he had never set foot in a school, at long last. He fulfilled this long-held aspiration across 2 lifetimes. Unbeknownst to everyone, a man in his 30s or 40s, garbed in plain teacher's attire, gently tapped his finger upon the names of Cheney and Tang San. Chapter 14. With conviction, Cheney declines. Old Jack accompanied Tang San and Cheney on a leisurely tour, and noticing that the daylight was still ample, he decided it was time to return to Holy Soul Village. Xiao Yu, Xiao San, from this point forward, you shall rely on yourselves. After Old Jack departed, Cheney and Tang San approached the dormitory designated for work-study students. However, just as they were about to step into the dormitory area, an anxious voice called out from behind them, "Please, wait a moment." Chen Yu turned with curiosity, and upon seeing the minter's attire of the newcomer, he couldn't help but pause slightly in surprise. Could it be that they still wish for him to reclaim the status of a golden student? Esteemed teacher, may I inquire what brings you here? Tang San responded with courtesy, offering a slight bow. You are Chen Yu and Tang San, correct? Both hailing from Holy Soul Village. And not long ago you awakened your martial souls, with both of you possessing innate full soul power. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow in intrigue. The secret regarding their innate full soul power had never been disclosed to outsiders by the two of them. How, then, did this individual come to possess such knowledge? The only person privy to this secret was the esteemed Su Yuntao from back in the day. Might I inquire, esteemed teacher, are you perhaps affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Chen Yu spoke softly, acknowledging his discomfort with others prying into his secrets. However, considering that this individual was a mentor at the academy, it would be unwise to oppose him so soon after enrollment. No, I am not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Yet, I have indeed acquired knowledge of your identities through their information channels. Of course, you are free to doubt my words. That is of no consequence to me. I merely wish to inquire whether you possess innate full soul power. Chen Yu slightly nodded. Since he was already aware of his origins, it would be of little consequence to deny it vehemently. Moreover, Xinyu was curious about this person's true intentions. Indeed, it corresponds perfectly with my theory of the 10 core competitions of martial spirits. The man, appearing quite exhilarated, clenched his fist and continued, I apologize for my earlier outburst. You may refer to me as master from now on. However, I am not an official instructor at the Nuoding Academy. I merely earn my livelihood here. Nevertheless, you too must be cautious and never reveal the secret of your innate full spirit power, especially you, Tang-san. You are the third soul master in the history of Douluo continent to possess twin martial spirits. Upon hearing these words, both Tang-san and Qinyu's expression shifted. Tang-san was astonished, while Qinyu exhibited a hint of surprise. It turned out that Tang-san also possessed twin martial spirits, which explained why his strength rivaled Qinyu's. Before Qinyu was aware of Tang-san's martial soul, it was akin to Tang-san being oblivious to Qinyu's possession of twin martial souls. What exactly are your intentions? At this moment, Tang-san's body slightly arched, resembling a leopard poised to strike at any moment. Tang-san, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will towards you. My sole desire is to demonstrate to the world that the martial soul theory I have been studying is indeed correct. Martial soul theory? Cheney, intrigued by the situation, gestured for Tang-san to refrain from acting hastily. My awareness of Tang-san's dual martial soul stems from the awakening of his blue-silver grass martial soul and his innate soul power. The strength of a soul master's innate soul power is intrinsically linked to the martial soul they awaken. A more formidable martial soul typically corresponds to higher innate soul power. Clearly, the blue-silver grass martial soul does not reach such heights, leaving only one plausible explanation. Tang-san possesses more than one martial soul within him. Upon hearing the master's explanation, Tang-san's wariness lessened, while Cheney found himself increasingly intrigued. This theory held a certain allure, yet it remained merely a hypothesis. What if Tang-san's martial soul had undergone a mutation? With the multitude of soul masters and martial souls across the continent, it is conceivable that a few unique anomalies might exist. Ah, so you are aware of mutated martial souls? Master exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Few people possess knowledge of such rare phenomena, and given Cheney's tender age of merely 6, it was astonishing that he could grasp the secrets of mutated martial souls. In truth, Cheney was not well versed in the concept. He merely expressed a bold conjecture. Indeed, mutated martial souls do exist, yet their direction of mutation is beyond our control, with a significant probability of mutation leading to adverse outcomes. There exists less than a 0.5% chance that a martial soul might transcend to a higher quality. For plant-based martial souls like the blue-silver grass, the likelihood of mutation is nearly non-existent. Thus, it is impossible for Tang-san to possess a mutated martial soul. He can only have a dual martial soul. The master asserted with unwavering conviction. Master, your theories on martial souls are undoubtedly unique, but how does this pertain to us? You do not intend to suggest that we promote these theories for you, do you? Cheney inquired. The master shook his head, and Cheney discerned a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. No, the recognition of my theories by the world is of little consequence. Rather, I wish to ask if you would be willing to allow me to guide your future training. What? The prospect of receiving personal guidance on the very first day of enrollment was an unprecedented event in the history of Nuoding Academy. While others might have rejoiced at such an offer, Cheney, however, shook his head and resolutely declined the master's proposal. I apologize, but I already have a master. The master referred to by Chunyu is the old man who introduced him to the world of ancient martial arts. Although Chunyu is no longer on Blue Star, the old man's position in Chunyu's heart remains irreplaceable. Ding. Refusal of the master results in a shock value of 0. The system indicates that, at last, the host has experienced a moment of failure. No shock reward is granted. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Chenyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the master had anticipated his refusal. Indeed, a most intriguing individual. However, Tang-san appeared somewhat stirred, for the master's recent words had undeniably opened a new realm of possibilities for him. Master, Xiao-san possesses a sharper intellect than I. Having him as your disciple will surely elevate your 10 core competitive theories of martial souls to greater heights. Chenyu deliberately made faces at Tang-san, signaling him to hastily pay his respects to the master. In truth, Chenyu's words were not merely superficial. He was acutely aware of his own capricious nature, which rendered him incapable of settling down to delve into these theories. However, Tang-san was different. He was exceptionally suited to absorb such knowledge and had a profound potential for further advancement. Master, please accept me. After the master departed with Tang-san, Chenyu found himself alone in the dormitory. At that moment, aside from a few vacant beds in the southeast corner, all other beds had already been allocated. Wang Sheng. Another newcomer has arrived, remarked a boy named Wang Sheng, who appeared to be 4 or 5 years older than Chenyu. Clearly an upperclassman at Nuoding Academy and the leader among this group of working students. Hey, kid, are you also a freshman this year? Chenyu appeared somewhat dazed, leading Wang Sheng to believe he had encountered yet another novice. Indeed, I am called Chenyu. From now on, we shall all be friends. Should any troubles arise, do not hesitate to call upon my name. Qin Yun, with an air of familiarity, casually draped his arm over Wang Xing's shoulder, an action only achievable by Qin Yun's modest height. Novice, who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? Wang Xing's expression darkened. Qin Yun's gesture had undermined the authority he had just begun to establish as the dormitory leader. Yet, had Wang Xing been aware of Qin Yun's illustrious past achievements, he would surely have refrained from such remarks. The Qin Yun standing before him, barely reaching his shoulder, was audacious enough to challenge even Mo Yuan. Chapter 15. The first encounter with Xiaowu, Tang San as a shield. I, Qin Yun, do not easily forge friendships. Rejecting my companionship would indeed be your loss. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, in just a few short days, he had increasingly begun to resemble a child, and this fleeting childhood was a blank chapter from his past life. A solitary regret. At such a tender age, he exhibited an audacious demeanor. Wang Xing let out a cold snort, a hint of remarkable soul power emanating from him. As a battle tiger spirit immediately manifested around him. In that instant, Wang Xing's muscles and bones surged dramatically, and soon, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall loomed before Qin Yu. A white soul ring revolved slowly around Wang Xing, revealing that he was indeed a battle soul master with soul power at level 17. The battle tiger spirit was considered to be of above-average caliber among beast spirits. And coupled with Wang Xing's innate soul power, he could contend even with a level 20 grand soul master. Yet, at that moment, Qin Yu simply yawned. I ask if you are prepared. I find myself growing somewhat drowsy. Qin Yu's actions undoubtedly provoked Wang Xing once again. The enormous hand, transformed into a tiger's claw, came crashing down upon Qin Yu's head with tremendous force. A fierce howl accompanied by an overwhelming momentum forced the onlookers to retreat in fear. Yet, at the epicenter of this assault, Qin Yu did not even flinch, his eyelids remaining unperturbed. Behold as I reduce you to a mere pulp with a single strike. Wang Xing harbored no intention of holding back. This blow concentrated the entirety of his formidable strength. However, the ensuing scene left everyone in utter shock, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single sound for an extended moment. Qin Yu merely extended a single finger, effortlessly deflecting Wang Xing's strike. Your soul power has astonishingly reached level 10. Are you truly endowed with innate full soul power? At merely 6 years of age, Qin Yu has just awakened his martial soul, astonishingly possessing a soul power of level 10 upon awakening. This is a phenomenon that only occurs with innate full soul power, leaving no room for alternative explanations. Even someone as naive as Qin Yu would grasp this fundamental principle. Yet, how could such a prodigy with innate full soul power be relegated to the ranks of a work-study student? Is the Crown Prince merely indulging in life experiences? Ding. With the most striking of postures, he deflected Wang Xing's attack, earning a shock value of 99 and a reward of a 1,000-year battle tiger soul ring. A 1,000-year soul ring is quite commendable, significantly superior to that of a 100-year ring. Impossible. Even if you possess innate full soul power, how could you possibly withstand my palm without even utilizing your martial soul? Wang Xing's mind was in disarray. Could it be that geniuses play the game in such a manner? Wang Xing, while your strength is somewhat acceptable, it is regrettably too dispersed. Against opponents with lesser soul power, you might still emerge victorious, yet when faced with adversaries of equal caliber, this becomes your Achilles heel. With a deft flick of his finger, Qin Yu struck precisely at the joint of Wang Xing's wrist, the most vulnerable point of his arm's strength. Consequently, a cry of pain escaped Wang Xing's lips, and his arm fell limply at his side, utterly devoid of strength. Had Wang Xing, their formidable leader, truly been defeated so easily? Ding. The battle concluded with brutal simplicity, achieving an astonishing average shock value of 99, and earning the essence of a millennium-old soul beast. Millennium Soul Beast Essence, a manifestation of the distilled essence of a soul beast spirit, it can enhance the length of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul. Qin Yu promptly clicked to use it, and the Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul opened its small mouth, swallowing the essence in one gulp. Its form seemingly growing slightly larger. The Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul juvenile stage has a growth length of 110. Indicating that if Qin Yu were to obtain 9 more 1,000-year soul beast essences, the martial soul would evolve to the next stage, resulting in a significant enhancement of its abilities. One can only hope for an abundance of such rewards. Just as everyone gazed at Qin Yu with admiration, a petite and delicate figure suddenly burst through the entrance. A girl. The dormitories of Nuoding Academy are strictly segregated by gender. How could a girl suddenly intrude into their quarters? Who is the leader here? The little girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, sported a long scorpion tail braid that cascaded down to her pert backside, and her adorable rabbit ear adornments accentuated her mischievous and lively personality. Yet, this charming young girl spoke with a fierce and combative spirit. What a beautiful little girl. At first glance, Qin Yu was momentarily captivated, but soon another enchanting figure emerged in his mind. Even upon arriving in the Douluo continent, his memories of her remained untouched, becoming ever more vivid. This enchanting figure was named Ning Hanyou, the love of Qin Yu's life. However, during a mission, she departed from this world forever. From that day forth, Qin Yu's demeanor became exceptionally ruthless, often incurring the wrath of his master. Hey, why are you lost in thought? They say you are the new leader of this dormitory. Let us have a duel and see whose strength prevails. Qin Yu took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the profound sorrow that lingered within him, and once again donned a nonchalant demeanor. A gentleman should not engage in conflict with a lady, especially not with someone as impetuous as you. It would indeed tarnish my reputation. Instead, why don't the two of you spar? Just then, Tang San entered the room, and before he could fully emerge, Chen Yu seized him and used him as a shield. He is my elder brother, significantly stronger than I am. If you can defeat him, the position of the leader shall be yours. Tang San looked at Chen Yu with a bemused expression, lamenting his misfortune. He had done nothing yet found himself thrust into a duel. This is truly a predicament. Very well, let us engage in combat. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl launched herself at Tang San with remarkable speed, her long legs propelling her like an arrow released from a bow. To Tang San's astonishment, she was accompanied by a yellow 100-year spirit ring. The first spirit ring was indeed a 100-year ring. Had all the prodigies of this new cohort emerged simultaneously? Wang Xing had initially thought Chen Yu to be formidable, but he was taken aback to discover that this young girl was even more ferocious. Control the crane. Capture the dragon. Mysterious jade hand. Tang San's eyes shimmered with a faint violet hue as his hands radiated a luster akin to jade. The clash between his mysterious jade hand and the girl's legs resulted in a stalemate. Tang San stumbled back 3 paces while the girl merely retreated 1 step. The disparity in strength between spirit masters with and without spirit rings was astonishing. Chen Yu, observing intently, noted that although Tang San's spirit power was only 1 level lower than that of his opponent, her strength surpassed his by nearly 50%. Thus, in this exchange, Tang San had indeed been defeated. Your arms are as solid as iron. The girl complained, then introduced herself. I am Xiao Wu, as in dance. What is your name? I am Tang San. In this match, I concede to you, Xiao Wu. He withdrew his mysterious jade hand, for he had been dragged into this confrontation by Chen Yu. And with this loss, he could easily extricate himself from the situation. Not so fast. I know you haven't exerted your full strength yet. This battle does not count. We must compete again. Xiao Wu insisted, eager for a rematch. Chapter 16. Encountering Mo Yuan again. Relentlessly battling onward, we concede. If this continues, my brother's fragile frame will surely be pummeled into submission. From now on, you shall be our leader. Chen Yu, displaying an air of nonchalance, directly chose the number of participants and called out to Xiao Wu, addressing her as boss while placing a hand on Tang San's head. Observing this, the others in the dormitory followed suit, including Wang Xing, who was no exception. Boring, I'm not playing with you anymore, Xiao Wu huffed, stomping her foot in frustration before dashing out of the boys' dormitory. Phew, that little troublemaker has finally left. Wang Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Having never encountered such a fierce girl before, truly an angelic visage with a devilish heart. By the way, I just informed the teacher about the situation with Mo Yuan. He advised us to maintain a low profile at Nuoding Academy, as no one dares to provoke Mo Yuan there. The teacher also mentioned not to fear trouble. Even if Mo Yuan is arrogant, he wouldn't dare to act directly within Nuoding Academy. Mo Yuan. To be honest, Chen Yu had never taken Mo Yuan seriously. Even if his father, Mo Tianqing, were to arrive, Chen Yu would remain unperturbed. After all, how much chaos could a mere second-generation heir truly cause? As night fell, Xiao Wu kicked open the door to the boys' dormitory and boldly lay down on the vacant bed right next to Tang San. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Tang San's face flushed crimson, losing the composure he had earlier in the day. I'm going to sleep, Xiao Wu replied earnestly, tilting her head as if completely oblivious to the fact that this was a boys' dormitory. That night, apart from Xiao Wu and Chen Yu, everyone else was sleepless. In the following day, they all arrived at class with dark circles under their eyes, yawning incessantly. My lord, we have uncovered the identities of those 2 boys. One is named Tang San, and the other is Chen Yu. They hail from a small place called Holy Soul Village. Mo Yuan, with his leg wrapped in bandages, winced at the slightest movement, the pain in his body morphing into a deep-seated hatred for Chen Yu. I don't want to hear this nonsense. Get to the point. Yes. Chen Yu and Tang San leave Nuoding Academy every afternoon to go to a blacksmith shop in the west of the city. Nuoding Academy is located in the east, and the round trip to the blacksmiths takes at least half an hour. This is the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Make the arrangements. Today, I want the bodies of those 2 boys to appear in the graveyard. Mo Yuan's eyes blazed with furious flames, declaring that within Nuoding City, no one would escape the grasp of the illustrious Mo family. Through their interactions over the past few days, the bond between Chen Yu and Tang San had deepened significantly. It wasn't that Tang San was proud, rather, the maturity of his soul made it difficult for him to connect with his peers. However, Chen Yu was different. Tang San sensed an inexplicable maturity emanating from him. Moreover, Chen Yu possessed a remarkable talent for crafting concealed weapons, much of which was not even documented in the Xiantian treasure record, prompting Tang San to ponder just how many secrets lay hidden within Chen Yu's mind. Xiao San, I have some thoughts regarding the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The ordinary bowstring cannot withstand such immense tension. Should we consider using alternative materials, perhaps the Xianbing silkworm silk? Xianbing silkworm silk? Tang San had never heard of such a material, and he questioned whether mere silk could truly replace a robust bowstring. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, unfamiliar faces began to converge behind them. Just when we're having the best conversation, some clueless individuals always manage to intrude. With a resigned sigh, Yu pondered the alarming number of individuals seeking their own demise this year. Were there truly so many fools released into the world? A veritable throng of 20 to 30 people had completely sealed off both ends of the street. The small vendors, sensing the impending danger, hastily fled, abandoning their stalls in their panic. They recognized the unmistakable insignia of the Lord's manor upon these individuals, the most formidable force in Nuoding City, whose wrath none would dare provoke. The fact that those two young lads had attracted the attention of the Lord's manor was a grim omen for them. Indeed. Look. Even the young Lord Mo Yuan has arrived. TSK, these two boys are truly unfortunate. These individuals are elite guardians of the Lord's manor, each possessing at least the prowess of a first or even second-ring great soul master. Mo Yuan sat in a grand palanquin, his lowered gaze glimmering with a frenzied intent to kill. Yu, Tang-san, you two are remarkably audacious. Not keeping a low profile at Nuoding Academy and brazenly parading through the streets. I cannot decide whether to commend your courage or to scorn your foolishness. With a subtle signal from Mo Yuan, the throng gradually tightened their encirclement, leaving Yu and Tang-san seemingly without escape. Mo Yuan. It appears the lesson I imparted to you days ago was not sufficiently profound. Rest assured, today I shall ensure you carry this memory for a lifetime. Although Yu wore a smile on his face, Tang-san discerned a subtle chill in his tone. 7-star ghost steps. This time, Yu did not engage in unnecessary conversation with Mo Yuan. His figure flickered momentarily, and when he reappeared, he was already before one of the individuals. Such astonishing speed. The person instinctively sought to unleash his martial soul, only to be met with Yu's petite fist. The Shinkei point is the convergence of the soul power within the human body, commonly referred to as the Qi Gate, with a precise strike. Yu's fist landed squarely on the opponent's dantian, the vital point in the abdomen. A thread of soul power effortlessly penetrated, and in the next moment, the soul energy that the man had just summoned dissipated entirely. He resembled a boiled shrimp, arching his back as he slowly crumpled to the ground. A gasp echoed through the crowd. When did the elite of the city lord's mansion become so feeble? Or perhaps this young man named Yu was merely feigning weakness to catch them off guard. Ding! With a devastating blow to the city lord's mansion guard. The number of astonished witnesses exceeded 500, earning him a reward of 100 strands of Xianbing silk. Just as he had mentioned Xianbing silk, it was now within his grasp. What are you all standing there for? Charge at these two brats. The remaining guards, upon hearing Mo Yuan's frantic command, immediately jolted into action, each activating their respective martial souls and rushing towards Yu and Tang-san. Come on, the more the merrier. With a deft flick of his wrist, Yu summoned the bloodthirsty dagger, which instantly fell into his palm. Simultaneously, the soul power within him surged vehemently. His soul power, threefold that of a typical soul master of the same rank, caused Yu's presence to rival that of a level 20 great soul master, despite his actual soul power being merely at level 10. What an extraordinary lad. Even devoid of any soul rings, his aura surpasses that of me, the team leader. Zhao Long, the most formidable among the group, had recently acquired his second soul ring. Yet, compared to the ceaseless waves of soul power emanating from Yu, he appeared somewhat inferior. Second soul skill, would armor defense. Zhao Long's second soul skill was a defensive technique, derived from a century-old soul ring, making it exceedingly difficult for even a great soul master of the same level to breach this wooden armor's defenses. Starfall technique, meteoric 9 strikes. Suddenly, Yu's form multiplied into 9 indistinguishable copies, rendering it impossible for the hundreds of onlookers to discern which was the original. Without a moment's hesitation, a flash of crimson light pierced through, and Zhao Long felt a chill in his chest before darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. He could hardly fathom how, with his level 20 soul power and the defensive prowess of his second soul ring, he could not withstand the dagger in Yu's hand. The dagger's skill, Bone Cutter, could bypass all defensive techniques below the rank of Soul Sovereign. How could Zhao Long, a mere great soul master, hope to withstand Yu's lethal strike? Chapter 17. A youngster defeated. The elder arrives, Captain. The captain is dead. The movements of everyone came to an abrupt halt. Yu's swift execution of Zhao Long had utterly intimidated the remaining members of the group. Ding. Instantaneously eliminating Zhao Long stunned the remaining guards, garnering a shock value of 99 and rewarding Yu with a 1,000-year soul beast essence. To acquire a second essence so effortlessly left Yu regarding the others with a peculiar gaze, akin to viewing a collection of gold coins. If these individuals could offer him similar rewards, his Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial soul would surely advance that day. You worthless lot. A mere child has frightened you to this extent. I shall have my father dispatch you to the borders. Mo Yuan bellowed in exasperation. Altogether, no matter how strong this kid is, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. He cannot possibly defeat us all in a single move. Upon hearing the mention of the borders, a tremor coursed through the group. The borders were fraught with conflict against soul beasts, and among 100 dispatched, only a scant few returned. That was far more daunting than the boy before them. Let us advance together. Yet, as they took a step forward, a formidable pressure enveloped them. Roar. The Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial soul manifested upon Yu, its pure draconic might causing all their martial souls to retract in terror. A top-tier beast martial soul, only a truly extraordinary martial soul could exert such a commanding presence over others. and to encounter such a prodigy in this small town of Nuoding was astonishing. Ding. The Ingtian Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul evoked shock value of 99. With the system declaring the host's conduct of bullying these inferior opponents for rewards as utterly disgraceful, rewarding him with another 1,000-year Soul Beast Essence. Starfall Technique. Meteor Strike. The Meteor Strike was an even more potent maneuver than the meteoric 9 strikes, concentrating all of Qinyu's soul power and physical strength into a singular, simple thrust. Even a renowned soul sovereign with formidable defenses would likely find it insurmountable. All observers witnessed merely a fleeting glimmer, resembling a shooting star streaking across the night sky. In an instant, every guard bore faint traces of crimson upon their throats. One strike, and 29 soul masters lay vanquished. Was this child even human? Ding. Instantaneous kill with the Starfall Technique, averaging a shock value of 99. The system indicated its reluctance to comment further. Reward, 2,000-year Soul Beast Essences. Ding. Detection of 30 unclaimed martial souls. Shall they be devoured? Devour. Qinyu's expression remained unperturbed as the Ingtian Longhuang martial soul opened its maw, drawing forth the martial souls from the bodies of those present with an irresistible force, consuming them whole, coupled with the recently acquired essence from several soul beasts. The growth of the Ingtian Longhuang martial soul surged dramatically. At its juvenile stage, its growth reached an impressive 710. Thus, it could be deduced that the 15 martial souls were equivalent to one essence from a millennium-old soul beast. However, had these individuals possessed stronger soul power, the contribution to the martial soul's growth might have been even greater. Qinyu, you, don't come any closer. The roles of hunter and prey swiftly reversed. With the once dominant Mo Yuan now resembling a cornered dog, writhing on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade Qinyu's gaze. Yet, the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger had returned a portion of Qinyu's stamina, making it impossible for the injured Mo Yuan, who had lost a leg, to escape. I must say, young Master Mo, since you're here, why don't we have a proper conversation? Qinyu stepped on Mo Yuan's hand, feigning a lack of intention. I beg your pardon, young Master Mo, it seems I have sullied your noble hand. I am aware that you detest filthy things the most. Allow me to assist you in remedying this. With a swift twist of the dagger in Qinyu's hand, a significant portion of flesh was severed from Mo Yuan's hand. The anguished cry of Mo Yuan reverberated through the entire street, yet not a single face bore a hint of sympathy. Instead, expressions of exhilaration emerged, revealing that Mo Yuan had indeed committed countless wrongs and lost the favor of the people. You are a devil, a true devil, Mo Yuan lamented internally, overwhelmed with regret. Who could have foreseen that a mere quarrel would escalate into such a bloody affair? If only he could turn back time. He would never have heeded the provocations of Wang Yi's minion. I am a devil, he thought, and having acknowledged this, I shall now treat my enemies in a manner befitting a demon. In Qinyu's eyes lay a frigid coldness. Mo Yuan's previous actions had compelled Qinyu to issue a decree of execution against him. Should he be allowed to return, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. If necessary, he could simply forsake his studies at Nuoding Academy. The world was vast, and there were countless places to venture. Thus, Mo Yuan, your fate is sealed. The bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger reflected a chilling glint as it thrust downward toward Mo Yuan's head. Stop. At that moment, a voice imbued with extreme fury descended from the heavens, carrying with it a terrifying wave of soul power. Within Qinyu's body, the soul power had been utterly depleted after the meteor strike, rendering him incapable of withstanding the sonic assault. Yet, this did not impede the execution of the 7-star ghost steps. With a few swift movements, Qinyu vacated the vicinity of Mo Yuan. The city lord. It is indeed the esteemed city lord, Mo Tianqing, the lord of Nuoding City. Arrogantly parted the crowd of onlookers, flanked by hundreds of armored soldiers. Upon witnessing Mo Yuan's woeful state, compounded by the corpses strewn about, his fury ignited like never before. For many years, Mo Tianqing had never felt such wrath as he did this day. Before the light of day, you dare to harm my child and slay my guards. What regard do you hold for the laws of Nuoding City? Bring forth these two wretches and execute them on the spot. Mo Tianqing immediately laid all blame upon Qinyu and Tang San, showing no interest in ascertaining who had transgressed first. Ah, how commendable the city lord Mo truly is. The scorn on Qinyu's face was unabashed, a testament to the advantages of high status, capable of distorting truth with a mere utterance. Eliminate them. Mo Tianqing's countenance darkened like stormy waters as he gestured, summoning dozens to awaken their martial spirits, a deluge of soul power surging toward Qinyu and Tang San. 7-star ghost steps. Ghostly shadows. Yet, Qinyu and Tang San maneuvered like two slippery eels, deftly evading the onslaught of vibrant soul techniques, appearing to possess ample energy still. Indeed, there was some skill involved. Mo Tianqing had initially believed he could easily subdue these two youngsters, only to find reality delivering a stinging rebuke. A cadre of inept individuals. These guards had languished in the comforts of Nuoding City for far too long. Having seemingly forgotten their combat instincts, they attacked with the simplest of methods, some incapable even of aiming properly, their soul techniques careening wildly and striking the surrounding edifices. This was utterly absurd. Clear the way. Mo Tianqing bellowed, an imposing and fearsome soul power emanating from him. A colossal black scorpion martial spirit brandished its sharp tail and massive pincers. A soul king at level 53. 5 soul rings appeared simultaneously around Mo Tianqing. A standard assortment of white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. So this is the oppressive aura of a Soul King. Indeed, it is terrifying. Qinyu's body momentarily faltered under the immense pressure, rendering his 7-star ghost steps ineffective. The two insignificant beings had met their end. Imo Tianqing slowly raised his right arm, a terrifying force rapidly coalescing within his palm, while opposite him, Qinyu and Tang Xin found themselves unable to move an inch. Was it inevitable that I must reveal the secret of my dual martial souls? When my dual souls manifested, they shattered Tang Hao's imposing aura. The mere pressure of a Soul King pales in comparison to that of Tang Hao. Yet, should Qinyu choose this course of action, he would undoubtedly become a target, inviting even more troublesome challenges. Chapter 18. The useless master finally retreats before a mighty foe. In Qinyu's left palm, a diminutive black hole emerged, from which a unique sword-shaped martial soul, entwined in dark lightning, was on the verge of materializing. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice resonated from behind him. It was the master. Lord Imo, please show mercy. Upon noticing the minter's attire of Nuoding Academy adorning the master, Imo Tianqing's brow furrowed slightly. Yet the soul power he had been gathering gradually dissipated. Though he was the lord of Nuoding City, he was compelled to yield to Nuoding Academy's prestige. For numerous powerful soul masters within the city were alumni of that esteemed institution. Should this collective force unite, it could very well overturn his lordship as residence. This is not Nuoding Academy, and the corpses on the ground are all from my lord's residence. I advise against your unwarranted interference, Imo Tianqing spoke, a blend of explanation and threat in his tone. Lord Imo, I have already witnessed the intricacies of this matter. We are both aware of the world's realities. Perhaps we could each take a step back and resolve this peacefully. The master had been discreetly following Tang San and his companions on their excursions, and he had not anticipated such a conflict to arise today. Even if he wished to intervene, it would be too late, for Qinyu's actions were executed with remarkable swiftness. Are you instructing me on how to act? Imo Tianqing scoffed, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. Father, there is no need to heed him. This man is not a teacher from Nuoding Academy, merely a useless errand boy. Imo Yuan, aware of the master's identity, hastily interjected. This revelation only deepened the stormy expression upon Imo Tianqing's face, as he found it audacious for a mere lackey to engage in conversation with him. Humph. I nearly fell for your ruse. Let the three of you perish together. This time, Imo Tianqing exhibited no mercy, his fourth soul ring ignited with a rich purple radiance. Fourth soul skill, Scorpion's Tail Hook. This soul ring derived from a 1500-year-old three-tailed scorpion, and the accompanying skill executed a rapid extension and retraction, boasting a speed surpassing that of ordinary weapon martial souls, rendering it a formidable close combat attack. Master, be cautious. Tang San, with hands laden with various concealed weapons, had anticipated Imo Tianqing's impending assault. Before he could strike, Tang San's hidden projectiles were unleashed in a flurry. Humph, such trivial child-ass play. And you dare to present it. Imo Tianqing dismissed these projectiles with disdain, yet when several steel spikes penetrated his soul power, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. The bone-piercing nails were Tang San's most potent concealed weapon, capable of breaching an opponent's protective aura. Seizing the moment of Imo Tianqing's distraction, Tang San lunged toward the master. As the menacingly sharp tail hook whistled perilously close to the master's head, missing by mere inches. Bone shaving. Meanwhile, Qinyu appeared like a specter behind Imo Tianqing, wielding the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger, its blade glinting with lethal intent akin to a ferocious beast's fangs. Third soul skill, Scorpion Bone Armor. This was Imo Tianqing's sole defensive soul skill. Though merely a century-old soul ring ability, it was sufficient to withstand assaults from a soul master. Clang. The tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger struck against this unique protective layer, producing a clear, resonant sound of metal clashing. Yet, the bone-shaving feature failed to penetrate this armor. Bang! Imo Tianqing retaliated with a punch to Qinyu's chest, the sheer force causing a distinct sound of bone fracturing within Qinyu's body. Oh, I struck you with a punch. And you remain alive? Although Qinyu was gravely injured, this blow was not sufficient to claim his life. For the physical constitution of a dual soul wielder far surpasses that of an ordinary soul master. Moreover, Imo Tianqing did not exert his full strength in that punch, allowing Qinyu to narrowly escape calamity. Ding! Imo Tianqing was momentarily astonished, earning a shock value of 10 and receiving a Jade Bone Pill as a reward. The Jade Bone Pill, upon consumption, it facilitates the rapid healing of fractured bones. Qinyu silently consumed the elixir in his hand, and a warm current surged from the edges of his fractured chest bones, restoring his grievous injuries in the blink of an eye. Kid, how did you recover so swiftly? Upon witnessing Qinyu spring back to his feet like a carp, Imo Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. It is commonly said that injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days to heal, yet Qinyu, in a mere 3 seconds, was once again lively and sprightly. Is this not a miracle? Ding! The remarkable efficacy of the Yugu Dan astonished Imo Tianqing, earning him a shock value of 99 and a reward of 2 soul crystals from a millennium-old soul master. The Dragon Phoenix martial spirit devoured these crystals, leaving just one more for its ascension. I am eager to see just how many lives you possess, Imo Tianqing thought as he prepared to strike again, only to hear the master's ominous words in his ear. Imo Tianqing, should you dare to make a move, I shall reduce your lord's mansion to rubble overnight. Huh, a mere errand boy dares to threaten me? How utterly ridiculous. Mo Tianqing chuckled, retracting his offensive stance and observing the dust-covered master with keen interest. I am keen to see how you intend to fulfill your earlier proclamation. The master hesitated for a moment before producing a peculiar token that seemed neither jade nor wood. You may doubt me, but do you not recognize this item? Mo Tianqing's previously disdainful gaze shifted to the token, and his complexion turned pale. This is the Elder's token of the Spirit Hall. How did you suddenly? In the astonished eyes of all present, Mo Tianqing knelt before the master. I was unaware of the Elder's arrival. Tianqing is utterly at fault. The token bore the engraving of a black hammer, a 7-layered tower, and a colossal lightning dragon. But above these symbols loomed an angel with 3 pairs of wings, as if its status surpassed all else. On the reverse side of the token were the 3 characters of the Spirit Hall. This was the identity token possessed by individuals of the Elder rank within the Spirit Hall. Yet, how could this master, who was merely a menial worker at the Nuoding Academy, be connected to the Spirit Hall, and even hold a considerable position within it? It seemed the master had a wealth of untold stories behind him, while Mo Tianqing was a lord of the city. His status paled compared to that of a lowly steward of the Spirit Hall. For even the current imperial family of the Tiando Empire treated the Spirit Hall with utmost respect. Such was the immense power represented by the word Spirit Hall. Let today's events conclude here. If you wish to engage in any clandestine scheming, consider the consequences and whether they are within your capacity to bear, the master declared, stowing away the token and gracefully leading Tang San and Qinjun past Mo Tianqing. At this moment, Mo Tianqing made no attempt to obstruct them, even motioning for his subordinates to clear a path. Chapter 19. The humiliation of Xiaowu. Emotions begin to surface. Father, how could you allow those 2 brats to leave? I want to kill them. Upon witnessing Mo Tianqing's decision to let them go, Mo Yuan yelled in outrage, but the rest of the street remained silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. Slap. This time, Mo Tianqing delivered a resounding slap without hesitation, marking the first occasion he struck his beloved son. Silence. Mo Yuan, upon seeing his father's ashen face, realized that the situation had spiraled beyond Mo Tianqing's control. Although Mo Yuan was arrogant and domineering, he was not devoid of intelligence. The significance of the token the master had displayed was undoubtedly extraordinary. Once Jinyun and the others had vanished from sight, Mo Tianqing signaled to his subordinates to manage the aftermath, while he personally escorted Mo Yuan back to the Lord's mansion. Rest assured, my son, I shall seek vengeance for this affront in due time. For now, focus on recovering at home. Leave the rest to me. Never before had Mo Tianqing felt such humiliation. Although he could not touch the master, he was determined to ensure that the 2 young men would not escape unscathed. Bring in the headmaster of the Nuoding Academy, he commanded, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. This time, he intended for Qinyun and Tang San to meet a just demise at the Nuoding Academy, thereby absolving himself of any suspicion. Without evidence, even the master could not hold him accountable. Within the Nuoding Academy, Xiao San, Xiaoyu, Mo Tianqing is vengeful. You must never venture beyond the gates of the academy lightly. In due time, I shall personally escort you to the soul-hunting forest to acquire your first soul ring. Qinyun nodded. With a master by his side, Mo Tianqing would undoubtedly refrain from any tricks. Master, what enchantment does that token possess, that even Mo Tianqing regards it with such trepidation? The master pondered for a considerable time before unveiling his past. It transpired that he had once been closely associated with the Spirit Hall, even ascending to the esteemed position of honorary elder. However, due to certain circumstances, he severed ties with the Spirit Hall and subsequently wandered to Nuoding Academy. Although the master did not elaborate on the events that transpired, Qinyu understood that altering the course of a person's life was certainly no trivial matter. Let us not dwell on that, the master continued. You both should remain at the academy during this period. I shall devise a means to investigate Mo Tianqing's recent activities. As Qinyu and Tang San returned to their dormitory, they unexpectedly collided with Wang Xing, who appeared visibly anxious, as if he were facing some grave predicament. Upon seeing Qinyu and Tang San, Wang Xing seized them as if they were a lifeline, urgently pulling them along as he hurried towards the academy square. I remarked, Wang Xing, what's got you in such a tizzy? Qinyun had just endured a fierce battle and was eager to rest. However, he unexpectedly found himself being dragged around by Wang Xing, as if they were preparing to make 3 laps around the academy. Qinyun, Tang San, where have you 2 been all day? Our dormitory has been besieged, and with you 2 esteemed individuals absent, we can only rely on Sister Xiaowu to hold the fort for a while. What? You're saying Xiaowu is engaged in a scuffle? When did this happen? Upon hearing that Xiaowu had gotten into a confrontation, Tang San immediately grew somewhat anxious, which sparked a flicker of intrigue in Qinyun's eyes. It appears you were not merely a block of wood after all. As they continued to run, Wang Xing recounted the events of the day. It seemed that during lunch, some upperclassmen aristocrats had come to disturb Xiaowu and even attempted to lay hands on her. Naturally, Xiaowu would not allow such behavior. And with a few expertly executed throws, she left those ruffians bruised and battered. Wang Xing and the others thought the matter had settled, but upon returning to the dormitory, they were confronted by a large group at the entrance. The leader among them was named Qin Shuang, the son of the deputy lord of Nuoding City. Yet again, it was someone from the Lord's estate. Qin Yu smacked his lips, having just reprimanded the son of the city lord earlier that day. And now another scion of the deputy city lord had appeared. Was it possible that he was inherently at odds with these privileged offspring of officials? Meanwhile, Tang San was indifferent to the title of deputy city lord. The moment his beloved Xiao Wu lost even a single strand of hair, he would ensure that his adversary paid 100-fold for it. Little San, with the master by our side, do not fear the retribution of the city lord's mansion. After all, one must never allow their beloved to be bullied. Tang San wholeheartedly agreed with the first half of Qin Yu's statement. Yet the latter part caused a flush to rise on his cheeks. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never experienced the thrill of romance. Qin Yu's teasing left him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the square was teeming with students, encircled in layers, and at the heart of the crowd. A chaotic brawl was underway. The combatants from the 7th dormitory possessed relatively weak soul power, and the upperclassmen wielded several soul-guiding devices. From the onset of the skirmish, the 7th dormitory was clearly at a disadvantage. Only Xiao Wu, utilizing the agility of her soft-bone rabbit martial spirit, managed to hold her ground, even managing to incapacitate a few opponents. However, as time passed, her soul power gradually waned, and defeat was merely a matter of time. A bunch of penniless students daring to challenge our young Master Chain. Such ignorance. In the midst of the fray stood a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12. Adorned in luxurious garments that spoke of wealth, he was Qin Shuang, the leader of the aristocratic 1st dormitory. At that moment, Qin Shuang cast a lecherous gaze over Xiao Wu's delicate form, as if he wished to devour her whole. What a beautiful little girl. I must have you, he thought. Xiao Wu felt revulsion at Qin Shuang's stare, her delicate brows knitting in distaste. A momentary lapse in focus resulted in a soul attack striking her shoulder. Humph, she grunted, clearly having sustained some injury. Be careful, you lot. Do not harm my woman. Qin Shuang's words ignited further anger within Xiao Wu, and the bystanders reveled in the chaos, foolishly encouraging the conflict. At that moment, an enraged voice broke through the crowd. Some things should not be said lightly, and some jokes have crossed the line, for they will cost you your life. Despite having spent little time together, Tang San and Xiao Wu shared an inexplicable bond. As if they had known each other for eons, Xiao Wu was Tang San's Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to tread upon it would meet their demise. Oh, look! Here come 3 more eager to meet their end. One of Qin Shuang's companions taunted haughtily, only to be met with the soul of a dusty shoe. Smack! The shoe imprinted itself upon the face of the brash individual, the force so great that the tread was indelibly marked upon his visage. My apologies. The shoe is a bit too large and doesn't quite fit. My sincerest regrets. With 1 foot bare, Qin Yu hopped to the center of the square, his shoe perfectly complementing the one he wore. Kid, are you courting death? Chapter 20, a lesson for you. A matter of moments. Who were they? The offspring of wealthy merchants and political magnates, who had lived a life of luxury and indulgence, surrounded by throngs of admirers since childhood. They had never experienced the humiliation of being struck. Yet today, Qin Yu not only slapped one of them in the face, but did so with the sole of his shoe, an insult of the gravest kind. Qin Shuang's expression darkened progressively. Although Qin Yu's blow did not land on his own visage, he was regarded as the spiritual leader of all noble students. If he remained silent now, he would lose the respect of many henceforth. Just as Qin Shuang opened his mouth to speak, he was met with Tang San's icy gaze. Qin Shuang, if you seek a fight, I, Tang San, shall accompany you to the end. As he spoke, Tang San gently pulled Xiao Wu behind him. Although Tang San's frame appeared somewhat slender, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of security, as if with Tang San by her side. She need not fear the storms of the outside world. However, the intimacy displayed between Tang San and Xiao Wu only amplified Qin Shuang's jealousy in his heart. He had long regarded Xiao Wu as his own coveted possession. A mere work-study student wishes to defy me. The culmination of new grievances and old grudges had driven Qin Shuang to the brink of irrationality. Everyone, attack together. Teach these country bumpkins a proper lesson. Regardless of life or death, Qin Shuang had cast aside any concern for violating school rules. He simply desired to erase the bothersome Qin Yu and Tang San from this world forever. A bunch of trash, unworthy to be my adversaries. With a swift motion, Qin Yu deftly evaded the attack that came from behind, and in the midst of this maneuver, he even managed to put on his shoes. There is no need for me to use my hands against you. Qin Yu raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick directly to the chest of the man behind him, the tremendous force shattering his sternum. If you are a man, stop hiding, Tang San remarked as he escorted Xiao Wu out of the core battlefield. When he raised his gaze once more, Qin Shuang beheld a pair of eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Ghost shadow mysterious steps. In an instant, Tang San vanished from the sight of the crowd, followed by a series of piercing sounds slicing through the air from all directions. The air was filled with anguished cries, as those who lay on the ground were impaled by steel needles approximately an inch in length. However, at the last moment, Tang San showed restraint. Otherwise, these hidden weapons would have struck not merely the limbs but the vital areas of the heart and throat of each individual. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was equally relentless, every kick propelling an opponent into the air, only for them to crash heavily back to the ground, bones broken and sinews torn. In no time, the number of those writhing and moaning on the ground exceeded 30. You all. At this moment, Qin Shuang could no longer maintain her earlier composure. The combat prowess exhibited by Qin Yu and Tang San was utterly astonishing, dealing with these upperclassmen as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Ding! The thunderous techniques astounded Qin Shuang, earning a shock value of 99 and a reward of 1 level increase in soul power. However, since Qin Yu had yet to acquire his first soul ring, this level of soul power could not be directly conferred upon him. It seems that you so-called upper-class genius students are not all that impressive. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you're already faltering? With a hint of boredom, Qin Yu kicked the last remaining opponent off the field, leaving only Qin Shuang standing amidst the silence. Crack, crack. Qin Yu deliberately clenched his 5 fingers, producing a crisp sound of bones grinding against one another. This left Qin Shuang even more terrified, his complexion paling as he stumbled backward repeatedly. Stay away. My father is the deputy lord of Nuoding City. In that moment, Qin Shuang attempted to intimidate Qin Yu with his status, unaware that mere hours prior, Qin Yu had given the arrogant Mo Yuan a severe reprimand. So your father is the deputy lord, is he? How frightening. However, I must confess, I despise being threatened above all else. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu delivered a swift kick that sent Qin Shuang flying several dozen meters away. Qin Shuang's face flushed crimson, struggling to catch her breath for quite some time. How utterly tiresome. Teaching a lesson to such worthless individuals is a matter of mere moments. At that instant, a throng of academy instructors, led by an elderly gentleman, hurriedly arrived at the square. However, upon witnessing the numerous lamenting students sprawled on the ground, their expressions turned decidedly grim. Each of these individuals belonged to noble families, representing the most prestigious aristocratic forces in all of Nuoding City. The gravity of the situation could escalate or diminish, depending on how the principal of Nuoding Academy would address it. The principal has arrived, someone shouted. Qin Shuang, perceiving the arrival of a savior, sprang to her feet, completely shedding her earlier lifeless demeanor. Principal Kuolin, you must impose severe punishment on Qin Yu and Tang San, those 2 work-study students. They are not only prone to violence but also treat the academy's rules with utter disdain. Just look at all these individuals who have suffered at their hands. The frail, white-haired elder was Kuolin, the principal of Nuoding Academy, a soul master of level 47. He had just returned from a meeting with Mo Tianxing when he learned of the large-scale brawl that had erupted within the academy, an occurrence that had not transpired in decades. To be candid, Kuolin felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet, upon discovering that 2 work-study students had bested a group of senior students, his irritation swiftly transformed into astonishment. Ding! Principal Kuolin of Nuoding Academy is astonished, earning 60 points of astonishment value and a reward of 1 level increase in soul power. At this moment, Qin Yu also cast a glance at the elusive dean, whose presence was as rare as a dragon sighting. In Kuei Lan's gaze, Qin Yu seemingly discerned a hint of surprise. It appeared that the dean had been aware of my existence prior to this encounter. Perhaps there were even deeper secrets lurking beneath the surface. Qin Yu harbored a sense of wariness towards Qilan. Yet he remained uncertain whether Qilan posed any genuine threat to him. You all tidy up here and see to the injured students. You 3, come with me, Qilan ordered, leading Qin Yu and Qin Shuang away. Just as Xiao Wu intended to follow, she was restrained by Tang San's meaningful glance. In the director's office, Qin Shuang instinctively distanced herself from Qin Yu, her face betraying palpable fear, evidently influenced by Qin Yu's formidable combat prowess displayed earlier. Qin Yu, Tang San, I have reviewed your profiles. You are newly enrolled students this year, particularly you, Qin Yu. It intrigues me that you chose to relinquish your status as a gold medal student. What could possibly motivate such a decision? Director, do you truly concern yourself with such trivial matters? Furthermore, the choice I make is my own prerogative, Qin Yu replied. Qin Yu's words were laced with a subtle chill, which only deepened Kuolin's dissatisfaction. Qin Yu had spotted a valuable gift bearing the emblem of the Lord's mansion on Kuolin's bookshelf, indicating a significant friendship between Mo Tianxing and Kuolin. The friend of an enemy is undoubtedly an enemy, a simple truth that Qin Yu could not possibly overlook. Then why did you gather to brawl, injuring so many students? Kuolin's tone shifted as he confronted Qin Yu directly. Indeed, the fox's tail was finally revealed. A faint, icy smile graced the corners of Qin Yu's lips, indicating that their esteemed dean had evidently aligned himself with Mo Tianxing. The impending conflict provided Kuolin with a perfect pretext to exact punishment upon them. Why does the dean not inquire as to who struck the first blow? Since you have seemingly predetermined my guilt, what purpose does your questioning serve? With a subtle tone, Qin Yu struck at the psychological vulnerability of Kuolin. Indeed, he had just returned from Mo Tianxing and had acquiesced to one of Mo Tianxing's demands. Chapter 21. Establishing the bet, proceeding to hunt souls. This demand entailed Kuolin expelling 2 students from the academy. Initially, Kuolin was resolute in upholding his principles. However, when Mo Tianxing presented a valuable soul-guiding device, Kuolin began to waver. Yet, he wished to maintain the dignity of his position as the principal in front of others, deliberately stating that he would provide a response to Mo Tianxing in 3 days. At this juncture, Qin Yu and Tang San inadvertently became embroiled in the academy's brawl, presenting Kuolin with a perfect excuse. The academy's instigation of trouble leading to expulsion from Nuoding Academy was an irrefutable rationale. The only dilemma lay in the fact that the incident originated from Qin Shuang and her group. Thus, how to obscure this issue was Kuolin's sole headache. It appears that Qin Yu has discerned the ulterior motives lurking within Kuolin-'s heart as he boldly seated himself in the chair directly before her. "Dear Dean," he remarked. "Now that we have broached this subject, further pretense would serve little purpose. We both understand that Nuoding Academy is increasingly aligning itself with the City Lord's manner, perhaps even contemplating an alliance. You two are reluctant to remain merely a modest dean at Nuoding Academy. You seek to leverage Mo Tianqing to satiate your own ambitions. Am I mistaken? Individuals like Kuolin are not foreign to Qin Yu. In his previous life, he had encountered such characters far too often. To put it bluntly, she is akin to a wanton woman yearning to uphold a facade of virtue. Kuolin could hardly fathom that a mere 6-year-old child could perceive such profound truths, articulating the very thoughts she found most difficult to voice. Ding. With the revelation of such insight, Kuolin was left in a state of shock, her astonishment registering at a staggering 99. As a reward, a soul guide device upgrade stone was granted. Qin Yu immediately clicked to activate the bone-cutting skill of the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger, significantly enhancing its power. Bone-cutting, level 1 enhanced. This skill can disregard any defensive soul techniques below the soul sect level. Transitioning from soul sovereign to soul sect represents a considerable leap in realms. If the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger previously posed a threat only to soul sovereigns, now even soul masters of the soul sect rank fall within the dagger's capacity to penetrate defenses. Therefore, let us speak candidly, esteemed Dean. You wish to leverage our abilities to curry favor with Mo Tianqing, and we too desire to seize control of our own destinies. Given such circumstances, let us engage in a wager. Qin Yu crossed his legs and regarded the figure of Kuolin with utter disdain. Humph. How dare a mere soul master negotiate with someone of my standing in the soul sect? Kuolin-'s expression was icily cold, devoid of the benevolence he once displayed. I may not be worthy of your attention, but do you presume we have no backing? At that moment, the master entered, followed closely by Xiaowu. It turned out that Tang San's intent before his departure was to send Xiaowu to seek the master. If the master could intimidate Mo Tianqing, he could certainly subdue a lowly academy president. Master, what brings you here? Get out. Kuolin clearly remained oblivious to the master's true identity. In his eyes, the master was merely a useless errand runner at the academy. At this, Tang San's gaze turned frigid. The master was the one he revered most, and Kuolin-'s attitude had provoked the usually amiable Tang San. Kuolin, I could overlook all your past misdeeds, but today, if you dare bully my student, I cannot remain indifferent. The master displayed no hint of timidity, a stark contrast to the impression he usually gave. Students? Huh. How utterly ridiculous that a waste dares to take on the role of a teacher. But this is fortuitous. A great waste accompanied by 2 minor wastes can all vacate my academy. Kuolin's scorn was unabashed, yet the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. In the master's hand was the emblem symbolizing his status as an elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing the emblem, Kuolin's immediate thought was to slap himself several times. An elder of the Spirit Hall holds a status comparable to that of a prince in the Tiando Empire, perhaps even superior. Even the current Emperor Shuya would treat him with the utmost courtesy, and yet, Kuolin had just spoken words that could cost him his life 10 times over. Elder, what are you doing here? Kuolin could not fathom why the master, possessing such stature, would choose to toil away at the Nuoding Academy. If he revealed his identity, Kuolin would willingly relinquish his position as president. Kuolin, it seems you've forgotten your elder brother Kuelin's dying wish, to steer clear of any connections with forces such as the City Lord's mansion. Yet all your actions over the years have starkly contradicted your brother's intentions. It turns out the master had a deep friendship with Kuolin's elder brother. When the master was disheartened and merely sought a place to belong, he chose to remain at Nuoding Academy. Of course, not becoming a formal instructor was also the master's own choice, a secret even Kuolin was unaware of. Xiaoyu just proposed a wager. But I wish to amend the terms. If you win, we will leave Nuoding Academy immediately, severing all ties with you. If you lose, you must relinquish the presidency. Your brother established this academy, and it must not crumble under your leadership. As for the method, let us hold a 2-on-2 soul battle. Whichever side triumphs will compel the other to honor the wager. Kuolin had initially intended to curry favor with the master, but the latter's words made it clear that their conflict was irreconcilable. Master, you are forcing me into a corner. Kuolin understood that this gamble left him no room for error. Losing would mean losing everything. Or I could, at this moment, strip you of your position as president in the name of the elder of the Spirit Hall. The master spoke calmly, entirely unconcerned with Kuolin's demeanor. Since the esteemed elder is so confident, I have nothing further to say. Kuolin's eyes brimmed with malice, clearly infuriated. Xiaosan, Xiaoyu, let us depart. The master did not linger, leading the two away, leaving behind the pale-faced Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, return and summon your father and City Lord Mo. Inform them that I have pressing matters to discuss. Based on the earlier exchange between Qin Shuang and Qin Yu, it was evident that the assorted individuals at Nuoding Academy were no match for Qin Yu. If Kuolin hoped to win this wager, he could only rely on Mo Tianqing's strength. Humph. Even if I cannot touch you, can I not defeat your two students? Kuilin slammed his palm onto the back of the chair, reducing the solid wood of the president's seat to a pile of splinters. Meanwhile, the master tidied his belongings and led Tang San and Qin Yu out of Nuoding Academy, their destination the soul-hunting forest beyond Nuoding City. Shaosan Xiaoyu. Do not underestimate this upcoming soul battle. Given Kuilin's character, he will undoubtedly seek Mo Tianqing's assistance. In my estimation, your opponents will be at least great soul masters, if not soul emperors. Rest assured, teacher, we shall not disappoint you. Chapter 22. The Soul-Hunting Forest. The Phantom Wolf King. The Soul-Hunting Forest, while referred to as a forest, is actually a designated area within each city, specifically designed for the breeding of soul beasts. Although this is an artificially created environment, dangers abound within the soul-hunting forest. While most soul beasts here are of the 10-year and 100-year variety, some resilient 1,000-year soul beasts also inhabit the area. The objective of Tang San and Qin Yu on this journey is to hunt 200-year soul beasts. According to the Master's theories on martial souls, the maximum age a soul master can absorb for their first soul ring is 432 years. The closer the age of the soul ring is to this value, the more powerful the associated soul skills become. How the master develops such theories remains a mystery. It seems there is nothing he does not know about martial souls. Before, Qin Yu had intended to absorb the Millennium Battle Tiger Spirit Ring, but it now seemed that had he forced himself to absorb it at that time, he would have likely perished in the attempt. At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest stood two ranks of formidable soldiers, clad in armor. These individuals were not the guards of Nuoding City, but rather elite troops from the Spirit Hall. The master merely displayed an elder's token, and immediately, the soldiers knelt before him, with two of them proactively unlocking the entrance to the soul-hunting forest. The world beyond the gate was a realm of wonders, indistinguishable from a genuine primeval forest. Towering trees, some reaching dozens of meters in height, were abundant, their dense canopies nearly obscuring 80% of the sunlight above, resulting in an unusually cold and damp atmosphere below, mingled with the scent of decaying branches and leaves. Rustling sounds continuously emanated from the tall shrubs surrounding them, leaving one to wonder whether they were caused by spirit beasts or wild animals. The master untied the belt he had wrapped around his waist and handed it to Tang San. Since you became my disciple, I have yet to present you with a gift. This storage-type soul guide device shall serve as your first gift. Within it lies a small vial containing insect repellent powder. Share it with Xiaoyu and scatter it along our path. Master, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Tang San began to refuse, but was interrupted by Qin Yu. Little San, do you not understand? This is the master's heartfelt intention, and it also marks your first task assigned by him. In this primeval forest, even the most inconspicuous snakes, insects, and vermin may carry lethal toxins. The master must focus on seeking suitable spirit beasts and has no time to attend to such trivial matters. Cheney's insight prompted the master to silently nod in agreement. Indeed, Cheney's perceptiveness allowed him to discern so much from this seemingly trivial matter. The trio had traversed for the better part of the day, and according to their pace, they should now be nearing the heart of the soul-hunting forest. This locale was also a stronghold for formidable soul beasts. Little 3. Ignite the beast incense. Instructed Tang San. Advanced soul beasts are exceedingly sensitive to the scent of humans. Only by utilizing incense crafted from various soul beast excrement can we mask our own odors. As Tang San ignited the pitch-black beast incense, he heard Cheney's deliberately lowered voice. Little 3, Master, it seems we may have attracted unwanted attention. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of figures surged from all directions. These were the soul beast phantom wolves. The phantom wolf, a pack-oriented soul beast of the 10th rank, may not possess great strength as individuals, yet they never operate alone. When they strike, it is a coordinated assault by dozens of them, capable of sending even a century-old soul beast fleeing in terror. Moreover, should over 100 phantom wolves manifest, one of them is certain to be a wolf king, which undoubtedly surpasses a century in age. Surrounding them, the sight revealed no fewer than 60 or 70 phantom wolves, with even more emerging from the dense thicket. Did Qin Yu and his companions unwittingly plunge into a den of wolves? A piercing howl resonated from a distance, unmistakably the cry of a netherwolf king. Luo Sanpeio's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated encountering the formidable netherwolf so soon upon entering the soul-hunting forest. Unless they could vanquish the creature and compel it to retreat, these wolves would relentlessly launch their attacks. You two must stay close to me, he warned. For the netherwolf is ferocious, and the sin of blood will drive it into a frenzy. For the first time, Qin Yu beheld the master's martial spirit, which appeared to be 7 parts pig and 3 parts dog. Although Luo Sanpao's strength was not particularly formidable, it possessed a nimbleness that was absent in other martial spirits, resembling more a beloved pet than a weapon of combat. Qin Yu was astounded to discover that the master possessed merely 2 soul rings. Given the master's age, even with a slow cultivation pace, he should have reached at least the level of soul master. Yet, as the master had previously stated, his martial spirit was a variant, one that had mutated in an adverse direction, hindering his soul power from ever surpassing level 30. Tang Sen understood that the master's lifelong struggle stemmed from his martial spirit. The master's fervent research into martial spirits was driven by a desire to find a remedy for the plight of his mutated spirit. However, the realm of martial spirits was not something that could be easily altered by human effort. The master had devoted his life to this pursuit, yet ultimately found himself empty-handed. Luo Sanpao, pave a path for us. With that command, the two soul rings on the master simultaneously descended upon Luo Sanpao. The master then gestured for Qinyu and Tang San to cover their mouths and noses. Qinyu, puzzled by the connection between the soul skill attack and this action, was taken aback when Luo Sanpao turned its back to the spectral wolf and raised its rotund rear end. With a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder, Luo Sanpao unleashed a fart that rivaled the roar of the spectral wolf king, sending forth a tremendous shockwave that instantly toppled dozens of spectral wolves, leaving Qinyu momentarily dumbfounded. What an extraordinary soul skill. Don't just stand there, run. The trio seized the moment to rush toward the gap created in the encirclement of spectral wolves. However, midway through their escape, that familiar wolf howl echoed once more. The spectral wolves, momentarily dazed by the sonic blast, shook their heads and regained their footing, the gap in their formation rapidly closing before their eyes. Fart like a cloud. Hypnotized in slumber, Luo Sanpao. At that moment, the master employed his second soul skill, releasing a thick yellow mist from Luo Sanpao's sensitive area. Although the sight was rather unseemly, the spectral wolves that entered the fog appeared as if intoxicated, promptly collapsing to the ground in disarray. My second soul skill has a narcotic effect, but its duration is limited. Stay close to me. Yet, before the master could take more than a few steps, a shadow measuring 7 or 8 meters in length leaped forth, delivering a powerful blow that sent Luo Sanpao flying. The master, connected to Luo Sanpao, let out a muffled groan, clearly sustaining an injury. The spectral wolf king. The master's gaze sharpened as he beheld the colossal wolf king, which was tenfold the size of a regular spectral wolf, adorned with a distinctive patch of purple fur. This purple mane, spanning a third of the wolf king's length, indicated that it was a spectral wolf king over 350 years old. The master meticulously assessed the coverage of the purple fur. Should it extend to the wolf king's tail, it would no longer be a century-old soul beast, but rather a true millennium soul beast. Xiaoyu, your martial spirit is a beast spirit, and a premium one at that, excelling in offensive capabilities. The soul ring of the spectral wolf king would be a splendid choice for you. The master turned to Qinyu, recognizing that their opportunity for escape had vanished. The only path forward was to slay the wolf king to deter the remaining spectral wolves. Very well, then come obediently to become my first soul ring. Qinyu took a deep breath and charged alone towards the king of the nether wolf. Xiao San master, I kindly ask for your assistance in holding off the other nether wolves. Although the king of the nether wolf possessed formidable strength, Qinyu did not perceive him as invincible. With a series of swift turns, Qinyu astonishingly vanished from the gaze of the nether wolf king. By the time it regained its senses, Qinyu had already materialized above it. The bloodthirsty dagger, adorned with tiger stripes, gleamed ominously. A rich crimson aura enveloped the blade, maximizing its armor-piercing capabilities. Just as Qinyu believed victory was within grasp, the tail of the netherwolf king unexpectedly surged in length, striking like a steel whip and landing a blow on Qinyu. Utilizing the 7-star ghost steps, Qinyu invoked Yaoguang, the first layer of this technique, which allowed him to manipulate the refraction of surrounding light to create a lifelike illusion. The netherwolf king's long tail collided with the illusion, while the true Qinyu emerged beside the creature. Clang! The initial use of Yaoguang startled the netherwolf king, resulting in a shock value of 99, and increasing the proficiency of the 7-star ghost steps by 1,000 points. For every 1,000 points of skill proficiency achieved, the power of the skill is enhanced by 1%. Qinyu sensed that the speed of the 7 stars ghost steps had noticeably increased, albeit slightly. However, if accumulated over the years, the benefits it would bestow upon him are self-evident. Goodness, he had come perilously close to disaster. Just a moment ago, Qinyu truly felt as though death was imminent. Had he not successfully cultivated the first level of the 7 stars ghost steps, he would have surely faced grave consequences today. Little you, the ghostly wolf possesses a copper head, iron tail, and a vulnerable waist. Its weak point lies in the waist. The master and Tang Sen exerted themselves to keep the ordinary ghostly wolves at bay, but it seemed they could not hold out for much longer. I shall not squander your time. There will be no further opportunities for you. Qinyu infused all his spiritual energy into his right arm, amplifying the majestic might of the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul to its utmost limit. The resounding roar of dragons and the melodious cry of phoenixes reverberated, nearly echoing throughout the vast expanse of the soul-hunting forest. Even the ancient soul beasts residing within the forest curled up in fear, trembling and too terrified to move. Opposite Qinyu, the king of the netherwolf could hardly endure the pressure. With a wail, its limbs went limp, collapsing to the ground, as a putrid liquid seeped from beneath its body. Just a moment ago, the once dominant wolf king was so frightened it lost control of its bladder, an event so astonishing that even the master, who witnessed it firsthand, found it hard to believe. No matter how exceptional a martial soul may be, It is inconceivable that a mere aura could immobilize a fierce century-old soul beast without any soul rings attached. Could it be that the martial soul possessed by Chen Yu surpassed even the highest tier of martial souls? The finest martial souls, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian Hammer, represent the pinnacle of martial prowess on the Douluo continent. Yet, the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix clearly harbored greater potential than these illustrious souls. Time was fleeting, merely a second remained. However, the terrifying aura emanating from the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix was not without cost. It drained Chen Yu's spiritual energy, with a total spiritual energy thrice that of an ordinary soul master. He could only sustain this state for a fleeting moment. Starfall technique, meteor strike. A slender beam of light, no wider than a finger, shot forth. The king of the Netherwolf could not utter a sound. Shallow gashes appeared on its head and waist, swiftly spreading like a spider's web across its body. In but a single strike, the king of the Netherwolf was mercilessly torn into countless fragments of varying sizes. Gasping for breath, the consecutive powerful moves had completely exhausted Chen Yu's spiritual energy. Had it not been for the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix amplifying Chen Yu's energy to 3 times that of a soul master of the same rank, he would have been drained to a mere husk after just half a move. Buzz, above the mangled remains of the king of the Netherwolf. A soul ring of a century-old beast, far more vibrant than that of the spike-backed black-striped tiger, floated serenely in the air. This was to be my first soul ring. A flicker of faint joy passed through Chen Yu's eyes as he was about to reach out to absorb the soul ring. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and instinctively he took a half step back. Boom! A massive boulder, weighing several thousand pounds, crashed to the ground mere inches from his nose. The terrifying force causing the ground beneath everyone's feet to tremble slightly. I wondered why these ordinary nether wolves had not dispersed. It turned out there was not just one nether wolf king here. It is common knowledge that a pack of wolves has only one king. But this group of nether wolves was peculiar, possessing both a male and a female wolf king. Furthermore, these 2 kings were bonded as mates. The female wolf king had just perished at Chen Yu's hands, and now appeared the male king, who was even stronger. Its purple fur exceeded 4/5 of its body, indicating that this nether wolf king had reached an age of 700 to 800 years. On the other side, the master felt a jolt upon seeing the sudden appearance of the male wolf king. An 800-year-old nether wolf king possessed strength comparable to a human soul master above the 37th level. Such a formidable soul beast was far beyond the capabilities of a mere second-ring soul master and 2 youngsters who had yet to acquire their soul rings. Smoke billowed forth, hypnotizing the mandrake snake. The mandrake snake could only launch 3 attacks in a short span, and this strike was the master's final resort. However, the male nether wolf king was enveloped in a layer of grayish light, effectively repelling the hypnotic smoke entirely. This was dire. The male nether wolf king had awakened its intelligence, making escape from its grasp all the more challenging. Tang San executed Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, unleashing an array of hidden weapons like a torrential downpour. Yet the ordinary weapons could not pierce the tough hide of the nether wolf king. Roar. But the male nether wolf king was drawn to Tang San's movements, granting Chen Yu a momentary respite. Hiss. Just as Chen Yu sidestepped, the nearby bushes withered rapidly, ultimately turning to ash, and from the heart of those bushes, a vibrant 4-meter-long serpent darted forth with lightning speed, aiming to bite Chen Yu. The mandrake snake, a nearly 400-year-old poisonous soul beast. The master gasped in alarm. The mandrake snake was even more fearsome than the netherwolf king, not only possessing incredible speed but also harboring venom potent enough to slay century-old soul beasts. If Chen Yu were to be bitten, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mandrake snake, the master shouted, as the round mandrake snake collided with Chen Yu, propelling him out of the serpent's attack range, while the mandrake snake's bite struck the mandrake snake instead. With the wolf king ahead and the mandrake snake behind, Chen Yu had yet to regain his strength, and the master had succumbed to poison. Relying solely on Tang San, it was impossible to resolve the current predicament. Was everything truly coming to an end? Chapter 24, The Divine Punishment Sword. A blade that shatters the heavens, Part 1. In a moment of desperation, the soul power surging within Tang San uncontrollably infused into his left palm, manifesting a rough, imposing hammer-shaped martial spirit. This hammer appeared to be only half a meter long, yet weighed a staggering 800 pounds. Imagine a 6-year-old child wielding a colossal hammer weighing 800 pounds. What an extraordinary sight that would be. Moreover, Tang San's strikes were not without strategy, upon closer inspection. Each blow connected flawlessly, forming a complete martial technique. If the master were conscious at that moment, he would surely recognize that the hammer technique in Tang San's hands was none other than the renowned chaotic wind hammer technique from the illustrious Haotian sect. Bang! Tang San spun around, delivering a powerful strike that sent the Nether Wolf King staggering back several meters, while with his other hand, he skillfully hurled the remaining hidden weapons at the mandrake snake. Yet these ordinary weapons merely sparked against the mandrake snake's scales, failing to penetrate its hide even slightly. Such resilient scales. In truth, the mandrake snake's defenses surpassed even those of the Nether Wolf King, a fact Tang San had not anticipated. However, Tang San's actions enraged the 2-century-old soul beasts, causing them to abandon their original prey and fix their cold gazes solely upon him. This is bad. Although Tang San possessed the advanced agility of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, his current soul power could not sustain him for long. He could only fight while retreating towards the entrance. Confronting 2-century-old soul beasts alone was beyond his means. As long as he retreated, his teacher and Qinyu would be safe. At this moment, Tang San resolved to sacrifice himself to procure a sliver of hope for the other two. Little San, why must you bear the mantle of heroism alone? Do not forget, I am still here. Though Cheney had only regained a modicum of spiritual energy, he gradually rose from the ground. Hiss! The mandala serpent spat forth a scarlet venom, its long tail whipping through the air like a fierce whip. Aimed directly at Cheney with a howling gust. 7-star ghost steps. At the last possible moment, Cheney finally moved, his agile form narrowly evading the serpent's tail. Simultaneously, the blood-striped dagger in his hand flashed with brilliance, effortlessly piercing through the gaps between the serpent's scales. A faint purplish blood gushed forth from the wound. Sensing the excruciating pain emanating from its tail, the mandala serpent unleashed its ferocity, baring its foot-long, razor-sharp fangs, lunging to bite the already fatigued Cheney. Yet, this strike passed right through him. It was merely an illusion. Juga Divine Crossbow. The true Cheney appeared behind the mandala serpent, wielding a specially crafted metallic crossbow. This was the Juga Divine Crossbow, forged collaboratively by Tang San and Cheney, yet left unfinished due to the absence of suitable bowstrings. However, Cheney had previously acquired the exquisite Xianbing silkworm silk, an ideal material for crafting bowstrings. Bang! In a mere second, the Juga Divine Crossbow unleashed 16 meticulously forged iron bolts. Their whirling, sharp tips tearing through the mandala serpent's formidable scales, with nearly 2/3 of the shafts embedded within. Roar! Struck by this devastating blow, the serpent's massive body thrashed violently, its foul blood splattering the ground. Ding! Counterattack in desperation, stunning the toxic attribute soul beast, mandala serpent, with a shock value of 99. Rewarding a 1,000-year mandala serpent soul ring. Get away from me. Meanwhile, Tang San faced the Phantom Wolf King, but the situation was dire. He was not on the brink of defeat, and things seemed to be improving gradually. Just then, Cheney felt an unexpected darkness envelop him. As if he had plunged into the depths of night, even though it was the height of noon, typically the time of greatest illumination. Cheney lifted his gaze skyward, his expression evidently fluctuating with intensity. To his astonishment, a colossal python, nearly 100 meters in length, loomed before him. In comparison, the mandala serpent appeared utterly inconsequential. This magnificent creature was known as the unicorn Jiao python, a soul beast that shed its skin every decade, growing an additional meter with each shedding. By this calculation, the unicorn Jiao python was indeed a millennium-old soul beast. Coughing, the master urged everyone to flee, for this was no ordinary 1,000-year soul beast. At that moment, he regained consciousness, yet his complexion had turned a ghastly shade of purple, clearly indicating that the toxic fumes had seeped deep into his bones. Teacher, Tang San, momentarily distracted, was sent flying by a single swipe from the Nether Wolf King. Although Qinyu had severely injured the mandala serpent, his crossbow bolt had failed to find its vital point, nearly hindering the serpent's agility. With the even more fearsome unicorn Jiao python lurking nearby, it seemed that Qinyu and his companions were trapped in a dire predicament. Was there truly no choice left but to resort to their final gambit? Qinyu reached into his bosom, recalling that he had previously obtained a transformation voucher that would grant him a fraction of the Azura God's power, a mere 1 in 10,000. With such might, even a millennium-old soul beast would be effortlessly obliterated. However, applying it here felt somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he decided that preserving his life took precedence. With a determined grit of his teeth, Qinyu was about to activate his God of Death transformation token when he suddenly felt an unusual burning sensation emanating from the palm of his left hand. This is my second spirit. At that moment, tendrils of black lightning began to spread from Qinyu's arm, though these arcs were no thicker than a pinky finger. The ferocious energy they contained was enough to halt the 3 soul beasts in their relentless pursuit. Qinyu appeared to be ensnared in a peculiar state, his fingers hovering in the air as a formidable long sword, entirely black in hue, descended steadily into the palm of his hand. This blade measured 3 feet and 3 inches, its dark surface alive with a multitude of crackling arcs of lightning. Despite Qinyu's lack of motion while grasping the sword of divine punishment, the surrounding ground was relentlessly carved by fierce sword energy, leaving behind unfathomable gashes. The sky within a radius of 10 miles was suddenly shrouded in dense, ominous clouds, as if even the very forces of nature bowed before this singular sword. Subsequently, countless thick bolts of lightning and serpentine dragons writhed and twisted within the heavy cloud cover, the terrifying pressure causing the soul beasts below to scatter in panic. Behold, above the soul-hunting forest, what is this phenomenon? The soldiers stationed outside the forest also witnessed the gathering storm clouds, their formidable aura sending shivers through their very souls. The sword of divine punishment, a blade that can pierce the heavens. Cheney suddenly opened his eyes, perceiving only a fleeting silhouette of a small sword. Yet, the surrounding space trembled violently, and the ground beneath him collapsed instantaneously, forming a gaping chasm hundreds of meters wide and unfathomably deep. You beasts, have you not had your fill of play? Chapter 25, The Divine Punishment Sword, shattering the firmament, Part 2, with a crackle. Countless black lightning bolts descended upon the heart of the soul-hunting forest, sending with splintering and earth flying. Heavens! Could it be that a soul beast over 10,000 years old has emerged from the depths of the forest? The exterior guards turned pale. Having patrolled this area for decades without witnessing such an enigmatic occurrence, summon aid immediately, relay the situation in the soul-hunting forest to Spirit City, informing them that a powerful lightning-type soul beast, possibly over 10,000 years old, may be present. Urgently dispatch formidable reinforcements. Within the forest, Cheney, wielding the Divine Punishment Sword, began to ascend slowly. It is noteworthy that, apart from flying-type soul skills or martial spirits, only soul masters who have attained the soul sage level possess the ability to fly. However, Cheney had yet to even acquire his first soul ring. Yet he was capable of walking upon the air. This spectacle caused the master to question his own theories on martial spirits for the first time. Ding! The second martial spirit manifested, astonishing the master and rewarding him with the revised edition of the 10 Theories of Martial Spirits. This recompiled theory served as an enhancement to the master's foundational research, incorporating knowledge of martial spirits that even he had yet to explore. Yet, Cheney had no mind to peruse such matters at this moment. The Divine Punishment Sword, now raised, pointed skyward. In the next instant, countless black bolts of thunder merged with the martial spirit of the Divine Punishment Sword, invigorating every cell in Cheney's body with astonishing vitality. A black dragon claw tore through the storm clouds, instantly reducing the rocks and flora below to countless fragments, swept away by the wind. Heavens! What is this? A dragon claw. At this moment, not only the soldiers outside the forest, but even the inhabitants of Nuoding City beheld the descending dragon claw. Moreover, it emerged from a dense mass of dark clouds, appearing as though it had rent the very fabric of the sky. Is this to bring destruction upon Nuoding City? The ferocious power contained within the dragon claw caused Mo Tianqing to change countenance. This could only be the manifestation of a soul beast over 50,000 years old. Yet, who could have anticipated that this was merely the second martial spirit of Cheney, the Divine Punishment Sword, conjuring forth a manifestation of the powers of heaven and earth? Slash! With a sudden strike, the long sword in Chen Yu's hand descended fiercely. The colossal claw of the thunder dragon surged forth from the clouds, descending directly upon the three soul beasts below. However, the Divine Punishment Sword wielded by Chen Yu only managed to carve a third of its arc before coming to a halt. Subsequently, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, seemingly suffering from a backlash. In the next moment, the Divine Punishment Sword trembled violently and inexplicably vanished into thin air. Yet, the descending dragon claw showed no signs of abating. Its ferocious force transformed a vast expanse of the soul-hunting forest into scorched earth. Ding! The forcible activation of the unsealed Divine Punishment Sword spirit resulted in severe backlash for the host, necessitating the consumption of 1,000-year soul rings for reactivation. 1,000 soul rings of such age implied that Shinyu would need to slay 1,000-year soul beasts. It remains uncertain whether this endeavor yielded a profit or a loss for Chenyu. In any case, it appears that no significant gain was achieved. Rumbling. This time, the earth trembled violently within a radius of several hundred miles, reminiscent of a considerable earthquake. Yet, who could have imagined that all this commotion stemmed from a single soul warrior? Crack. Within the area covered by the dragon claw, sand and stone melted under the intense heat, transforming into glimmering glass-like formations, striking in appearance, yet shattering upon contact. The three soul beasts were reduced to ashes by the overwhelming power of thunder, and similarly, a multitude of spectral wolves were also affected. At this moment, the most prominent sight was the white 10-year soul rings scattered around. Cough, cough. Shinyu exerted control over his body, barely managing to land on the ground. The forced use of the Divine Punishment Sword had caused visible ruptures in his meridians. Fortunately, he halted just in time. Otherwise, that strike could have cost him his life. However, the damage to his meridians would require at least a month of recuperation to heal completely. With the soul duel competition against Kuolin approaching in just a few days, it seemed that only Tang San would take the stage. Humph. Do you think feigning death can elude my watchful gaze? The dagger in Shun Yu's hand glided through the air, vanishing instantaneously beneath the scorched earth. Suddenly, a half-buried mandrake snake surged forth from the ground, its head impaled by a bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes. Alas, if only I possessed even a fragment of spiritual energy, I could effortlessly vanquish this beast. The soul power of Chenyu had been completely expended, compounded by the backlash from his internal injuries, rendering him unable to evade the dying counterattack of the mandala snake. However, fortuitously, a small black hammer fell precisely at the end of the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger, causing the sharp blade to embed itself deeply into the head of the mandala snake. Chenyu, are you all right? Tang Sen rushed to support the swaying form of Chenyu, never having anticipated that Chenyu possessed such formidable power, and like him, wielded a twin martial soul. Ding. The revelation of the twin martial soul astonished Tang San, with a shock value of 99. He pondered how long Chenyu intended to keep this a secret from him. Reward, Divine Secret Technique, Abyssal Demon Eye. Abyssal Demon Eye, a passive ability that allows one to see through all illusions in the world, disregarding the disparity in soul power between both parties. Active skill, Bietianshin, consumes one's mental energy to ensnare the opponent in an abyssal illusion. The duration and intensity of this skill vary according to the soul power difference between the two. Illusion capabilities, indeed. This time the system has bestowed upon me a remarkable treasure. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat often hinges upon a mere instant. If Jinyu could momentarily distract his opponent at a critical juncture, it could be sufficient to alter the entire course of battle. Xiao-san. Quickly extract the snake gallbladder from the mandala snake. It can cure the poison-afflicting master. In the theoretical framework of the Reforge, Shunyu discovered that the venom of the mandala snake is not insurmountable. Its gallbladder serves as the sole antidote to its poison. The master consumed the gallbladder, and the purple toxic gas enveloping his face swiftly dissipated, which brought a sigh of relief to Tang-san. Little San, this is certainly not a place to linger. The commotion I just caused will undoubtedly attract a multitude of onlookers. First, take the remains of the mandala snake and the master to the other side of the soul-hunting forest. Once the master awakens, he will guide you in absorbing the soul ring. Dust Feather plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. And what about you? I can no longer move. Besides, if I remain here alone, they would not suspect that I orchestrated everything that just transpired. Your departure would render me even safer. Moreover, the mandala serpent's soul ring is exceedingly precious. One cannot dismiss the possibility of envy arising, leading to unforeseen complications. In truth, Dust Feather revealed only a fraction of his reasons. The more significant motive lay in his desire to utilize the divine punishment sword to absorb all the soul rings present. After so many years, decades, even centuries combined, the energy amassed would surely equate to that of 2 or 3 millennia's worth of soul rings. Very well, then. Be cautious in all things. As soon as the teacher awakens, I shall seek you out. It's nothing, go ahead. Shinyu smiled gently and waved his hand. Once Tang-san's figure vanished into the forest, Shinyu summoned the divine punishment, sword martial soul. An overwhelming force of attraction instantaneously consumed the hundreds of soul rings before him. Chapter 26, The First Millennium Soul Ring Ding. The total age of the soul rings devoured by the divine punishment sword martial soul amounted to 4,572 years, equivalent to 4 millennium soul rings. With an unsealing progress of 41,000, Shinyu let out a somewhat heavy sigh, surprised that the accumulation of hundreds of soul rings had failed to reach even 5,000 years. By this reckoning, the goal of 1,000 millennium soul rings still seemed a distant dream. However, there was some good news. After absorbing the beast soul of the unicorn crawler, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit finally met the requirements for advancement. Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit, growth phase secondary awakening. The host's soul power reserve increased 6-fold, and the speed of soul power cultivation also enhanced 6-fold. Moreover, the appearance of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix underwent a notable transformation. 2 small pointed horns sprouted from its formerly bare head, gradually shedding its serpentine form, bearing a resemblance to the recently encountered unicorn crawler. Following the second awakening of the martial spirit, Shinyu's soul power reserves and cultivation speed saw a significant improvement compared to before. If he successfully absorbs the first soul ring, it is likely that Shinyu's strength will experience a qualitative leap in the shortest possible time. The soul ring from the unicorn crawler appears to be an excellent choice. Shinyu's gaze fixated on the solitary purple millennium spirit ring in the arena, and faintly, one could perceive the shadow of the one-horned dragon python howling towards the heavens. Had the master been present, he would undoubtedly have intervened to prevent Shinyu from absorbing this millennium spirit ring. According to his theory, the upper limit for a spirit master to absorb their first spirit ring should be 423 years, yet, the spirit ring before him, belonging to the one-horned dragon python, boasts an astonishing age of 1,300 years. This exceeds the master's perceived limit by a staggering 3-fold. If Shinyu were to absorb the soul ring, he would likely meet an untimely demise. However, he exudes a remarkable confidence, as the revised theory suggests that the limit of the first soul ring for a soul master can be elevated to an astonishing 1,400 years. This, of course, is contingent upon the soul master possessing twin martial souls. Martial souls serve as vessels for soul power. Ordinary soul masters, having only one martial soul, can only absorb soul rings of significantly lesser age compared to those with twin martial souls. Moreover, the twin martial souls that Shinyu possesses are of the highest caliber, indicating that this millennium soul ring should fall within the threshold of what he can endure. Considering the passage of time, those outside should be arriving shortly. I must hasten my efforts. With a graceful posture, Shinyu settled cross-legged before the spirit ring, as the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul entwined itself around the ring instantaneously. A resonant hum echoed as the formidable soul power contained within the millennium spirit ring erupted in its entirety. A tremendous force surged forth, fracturing the ground beneath Shinyu into fissures the size of a fist. Is this the power of a millennium spirit ring? Indeed, it is immensely potent. A stark contrast to the century spirit ring, revealing an extraordinary disparity. Within Shinyu, a surge of soul power flooded his being, causing the previously fractured meridians to throb with a faint ache once more. To be candid, Shinyu ought to have prioritized recuperation before absorbing the soul ring. However, time was not on his side. Absorbing the soul ring while injured posed an immense risk for Shinyu. Roar. Within Shinyu's body, The power of the soul ring manifests as the form of a unicorn python, a result of the residual soul fragments of the unicorn python embedded within the soul ring. This creature, possessing only rudimentary instincts, thrashes about within Qinyu's being, seemingly intent on escaping from him. Humph. It is your privilege to become my first soul ring. Now that we have reached this juncture, I command you to settle down. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Qinyu's mouth, clearly indicating that the impact from the unicorn serpent had inflicted further injury upon him. Twin martial souls, grant me your suppression. Qinyu's twin martial souls differ slightly from Tang San's. Both the celestial dragon phoenix and the divine punishment god-slaying sword harbor a hint of autonomous will, significantly easing Qinyu's endeavor to absorb the soul ring. A majestic dragon phoenix extended its formidable claws, firmly restraining the head of the uniquely horned serpent, while the divine punishment god-slaying sword was driven into the serpent's tail, effectively rendering it powerless, with the remnants of the serpent's soul no longer causing chaos. The tumultuous energies within Qinyu's body began to settle. It was now a moment for harvest. At this juncture, the two martial souls incessantly drew energy from the soul ring, with the celestial dragon phoenix taking precedence and the divine punishment god-slaying sword complementing it. Gradually, a nascent form of a soul ring began to materialize around Qinyu. As time progressed, the shape of this soul ring became increasingly refined, its vibrant yellow hue gradually tinged with a delicate shade of purple. Gather for me. At a certain moment, Qinyu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Two streams of potent energy surged forth, shattering a boulder weighing several hundred pounds into fragments. Simultaneously, Qinyu's soul power soared at an astonishing rate, akin to a rocket, visibly ascending through levels 11, 12, until it finally plateaued at level 15. However, one must not forget that Qinyu had previously received rewards to enhance his soul power. Ultimately, his soul power stabilized at level 17. The ability to absorb the first soul ring and instantaneously elevate 7 levels of soul power is truly remarkable. Furthermore, due to the substantial nourishment from the soul power, the injuries to the meridians within Qinyu's body were entirely healed. With my current level of soul power, coupled with ancient martial techniques, I possess the strength to contend even against soul masters, enabling me to protect myself adequately at last. Just as Qinyu prepared to examine the abilities granted by his first soul ring, the sound of several projectiles slicing through the air approached rapidly. A soul master, accompanied by 9 grand soul masters, was arriving at an astonishing speed. With eyes as deep as an abyss, Qinyu, having cultivated the abyssal demon eye, now possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive the slightest traces of ants scurrying thousands of meters away. To his astonishment, within his line of sight, the 10 individuals he observed were not the guards stationed outside the forest, but rather donned in the attire of the Lord's mansion. Mo Tianqing. It seems you could no longer contain yourself. Indeed, these 10 are the assassins Mo Tianqing dispatched to eliminate the 3 masters. Prior to this, Mo Tianqing was already aware that the masters had ventured into the soul-hunting forest with Qianyu and Tang San to obtain soul rings. Yet, no matter how audacious Mo Tianqing was, he would not dare to assassinate the elders of the Spirit Hall within the confines of the soul-hunting forest. However, the circumstances have now shifted, as the outside world has descended into chaos due to Qinyu's activation of the celestial punishment god-slaying sword, presenting Mo Tianqing with a prime opportunity to exploit the turmoil. Alas, your men have arrived a moment too late. Let them test the mettle of my strength. A faint chill lingered at the corners of Qinyu's mouth. In the soul-hunting forest, it remains uncertain who the true hunter and prey are. What manner of soul beast possesses the capability to obliterate the soul-hunting forest in an instant? The 9 grand soul masters, seasoned warriors who have hunted no less than 70 or 80 soul beasts. Surely a millennia-old soul beast could not wield such terrifying destructive power. It must be a soul beast of at least 10,000 years, and of considerable strength at that. The soul venerable within the team wore a grave expression. Although he verbally attributed the devastation to a possible 10,000-year soul beast, his heart held a different conviction. For he had once been fortunate enough to witness a soul beast of that caliber. And the destructive force he observed then was worlds apart from what lay before him now. Might there truly be a soul beast of 100,000 years? A creature of legend? Yet, across the entirety of the Douluo continent, the number of soul beasts reaching such an age is exceedingly scarce. Even most titled Douluo have never encountered such beings. Thus, it remains merely the conjecture of this soul venerable. But aside from a 100,000-year soul beast, what other force could wreak such havoc upon the soul-hunting forest? This conundrum left all in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, the true instigator of this calamity had already stealthily shifted its position. If it were a 1-against-10 scenario, my chances of victory would be slim. Thus, breaking them apart is the path to triumph. Though Qinyu possesses confidence, it is not blind arrogance. Only a fool would undertake a task that is evidently arduous and thankless. My lord, observe the traces here. It appears that not long ago, someone absorbed a soul ring in this very spot, in the location where Qinyu originally cultivated. The ground exhibits ring-shaped imprints reminiscent of rippling water. These are the energy shocks that manifest following a breakthrough in soul power. Moreover, within the charred soil, one can discern fragmented snake bones and scales. Clearly, someone has slain a soul beast here and absorbed its soul ring. Under such a formidable heavenly tribulation, To brazenly absorb a soul ring indicates that this individual is certainly extraordinary. The traces left behind by this person prompt the question, shall we pursue this lead, my lord? Indeed. According to our intelligence, only our target has entered the soul-hunting forest in the past 3 days, making it highly probable that these traces belong to them. The failure to erase their tracks was not due to Chunyu's negligence, but rather a deliberate choice. Should these individuals follow the traces, they will discover that similar marks extend in all directions, each path entirely distinct. If they wish to continue their pursuit, they will inevitably need to disperse their manpower. To enhance the credibility of this deception, Chunyu has intentionally left behind only 5 clues. Soon, these individuals will be directed towards 5 different sets of footprints. My lord, could it be that more than 3 have entered the soul-hunting forest? No. This is a cunning ruse purposely displayed to mislead us. How sly these individuals are, attempting to obfuscate our efforts in this manner. Yet they have forgotten that we hold the advantage in numbers. Apart from myself, the 9 of you shall form 4 small teams, each following a distinct path in pursuit. Should you encounter the target, eliminate them if possible. Understood. The 10 of us completely dispersed in this location, and all of it was observed by Chunyu from 1,000 meters away. Finally, the bait has been taken. Once this soul master is dealt with, the remaining 9 great soul masters will pose little threat. Chunyu cautiously concealed his presence, gradually moving closer to the soul sovereign. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the more unease stirred within the heart of the city lord as soul sovereign. A long-standing instinct of danger warned him that he might have fallen into a trap. Suddenly, an astonishing flash of cold light erupted from behind him. He had not anticipated that someone had been tailing him, their speed of attack so swift that he could scarcely react. In the next instant, a chilling blood hole, 2 fingers wide, appeared on his shoulder. Yet, when he turned around, he found no trace of a figure, as if the strike had been delivered by a phantom. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed his martial soul, the black-haired evil ape. The 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and yellow, illuminated in succession. His first soul skill, Earth Pulse, allowed him to merge his soul power with the ground within a 100-meter radius, interpreting the vibrations of the earth to ascertain the opponent's precise location. His second skill, Earth Spike, enabled him to condense mud and stones into sharp stone spears, launching an instantaneous attack based on the feedback from his first skill. The synergy of these 2 soul skills transformed the area into a veritable vacuum where no bird could dare to fly. However, Chunyu was evidently unaware of the soul sovereign's capabilities. The moment he set foot into that territory, he was detected, and dozens of stone spears were swiftly launched towards the very spot he occupied. Chunyu realized that his presence had been revealed, so he no longer concealed his actions. Armed with the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger, he swiftly struck several blows, effortlessly cleaving the stone spear in 2 with the sharp blade. So it is you. The soul master remarked, having evidently seen the portraits of Chunyu and his companions beforehand, instantly recognizing Chinyu's identity. I must say, Imo Tianxing is rather impatient. Can he not wait just a few days? Why send so many to assassinate me? Chunyu toyed with the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger in his hand, regarding the figure before him not as a soul master, but rather as a defenseless child. The actions of the city lord are not for someone of your youth to presumptuously judge. This soul master, known as Lone Wolf, served as a personal guard to Imo Tianxing and was a formidable level 34 battle soul master. Behind Lone Wolf, over 100 stone spears coalesced, indicating his intention to resolve the encounter with a single strike. Perfect. It was time to test the first soul skill I had just acquired. A clear sound of dragon's roar and phoenix's cry emanated from within Chunyu, as an intensely vivid yellow soul ring gradually rose from beneath his feet. Curiously, although Chunyu had previously absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, which should have manifested as a pure purple, it had transformed into the yellow hue of a 100-year soul ring. It turned out that this was an auxiliary ability of the heavenly dragon phoenix, allowing it to alter the color of the soul ring according to Chinyu's will, albeit only by 1 tier downwards. This meant that a purple soul ring could only appear as a 100-year yellow soul ring and could never take on the form of a black 10,000-year soul ring. Ding. The emergence of the soul ring astonished the lone wolf, yielding a shock value of 80 and a reward of an additional 10 years to the soul ring's duration. What? The soul ring that had already been absorbed could actually be upgraded again? This revelation filled Chunyu with joy, suggesting that the growth potential of his soul ring was indeed limitless. Meanwhile, the lone wolf was even more astonished, despite Chunyu possessing only a single soul ring. It was of the 100-year caliber, a feat reserved for genius soul masters. Typically, ordinary soul masters could not attain the 100-year level even with their first or second soul rings. The master was an exception, having painstakingly elevated his first 2 soul rings to the 100-year level in pursuit of true strength. Yet he had remained stuck at the 29th level of soul power for decades without a breakthrough. Even if you possess a 100-year soul ring, your soul power is still several levels below mine. Your mere first soul skill cannot possibly withstand my second soul skill. However, the next scene left the lone wolf even more astounded. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Stab. The soul ring of the unicorn serpent transformed into a dragon-shaped phantom, enveloping Chunyu entirely, akin to a streak of flowing light, directly colliding with the sharp stone spear. Yet, under the protection of the dragon-shaped aura, Chinyu not only sustained no harm, but effortlessly shattered all the stone spears. The Dragon Tooth stab concentrated soul power into a single point, amplifying both penetration and explosive force, while rendering him immune to all control effects from third soul skills and below. Furthermore, during the duration of the Dragon Tooth stab, his attack power would double, with Chunyu's innate soul power being 6 times greater than that of his peers. The combined effect brought his attacking strength perilously close to that of the lone wolf. Ding! The initial use of the soul skill astonished the lone wolf, yielding a shock value of 99, with an increase of 50 years to the soul ring's duration. Although the lone wolf was shocked, he did not remain unresponsive. Third soul skill, Evil Eight Fist. Black fur sprouted from the lone wolf's arms, and his hands swelled to several times their normal size, resembling those of a gorilla. At that moment, as the lone wolf unleashed a punch, 2 solidified waves of energy violently collided with Chunyu's advancing form. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the swirling dust, reminiscent of 2 great mountains colliding. The immense force scattered the dust in the air, and then a majestic dragon emerged, crashing into the lone wolf. How could this be possible? The lone wolf could only think this thought. His third soul skill had been unable to overcome Chunyu's first soul skill, indicating something must have gone awry. Yet, how could the lone wolf fathom that despite Chinyu possessing merely a single soul ring, it was a 1,000-year soul ring? Even if the 3 soul rings of the lone wolf were combined, they would likely not amount to even half of Chunyu's singular soul ring. Crack! The lone wolf's body was sent flying, crashing into dozens of towering trees before finally coming to a halt, though his twisted left arm was evidently rendered useless. A dignified soul master had suffered injury at the hands of a mere soul practitioner. This news would likely be met with disbelief. This boy is a monster. For the first time, the lone wolf felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In terms of age, soul power, and audacity, he far surpassed Chinyu. Yet the outcome was a slap in his own face. It seemed that even soul masters were not all they were cracked up to be. Chinyu gently clapped his hands, having yet to unleash his full potential. It was evident that the lone wolf was no longer his match. Don't get too cocky, young one. With your mere soul power of over 10 levels, let us see how long you can endure. The lone wolf had resolved to adopt a strategy of attrition, intending to delay until his companions arrived. The recent clash of soul techniques had created quite a commotion, and his subordinates, undoubtedly alerted by the noise, were hastening towards this location. Chinyu was well aware of the cunning schemes devised by the lone wolf. Once the 9 arrived at this location, even with a millennium's worth of soul rings, Chinyu would undoubtedly find it challenging to extricate himself. The Starfall technique unleashed a dazzling display, manifesting 9 identical Chinyus before the astonished lone wolf. To his utter disbelief, the wolf's primary soul skill failed to discern which of the apparitions was the true Chinyu. In a swift and brutal moment, the lone wolf was struck by 9 blades, each piercing critical points upon his body. The sound of the fatal blows echoed as he fell. A notification chimed, elimination of a soul master of the highest rank rewarded with an elevation in soul power. The lone wolf, until his final breath, could not fathom how he had succumbed to a mere soul master, utterly powerless to resist. As the 9 figures descended, their eyes widened in shock upon witnessing the wolf's lifeless gaze. Leader, he has actually perished, they exclaimed, astonished. This was a master of the soul rank, a figure of considerable prowess even in the upper echelons of Nuoding City, yet today, he had inexplicably fallen within the soul-hunting forest. Search. The perpetrator cannot have fled far. The 9 spread out in a linear formation, meticulously combing the surroundings like a vast net. Remarkably alert, they maintained order amidst the chaos, avoiding any disarray. At this moment, Chinyu lay in wait behind the solitary wolf, utilizing its lifeless form to conceal his own presence. No one could have anticipated that a mere 6-year-old child could exhibit such audacity. The first soul skill, Entangle. Just then, a familiar voice resonated through the forest. It was Tang San. It appeared that the young master had successfully absorbed his first soul ring. The time to act had come. Chinyu kicked aside the corpse of the lone wolf, the bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger glimmering with a faint crimson hue as it sliced across the neck of one of the great soul masters. The razor-sharp blade instantaneously severed all vitality from the unfortunate soul. Warm blood gushed forth from between his fingers. He had not even unleashed his martial soul before his throat was mercilessly slit. An ambush. The actions of Chinyu and Tang San finally alerted the remaining soul masters. But at that moment, Chinyu had already entered a mode of slaughter. His first soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. A dragon-shaped phantom charged forth like a tank, bearing an overwhelming might that was far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. The second soul skill, Freeze. The third soul skill, Phantom Stab. However, these formidable soul masters were not mere lambs awaiting slaughter. They promptly activated their martial souls, unleashing a barrage of soul skills towards Chinyu. Yet, the Dragon Tooth Thrust granted immunity to all control-type soul skills, and with a single charge, these individuals toppled like a row of dominoes. Simultaneously, countless blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, ensnaring these individuals tightly. Blue-silver grass. A hint of disdain flickered in the eyes of the soul masters. What could mere blue-silver grass possibly achieve? Yet, in the next instant, their faces turned an ashen hue. They summoned the soul power within them, only to find themselves unable to sever the blue-silver grass binding them. Moreover, the edges of the blue-silver grass leaves were lined with sharp barbs, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, slicing through the skin of these soul masters and injecting the poison of the mandala snake into their bodies. This was the essence of Qinyu's first soul skill. The blue-silver grass had inherited the resilience and venom of the mandala snake, transforming into a powerful control-type martial soul. With a sound akin to thunder, a plump little dog lifted its rear and released a resounding fart enveloped in yellow smoke. The soul masters inhaled the anesthetic vapors, compounded with the mandala snake's poison coursing through their veins, and one by one, they became dizzy, gradually losing the strength to resist. Qinyu raised the dagger in his hand, intent on eliminating the assassins from the Lord's manor. However, his master intervened. Xiaoyu, do not be hasty in your actions. Since Mo Tianqing wishes to eradicate us, we must repay him in kind. The master's expression was shrouded in a chilling demeanor. Had it not been for Qinyu and Tang San's exceptional acuity compared to their peers, they might have fallen victim to Mo Tianqing's treachery today. Although the master had grown indifferent to life and death, he would not stand idly by while his only disciple was wronged. While capital punishment could be evaded, the consequences of living offenses were inescapable. Qinyu struck the backs of the several great soul masters with consecutive blows, and in the next moment, their martial souls unexpectedly erupted from their bodies uncontrollably. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul has the ability to evolve by devouring the essences of soul beasts and the martial souls of soul masters. Since you have presented yourselves, I cannot refuse. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix opened its massive jaws and devoured the 9 martial souls in one gulp. Ding! The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix's consumption of martial souls resulted in a growth value of 9,100. The master and Tang San beside him exhibited expressions of utter astonishment. Even the master, who had studied martial souls for decades, was witnessing such an extraordinary martial soul capable of absorbing others for its own growth for the first time. Ding! The devouring ability of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix left the master and Tang San in shock, with a shock value of 99. They both expressed their bewilderment at the bizarre scene they had just witnessed. A reward of 10,000-year soul beast essences was granted. After a considerable amount of time, the master finally regained his composure, his expression turning remarkably grave. Xiaoyu, the capability of your martial soul must never be used in public. Especially be wary of the spirit hall, they will regard you as a heretic. At that point, you may find no place within the entire soul master community. Qinyu initially believed that the master would reject him, yet to his surprise, he received the master's earnest teachings. Master, I comprehend your intentions. Chapter 29, Return to Nuoding. Undercurrents in motion in a forest, the tallest tree inevitably attracts the wind. The spirit hall has always been regarded as the sacred ground for all soul masters. And every action and word from the spirit hall carries the weight of decrees that influence the entire realm of soul masters. Should Qinyu's exceptional abilities be deemed as aberrant by the spirit hall, he would undoubtedly face ostracism from the entire community of soul masters, even to the extent of being hunted down. Furthermore, the act of devouring another's martial spirit is a transgression against the heavens, unless one is a sworn enemy. It is prudent to refrain from excessive actions. Indeed, unless they harbor murderous intent towards me, I too shall not resort to such methods against them. Qinyu nodded slightly. He believed in the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. However, if someone were to deliver goods to his doorstep, he would not refuse. Just like this time, Mo Tianqing had sent him 10 individuals, clearly intended for him to earn points. Before departing, Qinyu casually extracted the martial soul of the lone wolf and thoroughly looted the soul coins from his person. In Nuoding City, within the Lord's manor, Mo Tianqing sat across from 2 individuals, Kuolin and Qin Wu, the Vice Lord of Nuoding City. Lord Mo, why did you hastily summon me? Kuolin asked, troubled over the upcoming soul fighting competition in 3 days. Yet, Mo Tianqing appeared unfazed, leaving Kuolin perplexed. Could it be that Mo Tianqing already possessed a strategy to overcome their adversaries? Kuolin, perhaps we need not wait for that ridiculous competition. We might have already resolved that significant trouble, Mo Tianqing said, leisurely lifting a cup of tea and savoring it. What do you mean by that? Kuolin inquired, puzzled. Did Mo Tianqing intend to ally with the master against him? After all, the master was an elder of the martial soul hall, far more esteemed than a mere academy dean. What Mo Tianqing actually implied was that news of the master's demise might very well reach them from the soul-hunting forest this afternoon. Qin Wu had orchestrated the assassination plan involving a soul venerable and 9 grand soul masters. Such a formidable team would easily handle even novice soul masters, let alone 3 elderly individuals. Moreover, given the recent violent disturbances in the soul-hunting forest, it was unlikely anyone would care about the fate of the master and his companions. If their bodies were discovered, no one could trace it back to Mo Tianqing. They would simply be deemed casualties of a soul beast riot. Upon hearing Qin Wu's plan, Kuolin's expression shifted from shock to a knowing smile. Aha! It seems Lord Mo and Vice Lord Qin possess remarkable foresight to conceive such a brilliant scheme. It appears my worries were unfounded. Kuolin, we are all one family now. There should be no division among us. By the way, I require 2/3 of next year's recruitment quota from your academy to cultivate a batch of elite soul masters for the expansion of my lord's manor. With a clap of his hands, Imo Tianxing summoned dozens of individuals, each carrying large boxes that streamed into the room. As the boxes opened, blinding golden light illuminated the entire hall, revealing them filled to the brim with golden soul coins. Regarding the quota, that can be arranged, Kuolin said. His gaze fixated on the glistening soul coins, a look of greed flickering in Imo Tianxing's eyes. Suddenly, a figure burst through the door, panic written all over his face. My lord, urgent news. The unexpected intrusion sparked a flash of irritation in Imo Tianxing's eyes. Have you lost your mind? What else with the commotion? He scolded. Speak. What has you so flustered? Qin Wu asked calmly. The man took a breath, then stammered. The assassination plan in the soul-hunting forest may have failed. What? Imo Tianxing leaped to his feet, incredulous. A soul venerable and 9 grand soul masters could not even eliminate a useless master and 2 mere novices without soul rings? Was this a joke? Lord Imo, did you not just boast about the certainty of this plan? Kuolin's face soured. If the master discovered Imo Tianxing's involvement, it could spell disaster for the lord's manor. Even worse, Kuolin himself might face repercussions. Kuolin, do not panic. Until we ascertain the situation, we must maintain our composure. Imo Tianxing said coldly, fixing his gaze on the intruder. Now, elucidate the matter in detail. The specifics are unclear to me, but I know that those 3 exited the forest under the protection of the guarding forces. However, the lone wolf and his group have yet to reappear. They may have already. Curse it. Imo Tianxing kicked over the table before him. At this point, he understood all too well that the lone wolf and his team had likely perished within the soul-hunting forest. But who had slain this elite assassination squad? Was it the martial soul hall's guards outside the forest, the soul beasts within, or perhaps the master and his companions who had dispatched them? Imo Tianxing's only concern now was whether the identities of the lone wolf and his group had been exposed, and if the master had already informed the martial soul hall. Seal the city gates immediately and dispatch all our informants to key routes. If anyone from the martial soul city is spotted, report it at once. Understood. In an instant, the lord's manor erupted into chaos. Within a mere quarter of an hour, over 1,000 individuals set forth from the manor, heading towards the city's outskirts. Is this what you call a perfect plan, Lord Imo? Kuolin regretted ever believing that Imo Tianxing's ship could sail smoothly. Kuolin, do not fret. Regardless of whether the lone wolf's group has been exposed, even if they have, we can deny any involvement, and the martial soul hall will be powerless against us. Besides, the lone wolf's group has hardly been seen at the lord's manor, and there is no evidence linking them to us. Thus, their demise could indeed be beneficial for us. Moreover, the journey from Martial Soul City to Nuoding City spans tens of thousands of miles. Even a tidal Douluo would take days to arrive, granting us ample time to act. Qin Wu, Imo Tianxing's strategist, remained calm amidst the turmoil. Qin Wu, stop being cryptic and share your strategy plainly. Our only chance lies in this soul-fighting competition, as long as we can. Meanwhile, outside Nuoding City, Xin Yu and his companions ambled along the road, appearing completely unperturbed. Xiaoyu, San, this soul-fighting competition will not be easy. You must be mentally prepared, the master cautioned. Although he had some understanding of Chan Yu and Tang San's abilities, Imo Tianxing would undoubtedly not concede defeat easily. He might even resort to more desperate measures. Rest assured. Master, Imo Tianxing is capable of concocting assassination schemes, revealing just how dark his heart is. San and I have taken precautions. If I am correct, Imo Tianxing and Kuolin are likely plotting another scheme. Participate in the competition without worry. I will handle the remaining issues. Although the master was reluctant to engage with the martial soul hall, this time, to thoroughly eliminate Imo Tianxing and Kuolin, he would need to rely on the hall's might. A storm was brewing, and it seemed that Nuoding City was on the verge of upheaval. With a solemn demeanor, Chen Yu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Chapter 30. The Fool is Myself. In recent days, the atmosphere in Nuoding City has been rather tumultuous. On one hand, it is due to the impending soul-fighting tournament. And on the other, Imo Tianxing has intensified the patrols within the city. It feels as though Nuoding City has entered a state of war. Could a mere soul-fighting tournament wield such significant influence? Have you heard? This tournament, ostensibly an internal conflict within Nuoding Academy, bears the shadow of Lord Imo Tianxing. Are you suggesting that Nuoding Academy and the Lord's Mansion have conspired together to deal with those 3 individuals within the Academy? You must be joking. You are unaware that the Academy's Dean has been residing in the Lord's Mansion daily, and I have heard that Dean Kuei Lan's opponent this time is quite extraordinary. Not only is there rampant gossip within the city, but even Nuoding Academy itself is far from peaceful. Kuei Lan has neglected the Academy's administration, leading to frequent brawls among students, resulting in a clear division into 2 factions. One faction is led by Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang, composed of noble students, while the other consists of various working students. With Chen Yu and Tang San absent, the crowd nominated Xiao Wu as their spokesperson. Xiao Wu, my brother Qin Shuang and I consider it a privilege for you to join us. If you are willing to align with us now, I shall overlook past grievances. Mo Yuan, with bandages wrapped around his legs and arms, once again exuded his previous arrogance. As the saying goes, a good scar is soon forgotten. Yet Mo Yuan seemed to have forgotten the pain of his recent injuries. Humph. Mo Yuan, Qin Shuang, do you think Nuoding Academy is your family estate? This is not the Lord's mansion. It is not your place to dictate our fate. Xiao has always held a disdainful view of these so-called young masters. Especially during this time when Qin Shuang has escalated his bullying of the academy's working students, all while the tutors turn a blind eye. Xiao realizes that Nuoding Academy has undergone a transformation for the worse. Qin Shuang, it appears this girl is rather stubborn. I have shown you respect by considering sparing her, yet she remains ungrateful. Qin Shuang, with a sycophantic smile, diligently massaged Mo Yuan's shoulders. Indeed, brother. You have extended enough courtesy to your junior. It is she who lacks discernment. Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction at Qin Shuang's response. In that case, I shall not hold back. Everyone, attack. At Mo Yuan's command, hundreds of followers surged forward, encircling the mere 100 working students. The inherent disparity in talent and strength between the working students and their noble counterparts, compounded by the numerical advantage, made the outcome of this skirmish glaringly evident from the outset. First spirit skill, waist bow. Xiao's spirit power rivaled that of the noble students, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. With her first spirit skill, she was able to take on 10 opponents simultaneously, yet her solitary strength was insufficient to alter the overall situation. Before long, apart from Xiao Wu and a handful of others, the remaining working students lay on the ground, wailing in defeat. TSK, little girl. I did not expect you to possess such strength. I can offer you another chance to abandon the shadows for the light, if you can dispatch the remaining few. I shall let you go. Though Xiao was panting heavily, her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Pa, I am the leader of 7 dormitory. To expect me to betray my own is a delusion. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Mo Yuan's mouth as he replied, since you are so obstinate, I shall oblige you. With a subtle gesture, dozens charged towards Xiao Wu. No matter how agile she was, facing so many would be overwhelming. Is it not shameful to bully a girl in such numbers? A colossal dragon-shaped illusion suddenly manifested at the center of the battlefield, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, sending the charging assailants flying. First spirit skill, Dragon Tooth Stab. The sound of bodies crashing to the ground echoed like a relentless thud against Mo Yuan's heart. Qin Yu, you are not dead. Yet what terrified Mo Yuan even more was the figure enveloped in spirit energy. The very same Qin Yu who had once shattered his legs and rendered his hands useless. The voice of Qin Yu is the source of Mo Yuan's nightmares each night. Death? A jest. I shall undoubtedly live longer than you. With a deft motion, Dust Feather unleashed a torrent of dragon-shaped phantoms that transformed into numerous piercing arrows of soul power, inflicting severe damage upon dozens once more. Simultaneously, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from beneath the feet of the crowd, ensnaring nearly 100 individuals, including Mo Yuan, in a manner reminiscent of tightly wrapped rice dumplings. The razor-sharp blades of the grass had already lacerated their skin, and the paralyzing effects of mandala snake venom began to seep into the bloodstream of each captive. Thud, thud. These people collapsed one after another, as if intoxicated, while behind them, the cold-faced Tang San advanced step by step toward Mo Yuan. Was it you who constantly threatened Xiao Wu? Mo Yuan opened his mouth, ready to plead for mercy, only to be met with a merciless slap from Tang San. The force of the blow was such that Mo Yuan's body spun several times in place. How could I possibly miss such a gratifying spectacle of humiliation? With a swift motion, Chun Yu delivered a resounding slap to the other cheek of Mo Yuan, lifting him off the ground entirely. At that moment, Mo Yuan was at a loss, tears unshed, his mind resonating with a singular thought, after parading around in arrogance for so long. The true fool was none other than myself. As he lay on the ground, his face swollen like that of a pig, the remaining noble students hastily scattered in all directions. Ding! The impressive display of martial prowess astonished the noble students. With over 500 witnesses and an average shock value of 99, resulting in a doubled reward, a surge in soul power by 2 levels. At this moment, Chun Yu's soul power had reached the remarkable level of 19, standing but a step away from breaking through to the esteemed rank of a level 20 Grandmaster. Just then, a furious shout echoed from beyond the square. You audacious wretch, how dare you commit violence under the bright sun? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Without turning his head, Chun Yu allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips, even placing his foot upon Mo Yuan's head. Indeed, it was I who did this, Mo Tianqing. What could you possibly do about it? Arrogance. Utterly audacious. In comparison to Chun Yu, Mo Yuan's earlier actions seemed utterly feeble. Chun Yu seeks to convey that he is unafraid of Mo Tianqing, and he intends to trample upon his son before his very eyes. This is the hallmark of Chun Yu's modus operandi. Should you take issue with this? Then come and challenge me. How audacious! Mo Tianqing's eyes blazed with fury, and he was about to strike when he was firmly restrained by Qin Wu beside him. Do not act rashly. Be wary of deceit. Yet, in the very next moment, Qin Wu could no longer contain himself. For Qin Yu had dragged the lifeless Qin Shuang beneath his feet, with one foot resting upon Qin Shuang's head. You little wretch. You seek your own demise. Chapter 31. The Demon Leopard, Lu Hong, the Bloodblade, Yuan Rui. Listen, I must say, the combined age of you two old codgers exceeds a century. Yet you remain so impetuous. I caution you, my strength knows no restraint. Should you provoke me, I might inadvertently turn your precious sons' heads into mere fragments, akin to shattered watermelons. As Chen Yu spoke, he exerted a slight pressure with his feet, causing Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang's heads to sink deeper. Despite their desperate struggles, Chen Yu's legs remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ground. Stop. You must hold back your strength. In an instant, Mo Tianqing and Qin Wu, who had previously appeared ready to devour Chen Yu, transformed their expressions to one of utter humility. After all, they had only this lone offspring, and they dared not gamble with their son's life. Ding. Provoking Mo Tianqing and Qin Wu deliberately, this audacious act astonished the onlookers, resulting in a reward of an additional 50 years to the first soul ring's duration. After several accumulations, Chen Yu's first soul ring now approached an astonishing 1,500 years, surpassing the strength of the third soul ring possessed by the majority of soul masters. Indeed, if you had submitted earlier, I could have felt more at ease. Chen Yu withdrew some of his strength, allowing Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang the opportunity to lift their heads and catch their breath. This wretched creature, I shall flay him alive. Mo Tianqing had already condemned Chen Yu to death in his heart. Given the chance, he was determined to take matters into his own hands, slicing away pieces of flesh from Chen Yu's body to assuage his deep-seated resentment. Chen Yu, this is Nocturne Academy. If you still acknowledge yourself as a member, release Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang. At this moment, Kulin also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the scattered noble students lying on the ground, a flicker of anger flashed in Kulin's eyes. The actions of Chen Yu and Tang San undoubtedly placed Dean Kulin in a precarious position. Should this information circulate, it would tarnish the reputation of Nuoding Academy under his stewardship. How ironic, Dean Kulin, that you now recall your responsibilities as the head of Nuoding Academy, yet when we, the work-study students, were subjected to bullying, your voice of justice was conspicuously absent. Chen Yu, with unreserved sarcasm, remarked, causing Kulin's complexion to alternate between pallor and flush, rendering him quite embarrassed. However, you did utter a truth just now. I, Chen Yu, am still a member of Nuoding Academy. You see, I am far more acutely aware of my own identity than you, esteemed Dean. The underlying implication of Chen Yu's words is that you, Kulin, have forgotten the founding principles of Nuoding Academy, aligning yourself with Mo Tianqing. Do not forget that you are the principal of Nuoding Academy, not a mere pawn of Mo Tianqing. Two little dogs, retreat back to where you came from. With a swift kick, Chen Yu sent Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang tumbling to the feet of Mo Tianqing and Qin Wu. I shall slay you. Qin Wu could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, as a colossal yak spirit emerged abruptly from his back, its 4 soul rings emanating an astonishing aura of oppression. This spirit, the Snowy Domain Mad Bull, marked him as a 4-ring battle spirit master. As the Vice City Lord of Nuoding City, Qin Wu indeed possessed considerable strength. Yet, Chen Yu remained unfazed, crossing his arms with an expression of amusement. Ah! How commendable of the Vice City Lord to take matters into his own hands against a mere soul master like myself. It seems that having such a hands-on Vice City Lord is indeed a privilege for you all. Meanwhile, a considerable crowd had gathered outside Nuoding Academy, leaving even Mo Tianqing perplexed as to the sudden influx of spectators. Observing the disdainful expressions on the faces of the onlookers, Qin Wu instinctively retracted his spirit. A Vice City Lord must maintain a certain dignity. Attacking Chen Yu now would undoubtedly tarnish Qin Wu's reputation and face, an affront he could ill afford. The gathering of so many people outside the academy was largely due to the work-study students within. It was common for these students to seek employment outside the academy across various industries. Prior to this, Tang San had instructed the students to spread the word about the soul duel, successfully attracting a multitude of onlookers today. Cunning lad, this complicates my ability to act freely. Tang San's maneuver was designed to restrain Mo Tianqing and Qin Wu. As long as they refrained from intervening, the duel would be stripped of many unpredictable elements. Dean Kuei-lan, let us commence, Mo Tianqing declared, his expression dark as he strode toward the audience. This action elicited a silent sigh of relief from Chen Yu. Had Mo Tianqing disregarded his reputation and attacked, Chen Yu would have been forced to unveil his most guarded techniques merely to survive. Fortunately, Mo Tianqing had some reservations, marking a victory in the gamble between Chen Yu and Tang San. Yet, the ominous glint in Mo Tianqing's eyes served as a silent threat. This soul duel was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. As hundreds of students were carried away, the previously chaotic square regained its spaciousness. Xiao San, Xiao Yu. Be careful. Before descending to the arena, Xiao Wu offered a gesture of encouragement to Chen Yu and Tang San, who returned her smile. Although they remained unaware of the true intentions of Mo Tianqing and Kuei-lan, as long as their opponents did not exceed the rank of Soul Sovereign, victory in this duel was well within their grasp. At that moment, a wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd. Look, aren't those two the right and left arms of City Lord Mo? But why are they dressed in Nuoding Academy attire? As Chen Yu gazed ahead, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, Their adversaries had already positioned themselves in the square. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from these two individuals far surpassed the realm of a grand soul master. Two soul emperors, it appears they hold us in high regard. Chen Yu and Tang Sen exchanged glances, each perceiving the caution reflected in the other's eyes. The disparity in rank between a soul master and a soul sovereign was monumental. From the very outset, the soul duel lacked any semblance of fairness. The spectators outside began to murmur amongst themselves. The ruthless killers, Mo Bao Luhong and Shui Rin Yuan Rui, were notorious for their bloodthirsty nature. This was not merely a soul duel, it was clearly a one-sided massacre. Wasn't this supposed to be an internal competition of the Nuoding Academy? How could these two individuals, having no affiliation with the academy, stand in for Kuei Lan? It was an outright injustice. Yes, an injustice. In no time, voices questioning the fairness of the soul duel rose in a clamor, drowning out Kuei Lan's attempts to speak. Silence. Ultimately, it was Mo Tianqing who broke the tension, his voice infused with soul power, resonating like thunder and swiftly overpowering the protests from the crowd. You may not be aware, but while Luhong and Yuan Rui are indeed commanders of my city lord's mansion, they were graduates of Nuoding Academy prior to this. You may verify this with Dean Kuei Lan. Is it not permissible for former students to represent their academy in battle? Mo Tianqing's words quieted the crowd, as they began to see the logic in his argument. However, at that moment, Chen Yu spoke up calmly. Indeed, whether or not they are graduates of Nuoding Academy is merely a matter to be confirmed by Dean Kuei Lan. There is no need for us to be overly concerned about it. I trust that Dean Kuei Lan upholds professional integrity. Don't you agree, Dean Kuei Lan? Chapter 32, Soul Master vs. Soul Sovereign, Part 1. At first glance, Chen Yu's words appear to be a defense for Kuei, yet upon closer inspection, they reveal a deeper significance. On one hand, Chen Yu highlights the ease with which the identities of the demon leopard Lu Hong and the bloodblade Yuan Rui can be fabricated. On the other hand, he places Kuei in the spotlight of public scrutiny. Should it later be discovered that Lu Hong and Yuan Rui are not graduates of Nuoding Academy, Kuei would find himself utterly disgraced, rendered without a place in Nuoding City. This is only natural, for Kuei would never engage in such sordid deeds. However, he is now compelled to uphold this deception, for as long as Lu Hong and Yuan Rui can vanquish Chen Yu in this competition, all issues will be effortlessly resolved. Conversely, both Kuei and Mo Tianqing could find themselves in a dire predicament. It turns out that the source of the Lord Mayor's distress is none other than these two young scamps. Let me see whether you truly possess the prowess of a three-headed, six-armed being. The demon leopard Lu Hong wears a look of disdain, considering a mere soul master as someone he could easily crush with a single finger. To him, this soul-fighting competition is nothing more than a child's farce. While he cannot claim to possess the extraordinary, it is evident that the two of you are woefully inadequate. Chen Yu retorted without reservation, causing both Lu Hong and Yuan Rui's expressions to shift dramatically. Ah, have the youngsters become so arrogant nowadays? Old Yuan, shall you take the stage, or shall I? Lu Hong scoffed, his fingers curling tightly as an astonishing wave of spiritual energy surged forth. You seem eager. Let these two young ones witness the terror of the demon leopard. Yuan Rui instinctively took a step back, clearly disinclined to intervene. Yet, it was hardly surprising. For how could two mere spirit masters contend with a spirit elder? Ha ha, in just one exchange, I shall dispatch these two brats, Lu Hong boasted, his fists colliding with a force that caused the surrounding air to quiver slightly. From beneath his feet, 3 spirit rings ascended in succession. A pitch-black demon leopard spirit beast leaped forth, its razor-sharp claws etching deep grooves into the ground. One exchange? You certainly overestimate yourself, old man. Chen Yu took a deep breath, flanking Tang San on either side, subtly encircling Lu Hong in a pincer formation. Let us make a wager. If you fail to defeat both of us within a single round, you shall bark like a dog 3 times. At this moment, Chen Yu had yet to unleash his martial soul, intentionally setting a trap for Lu Hong to willingly step into. You certainly possess a great deal of confidence. Very well. If I fail to vanquish both of you within a single round, I shall concede defeat. Indeed, Lu Hong naively took the bait, seemingly unaware that the Soul Master, the Lone Wolf, had fallen at the hands of Chen Yu. Had he been privy to this information, Lu Hong would likely not be as carefree as he is now. You spoke those words yourself. Be sure not to go back on them. With a powerful kick, Chen Yu struck the ground, causing the solid stone tiles to splinter and crack beneath him, while the majestic aura of the Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial soul suddenly enveloped the entire arena. What a terrifying pressure emanating from the martial soul. Not only did Lu Hong and Yuan Rui rise to their feet in astonishment, but even Mo Tianqing and Kuei Lan's group were taken aback, their faces devoid of any trace of disdain, replaced instead by a profound sense of shock. Ding! The Dragon Phoenix manifested, stunning the audience and yielding a shock value of 99, along with a reward, a tenfold amplification voucher for martial soul pressure. Martial soul pressure tenfold amplification voucher. Upon use, the Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial soul pressure will be amplified tenfold for a duration of 10 seconds. Chen Yu would not hesitate to utilize the amplification token. As he drew within 3 meters of Lu Hong, he swiftly activated it. In an instant, Lu Hong felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, causing the soul energy within him to momentarily stagnate. The demonic leopard spirit that he wielded seemed to wither to its utmost limit. Moreover, the soul ring that had just illuminated around Lu Hong dimmed. Yet Qin Yu's soul technique showed no signs of interruption. First soul technique, Dragon Tooth Thrust. The resonant roar of the dragon intertwined with the lament of the demonic leopard. Into the onlookers, Lu Hong appeared as if he were a mere wooden figure, violently propelled away by Qin Yu's soul technique. Subsequently, several strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, firmly ensnaring Lu Hong's limbs. At that moment, Tang San also unleashed his first soul technique. First soul technique, Entanglement. The demonic leopard spirit, being an agile offensive spirit, naturally possessed limited defensive capabilities, allowing the sharp edges of the blue-silver grass to slice through Lu Hong's skin. The venom of the mandala snake swiftly infiltrated his body, and the paralyzing effect rendered Lu Hong somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's lethal strike was imminent. Bone Cutter. The razor-sharp blade of the blood-striped dagger lunged straight toward Lu Hong's heart, but was abruptly intercepted by a blood-red longsword. It was none other than Yuan Rui, who had intervened, wielding his spirit, the bloodthirsty sword. Oh, are you in such a rush? Alas, you shall never comprehend the terrifying adversary you face. Dustfeather seemed to have anticipated Yuan Rui's intervention, showing no sign of surprise on his face. At that moment, Dustfeather subtly trembled before vanishing from Yuan Rui's sight. The seven-star ghost steps, Yo Guang. What Yuan Rui intercepted was merely a clone created by the seven-star ghost steps, while Dustfeather's true self had already reached beneath Lu Hong. Simultaneously, the dragon-shaped illusion formed by the dragon tooth thrust had raised its sharp dragon horn, aiming directly at Lu Hong's vital point. The dragon tooth thrust not only granted Dustfeather formidable breakthrough capabilities, but the dragon horn represented the most potent offensive technique of this skill. This is bad. Yuan Rui's third soul ring, also a Millennium Soul Ring, suddenly illuminated, and a striking beam of light, nearly 10 feet long, erupted from the bloodthirsty sword. The third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Sword Slash. Everyone knew how the outcome would unfold when the third soul skill clashed with the first. However, Yuan Rui's strike not only failed to easily cleave through Dustfeather's soul skill, but was gradually overwhelmed by the ascending dragon illusion. This is impossible. Ding. The dragon tooth thrust triumphed over the bloodthirsty sword slash, achieving a shock value of 99 in the soul skill competition, while the soul ring's age increased by 100 years. With this surge, the power of the dragon tooth thrust escalated dramatically, and Yuan Rui found himself unable to suppress Dustfeather's thrusting force. The reason was simple. Although Yuan Rui's third soul ring was also a Millennium Soul Ring, it derived from a sword-stabbing beast that had just surpassed 1,000 years, which paled in comparison to Dustfeather's unicorn serpent soul ring, differing by a full 600 years. Do not underestimate this 600 years. It represented a 60% increase in the age value of Yuan Rui's soul ring. In terms of soul skill potency, it was also approximately 60% superior. Despite the existing gap in soul power levels between Yuan Rui and Dustfeather, the disparity in soul ring strength compensated for part of that difference. Under these combined conditions, Dustfeather was able to withstand Yuan Rui's third soul skill without falling behind. Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang San did not merely observe from the sidelines. He produced a special metallic crossbow. Dozens of cold rays shot forth from the mechanism, enveloping both Yuan Rui and Lu Hong within the attack range of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. In this critical moment, Lu Hong reached into his bosom, retrieving a scarlet pill, and without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. Instantly, a dense crimson mist erupted from Lu Hong, while his soul power surged as if bolstered by a potent tonic, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. The third soul skill, 100 Leopard Instant Kill. Chapter 33, Soul Master vs. Soul Sovereign, Part 2, The Magic Leopard Martial Spirit. Previously suppressed by the Azure Dragon Phoenix martial spirit, began to reveal distinctive dark red patterns across its ebony form, resembling a complete transformation of its fur. Moreover, the magic leopard martial spirit seemed to disregard the intimidation imposed by the Dragon Phoenix martial spirit, its eyes gleaming with an astonishing madness. Nearly 100 identical magic leopards surged in all directions, severing the blue-silver grass that had tightly ensnared Lu Hong's limbs. Soul Transforming Pill. Kuei Lan was aware that Mo Tianqing possessed the recipe for this nefarious pill. The soul transforming pill could exponentially amplify the user's martial spirit strength within a short duration, but its side effects were equally pronounced. This pill relied on overextending the soul master's potential. Once its effects waned, the user's soul power would plummet by a significant tier. For instance, regardless of victory or defeat in this battle, Lu Hong's soul power would regress to that of a Grand Soul Master. This was Lu Hong's ultimate gambit. Despite having possessed the soul transforming pill for nearly a decade, he had never resorted to such a life-threatening remedy. Yet today, faced with two mere youngsters of a dozen levels, Lu Hong found himself compelled to consume the soul transforming pill. Although Lu Hong's soul power had reached a level comparable to a Soul King, he could not feel any joy. Shame, a profound sense of disgrace weighed heavily upon him. Who could have imagined that Dustfeather's first soul skill would surpass even the third soul skill of a soul sovereign, a notion that seemed utterly preposterous? Ding ding. The arrows fired from the Zhuge Divine crossbow were simultaneously shattered, as if no force could approach within 10 meters of Lu Hong. The soul-transforming pill. Yuan Rui, having known Lu Hong for decades, was taken aback that Lu Hong would resort to such measures to confront the current predicament, given Lu Hong's age. The prospect of him regaining his sole sovereign status seemed nearly impossible, meaning he would henceforth be rendered a half-wit. Infuriating, Yuan Rui fiercely swung his bloodthirsty, sword-martial spirit. In a fit of rage, managing to once more suppress Dustfeather's dragon-tooth thrust. Little San, it is time. With a deft tug of his fingers, Dustfeather ensnared a semi-transparent thread that had somehow wrapped itself around Lu Hong's arm, the other end firmly held in Tang San's grasp. The thread, crafted from Xianbing's silkworm silk, not only served as the bowstring for the Zhuge divine crossbow but was also incredibly sharp, with a mere exertion of strength. The delicate Xianbing silkworm silk effortlessly severed Lu Hong's arms. The ground was soon drenched in glaring crimson blood. This shocking turn of events transpired so swiftly that even Lu Hong himself felt no inkling of what had occurred before his limbs vanished without a trace. What sorcery is this? In just a single exchange, the tide of battle had dramatically shifted, as the once emboldened Lu Hong was rendered incapacitated by Dustfeather's singular maneuver. It is worth noting that Lu Hong had yet to unleash his full potential since consuming the transformation soul pill, only to be left a mere shadow of himself, leaving Mo Tianqing utterly bewildered. Ding. One strike to incapacitate a soul sovereign, with an average shock value of 99, rewarded with a 10,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring. As Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, he realized that with his current strength, he was not a match for a 10,000-year soul beast. However, if his soul power were to reach level 20, could he not absorb this 10,000-year soul ring during his second soul ring acquisition? The mere thought of a 10,000-year second soul ring was exhilarating. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. Lu Hong, as Yuan Rui diverted his attention, Chen Yu charged and sent him flying several dozen meters away. The question of when Lu Hong had been ambushed perplexed not only Mo Tianqing, but also all the spectators present. It turned out that the mysterious ice silkworm thread was hidden within Tang San's first soul skill. From the very beginning, Tang San had known that his first soul skill could not possibly restrain a soul master for long. Thus, the entanglement of the blue silver grass was merely a ruse. The true lethal move was the seemingly inconspicuous ice silkworm thread. Having lost both arms and a significant amount of blood, Lu Hong's vision blurred, and he fell backwards. A dignified soul master, outwitted by two 6-year-old children, was not merely a matter of negligence. More importantly, Chen Yu and Tang San had meticulously planned every step before the match. This level of cunning even caused Qin Wu to gasp in astonishment. Now, an unprecedented notion began to take shape in Qin Wu's mind. Perhaps Chen Yu and the others had anticipated their participation in this soul battle as part of a larger scheme. If that were true, then all my previous strategies might also. At this moment, Qin Wu's thoughts raced, and he instinctively distanced himself slightly from Mo Tianqing. It appeared he needed to prepare an escape route. On the arena, Chen Yu cast a casual glance at Lu Hong and Yuan Rui, having been praised so highly before. It was now evident that seeing was not as impactful as hearing. A single phrase from Chen Yu, light as a feather, nearly caused Yuan Rui to spew forth a mouthful of old blood. The soul masters who perished at their hands number no less than 250, if not 300. To label them as burdened with blood debts would be an understatement. Yet, these two madmen, due to their initial underestimation of the situation, have emerged from this encounter with one severely injured and the other lightly wounded. From this moment forth, within the confines of Nuoding City, Mo Bao Lu Hong and Bloodblade Yuan Rui have become nothing short of a grand joke. Even Mo Tianqing could no longer afford to place his trust in them. Let them perish together. Yuan Rui harbored no intention of conceding defeat. He swiftly retrieved a soul transformation pill and swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. Having learned from Lu Hong's missteps, a sharp radiance emanated from him, accompanied by a formidable aura that surged forth, even at a distance of several hundred meters. The onlookers found their garments sliced open by the encroaching sword energy. Bloodblade Yuan Rui had truly lost his sanity. Everyone, quickly retreat. In an instant, the crowd hastily withdrew, while Chen Yu and Tang San, caught at the epicenter of the assault, could do naught but evade under the oppressive force of the terrifying sword energy. Perish! Perish! Yuan Rui had become utterly deranged. The rich blood light upon his bloodthirsty sword continuously devoured the remnants of Lu Hong's blood upon the ground. The more blood absorbed, the greater the might of the bloodthirsty sword's martial soul. This peculiar ability to enhance one's martial soul by consuming blood truly rendered this fellow's weapon soul enigmatic. CHNY furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that even with the 7 stars ghost step technique, he could not entirely evade the dense sword energy surrounding him. Moreover, more sword energy was converging towards him and TNSN. If this continued, they would undoubtedly be torn apart. Amidst the intense atmosphere, one individual stood out as incongruous, MTNXing. Initially devoid of hope, he now clapped in delight at Yuan Ru's reckless attacks, seemingly pleased that all his subordinates were merely pawns ready for sacrifice, except for himself. This behavior further incited a sense of quiet repulsion within QNW. MTNXing, it is not that I wish to betray you, but rather, you are unworthy of such loyalty. Chapter 34, A fish dies and the net breaks. More importantly, QNW had just received a piece of intelligence. The message was simple, containing only one sentence. The Soul Sage of the Spirit Hall had arrived in Nuoding City. The speed at which the powerful figures of the Spirit Hall reached Nuoding City astonished even QNW. It seemed that the master was not a mere pretender. He must have notified the Spirit Hall long before this. Otherwise, a Soul Sage would require at least 10 days to travel from the Spirit City to Nuoding City. This soul battle was not merely the last chance for MTNXing and QNW, but rather a harbinger of their impending doom. Being a shrewd individual, QNW could not afford to remain on MTNXing's sinking ship. For someone like him, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. If necessary, he would sacrifice even his own son. Compared to MTNXing, QNW exhibited the potential of a true tyrant. Once those two youngsters are overwhelmed by Yuan Ru, I shall make my move, effectively switching sides. QNW surveyed the situation, which had nearly fully tilted in Yuan Ru's favor, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The second soul skill, rivers flow into the sea. Thousands of minute sword shadows, barely an inch long, shot forth from Yuan Ru, making him resemble a humanoid porcupine. These countless sword shadows converged into a special river of blades, the overwhelming momentum pressing upon the onlookers, leaving them breathless. Was this the true power of Yuan Ru, the Bloodblade? Indeed terrifying. The crowd began to worry for CHNY and TNGSN, who stood beneath the blood-red river of swords. Should these countless sword shadows descend, even a soul master of the soul sect would hesitate to intervene, let alone two fledgling soul masters with merely their first soul rings. In the face of absolute strength, their so-called tactics would only serve to invite ridicule. Today, they would learn what it means to be cut to pieces. With a flick of his bloodthirsty sword, Yuan Ru stirred the Crimson River into a violent surge, the sword energy spreading forth, leaving deep gashes in the ground. Yet, CHNY and TNGSN did not retreat an inch. Instead, they took a step forward in unison. The first soul skill, Dragon 2 Thrust. The first soul skill, Bind. A dragon silhouette, enveloped in numerous blue-silver grass tendrils, resembled a creature adorned in a unique armor of blue-silver grass. This was a special application of TNGSN's first soul skill, discovered through his own experimentation. The Bind could serve both as a powerful control technique to restrain opponents and as a resilient shield to protect allies. The shift between offense and defense was at TNGSN's command. Could this be a martial spirit combination technique? The master in the crowd was taken aback. He had merely mentioned the concept of martial spirit combination techniques to TNGSN and his companions, yet they had grasped this ability in such a short time. This was not merely a matter of talent, but rather a testament to their mutual understanding. Though the terms martial spirit combination technique and martial spirit fusion technique differ by just one word, the former's power is but a third of the latter. The martial spirit combination technique involves the combination of two or more soul skills, while the martial spirit fusion technique merges two martial spirits into one. This represents a fundamental distinction. The dragon silhouette, entirely encased in blue-silver grass, was the product of a martial spirit combination technique. However, the relaxed expression on the master's face was fleeting, soon replaced by a deep concern. Even if CHNY and his allies successfully executed the martial spirit combination technique, their opponent was formidable. After consuming a soul transformation pill, Yuan Ru's strength could rival that of a true soul king. Whether a martial spirit combination technique formed from merely two first soul rings could withstand Yuan Ru's onslaught remained uncertain. Crack. The collision of two utterly different energies resulted in a devastating shockwave that nearly obliterated the entire plaza, enveloping CHNY and his companions in a cloud of dust. The continuous sound of shattering rocks echoed, followed by the somewhat disheveled figures of CHNY and TNGSN emerging from the haze. Both bore injuries, with CHNY's arm dripping with crimson blood. Had they won? MTNXing's eyes lit up with astonished joy at this sight, only for that joy to freeze on his face. Although Yuan Ru had repelled CHNY and TNGSN, a gaping wound, the size of a bowl, marred his chest, a grotesque sight. Cough. Cough. Yuan Ru coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Having consumed the soul transformation pill, he had been defeated by two young ones, and in a head-on confrontation, they had shattered his second soul skill. Had CHNY and TNGSN concealed their true strength? Yet only CHNY knew that the recent clash had indeed been a loss for him and TNGSN. If not for the last moment when the heavenly punishment sword martial spirit within him quivered, dispersing the soul power condensed within Yuan Ru's bloodthirsty sword, the injuries they sustained would have been far more severe. Ding. Wounding Yuan Ru earned a reward, an increase of 50 years to the first soul ring's lifespan. With Yuan Ru's defeat, what had once seemed an inevitable outcome in this soul battle now ended with two young ones emerging victorious. The tides of fortune had turned. MTNXing and QLN had evidently encountered a formidable opponent. A mere soul master had triumphed over two soul venerates. Today, I have witnessed what true genius looks like. Among the crowd, jeers and scorn echoed incessantly, reaching MTNXing and QLN, whose faces twisted with rage. Yuan Ru, what are you waiting for? MTNXing bellowed, prompting Yuan-Ru to retrieve another soul transformation pill. It turned out that the commanders under MTNXing had concealed 2 soul transformation pills among their ranks. Consuming one had already granted Yuan-Ru power comparable to a Soul King. If he were to consume another, his strength would escalate to a terrifying level. However, taking 2 soul transformation pills consecutively would push Yuan-Ru's life to its limits, depleting all his vitality. It could be said that even if CHNY refrained from intervening, Yuan-Ru would not survive beyond half a minute. Half a minute was ample time for someone on the brink of death to accomplish many things. Kid, prepare to accompany me to the grave. Yuan-Ru, undeterred by the blood still seeping from his wounds, unleashed a flurry of formidable techniques that momentarily forced Qinyu and Tang San into a desperate situation. This final, desperate counterattack from Yuan-Ru was indeed ferocious in its intensity. Do you wish to bring us both down in a mutual demise? Alas, you have forgotten that a frenzied bear cannot catch a nimble little fox. You might as well spend another century honing your skills to merely graze the hem of my garment. 7-star Ghost Steps. Chapter 35, The Path of the Fallen and the Few. Qinyu and Tang San glided like 2 slippery loaches, while Yuan-Ru's straightforward assaults failed to touch either of them, only causing his own body to collapse at an ever-accelerating pace. What a fool. Mo Tianqing discerned Qinyu's intention to exhaust Yuan-Ru to death, yet Yuan-Ru remained blissfully unaware. The longer this dragged on, the weaker Yuan-Ru's vitality became. It would not be long before he succumbed to the depletion of his life force. Those 2 wretched individuals, must I be forced to intervene personally? Should Mo Tianqing take matters into his own hands, he would lose the support of the vast majority, which was the sole concern weighing on his mind. However, if Qinyu and his companions triumphed in this soul duel, Mo Tianqing's future would be equally bleak. Although few were privy to the assassination incident in the soul hunting forest, there exists no wall that does not leak. If this matter were to be exposed, Mo Tianqing's favorable days would come to an end. These 2 young men, along with that master, must perish today, with his arms crossed behind his back. Mo Tianqing signaled Qinyu, who understood and discreetly turned to leave. A direct attack is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is much harder to defend against. I refuse to believe you can escape the concealed daggers. Mo Tianqing had long since embedded dozens of assassins within the crowd, a final precaution to address the present predicament. Yet, Qinyu and Tang San remained oblivious to all of this. 3rd soul skill, Bloodthirsty Sword Slash. In the final moment, Yuan-Ru's flesh suddenly withered, his long hair falling away, rendering him a mere human skeleton. The last sword strike he unleashed was of tremendous power, cleaving the entire plaza in 2 with a blood-red sword aura extending 10 zhang. Qinyu and Tang San, though able to evade the brunt of that attack, could not entirely escape the scattered sword energy. In an instant, nearly 100 varying wounds appeared upon their bodies, and soon after, both collapsed heavily to the ground. Qinyu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, evidently suffering significant internal turmoil. I refuse to accept this. The last sword strike from Yuan-Ru caused his body to dissipate like sand in the wind, his final words imbued with profound reluctance. Now is the moment. As all eyes were fixated on the fallen Yuan-Ru, Mo Tianqing suddenly pointed towards the heavens, channeling his soul power into a unique pattern. This emblem resembled a menacing scorpion, identical to Mo Tianqing's martial spirit. The signal conveyed an urgent message to act immediately and eliminate the target. However, the hidden assassins within the crowd remained motionless, causing Mo Tianqing's complexion to pale in an instant. What is happening? Has Qinyu forgotten to dispatch the assassins? Meanwhile, in a deserted alley, dozens of corpses lay scattered, the very assassins dispatched by Qinyu, all of whom had been dealt with by his own hand. Mo Tianqing, if you seek death, do not drag me into it. Mo Tianqing's abrupt actions naturally attracted considerable attention, especially from the master, who promptly emerged from the crowd to shield Qinyu and Tang San behind him. What are you intending, Mo Tianqing? The master inquired coldly, showing no hint of timidity despite Mo Tianqing's prowess and status. Humph. Since matters have escalated to this point, there is nothing left to conceal. If you all wish for my demise, let us all perish together. Realizing at that moment that the assassins had failed to act as planned, Mo Tianqing understood that he had lost all control. He stood at the precipice, trapped between choices. Martial Spirit Manifestation. The venomous-tailed giant scorpion martial spirit immediately enveloped Mo Tianqing, transforming his body in the blink of an eye. His arms morphed into massive pincers, and his height surged nearly double, while a 3-meter-long black scorpion tail sprouted from his back, dripping with highly corrosive venom. Soon, a monstrous creature, half man, half scorpion, appeared before everyone, representing Mo Tianqing's most formidable attack form. 3rd soul skill, Venomous Scorpion Tail. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Tianqing unleashed his soul skill, extending the already 3-meter-long scorpion tail severfold. Its speed akin to lightning, creating countless afterimages in the eyes of the onlookers. Abyssal Demon Eye, Violet Extreme Demon Eye. Yet, in the eyes of Qinyu and Tang San, the trajectory of Mo Tianqing's tail attacks was easily discernible, coupled with the ingenious footwork of the 7-star Ghost Steps. Mo Tianqing's scorpion tail attacks could not touch Qinyu in the slightest. Mo Tianqing pondered, are you two akin to grasshoppers, so agile and sprightly? Despite having just emerged from two fierce battles, Qinyu and Tang Sen exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Was this the combat prowess typical of mere soul masters? Clang. The sustained combat effectiveness astonished Mo Tianxing, earning him a binding talisman. The talisman, upon use, immobilizes the opponent for 3 seconds, during which they cannot employ any soul skills. And this effect disregards any disparity in soul power. Mo Tianxing, it appears the dogs you raised lack adequate ability. I have yet to exert my full strength, and they are already doomed. As Qinyu deftly evaded the tempestuous onslaught of Mo Tianxing, he continued to hurl scornful taunts. The dog has been defeated, and its master has come to the fray. Mo Tianxing, it seems your desire to see us perish runs deep. Yet, despite your fervor, you shall not lay a finger on me today. If you doubt my words, let us wager on it. The incessant chatter of Chun Yu filled Mo Tianxing with a profound sense of aversion. With a fervent declaration, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, the Scorpion's venomous mist. Mo Tianxing exhaled a dense cloud of black poison, which, upon mere contact with the fragmented stones on the ground, instantaneously reduced the once solid rocks to mere powder. Without any forewarning, such a potent toxin, as Chun Yu and Tang Sen felt a simultaneous tightening in their hearts. They recognized that Mo Tianxing's scorpion venom ranked among the top 100 of the myriad poisons within the Tang sect. It was this very 5th soul skill that had enabled Mo Tianxing to vanquish numerous challengers and secure his position as the city lord. Yet, even Mo Tianxing could not have anticipated that one day he would resort to his most formidable soul skill against 2 mere youngsters with soul power barely reaching the teens. Mo Tianxing, it seems you have been utterly frightened, to the extent that you dare not accept even the challenge posed by a humble soul master such as myself. A challenge? Huh, what a farce. Today, my intention is not to conquer you, but to eliminate you. Such trivial challenges hold no significance for me. Bumps began to swell on Mo Tianxing's back, as if something were poised to emerge from within. Chapter 36. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. 4th soul skill, Demon Scorpion 8 stabs. 8 sharp, pointed limbs suddenly protruded from these swellings, resembling the telsons of a scorpion. These 8 limbs moved with the agility of Mo Tianxing's own arms, forcing Qinyu and Tang San to retreat continually. Unable even to evade the relentless assault of these 10 appendages through the 7-star ghost steps. 1st soul skill, bind. Several strands of blue silver grass suddenly ensnared Mo Tianxing's arms and tail, however, enhanced by the mandala snake spirit ring. The blue silver grass proved incapable of restraining Mo Tianxing for even half a second. Humph! An ant shaking a tree. With a mere flick of his arm, Mo Tianxing effortlessly broke free from the grasp of the blue silver grass. At that moment, Qinyu discovered that the ground beneath his feet had transformed into a swamp, ensnaring his legs and rendering him unable to escape. Moreover, a mysterious force within the swamp relentlessly tugged at his body, pulling him deeper. This was Mo Tianxing's 2nd soul skill, Black Abyss Marsh. Once ensnared, even a soul master of equal rank would find it nearly impossible to extricate themselves, making it a uniquely restrictive soul skill. You may perish. Mo Tianxing sneered coldly, channeling power through his legs as his massive form leaped into the air. His enormous pincers and sharp limbs becoming the deadliest of weapons, aimed directly at Qinyu and Tang San. Simultaneously, a noxious fog began to envelop them, threatening to ensnare their bodies. It seemed as though Qinyu and his companion had nowhere left to retreat. Is that so? Yet, I do not share your sentiment. Upon the delicate visage of Qinyu, there was not a trace of panic. Instead, a profound smile graced her lips. This smile, falling under the gaze of Mo Tianxing, evoked a sense of unease within him. How could a mere soul master instill such unsettling apprehension in a formidable soul king? It seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, the reality unfolded as Qinyu conjured a peculiar radiance from her palm, rendering Mo Tianxing's body uncontrollable, leading him to collapse onto the ground, perhaps due to an imbalance. With his head facing downward and feet upward, much of his form was buried beneath the earth. The immobilization talisman, transcending the disparity of soul power, suspended time for 3 seconds. Once more, Mo Tianxing had fallen prey to deception. At this moment, the 1st soul ring on Qinyu suddenly illuminated, accompanied by an astonishing dragon's roar. Qinyu, alongside Tang San, instantaneously broke free from the constraints of the Black Abyss Marsh. With the Dragon 2 thrust, he disregarded all control-type soul techniques. Even the formidable pull of the Black Abyss Marsh could no longer restrain Qinyu's movements. The tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger, a weapon that cleaves bone. With swift footsteps, Qinyu propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, reaching the pinnacle of speed with the 7-star ghost step. In that instant, a resplendent streak of light, akin to a meteor's tail, flashed before the eyes of the onlookers, followed by the severing of Mo Tianxing's tendons in both hands and feet. It was not that Qinyu refrained from targeting Mo Tianxing's vital points. Rather, the layers of thick scales protecting his heart, throat, and even his eyes rendered them impervious, leaving only the joints as his vulnerable spots. For brilliant sprays of crimson erupted, and Mo Tianxing's limbs fell lifelessly to the ground. At this juncture, the control time of the immobilizing talisman was drawing to its final second. Shedding silkworm silk, 10 semi-transparent threads coiled around Tang San's fingers. And under the infusion of soul power, the previously delicate silks transformed into remarkably rigid strands. With a slight exertion, Tang San effortlessly pierced Mo Tianqing's body with the fine, Xianbing silkworm silk. Perhaps due to his incapacitated limbs, Mo Tianqing was unable to evade Tang San's assault this time. The 10 strands penetrated through his chest and emerged from his back. A chilling scream escaped Mo Tianqing's lips, and in a mere 3 seconds, his limbs were rendered useless. And his vital points were breached. Had it not been for the anomalous positioning of his heart, which differed from that of the majority, Tang San's Xianbing silkworm silk would have undoubtedly pierced through it. Our esteemed city lord, what words remain for you now? The dagger in Qin Yu's hand hovered before Mo Tianqing. With a mere forward thrust of his arm, Mo Tianqing's head would be effortlessly pierced. Ha, ha, ha. How foolish of me, Mo Tianqing, a man of great intellect, to be brought low by a mere boy like you. Truly laughable. Mo Tianqing reclined on the ground. A bitter smile etched upon his face. In the end, the victor claims all. I, Mo Tianqing, have no words left to say. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Yet, beneath him, a barely audible sound emerged. However, judging by Qin Yu's expression, he seemed utterly oblivious to it. Dean Kuolin, where on earth have your thoughts wandered? Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Yu caught sight of Kuolin stealthily slipping away into the crowd, prompting him to speak with a hint of indifference. Kuolin trembled violently from the moment he witnessed Mo Tianqing's defeat. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He understood that from this instant forth, he was no longer the esteemed head of the Nuoding Academy, and his future days would be shrouded in unending despair. The Spirit Hall, the Grandmaster, even Qin Yu and Tang San would not easily let him escape. Qin Yu, do you truly intend to eradicate me completely? Kuolin, a formidable soul master in his own right, pondered. Despite Qin Yu's strength, after enduring multiple fierce battles, he could only retain a fraction of his soul power. Should Kuolin bet his life, at least one of Qin Yu or Tang San would inevitably perish. Eradicate completely? Did you ever consider sparing us when you and Mo Tianqing conspired against us? On her face, Qin Yu displayed neither sorrow nor joy. It was merely the faint glimmer of the bloodthirsty dagger in her hand, marked with tiger stripes. Ding! It struck fear into the soul sex Kuei Lan, severely wounding the soul king Mo Tianqing, with an average shock value of 99, effortlessly elevating the 9 transformations of the mysterious heavens to its perfected state. 9 transformations of the mysterious heavens, perfected. The speed of soul power cultivation is enhanced by 20-fold, activating the chaotic spirit body. Chaotic spirit body, initial stage, allows for the seamless transition between various attributes of soul power, automatically negating 10% of the opponent's soul skill potency while augmenting one's own soul skill potency by 10%. Qin Yu did not anticipate that upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9-turn Xiantian skill, he would experience a transformative effect akin to a rebirth. It must be said that this chaotic spiritual body has undoubtedly elevated Qin Yu's strength significantly. Director Kuolin, might you now fulfill the wager we made? Kuolin's expression darkened, clearly sensing that Qin Yu intended to corner him into a dire situation. Indeed, Kuolin, we have all heard that the loser must depart from Nuoding Academy. Are you contemplating breaking your word? Yes. Kuolin, you certainly do not wish to disgrace yourself today. The mocking voices from the crowd were incessant, causing Kuolin's complexion to fluctuate between pale and ashen, embodying the very essence of the saying, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Indeed, with mere soul master strength, the ability to effortlessly defeat Mo Tianqing was remarkable. Despite Mo Tianqing's poor performance, he was undeniably a genuine 5-ring soul king. If this young man could be recruited into the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a titled Douluo elder in the future. Amidst the crowd, a frail old man observed the unfolding events at Nuoding Academy, and within a 10-meter radius around him, not a soul dared to approach. Chapter 37, The Hidden Viper. Qin Wu very well. A bet is a bet. I, Kuolin, concede today. Kuolin understood the prevailing circumstances. Qin Yu had boldly disseminated news of the wager in preparation for this battle. At this moment, everything had solidified into an inevitable conclusion, and all was at an end. Before departing, Kuolin shot Qin Yu a menacing glare, his eyes brimming with threats. Just as everyone believed the soul battle had reached its conclusion, the seemingly lifeless Mo Tianqing, lying on the ground like a defeated dog, suddenly sprang into action. At this moment, Mo Tianqing bore no resemblance to someone who had suffered severe injuries. He appeared as if reborn from the ashes. Qin Yu perish. Mo Tianqing's massive pincers, resembling colossal blades, lunged towards Qin Yu, capable of cleaving even an iron ingot with ease. However, at that moment, Mo Tianqing abruptly felt the soul power within him vanish without a trace, as if his body were a punctured balloon, incapable of retaining even a semblance of soul energy. Qin Yu took a slight step back, revealing the figure of Tang San behind him. At this moment, Tang San had already grasped 2 Zhuge divine crossbows in his hands. With a resounding thud, 34 piercing beams of cold light tore through the armor, encasing Mo Tianqing, deeply embedding themselves within his body. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes in Qin Yu's hand sliced through several streams of light, severing the lethal limbs at the root behind Mo Tianqing. With a splatter, torrents of foul blood erupted from Mo Tianqing's mouth as he pondered in confusion why Qinyu and Tang San had reacted with such swiftness, executing the most effective counterattack simultaneously. Even among soul masters of the Soul King level, few could achieve such keen responsiveness. In truth, it was not that Qinyu and Tang San were particularly quick. Rather, Mo Tianqing had deluded himself into thinking that all his actions were concealed from Qinyu's vigilant gaze. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the abyssal demon eye, every subtle movement of Mo Tianqing was laid bare before Qinyu. Mo Tianqing, your first soul skill bears a resemblance to the ability of the golden cicada shedding its shell. Does it not? The subtle tone of Chun Yu caused Mo Tianqing's pupils to constrict. The capabilities of his first soul skill were shrouded in mystery. Even Mo Yuan remained unaware of how Chun Yu had obtained such knowledge. It was the master's theories on martial souls that inspired me. Mo Tianqing, your martial soul belongs to a class of shell-bearing soul beasts. Thus it is plausible that there exists a certain probability of a soul skill akin to the golden cicada's shedding, allowing for rebirth through molting. Your previous silence was likely a strategy to accumulate strength. Dust Feather slowly crouched down, speaking in hushed tones. I feigned ignorance, deliberately provoking you into action. For you are indeed the Lord of Nuoding City. To strike you down in such a public arena necessitates a fitting justification. Your ambush upon me is merely the flaw I intentionally presented. Mo Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he fathom that such a seemingly innocuous child harbored such profound cunning? This entire scenario was a trap meticulously set by Dust Feather. Moreover, as I surmised, having been reborn through the power of soul techniques, your physical defenses must have significantly diminished, rendering you even weaker than an ordinary person. At this juncture, my hidden weapon could unleash its full lethal potential. Thus, it became evident why the Zhuge Divine crossbow effortlessly pierced Mo Tianqing's body. This was the underlying reason. Now that matters have reached this point, allow me to add one final remark. Mo Tianqing, your ability to judge others is woefully lacking. Have you not yet realized that you have long been afflicted by a potent poison? From the outset, Dust Feather had discerned that Mo Tianqing's body had accumulated a considerable amount of toxins, a consequence of years of gradual buildup. This poison remains undetectable under ordinary circumstances. Yet prolonged use of soul power would cause these latent toxins to incessantly erode his spirit and physique. This resulted in Mo Tianqing's meridians being significantly shorter than those of an average person, which is why, after merely employing a few soul techniques, he felt breathless and his soul power dissipating. This was the consequence of his poisoning. The sole individual capable of surreptitiously administering this poison to Mo Tianqing was none other than Qin Wu. Qin Wu, you traitor! Mo Tianqing was engulfed by fury. He had never anticipated that his trusted confidant would turn against him with such treachery, and a single mouthful of reverse blood shattered his heart's pulse. Mo Tianqing, I had no desire to take your life, but your relentless aggression has indeed crossed my threshold. You have brought this upon yourself. Now, may you embark on your final journey in peace. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Yu's sharp dagger sliced through Mo Tianqing's throat. This formidable figure, who had dominated Nuoding City for many years, fell today at the hands of an inconspicuous young lad. Meanwhile, Qin Wu, hidden nearby, let out a sigh of relief. With Mo Tianqing's demise, the power of Nuoding City would now rest in his hands. The poison of disintegration had indeed aided Chun Yu considerably. Now, it was time for me to take the stage. Qin Wu swiftly emerged onto the square, but his gaze towards Chun Yu and Tang San bore no hint of malice. Rather, it resembled that of a benevolent elder looking upon his juniors, radiating warmth and kindness. I would like to express my gratitude to the two young heroes for ridding Nuoding City of the scourge that was Mo Tianqing. What many may not know is that Mo Tianqing was indeed a man steeped in malevolence, with countless blood debts to his name. It appears that Chun Yu had long anticipated that all of this originated from the hand of Qin Wu. From the moment Qin Wu mysteriously vanished to the poisoning of Mo Tianqing, everything is intricately linked to Qin Wu. If Mo Tianqing is likened to a ferocious wolf, then Qin Wu is akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. In this soul-fighting tournament, the one who reaps the greatest rewards is not Qin Yu, but rather Qin Wu. On one hand, he has seamlessly ascended to the position of the Lord of Nuoding City. On the other, with cool and abdicating, Qin Wu can temporarily assume control of the Nuoding Soul Master Academy under his esteemed title. It can be said that Qin Wu has transformed into the most powerful figure in Nuoding City. Thus, congratulations are in order for Lord Qin. This time, Qin Yu has indeed become a tool in the hands of others. Although he feels exceedingly displeased at being manipulated, he cannot afford to confront Qin Wu openly at this moment. Firstly, after numerous fierce battles with Tang San, Qin Yu is left severely weakened and unable to engage in further conflict. Secondly, everything Qin Wu has undertaken reveals no discernible flaws. Initiating a confrontation without justification would be unwise. Thirdly, Qin Wu has not caused Qin Yu any significant grievances, and whatever Qin Wu's intentions may be, they do not concern Qin Yu, especially since he does not intend to remain in Nuoding City for many years. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yu graciously offered his congratulations to Qin Wu before turning to depart. This gesture sufficiently conveys Chen Yu's stance. Chen Yun's indifferent demeanor, though it sent a chill through Qin Wu's eyes, did not alter the expression on his face in the slightest. One day, I shall make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Following this battle, the names of Chen Yun and Tang Sen echoed throughout the entire Nuoding city, as everyone became aware of the two young prodigies from Nuoding Academy, who had achieved the remarkable feat of consecutively defeating Soul Respect and Soul King within a single day. Chapter 38. Old Jack raises the alarm. Chen Yun's fury for a full week, Nuoding City was engulfed in chaos, with various factions poised for action. Particularly those vying for the position of City Lord, there was no shortage of contenders. During this time, Qin Wu had suffered defeat at the hands of dozens, yet the throngs congregating at the City Lord's mansion showed no signs of dwindling. Meanwhile, Chen Yun was indifferent to who would ultimately claim the title of City Lord. After a week of recuperation, he finally regained his vitality. Xiao Yu, are you alright? Master and Tang Sen had been vigilantly stationed at Chen Yun's door, anxious that something might befall him. I feel quite well. Chen Yu moved his somewhat stiff body. In fact, he had fully recovered in just one day. During the remaining 6 days, Chen Yu meticulously organized the abilities he had acquired. Cheney, aged 6, possesses a soul power of level 19. He is endowed with dual martial souls. The martial soul, Celestial Dragon Phoenix, in its developmental stage, has undergone a second awakening, significantly enhancing the host's soul power reserves and cultivation speed by 6-fold. His first soul ring, aged 1,678 years, grants him the soul skill, Dragon Tooth Stab. His martial soul, the Divine Punishment God-Slaying Sword, has exhausted its power and is temporarily sealed for the second time, with a release progress of 41,000, and has yet to be augmented with any soul rings. His cultivation skills include the Xiantian Treasure Talisman, Divine Grade, which increases the quantity of God-Slaying Grade hidden weapons, expands the compendium of Divine Grade spiritual herbs, and enhances the methods for concocting the extermination of immortals' poison. The 9 Transformations Xiantian Art, perfected version, is an enhanced iteration of the Xiantian Art, having awakened the chaotic spirit body, resulting in a 20-fold increase in soul power cultivation speed. The Starfall technique, an ancient martial art, has enabled him to master the Meteor 9 strikes, Meteor Strike, and 7-star Ghost Steps, with proficiency exceeding 1,000, enhancing power by 1%. The Abyssal Demon Eye is a divine grade ocular technique. Its passive ability allows the user to pierce through all illusions in the world, disregarding the disparity in soul power between the parties. The active skill, Divine Disruption, consumes the user's mental energy to ensnare the opponent in an abyssal illusion, with its duration and potency varying according to the soul power difference. The soul guide device is the tiger-striped Bloodthirsty Dagger. The Bone Cutter, enhanced to level 1, can shatter all defensive soul skills below the soul sect. This skill can be upgraded. Bloodthirst. With each instance of damage inflicted by the tiger-striped Bloodthirsty Dagger, the user recovers 1% of their vitality. This skill cannot be upgraded. The Martial Soul Theory presents a recompiled version of the 10 core competitive theories of martial souls, encompassing theoretical knowledge regarding divine-grade martial souls and soul rings. In merely a few months, Cheney's strength has multiplied several times compared to when he arrived at the Nuoding Academy, rendering him virtually invincible below the Soul Sovereign level. His soul power is 6 times that of a typical soul master of the same rank, making him comparable to even those at levels 26 or 27. Coupled with numerous formidable skills, ordinary soul sovereigns can hardly contend with Cheney. Master, I have heard that Nuoding Academy wishes to appoint you as its dean. After the soul fighting tournament, Master, who was previously an inconspicuous errand worker at the academy, suddenly became the focus of attention among all faculty and students. In recent days, numerous individuals have approached him, urging him to accept the position of dean. However, to everyone's astonishment, Master graciously declined. Neither power nor wealth appeals to me. I prefer a life of freedom over such superficial accolades, he remarked calmly, having grown indifferent to worldly matters after years of wandering. Indeed, how could the modest dean of Nuoding Academy possibly be worthy of the title of teacher? In Tang San's eyes, Master is the person he admires most. The ability to independently develop the 10 core competitive theories of martial souls demonstrates a level of dedication that is rare among individuals. If Master so desired, given his status in the Martial Soul Hall, his name would have undoubtedly echoed throughout the entire Douluo continent, but his aspirations lie elsewhere. Enough. You two need not extol my virtues, Master chuckled softly. At that moment, Wang Sheng hurriedly approached, appearing somewhat anxious. Brother San. You should check at the academy gate. There is an old gentleman who claims to be Old Jack, specifically requesting to see you. Grandpa Village Chief. A flicker of joy crossed the faces of Chun Yu and Tang San as they exchanged a brief word with the master before dashing towards the entrance of the academy. At the gates of Nuoding Academy stood Old Jack, clad in ordinary homespun garments, his attire speckled with mud, as if he had traveled a considerable distance. His expression, however, bore no hint of relief. Rather, it was marked by an evident concern. In just a few minutes, old Jack had paced back and forth several times at the entrance, occasionally glancing anxiously inside the academy. Grandfather Village Chief. The simultaneous call from Tang San and Chun Yu caused old Jack to lift his head abruptly. After months apart, it seemed that Tang San and Chun Yu had grown taller and stronger. Seeing that they were faring well, a long-awaited smile finally graced old Jack's face. Little Yu, little San, knowing that you are well puts my heart at ease. Despite his efforts to conceal his feelings, Chun Yu discerned a trace of worry beneath old Jack's facade. Grandfather Village Chief, are you hiding something from us? Has something happened in the village? The fact that old Jack had traveled from Holy Soul Village to Nuoding City suggested something of grave importance had occurred, likely related to the two of them. No. Everything in the village is progressing smoothly. There are no troubles at all. I came merely to see how you both were doing, and nothing more, old Jack quickly denied, which only deepened Chun Yu's suspicions. Moreover, there is one more thing. For the next year, you must not return to Holy Soul Village. That old fellow from Earthfire Village. This has made it clear that he intends to make you pay a price. Therefore, do not venture out of Nuoding City until you have become powerful soul masters. Old Jack's warning made Chun Yu furrow his brow slightly. Earthfire Village had audacity. Was the lesson learned by Wang Yi not sufficient? No. There must be more severe issues at play. The only ones who knew their origins and bore enmity towards them were a select few. If it was T. Wang Yi, then only one person remained. Quailan. Ever since that day he left Nuoding Academy, he had seemingly vanished from the world. Everyone assumed he had departed Nuoding City. Yet, it now appeared that Quailan had likely returned to Holy Soul Village. Grandfather Village Chief, is it possible that Quailan is currently in Holy Soul Village? Chun Yu's words caused a significant shift in old Jack's gaze, which further solidified Chun Yu's conviction. Quailan, you are paving your own path to destruction. Dustfeather's 5 fingers gradually tightened into a fist, for the Holy Soul Village held a significance for him akin to that of a cherished hometown. Kuei Lan's actions undoubtedly touched upon Dustfeather's sensitive spot. Grandpa Village Chief, is my father well? Tang San asked anxiously. Tang Hao had a notoriously bad temper, and should a conflict arise with Kuei Lan, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that his father, Tang Hao, could obliterate a multitude of soul sect ants with merely a sneeze. Chapter 39. The Old Thief Kuei Lan, come to claim your life. Little San, do not fret. Allow Grandpa Village Chief to explain. Your father has actually long departed from the Holy Soul Village. Old Jack hesitated for a moment before stammering out the words. My father has left the village? Tang San trembled violently. Since he could remember, Tang Hao had never set foot beyond the confines of the Holy Soul Village. Where on earth could he have gone? Furthermore, in Tang San's recollection, Tang Hao exhibited no trace of soul power and had never revealed his martial soul to Tang San. He was merely an ordinary man. Among the three present, only Dustfeather was aware of Tang Hao's true identity. During their conversation on the cliff's edge, Dustfeather and Tang Hao had shared many words, and Tang Hao had hinted that once Tang San left the Holy Soul Village, he too would depart from the small mountain hamlet. Yet, as to where Tang Hao had gone, he had not disclosed, and Dustfeather remained in the dark. Little San, you must trust Uncle Tang. Whatever he does, he has his own plans. Although I am uncertain why he chose to keep this from you, I can assure you that his intentions are to protect you. Moreover, the Uncle Tang in reality differs somewhat from your impressions, at the very least. He possesses the capability for self-preservation. Chun Yu spoke with unwavering certainty, which provided Tang San with a modicum of reassurance. After spending time in Chun Yu's company, Tang San knew that Chun Yu never uttered anything without conviction. Village Chief, since this predicament has arisen from our actions, let us resolve it ourselves. Old Jack was about to decline when Master and Xiao Wu emerged simultaneously from the academy. Greetings, I am Xiao San's mentor. What Xiao Yu stated is accurate. Quillen's ire has been unjustly directed at Shahan Village due to us. Ethically and logically, we cannot stand idly by. And I suspect Kalan intentionally let you go to relay this message to Xiao San and the others. His intent is straightforward, to lure Xiao San and the others outside of Nuoding City, so he can strike. Master had already prepared his belongings, tossing them to Chun Yu and Tang San, indicating that he had anticipated old Jack's intentions. This esteemed soul master, Xiao San and Xiao Yu represent the greatest hope of Shanghan Village. Even if the entire village were to suffer, we must protect these two sparks of hope. Old Jack declared resolutely. Neither Chun Yu nor Tang San could sustain even the slightest injury. This was a vow he had made before the entire village. Village Chief, you may not yet be aware, but Xiao Yu and Xiao San achieved renown in their battle in Nuoding City. Even the former lord of Nuoding City, Mo Tianqing, was slain by their combined efforts. What? Xiao Yu and Xiao San killed the lord of Nuoding City. Old Jack felt as though he were dreaming, astonished that two children, merely 6 or 7 years old, could topple a formidable figure like Mo Tianqing. Was this not a jest? Mo Tianqing was one of the few soul kings in Nuoding City. Village Chief, let us speak as we walk. After a lengthy explanation, old Jack reluctantly accepted the truth. Xiao Yu, Xiao San, you have indeed delivered a significant shock to this old man. Outside Shahan village, they were completely surrounded by the people of Douluo village. Lying on a stretcher, Wang Yi's eyes burned with intense resentment. It was Qinyu who had once incapacitated him, severing his potential to become a powerful soul master. Beside Wang Yi stood an elder, Kalan. Director Kalan, what are you waiting for? Those two cowardly turtles, Qinyu and Tang San, will certainly not return upon hearing this news. Keeping these villagers is utterly pointless. However, Quillen's perspective was evidently at odds with Wang Yi's. No, if I slay these people, they surely will not return. But if I surround without attacking, that little beast Qinyu will undoubtedly come back. I possess that much confidence. No sooner had Kalan spoken than a shadowy figure darted past the crowd. Suddenly, Wang Yi, who had been lying on the stretcher, was sent flying with a single slap. His hefty frame spinning several times in the air. "Ha! Kalan, you old rascal, have you lived so long only to prey upon defenseless commoners?" The assailant was Qinyu, who, after delivering the blow, disdainfully wiped his hands with a white cloth, as though sullied by the act. "Qinyu, you little beast, you have indeed come." Kalan initially froze. Then a cruel expression emerged on his face. Third soul skill, White Crane spreads its wings. 4 soul rings appeared around Kalan, and the third ring emitted an astonishing brilliance. A pair of pristine wings sliced through the air from Quillen's back, their sharp sound compelling those nearby to cover their ears. Swoosh! 2 transparent energy blades sliced from the wings, striking the ground and sending up clouds of dust, leaving behind 2 astonishing fissures stretching several dozen meters. The martial soul, White Crane, was a level 44 soul zone. This was Quillen's true power. Yet, at the instant Kalan unleashed his soul skill, Qinyu vanished from sight. Employing the phantasmal steps of the 7-star ghostly walk, when Qinyu reappeared, he stood beside Kalan, a diminutive serpentine martial soul manifesting in his hand, his martial soul. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix. A terrifying pressure surged from the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix, causing Kalan to tremble, even momentarily halting the flow of his soul power. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Stab. The dragon shadow collided forcefully with Kalan. An overwhelming power not only shattering the wings on Quillen's back, but also fracturing his arm and ribcage. Today, anyone not from Shanghan village shall pay the price. Qinyu's eyes, resembling the profound depths of a black hole, swept across the faces of every individual in the fire village. Those who found themselves under Qinyu's gaze immediately felt a tightening sensation throughout their bodies, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Fourth soul skill, Feather Blade Slash. Just as Kuelin steadied himself, he raised his head and swallowed several healing elixirs. A white crane spirit, towering at 5 or 6 meters, spread its magnificent wings. Dozens of sharp wind blades coalesced into a unique net of wind blades, enveloping Qinyu entirely within its grasp. My fourth soul skill is an area of effect attack, with a range that can extend over 100 meters. Even if your movements are exquisitely elusive, you cannot escape my soul skill. Kuelin's previously twisted arm crackled with the sound of bones realigning, visibly restoring itself to its original state. Yet, beneath Kuelin's soul skill, Qinyu displayed a hint of subtle mockery. Old dog Kuelin, though your appearance is grotesque, your aspirations are rather grand. The scenery of Sacred Soul Village is quite pleasant. It could indeed provide you with a fitting resting place. Dustfeather forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, and the soul power emanating from him shimmered with a myriad of colors, exuding an air of the extraordinary. Kuelin, old dog, allow you to test the prowess of this chaotic spirit body. Chapter 40. Chaotic Dragon Phoenix Break. The chaotic spirit body not only absorbs the opponent's attack power, but also enhances its own soul skill potency. Beyond this, the chaotic spirit body possesses an even more formidable ability. It can transform the soul power within Dustfeather into chaotic soul power. As the name suggests, chaotic soul power embodies all attributes within a single essence of soul power, rendering it unnecessary for Dustfeather to divide his focus and control. In essence, Dustfeather's soul power can counter any soul power wielded by others, yet no soul power can restrain him. This is the overwhelming nature of chaotic soul power. With a roar, a tangible dragon form coiled around Dustfeather. The fierce winds striking against the dragon scales produced sparks, yet left him unscathed. The combination of the chaotic spirit body and chaotic soul power fortified Dustfeather's defenses to a level comparable to that of a 4th-ring defensive soul skill. Kuelin witnessed, for the first time, someone capable of withstanding his soul skill attacks with both martial spirit and physical form. Ding! The chaotic spirit body subdued Kuelin, garnering a shock value of 99. Kuelin mused, are you even human? As a reward, the chaotic spirit body advanced a level. With the upgrade, all statistics of the chaotic spirit body doubled, absorbing 20 of the opponent's soul skill attack power and enhancing its own soul skill potency by 20. In that moment, the power of the Dragon Tooth thrust nearly rivaled that of a 2,000-year soul ring. Little beast, do you think you can endure with such meager soul power? Kuelin escalated his output, causing the volume of the wind blades to surge nearly tenfold. However, Dustfeather was not foolish enough to take Kuelin's assault head-on. The 7-star ghost steps converged into 2 identical dust feathers, their soul power fluctuations perfectly synchronized. Kuelin found himself at a loss, uncertain which dust feather to attack. Meteoric 9 Flash. The 2 dust feathers simultaneously proclaimed the name of their technique, instantly conjuring a total of 18 clones on the battlefield. Having mastered the 7-star ghost steps to its zenith, even the clones could wield a portion of the original's abilities. This was the true terror of the 7-star ghost steps. With a staggering 20 dust feathers, Kuolin was momentarily dazzled. Just as Kuolin's attention was captivated by dust feather, countless strands of blue silvergrass, akin to mandala snakes, erupted from the ground, ensnaring Kuolin's limbs and wings. This was Tang San's first soul skill, entanglement. A wave of dismay washed over Kuolin as he realized he had inadvertently forgotten about Tang San. Starfall technique, meteor strike. Shinyu stood upon the immense dragon's head, harnessing the velocity and strength bestowed by the dragon's fangs, thereby amplifying the power of the meteor strike to its utmost potential. The sharp blade of the bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger surged toward Kuolin's heart with lethal intent. Yet, just when all believed Kuolin's fate was sealed, a resounding and melodious clash of metal echoed from the dagger's tip. Shinyu felt as though the dagger in his hand was not piercing flesh, but rather colliding against the hardest of ores. The immense recoil from the impact caused a sharp pain to shoot through his palm. Do you think that after the last soul battle, I gained nothing? Your close combat abilities are indeed commendable, capable of posing a threat even to a soul sovereign's life. To counter this, I have invested my entire fortune to acquire this treasure. Through the rips in Kuolin's garments, Shinyu caught a glimpse of a peculiar metallic sheen. The crocodile scale armor was a rare and exquisite piece of defensive gear. Even a soul king would find it a challenge to breach its defenses. And you, a mere soul master, harbor the delusion of piercing through it. Kuolin tore apart the tattered fabric, revealing that the crocodile scale armor resembled a unique long coat. Protecting her arms and torso, the surface of the armor, akin to the hide of a crocodile, was rugged and uneven. Yet the spot where the bloodthirsty dagger had struck left no trace, compelling Shinyu to acknowledge the resilience of the armor. Do you think this is the end? He scoffed. You are gravely mistaken. The armor began to extend, enveloping Kuolin's hands, ultimately transforming her palms into fearsome beastly claws. The crocodile scale armor not only provided formidable defense, but also wielded the most potent offensive capabilities with its claws. Today, I shall rend you into pieces with these claws. Kuolin crossed her claws before her chest and then swung them fiercely, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp winds. The power of her attack rivaled that of her fourth soul skill. You think your little claws can contend with a true dragon? It is you who are indulging in fanciful delusions. Martial soul, manifest. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Shinyu propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently beneath him. Encircled by a kaleidoscope of radiant hues, Shinyu transformed into the mythical dragon phoenix. Soaring into the heavens, the chaotic soul power, which embodies every attribute of soul energy in existence, resonated inexplicably with the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul, amplifying its might to unprecedented levels, an outcome that even Shinyu had not anticipated. A thunderous roar reverberated through the skies above the sacred soul village, eclipsing the presence of Kuolin in an instant. Impossible. You are not a soul sage. How can you unleash your martial soul's true form? Kuolin exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the vividly manifested heavenly dragon phoenix. It is crucial to note that martial soul manifestation typically allows only a portion of one's body to assume the form of the soul. However, Shunyu's embodiment was a complete heavenly dragon phoenix, resembling the true martial soul form of a soul sage to an uncanny degree. No wonder Kuolin was astounded. With a mere flick of its tail, the heavenly dragon phoenix effortlessly dismantled all of Kuolin's onslaught. A single swipe of its colossal claws shattered the crocodilian armor enveloping Kuolin. Before he could even let out a cry of anguish, Kuolin's body plummeted deep into the earth, though Shinyu had only executed 2 strikes. These 2 actions drained his chaotic soul power entirely, depleting much of his vitality as well. Without the support of soul energy, even maintaining his chaotic spirit form became a challenge, the vibrant colors gradually fading from his being. Yet, a look of astonishment graced Shinyu's face. He had not imagined that the fusion of chaotic soul power and the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul could yield such formidable strength. Since this technique was born from the amalgamation of chaotic soul power and martial soul, it would henceforth be known as the chaotic dragon phoenix break. Its potency would escalate in tandem with Chunyu's soul power and martial soul level, though the consumption of soul energy would rise correspondingly. More importantly, the chaotic dragon phoenix break had a limit of merely 3 strikes throughout its entirety. In simpler terms, this was a desperate gamble, a last resort for Shinyu. Kuolin, having drawn the short straw, could never have envisaged that Chunyu's seemingly casual endeavor would harbor such terrifying power. Akin to a 6-year-old inadvertently conjuring an atomic bomb and tossing it before Kuolin before running away, Shinyu had certainly not embraced the virtue of caring for the elderly. Ding! The chaotic dragon phoenix break felled Kuolin, and the host's self-created soul skill sent shockwaves throughout the Douluo continent, earning him a globally astonishing super gift pack. As the gift pack opened, Shinyu felt a searing wave of heat coursing up his spine, surging until it finally reached the crown of his head before coming to a halt. In an instant, Shinyu felt the weariness and weakness that enveloped him dissipate entirely, as if he had undergone an invigorating full-body rejuvenation. Could it be that this extraordinary gift was merely a chiropractic massage? While it was undeniably pleasant, one might question whether the system had been rather dismissive in its delivery. Chapter 41. Soul Bone, Dragon Spine, Phoenix Wing. Aside from the initial surge of warmth, Chen Yu waited interminably for any further developments, nearly choking on his own disappointment. Was this not a cruel jest? What was promised as a world-shattering gift had turned out to be nothing more than a fleeting massage experience. Even a television drama would not dare to depict such a scenario, let alone a novel. Just as Chen Yu's face clouded with disappointment, an indescribable sharp pain suddenly surged through his back. The sensation was akin to a razor-sharp blade meticulously slicing through skin, muscle, and deep into the very bone. A torment far more brutal than any form of execution. Had Chen Yu's earlier criticisms provoked the system's wrath, leading it to enact a form of human obliteration upon him? This was not how one ought to be treated. Chen Yu was drenched in cold sweat, her small face paling to an ashen hue, devoid of any trace of color. Xiaoyu, what is the matter with you? Both the master and Tang San beheld Chen Yu's agonized expression for the first time. Just as Tang San reached out to touch her, the master seized his arm. Xiao San, do not approach Xiaoyu recklessly. Although the master was unaware of the exact nature of Chen Yu's affliction, her current state bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a soul master absorbing a soul bone. However, how could a mere 6-year-old child possess such a treasure as a soul bone? It is known that even the majority of tidal Douluos possess only 2 or 3 soul bones at most. Soul bones are unique skeletal formations nurtured within powerful soul beasts, akin to special soul rings that can be absorbed by the human skeletal system. The factors influencing a soul master's strength are fourfold: the martial spirit, the soul power, the soul rings, and finally, the soul bones. Such a peculiar phenomenon. What other secrets lay hidden within Xiaoyu? Just as the master and Tang San anxiously observed the continuously howling Chen Yu, the people of Earthfire Village suddenly took action. They recognized this as their sole opportunity to vanquish Chen Yu. Should she regain her composure, calamity would befall Earthfire Village. Yet, as hundreds approached within 10 meters of Chen Yu, they inexplicably transformed into blazing fireballs, dissipating into mere specks of ash in the blink of an eye. This bizarre and cruel scene sent the remaining villagers fleeing in terror, their speed quickening as they feared becoming the next to turn to dust. Master, look! It seems there is something behind Chen Yu. The air around Chen Yu radiated a terrifying heat, his garments reduced to ashes. On his back, his spine writhed like a serpent, with each undulation. The temperature surrounding him surged dramatically. Soon, the floor outside the sacred soul village could no longer withstand the searing heat emanating from Chen Yu, spontaneously igniting in flames. In that final moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, as he slipped into oblivion, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded within him. The celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit erupted uncontrollably into the heavens, transforming the once clear sky into a tempest of dark clouds, as myriad bolts of lightning encircled his form, drawing the very essence of the heavens and earth to converge. At the epicenter of this celestial power, 2 extraordinary artifacts, reminiscent of human bones, began to take shape. Could these possibly be soul bones? Despite Master S's vast knowledge and experience, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The gathering of celestial energy to form soul bones was an unprecedented occurrence. Ding! The convergence of celestial energy and the manifestation of the dragon phoenix soul bone sent tremors through the cosmos, rewarding the bearer with the yin-yang life and death talisman. Utilizing this talisman would grant one opportunity to reverse the cycle of life and death. Crack! Endless bolts of lightning cascaded upon the 2 unique soul bones, seemingly not intending to obliterate them, but rather to purify them, casting away impurities and enhancing their essence. My eyes are truly open today. For the first time, Master exhibited a look of astonishment. No wonder Chen Yu was reluctant to become his disciple. Even 10 masters combined would struggle to comprehend this spectacle. The violent tempest of lightning raged for a full hour before it gradually subsided. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the soul bones, they erupted in resplendent brilliance. A radiance so intense that even Tang San's purple extreme magic I could not diminish its blinding glow. Boom! The soul bones quivered slightly at that moment. Across the entirety of Douluo continent, both soul masters and soul beasts felt their hearts race in unison. Ding! Achieving 3 world-shattering feats within a single day rewards the recipient with a divine gift package. Divine gift package. Upon opening, it bestows the legacy of a random deity. Ding! The package automatically opened, granting the fragmented legacies of the ancient dragon god and the flame phoenix god. Within the Xiantian treasure ring of Chen Yu lie 2 fragments of an otherworldly beast skeleton, inscribed with ancient characters. However, the inscriptions upon this skeletal structure are incomplete, seemingly embodying the so-called shattered legacy. At this moment, the 2 soul bones hovering above Chen Yu's head gradually descend, merging seamlessly with his body without any hindrance. As the fusion of the soul bones concludes, Chen Yu's tightly shut eyes suddenly snap open, emanating brilliant beams of light that obliterate a mountain 1,000 meters away. Such astonishing power! Yet, this formidable force is fleeting. Chen Yu's eyes roll back, and he succumbs to unconsciousness once more. This slumber endures for a full 7 days and nights. When Chen Yu finally awakens, it is already the dawn of the 8th day. Alas! I have been in a stupor for an entire week. Chinyu pressed his aching temples, seemingly still reeling from the recent turmoil. Ah, my soul bone. Though Chinyu was on the brink of death that day, his consciousness remained remarkably lucid. The two soul bones, forged from the very essence of heaven and earth by the dragon phoenix, eluded his senses within. Had he truly failed to absorb the soul bones? If so, Chinyu would be overwhelmed with despair. After all, soul bones were far more precious than soul rings. The loss of two such treasures would be unbearable, even for a titled Douluo. Just then, a familiar notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! The host has successfully absorbed the Dragon Phoenix set soul bones. Soul bone collection rate, 27. Soul bones acquired, the trunk soul bone, azure dragon spine, and the external soul bone, divine phoenix wing. Dustfeather opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. The most precious trunk soul bone and the rare external soul bone had been gathered all at once by Dustfeather. This could not merely be attributed to good fortune. Even in another world, I, Dustfeather, shall strive to become the strongest. However, his laughter was short-lived, as he was soon met with a thunderous shock. Ding! It was detected that the host's constitution was temporarily insufficient to bear the energy of the dragon spine phoenix wing soul bone. Thus, the soul bone would be completely sealed. What? The soul bone that I painstakingly acquired, nearly sacrificing my life for, is being sealed without any consultation? Did the system ever seek my consent? Such audacity. Hey, system. I demand a perfect explanation. Chapter 42. Soul Sage Douluo invites Dustfeather. But regardless of the tone Dustfeather employed, the system offered no response. As if it had crashed. Very well, system, you have won this round. I concede. With a sense of helplessness, Chinyu collapsed onto the bed, feeling that acquiring the treasure was a bittersweet experience, something to behold but not to utilize. It would have been preferable never to have obtained it at all, as at least that would spare him from such a profound disappointment. Suddenly, a soft knock at the door interrupted Chunyu's gloomy thoughts. Upon opening the door, he found not only Tang Sen waiting outside, but also the master and Xiao Wu. During the days when Chinyu lay in a state of unconsciousness, the trio visited him daily. Just now, upon hearing a sound emanating from Chinyu's room, Tang San tentatively knocked on the door. Chinyu, you have finally awakened. A palpable sense of relief washed over Tang San and his companions. As they beheld the concerned expressions on their faces, Chinyu felt a warmth bloom within him, slightly alleviating his earlier gloom. Master, I apologize for causing you worry, he said. Suddenly, the master lowered his voice and whispered into Chinyu's ear, Little you. Someone will come to see you shortly. No matter what he says, you must refuse him. Chinyu was filled with bewilderment, just about to inquire who was seeking him, when a hearty laugh echoed from afar, drawing closer. From this laughter, Chinyu sensed a formidable pressure of soul power, indicating at least a soul emperor-level soul master. When had such a formidable figure emerged in the Holy Soul Village? Moreover, this mysterious soul master was making a beeline for him. Ha ha ha, little one, you have finally awakened. I have been dreadfully bored these past few days. The newcomer was an elderly man, around 70 years of age, with disheveled white hair and a scruffy beard, clad in an extravagant robe that bespoke fine craftsmanship. He bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Badong from Jin Yong's novels. On the robe, Chinyu noticed a distinctive emblem, identical to the insignia held by the elders of the Spirit Hall. Could it be someone from the Spirit Hall? Chinyu furrowed his brows, pondering whether the events in the soul-hunting forest had been exposed. However, before he could fully process this thought, the old man gazed at him with an intensity akin to that of a treasured artifact, causing an unsettling sensation to wash over Chinyu. Little one, with the prowess of a soul master, you have slain a soul sovereign, withstood the might of the soul sect, and even exchanged blows with a soul king. TSK. Even the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall might not surpass your strength. This elder, known as Elder Gu, was a veritable soul sage and the foremost authority of the Spirit Hall's branch within the Balik Kingdom. He had originally come to Nuoding City to investigate the peculiar occurrences in the soul-hunting forest from a few days prior. However, the battle at Nuoding Academy had drawn the attention of Elder Gu towards Chinyu and Tang San. Ah, my apologies, esteemed elder. May I inquire as to your identity? Elder Gu smacked his forehead, realizing in his excitement that he had neglected to introduce himself. Ahem. I am the chief authority of the Spirit Hall's branch in the Balik Kingdom and also an outer elder of the Spirit Hall. You may call me Elder Gu. I have come here to extend an invitation for you and Tang San to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the words, Chinyu lightly raised an eyebrow. It was no wonder that the master had given such instructions prior. Although Chinyu remained unaware of the entanglements between the master and the Spirit Hall, his trust in the master led him to resolutely decline Elder Gu's invitation. Elder Gu, I sincerely apologize, but I currently have no intention of joining any faction. Originally, Elder Gu had been quite pleased after introducing himself, but upon hearing Chinyu's response, he visibly froze. The Spirit Hall was revered as a sanctum in the hearts of all soul masters, and countless individuals yearned for even the slightest connection to it. Elder Gu had made the arduous journey to Holy Soul Village, waiting for 7 days to personally invite Chinyu, only to be met with outright rejection. This left Elder Gu with a sense of disbelief. Young lad, do you comprehend what you are refusing? This is an opportunity that could propel you to unprecedented heights. Elder Gu exclaimed, his eyes wide with frustration and disappointment. Elder Gu, I truly apologize, but I have no intention of joining the spirit hall. I prefer a life unconfined by rigid constraints. Sighing, Elder Gu had not anticipated Qinyu's resolute stance, yet he was reluctant to witness such a promising talent squandered. The art of mentorship is predicated on mutual willingness, and I trust you understand this, esteemed member of the spirit hall. Suddenly, the master stepped in front of Qinyu, causing Elder Gu to furrow his brow, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Who are you? I am conversing with this young man. What is your business here? Elder Gu had lowered himself to speak with Qinyu precisely because he recognized the latter's potential. But he did not know the master and felt no significant soul power emanating from him. A mere great soul master was unworthy of his attention, which explained the sudden chill that swept over Elder Ji's demeanor. I may not be qualified to converse with you, but I believe you should recognize this. The master casually produced a token that symbolized his status as an elder of the spirit hall. To Elder Ji's astonishment, his previously indifferent expression underwent a complete transformation. The Inner Hall Elder's token. Aside from the Pope, the highest-ranking individuals in the spirit hall are the Inner Hall Elders. Though Elder Gu held the highest position in the Barak Kingdom, he was but a fraction of the status of an Inner Hall Elder. Subordinate Gudat pays respects to the Elder. Elder Ji's expression turned solemn as he immediately bowed, half-kneeling before the master. Regardless of the master's soul power, the mere possession of the token commanded his respect. Such were the rules of the spirit hall. Let this matter rest. Furthermore, please take this back to Spirit City. I shall not require it any longer. The master placed the Elder's token in Elder Ji's palm, signaling that he could depart. Elder, this. The day's events had been strange one after another. First, Qinyu had declined his invitation, then a mere great soul master was wielding an Elder's token. Finally, this mysterious Elder was opting to sever ties with the spirit hall. What on earth was happening? Was he still dreaming? Elder Gu pinched his thigh hard, the sharp sensation causing tears to well up in his eyes. This little old man showed no mercy. It is not a dream. It is real. The master waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting no lingering attachment to his status as an elder. Go now. Upon your arrival at Spirit City, they will provide you with explanations. Though Elder Gu was filled with questions, he respectfully exited the small courtyard, soon vanishing into the skies above Holy Soul Village. Xiaoyu, Xiaosan, Xiaowu, tidy up. Today we shall return to Nuoding City. In the coming years, I will assist you in solidifying your foundations. Once you break through to become great soul masters, I will arrange for you to attend a suitable soul master academy. Indeed, with matters settled here, there are no immediate troublesome threats for Qinyu and his companions. Aside from Qinwu. However, if Qinwu possesses enough intelligence, he will undoubtedly refrain from becoming enemies with Qinyu and will instead approach him with utmost caution. Akin to venerating an ancestor. Chapter 43. 6 years later, Soto City, the second most vital economic hub in the Barak Kingdom aside from the capital, contributes nearly half of the kingdom's financial revenue. At this moment, it was noon, with the scorching sun hanging high, causing waves of heat to rise from the parched ground. The streets were nearly deserted, with most people presumably sheltering indoors to escape the heat. Yet, 3 figures strolled leisurely from the city gates, 2 men and a woman. Xiao San, I can't walk any longer. Carry me. These 3 were none other than Qinyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. 6 years later, Xiao Wu donned a vibrant red outfit, her long scorpion tail braid cascading down to her calves. 6 years had transformed her youthful innocence into a hint of the allure characteristic of adulthood. Meanwhile, Qinyu and Tang San had matured from mere children into young men, both towering at nearly 178 centimeters, making them appear older than their 12 years. At this moment, Xiao Wu playfully clung to Tang San's arm, swaying it back and forth as if seeking his attention. Could you two be a little more mindful of your surroundings? Consider the feelings of this single dog. Qinyu deliberately covered her eyes, her fragile heart suffering from a barrage of emotional blows. Xiao Wu made a face at Qinyu, playfully sticking out her tongue. Xiaoyu, I am the queen bee of Dorm 7. If you dare to tease me again, beware, I might just give you a beating. Besides, how many girls have you turned down over the past few years? Every day, the entrance of Dorm 7 sees an influx of 30 to 50 love letters. Upon hearing this, Qinyu silently shook his head. It was not that those young girls were unattractive, but rather that Chun Yu's heart was forever occupied by one person. Only she could be Chun Yu's eternal love. Yaoer, I truly miss you. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was contentedly resting on Tang San's back. However, there was not a trace of sweat on her forehead. She simply did not wish to leave. It was puzzling how the master thought, forbidding us from applying to renowned intermediate soul master academies and insisting that we join this so-called Shrek Academy. Tang San, have you heard of the Shrek Academy before? Carrying Xiao Wu, Tang San exhibited no signs of exertion. The master had not mentioned it to me before, but I trust the master's judgment. Apart from Xiao Wu and Qinyu, the master was the person Tang San trusted the most. He would never take shortcuts when it came to the master's instructions. Indeed, having heard that Tang San was going to join Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu and Qinyu followed suit. The sun was exceedingly harsh. Xiaoyu, let us find a place to rest for a while, and we can report to Shrek Academy once it cools down a bit. Although Tang San was indifferent to the sweltering heat, he was concerned that Xiao Wu might get sunburned. All right, I can't stand your lovey-dovey antics any longer. I need to wash my face to calm down. Dusty feathers suppressed the yearning within, reverting to a demeanor of nonchalance reminiscent of days past. "You little rascal, I challenge you to a duel," declared the spirited Xiao Wu. Turning to Tang San, "You shall serve as our referee." Over the course of 6 years at the Nuoding Academy, Xiao Wu had garnered quite a reputation for her combative spirit, to the extent that in recent years, fellow students would avoid her path altogether. The trio had engaged in many sparring matches, yet both Tang San and Dusty Feathers had consistently allowed Xiao Wu to gain the upper hand. No, Sister Xiao Wu. I was mistaken. Please, spare me your formidable skills." As Chen Yu observed Tang San's incessant gestures, he quickly realized that Xiao Wu possessed a spirited nature that thrived in the heat of battle. Should a confrontation ensue on this bustling street, it would likely drag on for no less than half an hour. It was akin to accompanying the crown prince in his studies. He had to ensure Xiao Wu emerged victorious while simultaneously concealing any flaws in his performance. This was a true test of Chen Yu's acting prowess. "Oh, little Yu, pave the way ahead while I, little San, escort the lady from the palace." Remarkably, Xiao Wu recited her lines with remarkable fluency. Just then, as the trio strolled along the street, a group of drunken ruffians suddenly stumbled into their path. Although Chen Yu and Tang San had made an effort to sidestep the encounter, these individuals brazenly cast lewd glances at Xiao Wu. "Well, gentlemen, our luck today is indeed splendid, for we have chanced upon such a delightful young lady." The leader of the group was also a soul master, and it was evident that these men were accustomed to their brazen behavior in the city, dismissing the likes of Tang San and Chen Yu as inconsequential. At that moment, Chen Yu took a few steps to the side, appearing as though startled. "Bah, may you all seek your own fortune. Who is Xiao Wu?" She is the most significant person in Tang San's heart, and the actions of these individuals have completely crossed his limits. Humph. A chilling gaze enveloped Tang San as he supported Xiao Wu's delicate form with one hand while unleashing a flurry of icy glimmers with the other. Immediately, a cacophony of horrifying screams erupted from the mouths of these individuals, reminiscent of the anguished cries of pigs awaiting slaughter. Tang San, ever too kind-hearted, merely inflicted a minor punishment, striking at their vulnerable points. Had it been me, those individuals would have long since lost their heads. "Brat, what have you done to me?" The waves of pain surging through their bodies swiftly dissipated their drunken stupor, and they finally realized that this seemingly harmless youth was anything but a soft target. Consider this a small lesson, so you understand that not everyone is someone you can provoke at will. With this statement, Tang San strode forward. The pain they now experienced would linger for a full 3 days, serving as a unique torment. "You seek death." Yet these individuals appeared unrepentant, foolishly launching an attack from behind Tang San. First soul skill, bind. However, as they made their move, countless strands of blue-silver grass ensnared their limbs. The once delicate blue-silver grass now resembled chains forged from iron, squeezing their bones with a resounding crack. "You've already had one chance. This is your second." Without looking back, Tang San continued forward, his calm voice snapping these individuals back to reality. This mere blue-silver grass martial spirit possesses such formidable binding capabilities. Could this boy be a soul master? This minor incident did not dampen the spirits of Tang San and Xiao Wu, rather. It caused Xiao Wu's eyes to sparkle with excitement, her arms tightening around Tang San's neck. "Tang San, let us rest here for the night." After walking for about 10 minutes, Chen Yu spotted a lavishly decorated hotel, its exterior adorned with numerous fresh roses forming the hotel's name, which stood out strikingly. "Rose Hotel?" "Tang San, I adore this hotel's decor. It shall be this one." Girls are inherently drawn to beautiful things, and Xiao Wu is no exception. "Very well, my queen. We shall choose this hotel," Tang San affectionately replied. The intimacy between the two made it somewhat overwhelming for Chen Yu. "I must say, you two have been showering me with enough dog food for a lifetime. I can hardly consume any more. Could you possibly restrain yourselves?" Chapter 44, Rose Hotel. The dashing Dai Sha the Rose Hotel, one of the most luxurious establishments in Soto City, is also known as the Couple's Hotel. Thus, when Chen Yu and the others entered the hotel, they were met with an array of inscrutable, amused gazes from onlookers. "Strange, do we have flowers on our faces? Why are they looking at us like this?" Chen Yu felt quite uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of these individuals. Was it truly the case that outsiders were deemed unworthy of residing in the Rose Hotel? "Hello, we would like to book 3 rooms. Tang San stated as he approached the front desk, yet his request only rendered the attendant's expression more peculiar. "Excuse me, are you certain you wish to reserve 3 rooms? The attendant inquired. "Is there a problem?" Tang San replied, somewhat puzzled. "No, it's not that. However, we only have 1 room left in our hotel." "1 room?" Tang San and Chen Yu exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that such a grand establishment as the Rose Hotel had no additional accommodations available. It seemed the hotel was enjoying a thriving business. "In that case, we shall seek other lodgings." While it would not pose a challenge for just Tang San and Chen Yu to share a room, it was rather impractical for Xiao Wu to squeeze into a single room with the 2 of them. At that moment, the attendant recognized that the trio of young men and women were not of the nature he had initially presumed. "Please hold on, esteemed guests. I just remembered that we actually have 2 rooms available. Perhaps you could discuss amongst yourselves and manage to share? 2 rooms would suffice. Tang San and Chen Yu could share one, while Xiao Wu would occupy the other. "Very well, we shall stay." However, just as Chen Yu was about to settle the payment, a hand obstructed him. I presume you were new at the front desk. These 2 rooms have been under my long-term reservation. How audacious of you to allocate them to outsiders without my consent. It appears the Rose Hotel has no intention of maintaining its operations. Following the sound, Chinyu turned to see a strikingly handsome young man with a head of golden hair. His attire clearly indicated that he belonged to the affluent class. But what stood out most were his extraordinary eyes. He possessed a rare condition of heterochromia. Beside him stood a pair of stunning twins, a rare sight indeed, who were captivating in their beauty. Let go. The young man's hand was firmly grasping Chinyu's, even employing soul power, which caused a faint look of displeasure to cross Chinyu's face. Although these 2 rooms belonged to the young man, there was no need for such aggression. Kid, our score is far from settled. You won't be leaving this Rose Hotel, the young man said dismissively, barely acknowledging the presence of the youth before him. I command you to release me. With a hint of coldness in his voice, Chinyu was on the verge of taking action, reluctant to create unnecessary trouble so soon after arriving in Soto City. The noisy, golden-haired youth was no innocent bystander, upon being reprimanded by Chinyu. A dangerous glint ignited in his eyes. A wave of white soul power emanated from the young man, revealing him to be a formidable soul master of considerable youth. At that moment, the manager of the Rose Hotel hurriedly descended from the upper floors. Upon seeing the youth's menacing demeanor, he broke into a cold sweat. Master Dai, please do not be angry. Today's incident stems from a grave error on the part of the Rose Hotel, and it is unrelated to anyone else. I implore you not to take offense. Chuckling, Lu, the manager, responded, at this point, it is no longer merely a matter between the Rose Hotel and myself, but rather a personal affair between me and this young man. In Soto City, it has been quite some time since anyone dared to reprimand me. Young man, you have certainly set a remarkable precedent. The youth, referred to as Master Dai, concentrated his soul power, gathering it around Chinyu, seemingly intent on using his soul pressure to humiliate him publicly. Master Dai, in the past, I relished the opportunity to teach noble scions a lesson. You have stirred my desire to unleash my skills. Chinyu retorted without reservation, seemingly oblivious to the increasingly dense soul power surrounding him. I hope your bones are as tough as your tongue. At that moment, Dai Xiao's eyes began to merge, a clear sign of genuine fury known to those familiar with him. With a powerful manifestation of his martial soul, a colossal white tiger appeared behind Dai Xiao. His hand transformed into a sharp claw, adorned with long white fur, as he grasped Chinyu's wrist. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and another purple, rose and fell around Dai Xiao, exuding a formidable aura that instantly turned the lobby of the Rose Hotel into chaos. An exceptional beast martial soul. Chinyu's opponent was, astonishingly, a soul master of the Soul Sovereign rank. Tang San's expression turned grave. The level of soul masters in Soto City indeed surpassed that of Nuoding City. A youth who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old possessed 3 soul rings, the third of which was a 1,000-year purple ring. Such power would qualify him as an instructor at Nuoding Academy. Yet, Chinyu did not even lift his eyelids, as if the imposing white tiger martial soul held no significance in his eyes. Is a soul sovereign truly so formidable? The indifferent expression and nonchalant tone of Chinyu elicited a moment of astonishment from Dai Xiao. This young man was either oblivious to the formidable power of the soul sovereign or possessed strength that surpassed that level. Only these 2 possibilities could account for such a demeanor from Chinyu. This young man, even when faced with imminent danger, dared to feign composure. A massive tiger paw, accompanied by a stunning sound of air being sliced, descended directly towards Chinyu's head. Dai Xiao was eager to discover what this young man was truly concealing. Bang! Chinyu effortlessly grasped the tiger's claw, yet the violent shockwave shattered all the vases within the hall. Impossible! The previously arrogant Dai Xiao now exhibited an expression of sheer terror for the first time. I have stated before that a mere soul sovereign is nothing remarkable, for I am one as well. As the final syllable resonated, Chinyu's aura surged like an erupting volcano, soaring to the level of a soul sovereign in the blink of an eye. You are also a soul sovereign? Ding! Upon their first encounter, Dai Mubai was astonished, registering a shock value of 90, which resulted in an increase of 10 years to all soul rings. It turned out that Dai Xiao's true name was Dai Mubai, a battle soul sovereign boasting a soul power of 37, and he was merely 3 years older than Chinyu. At the age of 15, Dai Mubai was likely the youngest soul sovereign in the history of Soto City before Chinyu's appearance. However, Chinyu's emergence undoubtedly shattered Dai Mubai's record, and today, these 2 young prodigies of soul masters met in such a manner. Yet, Dai Mubai's expression swiftly transformed from shock to exhilaration, as if Chinyu were the rival he had long anticipated. Excellent. It has been ages since anyone could ignite my desire for battle, regardless of the outcome today. Both rooms shall belong to you. Dai Mubai's muscle swelled, his golden hair morphing into a striking blend of black and white, while a royal symbol formed in the center of his forehead, exuding an aura of majesty befitting the king of beasts. The malevolent-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai, a legendary figure in Soto City, unveiled his formidable power for the first time at the Rose Hotel. Chapter 45, Dragon Phoenix vs. White Tiger Roar. The resounding roar of the tiger caused the glass throughout the Rose Hotel to tremble violently, prompting numerous guests to flee in panic from the hall. In a short while, only 4 individuals remained in the vast chamber. This fellow is too oppressive. Xiao San, let us assist Xiao Yu. Xiao Wu, being a spirited individual, was eager to join the fray, her fighting spirit ignited by the external fervor. Little girl, this is Xiaoyu's battle. If we intervene, we shall be criticized for overwhelming him with numbers. Tang San swiftly blocked Xiaoyu, causing her to pout in displeasure. No matter how loud the sound, it remains that of a small king on the ground. You cannot govern the true king in the heavens. Cheney's expression revealed a hint of subtle scorn as the Ying Tian Long Huang martial spirit erupted from his being. The terrifying power of the dragon phoenix, magnified tenfold since 6 years prior, struck the malevolent white tiger martial spirit with unyielding force, rendering it utterly deflated in an instant. What kind of martial spirit is this? How could it leave my malevolent white tiger martial spirit devoid of any capacity for resistance? Dai Mubai's pupils quivered violently. His martial spirit was already among the pinnacle of beast spirits. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects, possessed a martial spirit that was only slightly superior to the malevolent white tiger. Yet the pressure emanating from the Ying Tian Long Huang was nearly 100 times greater than that of the white tiger, presenting an insurmountable disparity akin to that between deities and mortals. Furthermore, in Dai Mubai's eyes, the configuration of Cheney's 3 soul rings was identical to his own, 2 yellow and 1 purple. However, unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, this was a deliberate facade presented by Cheney. In truth, his 3 soul rings were purple-black. The first soul ring, derived from the unicorn python, had undergone numerous enhancements, and its age had now reached a full 2,500 years. The second and third soul rings were rewards from the system, both being 10,000-year soul rings, endowing Cheney with 2 additional formidable soul skills. If Dai Mubai were to discover that Cheney's first soul ring surpassed the strength of his own third soul ring, would he not be infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his head? The second soul skill, White Tiger's Rending Light Wave. Seizing the initiative was a principle Dai Mubai held dearly. He unleashed a massive energy beam, as thick as a thigh, hurtling towards Cheney. However, in the face of this ferocious soul skill, Cheney merely raised his right palm with deliberate slowness. Does this lad intend to withstand my White Tiger's Rending Light Wave with his bare hand? Has he lost his mind? Dai Mubai, witnessing Cheney's audacity, found it hard to believe. He was all too aware of the destructive power of the White Tiger's Rending Light Wave. Even a soul king would not dare to be so presumptuous as to block a soul skill with their hand. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left Dai Mubai wide-eyed. The surging White Tiger's Rending Light Wave was effortlessly repelled by Cheney's palm, not so much as a shift in his footing. Ding! Withstand the soul skill with flesh and blood, leaving the malevolent White Tiger, Dai Mubai, utterly astonished. Shock value 99. And the growth of the Ying Tian Long Huang martial spirit increased by 10. He truly endured it. Dai Mubai questioned whether he was experiencing an illusion. Could such feats truly be accomplished by a mere human body? He was nothing short of a monster among monsters. The reason Dustfeather was able to withstand this strike with his fleshly palm is twofold. On one hand, the manifestation of the Dragon Phoenix martial soul has rendered his draconic hand as resilient as the hardest of metals. On the other hand, the chaotic spirit body has absorbed 20% of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave's power. Thus, the breathtaking scene we just witnessed came to be. Now, you should understand that my bones are as unyielding as my words. Unfortunately, it appears your feline martial soul is rather intimidated, in my opinion. It would be wise for you to retreat gracefully lest you subject yourself to further humiliation. CHNY lightly flicked his sleeve, seemingly dismissing DIMBI entirely. I confess, I had previously been arrogant. You merit my utmost effort. However, this time, rather than displaying anger, DIMBI's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. This prompted CHNY to regard DIMBI with newfound respect. Though brash, he had yet to reach the level of arrogance. Given time, DIMBI would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable spirit master. Now, you must tread carefully. Third spirit skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. DIMBI's robust physique, towering at nearly 2 meters, swelled once more, transforming him into a small giant of 3 to 4 meters in height. In this form, for half an hour, DIMBI's strength, soul power, and defensive capabilities would double, with his spirit skill's effectiveness experiencing a significant enhancement. At this moment, it could be said that DIMBI rivaled a spirit master of over level 45. This indeed presents an intriguing development. At this moment, Shinyu revealed a trace of seriousness, realizing that Dai Mubai indeed concealed a far more formidable strength. However, for Chinyu, who had the capability to slay a soul respect 6 years prior, the power that Dai Mubai unleashed at this moment seemed insufficient to alter the tide of battle. With his first soul skill, Dragon Tooth Stab, a dragon shadow, solid as reality, raised its colossal horns high and collided with Dai Mubai's body. Yet, a luminous white shield enveloped Dai Mubai, instantly augmenting his physical defenses manifold. This was Dai Mubai's first soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier, a powerful ability designed to enhance one's defensive capabilities. Although Dragon Tooth Stab sent Dai Mubai staggering back several dozen meters, the razor-sharp horns failed to pierce the distinctive aura of the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. Impressive defense indeed. Shinyu smiled and offered a comment, yet Dai Mubai was undeterred. With both fists striking down upon the dragon's head, An astonishing display of explosive power drove the dragon's shadow deep into the ground. Utilizing this recoil, Daimubai soared into the air, his sharp claws transforming into a myriad of glistening cold lights, cascading down upon Chinyu. His offensive prowess was commendable, and his explosive strength was indeed formidable. However, Chinyu's body swayed slightly and he vanished from Daimubai's line of sight. The intricate subtleties of the seven-star ghost steps eluded even Tang San's purple extreme demon eyes, let alone Daimubai. Yet, your speed and perceptive abilities fell short, thus leading to your defeat. The voice of Chinyu suddenly echoed behind Daimubai. Just as Daimubai began to react, a blood-red dagger appeared in Chinyu's hand, poised precariously before his throat. I concede. Daimubai understood that Chinyu had shown him mercy. Had the dagger advanced a mere half-inch further, he might have perished, even with 10 lives to spare. Nonetheless, Daimubai accepted his defeat with grace, as the formidable strength of Chinyu instilled in him a profound sense of pressure, yet also an inexhaustible motivation. This very drive was the reason behind Daimubai's remarkable achievement of breaking through to Soul Sovereign at the tender age of 15. A true warrior can only grow stronger by measuring themselves against those more powerful. It was through repeatedly surpassing his opponents that Daimubai attained his current stature. I am Daimubai. I hope that our next encounter will be within Shrek Academy. I will bear the repercussions of this place. These 2 rooms are yours. With a nonchalant demeanor, Daimubai tossed the keys to Chinyu without inquiring about his name, and, embracing the pair of twins, he gradually departed amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Daimubai proved to be quite an intriguing individual. Chinyu smiled faintly, and from the tone of voice, it was evident that Daimubai was also from Shrek Academy, which stirred a flicker of curiosity within Chinyu regarding the enigmatic institution. Chapter 46, A Fleeting Threat. Humph. He appears to be nothing more than a dandy, remarked Xiaowu, who held a strong prejudice against Daimubai. A man who brings 2 young ladies to the Rose Hotel must harbor ulterior motives. Regardless of him, Xiao-san, let us hasten to view our room and discover its splendor. The suite reserved by that dandy must be extraordinary. Without further ado, Xiaowu took hold of Tang San and led him towards the top floor. Upon opening the door, Tang San felt his face flush crimson. He finally understood why Daimubai had specifically booked this room. It was, in fact, a specially designed couple's suite at the Rose Hotel. From the entrance to the inner chamber, a red carpet was laid out, flanked by an array of fresh flowers. The air was infused with a delicate floral fragrance, complemented by soft, warm lighting that created an ambience both romantic and inviting. That is, Xiaowu, you rest here first. I shall go see Xiaoyu, Tang San stammered, as if stung by a scorpion. He quickly withdrew his foot upon crossing the threshold. Although it was apparent to both Tang San and Xiaowu that they were perceived as a couple, he had yet to confess his feelings formally, leaving their relationship shrouded in a haze of ambiguity. Xiao-san, you truly are a blockhead. It seems my assistance is required. With remarkable agility and swiftness, Chinyu swiftly slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Just a hair's breadth away, Tang San's nose nearly made intimate contact with the door. At the entrance, Chinyu's sinister chuckle echoed. Little San, you snore incessantly while sleeping. Today, spare me and go bother Xiaowu instead. Following this, the sound of a door locking from the neighboring room resonated. Clearly, Chinyu had effectively severed all of Tang San's retreating options. In an instant, Tang San found himself in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Ahem. Well, Xiaowu, you see, Xiaoyu just has a penchant for jesting. Xiaowu tilted her head, displaying no signs of embarrassment, instead regarding Tang San with a curious gaze. Little San, you seem rather peculiar today. We've been sleeping across from each other for 6 years. There's nothing to be shy about. To Xiaowu, this place felt no different from their dormitory at Nuoding Academy. Meanwhile, Chinyu sprawled comfortably on his bed, finally able to enjoy a well-deserved rest after several days of travel. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and with a nimble motion, he sprang from the bed. For a fleeting moment, he sensed a faint, elusive aura of menace. Although this killing intent dissipated swiftly and did not appear to be directed at him, Chunyu's instincts warned him that the visitor bore ill intentions, and that this individual had indeed come with him in mind. Had he finally been discovered upon arriving in Soto City? In truth, ever since leaving Nuoding City, Chunyu had sensed an unusual tranquility along the way. Over the years, the power of the Lord's mansion under Qinwu had surged dramatically, and Qinwu himself had successfully transcended to the Soul King realm. Consequently, he had gradually forgotten about Chinyu's formidable prowess, and his mind had begun to wander towards nefarious schemes. However, Chinyu had never regarded Qinwu, this petty clown, with any seriousness, and after departing from Nuoding City, he had relegated Qinwu to the recesses of his memory. Yet now, it seemed that Qinwu had no intention of letting him go. Chinyu's intuition proved accurate. At this moment, outside the Rose Hotel, a group of enigmatic figures adorned with wide-brimmed hats stood upon the street, with none other than Qinwu leading them. After gazing up at the penthouse for a moment, Qinwu and his entourage took residence in the adjacent hotel. Chanyu, Tang San, the Soto City shall become your final resting place. Following closely behind Qinwu was a young man, none other than Qin Shuang, the very individual whom Qinyu had once trampled beneath his feet. Remarkably, Qin Shuang had also acquired the qualification to study at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, which happened to be the most prestigious academy in the Balak Kingdom, Balak Academy. This time, Qin Wu was not only escorting his son for enrollment, but was also fueled by a desire for vengeance. However, unbeknownst to Qin Yu had already discerned his presence. The line between hunter and prey had become increasingly blurred. Xiao Wu, I shall take a stroll around the streets. You two should rest well. Qin Yu deliberately emphasized the phrase have a good rest, and before Tang San could react, he swiftly slipped away. As if greased on the soles of his feet, Qin Yu was not merely strolling through the streets. He intended to discern the true nature of the schemes concealed within Qin Wu's gourd. At this moment, the scorching sun had dipped below the horizon, and the temperature outside had noticeably declined, transforming the once desolate streets into a lively scene. Qin Yu had just exited the Rose Hotel when 3 or 4 individuals promptly followed in his wake. I feared you might struggle to keep up. You foolish sons of landowners. A faint, cold smile graced the corner of Qin Yu's mouth as he vanished into the throngs of people with a few swift movements. How could that fellow disappear in the blink of an eye? The dark scouts immediately fell into a state of panic. Having lost sight of their target after merely following for a short distance, they prided themselves on being the most formidable spies in Nuoding City. Yet their skills could only be described in 2 words, utterly inadequate. Hey, I say, are you gentlemen searching for me? Suddenly, Qin Yu materialized behind these individuals, and his abrupt exclamation caused them to shudder in fright. You. As they attempted to turn around, a chill swept across their faces. To their astonishment, Qin Yu had, unbeknownst to them, produced a brush, swiftly inscribing several bold characters upon their faces. Since you have been monitoring me, you must be well aware of my identity. Return to your master and inform him that if he seeks death, he may come to find me himself. Sending mere lapdogs such as you does not even pique my interest. A faint yet formidable aura of the celestial dragon phoenix, martial soul, emanated from Qin Yu, causing the few scouts, possessing merely the strength of great soul masters, to nearly soil their trousers in fear. Within the span of 3 breaths, vanish from my sight. Otherwise, what adorns your faces shall not merely be ink. As soon as Qin Yu's voice faded, those individuals vanished around the street corner like startled pups, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It seems that where there is a master, there are also servants, a pack of inept fools. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Yu tossed aside his brush and strolled about with an air of confidence, certain that Qin Wu would not trouble him again today. As he rounded a corner, the celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit within him quivered suddenly, as if sensing an overwhelming presence. Before him stood an unremarkable grocery store, devoid of even a sign. Its humble appearance a stark contrast to the opulent establishments surrounding it. Great secrets often lie hidden in plain sight. One must never hastily judge based solely on appearances. Qin Yu stepped into the quaint establishment, eager to uncover the secrets concealed within its modest confines. Xiao Yu, so you are here, a voice called from behind, revealing Tang San and Xiao Wu. It appeared that Tang San could no longer endure the atmosphere of the room and had followed Qin Yu out of the Rose Hotel. Xiao San, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. You truly lack insight. Chapter 47. The Cunning Merchant and the Oddities Inside the General Store. Only a flickering candle cast a dim glow, suggesting that the proprietor was either exceedingly frugal or simply miserly. As Qin Yu pushed the door open, an overwhelming medley of scents assaulted his senses. Goodness, this indeed lived up to its title of a general store, as far as the eye could see. A haphazard array of items cluttered the space, including a battered black pot with a gaping hole. Was this a refuse collection point? Behind a towering stack of shelves, a reclined figure lounged in a chair, a middle-aged man leisurely fanning himself with a palm leaf, seemingly oblivious to Qin Yu and his companion's entrance. Yet, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sensation of being observed, as if every movement he made was under the scrutiny of this astute individual. A master. A sense of unease welled up within Qin Yu, as he perceived a level of intimidation from the middle-aged shopkeeper that surpassed even the formidable presence of Elder Go from his past. Xiao Yu, do you see that? Suddenly, Tang San gently tugged at the hem of Qin Yu's garment. Following Tang San's gaze, Qin Yu noticed a dark stone propping up the leg of a table. Yet, from the fissures in the hardened earth, a faint, crystal-like luster emanated. Could this possibly be the luminous crystal documented in the Xiantian treasure record? Within this crystal, a rare golden filament, known as Fa gene, could be birthed, its strength exceeding that of Xianbing silkworm threads. Moreover, this Fa gene requires no deliberate forging. It can transform into the dragon whisker needle, the 8th-ranked concealed weapon in the Tang Sex Xiantian treasure record. This needle specializes in penetrating protective auras. And should Qin Yu acquire such a weapon, his combat prowess would ascend to unprecedented heights. The feathered hand transformed into a claw, grasping the exposed crystal protruding from the ground. With a forceful pull, it merely caused the crystal to tremble slightly. The size of this crystal exceeded Dust Feather's expectations by several folds. While ordinary crystals are merely the size of a wash basin, this one was at least the size of a half bathtub. Such a scale of crystal undoubtedly indicated a qualitative change. Qin Yu was initially taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. The exquisite crystal contained within was a rare board crystal, which housed no less than 100 strands of precious gold. He had stumbled upon a true treasure. Rise. With a forceful motion of his arm, Qinyu effortlessly lifted a massive crystal, towering at half a meter in height. With a single hand. In an instant, a cacophony of miscellaneous objects tumbled to the ground, creating a jarring noise that startled the middle-aged man in the recliner, causing him to leap up as if his seat were ablaze. Was the ground shaking? Qinyu gently placed the large crystal, weighing over 300 jin, down and addressed the middle-aged man with an apology. I sincerely regret disturbing your peaceful slumber. May I inquire about the price of this item? The middle-aged gentleman donned his spectacles, and upon observing the substantial pit on the ground and the disarray surrounding it, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Oh dear, my antique. My treasure. Witnessing the man's avaricious display, Qinyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. What antique? That was clearly a broken bowl salvaged from some refuse heap. Only the shopkeeper could possibly regard it as a treasure. Ahem. Dear sir, you may add these damages to the quote, and I shall compensate you in full. To Qinyu's estimation, the entirety of those items hardly amounted to a single gold soul coin, yet the middle-aged man's ensuing remarks left her utterly astounded. Ah, well, that is acceptable. That bowl was utilized by a titled Douluo a millennium ago. I shan't deceive you. Let us settle on 800 gold soul coins. Ultimately, the man even produced a small abacus, clicking it rapidly as he calculated, arriving at a final price that astonishingly reached 16,879 gold soul coins. This sum surpassed the annual tax of Nuoding City. Goodness, sir, it seems you've captured a sheep and are mercilessly shearing it. With a sudden shake of his hand, Qinyu exclaimed, Goodness. They say that a year without business leads to 3 years of prosperity, yet this person seems to desire a lifetime of profit. How can one even articulate such a notion? I have already extended a generous discount, and if we were to consider the costs, I would be incurring a loss. Yet, rather than feeling shame, this middle-aged man somehow instills in Qinyu a sense that he has struck a remarkable deal. Very well, I concede. Qinyu gritted his teeth, forcing the words out from his throat. There was no choice. No matter the cost for this precious crystal, he was determined to secure it. Wait. These are merely the losses from the damaged antiques. The value of the crystal must be calculated separately. This scoundrel, having already inflicted one wound upon Qinyu, now seeks to strike again, intent on draining him of all his resources. Name your price. In the 6 years since Qinyu began working at the blacksmith shop, he had managed to earn a modest sum of money, complemented by the sporadic rewards of gold soul coins from the system, totaling just over 20,000. Having recently been swindled, he found himself with little money left. Ah, I didn't expect you to be such a tender lamb, the middle-aged man thought to himself, quickly re-evaluating the price he had in mind. Surprisingly, this young fellow is quite straightforward. Originally, I intended to sell this crystal for 30,000 gold soul coins. But seeing your sincerity, I shall let it go for 29,900 coins. What? The sincere price is merely a reduction of 100 gold soul coins from the initial amount. How is that any different from before? It was akin to wrapping a hammer with paper, claiming it had protective measures, and assuring one could safely endure a blow. What difference did it make? It was utterly absurd. Even the good-natured Tang San furrowed his brow. 30,000 gold soul coins would not suffice even if they emptied the entirety of their savings. Xiaoyu, let us depart. Qinyu let out a resigned sigh. To be honest, there was a fleeting moment when he felt an overwhelming urge to give the unscrupulous merchant before him a thorough thrashing, yet he feared he might not prevail. You must purchase today, whether you wish to or not. However, the middle-aged man simply waved his hand, and a gust of wind swiftly slammed the door shut. This coercive manner of doing business immediately soured the mood of Qinyu and his companions. Sir, such practices are not how one conducts business. The eyes of Qinyu had transformed into two abysses. Should the adversary make any move, he would be prepared to respond immediately. However, the middle-aged man, catching a glimpse of the 24 bridges entwined around Tang San's waist, exhibited a dramatic change in expression, one of joy intermingled with astonishment. Subsequently, he voluntarily stepped aside and refrained from discussing matters of compensation, even generously gifting the crystal board to Tang San. Since you desire this stone, take it. Consider this a test, and you have passed with flying colors. Having uttered these words, the middle-aged man disregarded the astonished expressions of Qinyu and the others. Reclining once more in his rocking chair, gently swaying into slumber. We are most grateful, esteemed elder. Qinyu slightly bowed in greeting, bearing the enormous crystal as he stepped outside first. Once the three departed, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Gang, are we finally to join forces once more? Chapter 48, Battle against Qinwu Part 1. Due to the immense size of the crystal, it was impossible to maneuver within the confines of the Rose Hotel, prompting Qinyu and his companions to journey to the outskirts. Xiao San, Xiaoyu, why are you so invested in this dark, massive stone? Does it contain hidden wonders? Tang San affectionately ruffled Xiaoyu's hair, saying, this is all thanks to Xiaoyu's keen eye, who managed to unearth this treasure amidst a pile of refuse. This board crystal is far more precious than any gemstone, truly the king of gems. As Tang San traced the irregular patterns of the crystal, he was astonished to find not a single crack upon its surface. There were no signs of impurity. The gold within this board crystal must be remarkably pure. In Qinyu's grasp lay a formidable iron hammer, and with a powerful exertion of his arms, the heavy hammerhead, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, descended violently upon the crystal board. Crack! Yet, the shattering sound did not emanate from the board itself, but rather from the iron hammer in Qinyu's hands. Astonishingly, the hammerhead, forged from solid iron, fragmented into 4 or 5 pieces. What sort of material was this crystal board to possess such extraordinary hardness? A typical forging hammer could inflict no damage whatsoever upon the crystalline shell. Xiaoyu, assist me, Tang San commanded. Inhaling deeply as a hammer-shaped martial spirit gradually crystallized within the palm of his left hand. As Tang San infused his soul power into the Haotian hammer, the small hammer's size swelled dramatically, multiplying several times over. Simultaneously, behind Qinyu, a majestic dragon phoenix martial spirit rose proudly into the air. With its colossal claws gripping the handle of the Haotian hammer, the hammer, weighing thousands of pounds, was lifted with sheer force. Break for me. Dustfeather and Tang San exerted their strength in unison, causing the immense Haotian hammer to crash down upon the board crystal. In that moment, a conspicuous fissure appeared in the hard crystalline shell, splitting it from top to bottom. The very ground trembled violently, a testament to the sheer force of the blow. Almost instantaneously, fine cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread across the entire surface of the board crystal, radiating from the initial crack. In a single moment, the entire board crystal shattered explosively, scattering fragments in all directions, among which were nearly 100 golden granules, each the size of a grain of rice. This was the coveted golden essence that Dustfeather and Tang San had longed for, the very prototype of the dragon beard needle. Suddenly, figures clad in black garments and shrouded in black cloth appeared from all directions, each one at the formidable level of a 3-ring soul master. Qinyu, it seems you are still unable to maintain your composure. With a mere glance, Qinyu discerned the origins of these individuals. In the entire city of Soto, the sole person with whom Qinyu harbored animosity was Qinyu. I had previously issued a warning. This time, I shall not hold back. Qinyu inhaled sharply, and several golden particles promptly fell into his palm. With the infusion of soul power, these diminutive spherical grains transformed into slender needles, as fine as a cow's hair. Then, with a casual flick of his hand, the golden needles vanished into the air without a sound. Subsequently, the black-clad assailants, who had been charging forward, let out muffled groans before plummeting from the sky one by one. The technique that Qinyu has just employed is known as spring breeze transforming into rain, a form of concealed weaponry that allows the projectile to momentarily vanish from the opponent's sight. Coupled with the inherently small size of the dragon whisker needle, it becomes exceedingly difficult to detect in advance. Qinyu, since you have arrived, why do you hesitate to reveal yourself? Qinyu's gaze lingered upon the desolate hillside, and soon the figure of Qinyu emerged slowly from behind it. Qinyu, it seems I have underestimated you. In merely 6 years, your prowess has remarkably enabled you to effortlessly vanquish a soul master of the soul sovereign level. You are indeed a prodigious talent. After breaking through to the soul king rank, Qinyu obtained his first 10,000-year soul ring, which instilled in him a sense of confidence, emboldening him to brazenly attempt to eliminate Qinyu. However, to his surprise, Qinyu's strength had grown tenfold compared to before. Qinyu, I had anticipated that you would learn to be more cautious, yet I find you to be just as foolish as Mo Tianqing, utterly lacking in wisdom. Do you truly believe that having entered the Soul King realm guarantees your victory over me? Dusty feathers enveloped Tang San and Xiao Wu, forming a triangular formation that ensnared Qinyu at its center. Ha ha ha, it is you who is arrogant. Had I not secretly poisoned Mo Tianqing in advance? Do you truly believe that your meager skills could withstand a Soul King's prowess? Today, you shall witness the true might of a Soul King. Qinyu hand clenched fiercely, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, materialized around him. An immense surge of soul power emanated from Qinyu, conjuring a colossal storm that shattered the surrounding flora. His strength vastly surpassed that of Mo Tianqing, indicating that a fierce battle lay ahead. Though Qinyu appeared outwardly composed, a profound sense of caution gripped his heart. The manifestation of the martial spirit. Qinyu's martial spirit took the form of a flame giant lizard, inherently endowed with the power of fire. The moment this spirit emerged, the surrounding flora ignited spontaneously. The first soul skill, flame lizard armor. Rather than launching an immediate offensive, Qinyu instinctively enveloped himself in a layer of fiery armor, indicating that Qinyu's prowess in close combat had left a significant impression on him. Following this, the second and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously on Qinyu's body. The second soul skill, Raging Inferno. The third soul skill, Meteoric Strike. A circular wave of flames surged from Qinyu, creating a tempest that scorched everything in its path, even turning rocks to ash in an instant due to the terrifying heat. Simultaneously, a shadow loomed over Qinyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu as 3 colossal fireballs, each measuring 10 meters in diameter, plummeted from above, resembling meteors descending from the heavens. Humph! A mere century-old soul skill dares to flaunt itself. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, focus your attacks on Qinyu's physical form. Leave these 2 soul skills to me. The sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries resonated from Qinyu's body as 3 soul rings simultaneously descended upon the celestial dragon phoenix. The second soul skill, Dragon's Ascent. Qinyu slowly raised his right arm, and the heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit instantaneously transformed into a finely crafted sword, approximately 3 feet in length, adorned with a vividly carved image of a dragon phoenix upon its blade. As Qinyu executed a downward strike, a myriad of sword energies erupted within a 100-meter radius, obliterating the two soul techniques unleashed by Qin Wu in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already closed in on Qin Wu's true form. How could a mere soul sovereign wield such terrifying soul techniques? If I do not eliminate this child today, I shall find no peace. Qin Wu was taken aback by Qin Yu's overwhelmingly powerful second soul technique. This strike could almost rival Qin Wu's own full-powered attack. Moreover, it appeared that Qin Yu had not yet exhausted his full strength. With his fourth soul technique, Fire Lizard Charge, two identical fire lizards suddenly emerged from Qin Wu, each colliding with Tang San and Xiao Wu respectively. This could be understood as Qin Wu's soul-powered doppelgangers, retaining only about 10 to 12% of his strength, yet capable of momentarily stalling Tang San and Xiao Wu. In Qin Wu's estimation, these two individuals, with their soul power at merely level 29, should be easily manageable. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. These three youngsters were far from easy opponents. With his second soul technique, Enchantment, Xiao Wu's eyes radiated a pink glow. And just as Qin Wu's gaze met hers for the briefest moment, a subtle wave of dizziness washed over him. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San ensnared Xiao Wu with blue-silver grass around her waist, executing a meteor hammer that sent her flying toward Qin Wu. Meanwhile, Tang San adeptly evaded the fiery lizard's attack using Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Chapter 49, Battle with Qin Wu, Part 2, First Soul Technique, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu had harnessed the strength in her waist, her long legs poised to approach Qin Wu. Yet, it must be noted that Qin Wu is currently engulfed in raging flames, and Xiao Wu is devoid of any fire-resistant gear. This reckless advance was hardly wise. Just then, countless strands of blue-silver grass sprouted from beneath Qin Wu's feet, wrapping him up like a zongzi. Although the internal blue-silver grass was continuously incinerated, the newly sprouted grass replenished it in time. This was Tang San's first soul technique, Entanglement, with the blue-silver grass providing a barrier against the flames. Xiao Wu's first soul technique successfully landed upon Qin Wu. Whoosh! A massive blue cocoon, composed of blue-silver grass, was flung high into the air by Xiao Wu, and her fists and feet rained down upon Qin Wu like a torrential downpour. Ultimately, a powerful kick landed squarely on Qin Wu's head, prompting an anguished cry as his body crashed heavily into the ground. The combined might of the two great soul masters astonished Qin Wu, revealing their remarkable combat prowess. Third soul technique, Dragon Soaring Sky Shatter. Suddenly, Qin Yu leaped high from behind Tang San, his right arm adorned with a multitude of densely arranged dragon scales. At the forefront of his fist, a pair of sharp dragon horns emerged. As Qin Yu unleashed a powerful punch, a golden azure dragon charged forth, exuding an unparalleled and astonishing momentum, crashing directly into Qin Wu. With a sickening sound, the two dragon horns effortlessly tore through the fiery armor encasing Qin Wu, leaving behind two gaping wounds the size of bowls on his chest, revealing glimpses of mangled internal organs within. The second and third soul rings of Qin Yu are both rewards from the system. Ancient soul rings that perfectly align with the attributes of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit, allowing Qin Yu to wield them with remarkable ease. How is this even possible? Qin Wu could hardly fathom that the synergy among Qin Yu and his companions was so impeccable, with each individual's attacks seamlessly connecting, leaving not a trace of vulnerability. From the moment Xiao Wu's charm skill succeeded, Qin Wu's doom was effectively sealed. With a cough, Qin Wu spat out another mouthful of blood. Qin Yu's punch had shattered his heart, and even if a tidal Douluo were to descend, it could not alter Qin Wu's fate. Yet, he still struggled to rise from the ground, tilting his head back to consume an entire vial of soul transformation pill. Let it all perish together. A terrifying blood mist enveloped Qin Wu, as the force of this final strike promised to be the pinnacle of his life's power. Fifth soul skill, Blood Flame Explosion. At this moment, the ancient soul ring on Qin Wu shimmered within the swirling blood mist, its hue deepening ominously. Simultaneously, his skin and muscles were torn apart, and even his bones began to crack and splinter. Qin Wu was determined to self-detonate his body, amplifying the power of his fifth soul skill to unprecedented heights. Daring to employ self-destruction before me. How naive. Had this been before today, I would have had no means to counter it, but now, at this moment, Qin Yu retracted the heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit and once again absorbed several golden particles from the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Wu found himself engulfed in crimson flames, the astonishing heat transforming the earth beneath him into molten lava. Blood Flame Eruption is an explosive soul skill. Its principle quite simple. It concentrates the soul power within Qin Wu at a single point, causing intense friction between the energies and generating searing temperatures. Qin Wu then transmits this ferocious force through his fists and feet to reduce his opponent's body to ashes. In pursuit of this soul ring, Qin Wu had sacrificed numerous subordinates, yet he never anticipated that before he could unleash this soul skill, he would be defeated, teetering on the brink of death. Had he known this would be the outcome, he likely would have employed his strongest soul skill at the outset. But alas, there is no remedy for regret. A mutual destruction was Qin Wu's ultimate choice. However, at that moment, Chen Yu suddenly vanished from his sight. Immediately thereafter, several streaks of golden light pierced through the crimson flames enveloping him, entering Qin Wu's body. The special crystal known as board crystal, formed through eons of Earth's pressure and lava's smelting, harbors an incredibly resilient golden essence, impervious even to molten magma. Thus, the mere blood flames surrounding Qin Wu could not hinder the dragon whisker needle. Initially, Qin Wu was oblivious to Chen Yu's intentions. But as the dragon whisker needle penetrated his body, a massive bulge formed at the insertion point, entwining his muscles with the coiled needle. Although Qin Wu felt no pain at that moment, the previously volatile power within him was now dissipating uncontrollably. Every soul master possesses a fixed pathway for the flow of soul power. Just now, I used the dragon whisker needle to strike a crucial acupuncture point on you, reversing the flow of your soul power. You have now lost the qualification to self-destruct. If Qin Wu refrained from self-detonation, Chen Yu would be unable to fully grasp the trajectory of the soul power within him. However, the violent soul power generated by self-detonation would concentrate in those key acupuncture points on Qin Wu's body. As long as Chen Yu exerted a slight manipulation to disrupt these vital streams of soul power, Qin Wu's body would deflate like a punctured balloon, unable to retain any soul power. Chen Yu. Just as Qin Wu attempted to lunge toward Chen Yu, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through him, sending him plummeting toward the ground. In Chen Yu's eyes, there was neither sadness nor joy. He cast a fleeting glance at Qin Wu, who lay on the ground. I have already granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it. A flash of crimson light swept by, and the bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes extinguished the last vestiges of Qin Wu's vitality. Both former lords of Nuoding City had fallen at Chen Yu's hands. Whether it was fate's design or the folly of these individuals remains uncertain. Young Master Qin, must I summon you once more? Chen Yu withdrew the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes and spoke calmly. It turned out that not only Qin Wu, but also Qin Shuang had followed him. However, at this moment, this esteemed young master of the Qin family was completely incapacitated, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless mass. His father, a formidable soul king, had fallen before Chen Yu as if he were nothing more than a mere chicken, perishing after just a few exchanges. This left Qin Shuang's fragile psyche utterly shattered, robbing him of any courage to confront Chen Yu. It was likely that throughout his life, Qin Shuang would be haunted by nightmares, with Chen Yu as the central figure of his fears. Chen Yu, I beseech you, spare my life. Qin Shuang stumbled, each step causing him to fall. And in the short span of 100 meters, he had rendered himself battered and bruised, losing all semblance of a refined young master. Then give me a reason not to kill you. Chen Yun spoke with a hint of amusement, noting that from the very beginning, Qin Shuang had never caught his eye. A mere ant was hardly worthy of a true dragon's regard. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden, as long as you spare my life. I gladly accept the role of your servant. Qin Shuang, in his desperation for survival, had forsaken his dignity, prompting Chen Yun to shake his head. Such a person, he mused, would not only fail to become a formidable soul master, but might not even deserve to be called a person of integrity. Killing him would sully Chen Yun's hands. Begone, and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Chapter 50. Extraordinary talent shocks the academy following the incident with Qin Wu. Chen Yun and his companions enjoyed several days of carefree amusement in Douluo City, a period that could be described as Chen Yun's most relaxed days. On the fourth day, they checked out of their lodging, for today marked the first day of enrollment at Shrek Academy. Although there were no fewer than 5 or 6 mid-level Soul Master Academies in Douluo City, a long queue had already formed before the gates of Shrek Academy. Among those waiting were both elegantly dressed nobles and ordinary commoners, indicating that Shrek Academy did not discriminate based on the background of its prospective students. This principle of equal treatment garnered Chen Yun's admiration for the institution. Having surpassed the age of 13, Qin Shuang was deemed ineligible for admission. Next, the sole criterion for enrollment at Shrek Academy was to accept only monsters. Here, monsters did not refer to fearsome appearances, but rather to prodigious talents. The first condition for candidates was that their age must not exceed 13, and their soul power must reach the level of a great soul master. It is noteworthy that on the Douluo continent, one must awaken their martial soul by the age of 6 and cultivate their soul power to over 20 levels within 6 years. This is no trivial challenge. Even Tang San, possessing innate full soul power, only reached the 29th level within that time frame. Thus, had Tang San not been endowed with innate full soul power, he would barely meet the admission threshold. Despite the long queue ahead of Chen Yun, the pace of the initial screening was remarkably swift. In just 10 minutes, it was Tang San's turn. The teacher responsible for assessing bone age turned out to be a soul emperor, indicating that the faculty at Shrek Academy was indeed impressive. Age 12, soul power level 29, martial soul blue silvergrass. The soul emperor instructor raised his head for the first time, as Tang San was the first to pass the assessment that day. A mere blue silver grass martial soul has managed to cultivate to level 29. You are quite a remarkable little creature. Take this form and proceed to the next round of testing. Thank you, instructor. Tang San accepted his form and, amidst countless envious gazes, stepped confidently into Shrek Academy. Next in line was Xiao Wu, also age 12, with an identical soul power level of 29. The Soul Emperor felt as though he had struck gold. When it was Qin Yun's turn, as he unleashed his martial soul, the Soul Emperor appeared overwhelmed by the pure aura of the Dragon Phoenix, falling from his chair in shock. An exceptional beast martial soul? Ding. The heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul intimidated the Soul Emperor, earning a shock value of 99 and a reward of 10 additional points in martial soul growth. It is known that within the entirety of Shrek Academy, only one individual possessed an exceptional martial soul, and even that was a flawed one. In contrast, Qin Yun's martial soul was flawless. The instructor's gaze transformed into one of intense fervor. Such talent was coveted by the Spirit Hall, and today, Shrek Academy had struck gold. Little one, as long as you are willing to join Shrek Academy, I will exempt you from all subsequent tests. This proclamation caused a stir among the crowd. Everyone wished they could take Qin Yun's place. Was the disparity between people truly so vast? They had labored through the screening process, while Qin Yun faced no such trials to become a member of Shrek. Instructor, I believe I shall forego this privilege, as it contravenes the admission standards of Shrek Academy. Qin Yun took a deep breath, and the soul rings beneath his feet illuminated one by one. A terrifying surge of soul power sent waves of dread rippling through the line of onlookers, each displaying expressions of sheer terror. 1, 2, 3 soul rings. He had astonishingly become a soul sage. The mere mention of soul sage bore the weight of an insurmountable peak, akin to the mighty Everest resting upon the hearts of all present. While we toil tirelessly without yet reaching the rank of great soul master, here you are, of the same age as us, having ascended to the status of a soul sage. Is there any hope left for us? Ding. The shock of his soul power level reverberated throughout the crowd, granting all soul rings an enhancement of 100 years. A soul sage. The gleam of astonishment in the mentor's eyes intensified. With a superior martial soul coupled with the prowess of a soul sage, he was truly a prodigy among prodigies. A marvel amongst marvels. Ha ha ha. The dean will surely be elated to learn that this little genius has joined us this year. Young one, do step inside. The mentor, treating him as if he were his own grandson, graciously ushered Qin Yun into Shrek Academy. This act incited a chorus of envy and jealousy, with lamentations echoing, heavens. I can no longer endure this. The disparity between talents is suffocating. Is this the stark contrast between genius and mediocrity? It feels all too real. As Qin Yun stepped into the academy, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Dai Mubai, with whom he had experienced a minor altercation at the Rose Hotel. Indeed. He was a student of Shrek Academy. You have all arrived as anticipated. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dai Mubai, a student who enrolled in Shrek Academy 3 years ago, thus I can be considered your senior. In the coming years, we shall stand together as brothers and sisters. Regarding the previous incident, it was my fault, and I sincerely apologize to you all. Dai Mubai bowed respectfully, but Qin Yun and Tang San promptly halted him. From now on, we are all classmates. As the saying goes, one must not fight to become acquainted. Let bygones be bygones. Qin Yun and Tang San are not individuals who harbor grudges. Naturally, Xiao has some reservations about Dai Mubai, as his playboy demeanor undeniably irks many young women. Just then, another figure entered through the door, a young girl with a cold expression. However, her voluptuous figure is certainly not one that a girl of 11 or 12 would possess. Upon seeing this enchanting beauty, Dai Mubai was initially taken aback, quickly revealing a look of embarrassment and a wry smile. It was evident that the two were already acquainted, and had perhaps even shared some ambiguous experiences. Yet, the cold-faced beauty merely cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mubai, her eyes filled with an icy glare and a hint of malice. I say, Dai, have you done something to wrong her? Just look at that gaze. It seems as if she wishes to flay you alive. Qin Yun whispered softly into Dai Mubai's ear, expressing a modicum of interest in the gossip. Ahem, let us discuss this later. Dai Mubai cleared his throat, deliberately averting his gaze from the cold-faced beauty. A stark contrast to the suave gentleman who effortlessly navigated through the floral throngs. He appeared more akin to a remorseful scoundrel. Greetings, everyone. I am Ningrongrong. And as we embark on this journey together as classmates, I look forward to your guidance. Shortly thereafter, another individual entered, unlike the cold-faced beauty. This fresh and charming young lady radiated vivacity, instantly uplifting the atmosphere. Qin Yun, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, everyone introduced themselves succinctly. At that moment, Dai Mubai interjected, stating, "We have enough participants, please follow me." It seemed that Dai Mubai was apprehensive about engaging with the cold-faced beauty, as he swiftly led Tang San and Qin Yun deeper into the academy. Prepare yourselves mentally for the upcoming challenge, which promises to be quite formidable. Dai Mubai advised gravely as they walked. Chapter 51, The Unmoving King Zhao Wujia, Part 1. Dai Mubai, I trust this assessment 1T involve a duel with you. Will it? With a teasing tone, Qin Yun remarked, if that is the case, this assessment seems rather effortless. Dai Mubai let out a wry smile and shook his head. Indeed, The original content of the assessment, as Chinyu had stated, involved engaging in 100 rounds of combat with Dai Mubai, where not being defeated would signify passing the evaluation. However, Dai Mubai had just received the new assessment details. This time, the examiner for Chunyu and his companions was not Dai Mubai, but the legendary figure known as the Unmoving King, Zhao Wuji. The Unmoving King was a renowned legend in the world of Soul Masters, having once defeated numerous Soul Sage powerhouses while at the Soul Emperor level and single-handedly dismantled 10 major sects overnight. His exploits eventually drew the attention of the Spirit Hall, which sent a Soul Douluo along with 10 Soul Sages to eliminate Zhao Wuji. Yet, in a moment of life and death, Zhao Wuji astonishingly broke through to the Soul Sage level, leveraging the amplification of his martial soul's true form to slay several Soul Sages and severely injure the Soul Douluo, thereby escaping with his life. This battle established Zhao Wuji's fame within the realm of Soul Masters, but he subsequently vanished from the public eye. To everyone's surprise, he had become a mentor at Shrek Academy. What kind of place was Shrek Academy that it could attract someone as formidable as the Unmoving King? Chinyu had certainly heard of the formidable reputation of the immovable king, Zhao Wuji, and the prospect of meeting this formidable figure stirred a sense of excitement within him. However, the others did not share Chinyu's ease, particularly Ning Rongrong, who at that moment covered her vibrant red lips in astonishment. According to rumors, had not the immovable king perished from a fall off a cliff? How could it be? Dai Mubai gestured for silence and whispered, "Shoo, keep your voice down. The secret of Teacher Zhao's survival is known to only a select few. If the Spirit Hall learns of it, it could spell considerable trouble. Moreover, Teacher Zhao is no longer the fierce king he once was. His temperament has become much more restrained." Oh, Ning Rongrong nodded her head and promptly sealed her lips. As they continued their journey, Chinyu observed something peculiar. Although Shrek Academy was not particularly large, it appeared eerily quiet. Apart from Dai Mubai, they had not encountered any other students from Shrek. Were they all attending classes at this time? Dai Mubai, how many teachers and students are there at our Shrek Academy? Exactly. Curiosity sparked within Chinyu as he inquired. Suddenly, Dai Mubai hesitated, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Ahem, well, Shrek Academy boasts a total of 17 instructors, while there are currently only 3 students. What? Dai Mubai's revelation left everyone astounded. In such a vast academy, to have merely 3 students was undoubtedly a rarity across the entirety of the Douluo continent, perhaps even the only Soul Master Academy where instructors outnumbered pupils. Could this truly be the fabled private aristocratic academy, where 5 mentors instruct a single student? Such extravagance seemed excessive. Before you arrived, Shrek Academy had not recruited any new students for a full 2 years, so Chinyu, you must strive hard. It has been far too long since I've met new friends. Soon, the group arrived at the central plaza of Shrek Academy, where a robust figure stood at the heart of the square, arms crossed. Although this man had yet to unleash any trace of soul power, the very atmosphere around him felt notably heavy. His mere presence seemed capable of invoking a resonance with the heavens and the earth. Such was the terrifying strength of the immovable king. Truly formidable. With a solemn expression, Chinyu realized that Zhao Wuji could likely crush a soul king like Qin Wu with merely a pinky finger. For the first time, a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind as he contemplated the formidable opponent they were about to face. Xiaobai. It appears an unexpected number of lesser creatures have successfully passed the preliminary tests. It seems our Shrek Academy will not remain so desolate after all. As anticipated by Chinyu, the robust figure was indeed the unmoved king, Zhao Wuji. Upon Zhao Wuji opening his eyes, an invisible aura of pressure enveloped everyone present. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing felt their knees weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. I presume Xiaobai has already informed you of my identity. Indeed, I am Zhao Wuji, infamously renowned in the realm of Soul Masters, a level 76 battle Soul Master with the martial soul of the mighty Diamond Bear. And I shall serve as the examiner for your final assessment. My examination criteria are quite straightforward. If you can withstand my presence for the duration of a joss stick, you will pass. To ensure fairness, I shall seal my soul power to approximately the level of a soul sovereign. Zhao Wuji produced a slender joss stick and flicked it, causing it to embed itself into the tough stone floor. Simultaneously, due to the intense friction, the other end of the stick ignited spontaneously. You will have the time of a joss stick to strategize. The assessment will commence thereafter. After delivering these words, Zhao Wuji returned to his previous stance, closing his eyes once more to meditate. Time is of the essence. Chinyu, Tang San, you must swiftly devise a sound strategy. Otherwise, your combined strength may not suffice to endure even a single round against Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai was acutely aware of Zhao Wuji's prowess and all his soul abilities. Even with his power suppressed, Zhao Wuji would still likely rival the pinnacle of Soul Kings. Teacher Zhao's martial soul, the mighty Diamond Bear, is a premier beast martial soul, excelling in defense and strength, while speed remains his sole vulnerability. Thus, you may wish to craft your strategy from this perspective. Tang San and Chinyu nodded slightly, immediately forming a rough tactical design in their minds. As they were meeting for the first time, Unaware of each other's martial soul capabilities, Qinyu spoke up. Allow me to begin. My name is Qinyu, and my martial soul is the celestial dragon phoenix, akin to boss Dai, possessing the three-ringed soul sovereign level. As Qinyu's words echoed, not only did Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exhibit expressions of shock, but even Zhao Wujie, who stood at a distance, appeared visibly taken aback. No, it cannot be. Your age is comparable to mine, yet you have already attained the rank of a soul master of the three souls. How foolish of me to consider myself a genius. In comparison to you, I am merely a source of ridicule. This is truly disheartening. Ning Rongrong felt an immense blow to her self-esteem. Her once prized talent for cultivation seemed insignificant when juxtaposed with Qinyu's prowess. Ah, it must be mere luck, nothing more. Qinyu scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Ding. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing expressed their disappointment, while Zhao Wujie thought to himself that this one truly was a little monster. With an average shock value of 99, thus augmenting the age of his spirit ring by 150 years. Tang San, wielding the blue silver grass as his martial soul, was a 29th level control system soul master. Immediately after, Tang San's blue silver grass martial soul astonished everyone once more. While Qinyu, with his exceptional beast martial soul, was able to cultivate at such a rapid pace, it was still rather astonishing that the blue silver grass, widely regarded as a useless martial soul, could also be cultivated so swiftly. Could a genius truly play the game this way? The teacher had mentioned that there were no useless martial souls, only inept soul masters, and even a seemingly inferior martial soul possessed its own advantages. Tang San smiled faintly, not at all disheartened by the reputation of blue silver grass. There was something intriguing about Tang San. He might very well become a formidable force in the future. Zhao Wujie found himself in agreement with Tang San's earlier remarks. Indeed, a martial soul was merely a fraction of a soul master's strength. To become a truly powerful soul master, a resolute heart of a warrior was paramount. Chapter 52, The Unmoved King, Zhao Wujie, Part 2. Next, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing introduced their respective martial souls and soul power levels. I am Xiao Wu, the dance of the soft-bone rabbit, a 29th level assault system soul master. Xiao Wu remained her lively self, seemingly unaffected by the impending battle. I am Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial soul of the nethercat, a 27th level agility system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. I am Ning Rongrong, a 26th level support system soul master, with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower as my martial soul. As she spoke of her martial soul, Ning Rongrong raised her head proudly, displaying a sense of accomplishment. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. It turned out this young lady was the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It remained to be seen whether she could adapt to the atmosphere of Shrek Academy. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Zhao Wujie's mouth. It seemed this generation of little monsters might just create miracles at Shrek. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. You are a direct descendant of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Dai Mubai exclaimed. As one of the upper three sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, despite not boasting the same number of high-level soul masters as the other two sects, possessed what was known as the world's most formidable support-type martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. It was rumored in the soul master community that a Contra, with the aid of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, could contend evenly with a 92-level title Douluo. Although the difference between a Contra and a title Douluo was merely a word, their strengths were worlds apart. And yet the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower could bridge that immense chasm, highlighting the sheer power of its supportive abilities. Excellent. With the assistance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, the gap between you and Teacher Zhao will diminish significantly. Since Dai Mubai could not participate in the battle, Qinyu and Tang San devised a strategy that placed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as the main attackers, with Tang San and Qinyu providing support, while Ning Rongrong stood at the rear to enhance the group's capabilities with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. The reasoning behind this strategy was simple. No matter how brash Zhao Wujie might be, he would surely not act against two weaker girls. Qinyu and Tang San clearly recognized this, thus tactically positioning Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing at the forefront. However, in reality, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing served merely as a smokescreen. The true offensive duties lay with Qinyu and Tang San. Of course, until the final moment, Qinyu would not allow Zhao Wujie to foresee this plan. A short incense stick as time passed swiftly, and Zhao Wujie opened his eyes once more, noticing that the little ones before him appeared markedly different from before. In that brief span, Qinyu and Tang San had managed to analyze each individual's strengths and weaknesses, formulating the most rational tactical arrangement. This alone earned Zhao Wujie's silent approval. Little monsters, are you prepared? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood at the forefront, with Qinyu closely behind, while Tang San positioned himself next to the only support soul master, Ning Rongrong, forming a rather unusual formation of 3 in front and 2 in the back. Zhao Wujie had anticipated that these youngsters would rush in all at once, employing their various skills. Instead, they opted for a strategy of retreating to advance, a rather unexpected approach to the impending battle. Teacher Zhao, please bestow your guidance. With a respectful fist clasp, Qinyu summoned the celestial dragon phoenix martial soul, which soared majestically into the heavens. The terrifying aura of the dragon and phoenix caused Zhao Wujia's footsteps to falter, retreating a full step. Truly, it is a supreme beast martial soul. Even I felt a twinge of oppression. The disparity between Soul Sovereign and Soul Saint spanned several grand realms. Yet the sheer might of the martial soul was sufficient to compel the 76th level Zhao Wujia to yield half a step. Yu is undoubtedly a pioneer, unmatched in history. However, such feats alone will not secure your ultimate victory. Zhao Wujia smiled faintly as a towering, golden glowing bear, the great strength diamond bear martial soul, rose behind him. An overwhelming and indomitable aura suddenly emanated from this formidable creature. So, this is Teacher Zhao's great strength diamond bear martial soul. Indeed, it is powerful. With a single wave of his hand, Yu summoned a pure essence of the dragon phoenix, coalescing into a protective shield that enveloped the crowd. Although the surface of the shield rippled continuously, it steadfastly resisted the formidable pressure exerted by Zhao Wuji. At last, Tang San made his move with his first soul skill. Entangling. Countless strands of blue-silver grass twisted around Zhao Wuji's feet and waist like serpents. Initially dismissive, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as he exerted a slight force. The resilience of the blue-silver grass surpassed his expectations, rivaling even the renowned tenacity of thorned martial spirits. Was this truly the blue-silver grass martial spirit? Often deemed worthless, it evidently held some merit. Were it an ordinary soul sovereign, they might struggle to free themselves from Tang San's grasp, but facing Zhao Wuji, who had voluntarily sealed his soul power, he nonetheless exceeded the soul sovereign level. With his first soul skill, the immovable king body, Zhao Wuji radiated an intense golden light, causing the encroaching blue-silver grass to be repelled. Almost simultaneously, his second soul ring ignited, unleashing his second soul skill, the mighty Vajra palm. Zhao Wuji's palm transformed into a massive hand, gathering a force of destruction within. Watch out. This is Teacher Zhao's offensive soul skill, the mighty Vajra palm. Dai Mubai warned. Just then, a dragon-shaped phantom surged forward, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing perched atop its head. Rather than retreating, this dragon shadow charged directly at Zhao Wuji. Was this not akin to a moth flinging itself into the flames? The answer was a resounding no. Zhao Wuji's body unexpectedly sprouted numerous tendrils of blue-silver grass, enveloping him entirely in the blink of an eye. This was Tang San's second soul skill, parasitic. The blue-silver grass that had ensnared Zhao Wuji had dispersed its seeds upon him. With a mere thought, Tang San could command these seeds to grow rapidly, thus interrupting Zhao Wuji's second soul skill. With a roar, the dragon phantom dissipated, coalescing into a long sword in Yu's hand. The radiant sword energy made Zhao Wuji's pupils constrict, even raising the hairs on his arms in alarm. This was Yu's second soul skill, Dragon Slash. In an instant, an astonishing sword light, stretching several dozen meters, descended upon Zhao Wuji, cutting through his immovable king body with ease. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind. With her second soul skill, Bewitchment, Xiao Wu's crimson eyes ensnared the distracted Zhao Wuji, plunging him into an illusion, while his surging soul power abruptly calmed. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws, her fingers sprouting sharp nails, her most formidable weapon. In a mere second, she struck hundreds of times. Yet even without Zhao Wuji employing any soul power for defense, her claws merely left faint white marks upon his form. Truly, the immovable king boasted formidable physical defenses. Since my claws are ineffective, I shall render you unconscious, Xiao Wu declared, utilizing her strength to clasp her legs around Zhao Wuji's head, lifting the towering figure off the ground before executing a sudden drop, forcing his head to meet the earth with an intimate encounter. The resounding impact reverberated through the plaza, causing Zhao Wuji's forehead to sprout a crimson horn. Tang San, your beautiful companion is surprisingly formidable, Dai Mubai remarked, about to describe her as fierce. But upon seeing Zhao Wuji's swollen brow, he swiftly altered his choice of words. Zhao Wuji, feeling quite vexed, had never anticipated that as a grand soul sage, he would be struck on the head by a young girl employing such gentle tactics. Should word of this spread, where would he find the face to uphold his reputation as the immovable king? Little brats, I shall no longer hold back. Zhao Wuji's demeanor shifted, his expression turning serious. Dai Mubai felt a chill in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. Teacher Zhao was now earnest. Yu, be cautious. Teacher Zhao is about to get serious. Tang San reacted even more swiftly than Dai Mubai. Just as Dai Mubai's warning escaped his lips, two strands of blue-silver grass swiftly wrapped around Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waists, pulling them back just in time. Then, a blinding golden light erupted from Zhao Wuji. A terrifying wave of soul power, generating a shockwave that radiated in all directions. Chaos Spirit Body, activate. Yu actively activated the Chaos Spirit Body, simultaneously infusing the Chaos Soul Power into the Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit. The once modestly sized Dragon Phoenix, measuring only a few meters, now swelled to an impressive length of 100 meters, its formidable presence capturing the attention of all within Shrek Academy. Chaos Dragon Phoenix, unleash. The sharp claws of the dragon descended with an unmatched vigor, striking Zhao Wujie, who had just begun to gather his soul power, scattering it in an instant. Little one, you lack martial ethics. Zhao Wujie was taken aback by Qin Yu's refusal to grant him the opportunity to accumulate strength. The timing of the claw's assault was impeccably precise, disrupting the flow of soul power just as Zhao Wujie was about to execute his soul skill. Such keen insight is likely beyond the reach of even the titled Douluo. Cough, cough, Teacher Zhao, my apologies. To endure a full incense stick's time under your esteemed presence, we must resort to some minor tactics. I hope you bear no grudges. Just as Zhao Wujie attempted to rise, he was met once more by a crushing blow. Bang! This time, he once again collided with the ground, the lump on his head swelling significantly. Kid, I am about to lose my temper. Let me tell you, when I get angry, even ghosts must circle around me 3 times. Yet, what awaited Zhao Wujie was yet another slap. This time, not only Zhao Wujie, but even the others were left in utter astonishment. This was Zhao Wujie, yet Qin Yu repeatedly struck his head. This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. As the saying goes, one should not touch the rear of a tiger, and similarly, one should not provoke a bear. Qin Yu, you had better wish for your own fortune. Daimu Bai fled several hundred meters without looking back, and immediately, the entire plaza transformed as if struck by a tsunami or a series of earthquakes, becoming unrecognizable. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's eyes glowed with rage, the fur of the great strength diamond bear taking on a reddish hue. And waves of destructive power surged forth from him with alarming intensity. Oh no, this is serious. Qin Yu realized that the situation was dire. And with the usage of the Chaos Dragon Phoenix exhausted, there was no force left to impede the rampaging black bear. The third soul skill, Gravity Amplification. A terrifying gravitational force descended upon everyone, centered around Zhao Wujie. Crack! Qin Yu and Tang San united their efforts to forge a barrier of soul power, striving to protect the young girls. However, the overwhelming force of Zhao Wujie's gravity could not be thwarted by a mere soul sage and a great soul master. The soul power barrier shattered instantaneously. At that moment, a distinctly different power surged forth from Qin Yu, one that starkly contrasted with the Azure Dragon and Phoenix martial spirits. It embodied annihilation, the celestial punishment divine sword. Upon encountering immense external pressure, the second martial soul of Qin Yu surprisingly emanated a trace of sword intent. This mere wisp of sword energy effortlessly cleaved through Zhao Wujie's gravity soul skill. You must leave this place at once. With the last vestiges of his soul power, Qin Yu propelled Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong out of the arena. Unfortunately, the frenzied Zhao Wujie had succumbed to madness, his fourth and fifth soul rings illuminating simultaneously. The fourth soul skill, target tracking. The fifth soul skill, gravity compression. The gravity, which had been on the brink of collapse, reformed with an even more terrifying intensity than before. This gravitational force did not merely press from one direction but converged from all sides, seemingly intent on reducing me to mere pulp. Simultaneously, Qin Yu caught a whiff of honey wafting through the air, an aroma curiously emanating from himself. Dustfeather remained perplexed as to why he exuded such an odor, when suddenly a pair of formidable bear paws came crashing down upon his head. 7-star ghost steps. As Dustfeather danced nimbly beneath his feet, his body conjured multiple afterimages in mid-air, making it difficult for Zhao Wujie to discern which was the true form. However, to Dustfeather's surprise, Zhao Wujie's bear paw seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, instantly locking onto Dustfeather's genuine self. This was perplexing. Did Zhao Wujie have a precision guidance system installed? How could he see through my deceptive forms? The failure of the 7-star ghost steps caught Dustfeather off guard, plunging him into an unprecedented peril. In truth, this was the ability of Zhao Wujie's fourth soul skill. Once a target was locked onto by this skill, no matter where they fled or what evasive techniques they employed, escape from Zhao Wujie's pursuit was impossible. Even with closed eyes, Zhao Wujie could strike true. In a moment of dire urgency, a massive black hammer descended with perfect accuracy upon Zhao Wujie's head, causing his already prominent red horns to grow even longer. The unfortunate king of immobility suffered multiple severe blows to his forehead in a single day, had it not been for Zhao Wujie's remarkable physique. An ordinary soul master would likely have been rendered an imbecile by now. Zhao Wujie's robust form sank deeply into the ground, leaving behind a substantial human-shaped crater. The word 7th soul skill, true body of martial soul, resonated with an overwhelming force of soul power as a beam of golden light erupted from the earth, soaring into the sky. This was problematic. Zhao Wujie had truly lost his senses, resorting to his true body of martial soul. At that moment, Daimu Bai could no longer stand idly by. After Zhao Wujie activated his true body, his power multiplied exponentially, making it improbable for Dustfeather and his companions, let alone even a titled Douluo, to subdue him. Little Ao, Fatty, hurry and assist. With the principal absent from the academy, Zhao Wujie was undoubtedly the strongest individual within Shrek Academy. If he continued to rampage unchecked, the entire academy would be reduced to ruins. Goodness, has teacher Zhao truly overindulged again? Little Ao, a scruffy bearded man, and the rotund Fatty, resembling a plump meatball, rushed out to witness Zhao Wujie, in his true body form, recklessly smashing a colossal boulder. Around Zhao Wujie stood Dustfeather and his group of young companions. Fatty, stop spectating. Teacher Zhao has been provoked into a frenzy by those new students, likely awakening the murderous intent buried deep within him. If we don't manage to stall until the principal returns, Shrek Academy will face dire consequences. At that moment, other instructors, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. However, the composition of Shrek Academy's instructors was somewhat peculiar. Aside from the Soul Emperor Dust Feather had previously encountered, the remaining instructors were predominantly support-type Soul Masters, lacking significant combat prowess. You little rascals have managed to push Zhao the Mad this far. I am truly astonished, remarked the Soul Emperor, whose martial soul was a dragon-subduing staff. He too summoned his martial soul. I will distract the bear. You little ones should flee as far as you can. Stopping a Soul Sage was already a formidable challenge, and facing an uncontrollable bear made the Soul Emperor's face pale with concern. Teacher, I will assist you. Ultimately, this situation was of Dust Feather's own making. He could not sit idly by. We'll help too. Dai Mubai and 2 other Soul Masters of similar age to Dust Feather joined the fray. You mischievous children. In a mere exchange, the Soul Emperor was forced to retreat, narrowly avoiding injury thanks to Tang San's use of blue-silver grass to mitigate the impact. Everyone, try to avoid direct contact with Teacher Zhao. As long as we can hold out until the principal returns, we will be safe. Dai Mubai, seemingly with considerable experience in dealing with Zhao Wuji, quickly advised. Though it was easy to say, who among them did not feel trepidation in the presence of the rampaging bear, especially with Zhao Wuji's gravity soul skills, once ensnared. Even Dust Feather and Tang San would struggle to escape, let alone the girls like Xiao Wu. Dai, Xiao San, and I will engage Teacher Zhao head-on. Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing, you can use your hidden weapons to assist us from the side. Ning Rongrong, you neglected to display your abilities as a support soul master earlier. I hope you won't hold us back this time. As for these 2 gentlemen, Xinyu was uncertain about the capabilities of the rotund man and the bearded uncle, leaving him at a loss regarding how to position them. Oscar, being a support-type soul master, possessed soul skills that could replenish our soul power, while Ma Hongjiwen's martial spirit was that of the phoenix, boasting an explosive power that even surpassed my own. Dai Mubai promptly provided a concise introduction to their abilities. This arrangement is even better. Oscar, like Ning Rongrong, should remain outside of Teacher Zhao's attack range to provide timely support. As for Ma Hongjun, you should wait for the opportune moment, as your explosive power might prove to be the key in this intricate battle. Dust Feather swiftly assigned tasks to each member, and then exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai and Tang San before they all charged towards Zhao Wuji. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile's reputation is well-deserved, as it enhances both strength and speed. 3 streams of light accurately enveloped Dust Feather and his companions, and in that instant, Dust Feather felt his power and speed increase by approximately 20%. Is this the auxiliary effect of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Martial Soul? Truly formidable. At that moment, a rather crude soul incantation emanated from the bearded uncle's lips. I possess a large sausage. Such a blatant spell, so shamelessly suggestive, especially with 3 young ladies present, particularly Ning Rongrong, who stood closest, her fair face flushed crimson. Moreover, Oscar indeed produced a large sausage. Catch it, you rascal. Oscar tossed it forcefully, and the sausage hurtled toward Dust Feather. Oscar was, in fact, a food-type soul master, and his first soul skill produced a restorative sausage that could rapidly replenish soul power. Though his incantation was rather awkward, as Dai Mubai remarked with a hint of embarrassment, although Qinyu's expression was somewhat conflicted. He was determined to continue the battle, relying solely on Oscar's recovery sausage. Well, let this serve as a comparison between the sausages of Douluo continent and those of Blue Star, highlighting their differences. Xinyu devoured the restorative sausage in just 2 or 3 bites, not because he lacked the desire to savor it, but rather due to the nauseating recollection of Oscar's rather lewd demeanor. Nevertheless, Oscar's sausage proved remarkably effective. Within moments, Xinyu regained 1/6 of his soul power. Astoundingly, this surpassed even the efficacy of the power pill. Had Qinyu's soul power not been 6 times that of an average soul master, this single restorative sausage would have sufficed to completely replenish a soul elder's energy. With his 3rd soul skill, Dragon's Ascent, a magnificent golden dragon erupted from Qinyu's right arm, its sharp horns piercing Zhao Wuji's chest instantly. Even in his martial spirit true form, Zhao Wuji's was forced back several paces from Qinyu's formidable strike. Such astonishing offensive power. Dai Mubai, observing from the side, gained a renewed appreciation for Qinyu's prowess. Realizing that during their previous encounter at the Rose Hotel, Xinyu had not unleashed his full potential. With a roar, Zhao Wuji slammed his arms together, his muscular limbs crushing the golden dragon into oblivion. However, the chaotic energy from the explosion left no trace upon him. Utilizing his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai appeared a head shorter than Zhao Wuji's, yet through sheer brute strength, he managed to halt Zhao Wuji's advance. Employing his 1st soul skill, Bind, numerous blue-silver grasses ensnared Zhao Wuji's limbs, yet these tendrils could only delay him for a brief interval. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing now, Tang San shouted, and without delay, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing positioned themselves at Zhao Wuji's flanks, their iron claws gripping his ankles. The flying claw, originally designed for scaling sheer cliffs, proved exceptionally effective in restraining Zhao Wuji's. The flying claw could withstand a pulling force of up to 800 pounds, and despite Zhao Wuji's immense strength, he found himself momentarily incapacitated by the multiple bindings. Fatty, it's your time to shine. Dai Mubai, under immense pressure, could only endure for 3 more seconds. Ma Hongjun, already eager on the sidelines, immediately erupted with rose-colored phoenix flames upon hearing Dai Mubai's command. With his second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix, Ma Hongjun curled into a ball, resembling a large meatball. This very mass, enhanced by Tang San's blue-silver grass, soared into the air, subsequently crashing down upon Zhao Wuji's repeatedly battered head like a shooting star, with a resounding thud. The collision between the meatball and Zhao Wuji's formidable frame resulted in the meatball's victory. What a remarkable display of meatball impact! Zhao Wuji's colossal body fell backward, his back to the ground, as the lingering phoenix flames singed his fur to a charred black. The Soul Emperor beside them stood in stunned silence. This ragtag team of Soul Elders and Soul Masters exhibited such impeccable synergy that it seemed as if they had rehearsed countless times beforehand. Who would dare believe this was their first encounter if not for witnessing it firsthand? Chapter 55, The Power of Soulbone Subdues Wuji. Zhao Wuji found himself in the most tragic role of the day, having lost face in a manner that could haunt him for a lifetime. Although Qin Yu and his companions' attacks inflicted no substantial damage upon him, the humiliation was profound. One could only imagine how splendid their days at Shrek Academy would be in the future. Yet at this moment, Qin Yu had no time for such thoughts. Harnessing the power amplification bestowed by his celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit, he hoisted a massive boulder weighing hundreds of pounds and struck Zhao Wuji's once more. The stone shattered upon impact, yet Zhao Wuji showed no reaction, not even a hint of dizziness. Moreover, his eyes transformed into a pure hue. This is bad. It's teacher Zhao's 6th soul skill, Wrath of the King. The Wrath of the King grants Zhao Wuji's a tenfold increase in all attributes for 3 minutes, while his speed diminishes by 90%. Within a foot of Zhao Wuji's, it became an absolute forbidden zone. No soul master or soul beast could escape the devastation of Zhao Wuji's furious blows. Furthermore, with the gravitational soul skill Zhao Wuji's unleashed, it seemed no one could evade the impending onslaught. Ding! The system detected the host's perilous circumstances and temporarily lifted the seal on the soul bone. Suddenly, an extraordinarily potent force surged from the spine of Qin Yu, while onlookers beheld what appeared to be a pair of enormous, flame-imbued wings sprouting from his back. Though merely an illusion, the impression it left was strikingly vivid. Huzzah! With a thunderous roar, Qin Yu unleashed a powerful punch, daring to face Zhao Wuji in a contest of strength. Was he out of his mind? No. Tang San was acutely aware of Zhao Wuji's terrifying prowess. Even with his utmost effort in channeling the Xintian art, he could not match even a fraction of the might behind Zhao Wuji's strike. Although Qin Yu reigned supreme among the Soul Masters, there remained a considerable chasm between him and Zhao Wuji. It appears that Qin Yu's arm may have been rendered useless. Bang! The dull sound of the collision struck like a thunderclap in the hearts of the onlookers, and in an instant, the ground of the plaza was indented, forming a massive pit nearly 100 meters long and 40 to 50 meters deep. Qin Yu and Zhao Wuji remained locked in their fist-to-fist stance, utterly motionless. In the next moment, a clear sound akin to a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry emanated from within Qin Yu, followed by a surge of even greater power that coursed through his arm and into Zhao Wuji's. Thunderous rumblings filled the air, and to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Wuji staggered back several dozen steps before managing to halt. Simultaneously, he emitted a muffled groan from his throat, and a faint trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The renowned immovable king of the Soul Master realm, known for his formidable defense, had sustained an injury inflicted by a mere 12-year-old Soul Master. Had this not transpired before the eyes of the crowd, who would dare to believe such a spectacle? Ding! The initial display of the dragon spine phoenix wing left the world in shock. An astonishing reward of 1,000 years was granted to all soul rings. Although the process was fraught with peril, the reward was exceedingly generous. A full 1,000 years of enhancement propelled Qin Yu's first soul ring to nearly 4,000 years. The notion of a first soul ring boasting 4,000 years is simply unfathomable, surpassing even the 4th or 5th soul rings of ordinary soul masters by a significant margin. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Tang San rushed to Qin Yu's side. At this moment, Qin Yu remained in a striking pose, yet his entire body was seeping blood from every pore. It was evident that delivering that punch had taken a considerable toll on him. Xiao-san, we have emerged victorious. Upon uttering these words, Qin Yu rolled his eyes and fainted. Although the system had temporarily unsealed 2 soul bones within him at his current level, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the immense power they possessed. It is noteworthy that Qin Yu had merely unleashed 1% of his strength and was already able to repel the fully armed Zhao Wuji with ease, illustrating the overwhelming energy contained within those soul bones. Had the system not swiftly resealed the soul bone powers at the last moment, Qin Yu would likely have perished in an explosive demise. Zhao Wuji, having received a severe blow, regained his senses from his previous state of fury. As he surveyed the chaotic surroundings, he inwardly chastised himself for being overly aggressive against a group of children. What if those little monsters were injured by my actions? Just as Zhao Wujia lifted his foot, a brilliant bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the heavens, sending him plummeting to the ground. Simultaneously, a thick plume of black smoke rose from below, indicating that the powerful golden bear had been thoroughly roasted. The bolt of lightning was, in fact, one of the soul bone abilities residing within Qinyu. After all, these two soul bones were forged from the forces of nature and had undergone purification through lightning. Thus, they inherently possessed the power of thunder. The earlier clash had already triggered the lightning energy in the air, but it had yet to descend until now. Tragically, at that moment, no one paid any heed to Zhao Wujia. All were gathered around Qinyu, fearing he might never awaken again. If Zhao Wujia were still coherent, he would certainly exclaim in frustration, "Why is no one attending to me? I am the true victim here. I have endured countless blows merely to test the abilities of these little monsters. Is this fair to me?" Moreover, the miserly dean had not disbursed salaries for over 6 months, leaving the esteemed Zhao Wujia without even enough funds to purchase a bottle of medicinal alcohol for his bruises. This might well be the most unfortunate fate of a soul sage in history. Mu Bai, take this little one to Old Hua. No one in the entire Shrek Academy understands medicine better than him. The rest of you little monsters, follow me. You have successfully passed Teacher Zhao's assessment. From this moment forth, you are officially members of Shrek Academy. Once everyone had departed, a dark hand clawed its way over the edge of the deep pit, slowly emerging. Zhao Wujia, charred and twitching intermittently, appeared to be suffering from the aftereffects of the lightning strike. Just then, he heard the most unwelcome voice near his ear. "Old Zhao, the repair costs for the plaza and surrounding structures will be deducted from your salary. Make sure to fill this pit promptly. Otherwise, meet me at the back mountain tonight for a spar, as I have not had the pleasure of beating someone in quite some time." Had Qinyu been present, he would have immediately recognized the speaker's visage. It was none other than the shrewd merchant from the grocery store, the very dean of Shrek Academy. The so-called Golden Iron Triad member, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flandra. "Flandra, I am wronged. This is not solely my doing." Zhao Wujia lamented with a wretched expression, attempting to feign innocence and charm, only to be met with Flandra's foot. "You are filthy beyond measure. Do not soil my rented attire. You brought this upon yourself by underestimating those little monsters. However, do wash yourself promptly, for we have an important guest to greet tonight." On the first day that Chun Yu and his companions arrived at Shrek, a grand and tumultuous battle commenced, heralding the beginning of what would perhaps be even more thrilling days to come. Chapter 56, The Newcomers versus the Veterans, Part 1, An Important Person? Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback. To be deemed significant by Flanders implied that this individual was at least a Soul Douluo level powerhouse. Could it be that Shrek Academy was about to welcome a Soul Douluo mentor? Although a Soul Douluo may not compare to a title Douluo, they still stood as the mightiest beneath that esteemed rank. Zhao Wujia prided himself on being one of the few soul saints who could rival others. Yet he recognized the vast chasm that separated him from a Soul Douluo. Flanders' soul power, although only 2 levels above Zhao Wujia, had yet to graze the threshold of Soul Douluo. Noticing Zhao Wujia's expression of surprise, Flanders was well aware of his thoughts. "Old Zhao, do not entertain dreams. How could a dignified Soul Douluo condescend to our humble Shrek Academy? However, this person holds immense significance for me. Indeed, part of the reason I founded Shrek Academy was inspired by him. To have earned the prideful Flanders' brotherly regard, this individual must possess an extraordinary charm." And Zhao Wujia could not help but feel a burgeoning anticipation within. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, having succumbed to slumber for an entire day and night, finally awakened. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a beam of golden sunlight streaming through the crevices of the roof. Have I really slept the whole day? It seems that, at my current level of soul power, mastering the capabilities of a soul bone is still somewhat beyond my reach. Dustfeather took a deep breath, and the 9 transformations of the mysterious heavens began to operate automatically, instantly dispelling the lingering fatigue that clung to him. The long-lost vigor returned to Dustfeather's body. Seemingly stronger than before, it appeared that occasional intense battles had a remarkable effect on enhancing one's soul power. "Xiaoyu, you have finally awakened." At the entrance stood Tang San, Xiaowu, and Dai Mubai, who had already commenced their training for the day. Strangely, there was not a single instructor present. The mentors in the academy had accompanied the dean to welcome a new teacher, granting them the freedom to arrange their own training and rest for the day. Despite the lack of supervision, Tang San and his companions displayed no signs of slackness. Even the bearded Uncle Oscar had been training diligently for over half an hour. However, Dustfeather noticed the absence of Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, suggesting that the comfortable life within her sect had led her to believe that Shrek Academy was merely a leisurely resort. Having previously only engaged in brief introductions, they now found a perfect opportunity to delve deeper. "Fatty, Xiaoyo, please introduce yourselves to our new companion." Although Ma Hongjun had not spent as much time at Shrek Academy as Dai Mubai, he had still been there for 2 years. Oscar's situation was unique. He was the adopted son raised by Flander and had witnessed the gradual establishment of Shrek Academy firsthand. Like Dustfeather and Tang San, Oscar was also a rare innate full soul power user. However, his ambition did not lie in becoming a powerful soul master, but rather in living as a wandering, artistic soul. In Flanders' words, if Oscar were to dedicate half of his efforts to cultivating his soul power, he might have the chance to become the first food system title Douluo on the Douluo continent. I believe the best way to communicate is through a battle. Dust Feather. I've heard that you have set a new record at Shrek Academy. I, Ma Hongjun, delight in sparring with soul masters who surpass me. Would you be interested in a match? Although Ma Hongjun appeared rather simple-minded, his inherent combative nature mirrored that of Dai Mubai. How about this? We shall hold a soul battle between the new students and the old ones. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing will face off against Dai Laoda, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. As for me, after your battle concludes, I will challenge all three of you simultaneously. Qinyu smiled faintly. The number of participants on Dai Mubai's side was already at a disadvantage, and with Qinyu's presence, it seemed that Dai Mubai's team had no chance of victory at all. Ha ha ha, Qinyu, do not underestimate us. Although Dai Mubai was prideful, he was well aware of Qinyu's formidable strength and was eager to witness his defeat firsthand. Tang-san, shall we commence if there are no objections? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun simultaneously activated their martial souls. The Evil Eye White Tiger and the Evil Fire Phoenix unleashed a powerful aura, causing Tang-san's clothing to flutter. Dai Mubai, rank 37 Soul Master, please guide me. Ma Hongjun, rank 26 Soul Master, I ask for your guidance. Oscar, a rank 29 Food System Soul Master, followed suit. Tang-san's party reciprocated. Though lacking the imposing presence of Dai Mubai's Soul Master status, they were still formidable. Tang-san, rank 29 Control System Master, please guide me. Xiao Wu, rank 29 Soul Master, at your service. Zhu Shiqing, rank 27 Soul Master, please instruct me. Though it was a 3-on-3 match, Oscar, as a Food System Soul Master, possessed no combat prowess. However, considering Dai Mubai's Soul Master strength, both sides' overall capabilities were evenly matched. First Soul Skill Bind. As a Control System Soul Master, Tang-san immediately employed his blue-silver grass to disrupt the formation of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, causing Oscar to retreat in alarm from the serpentine blue-silver grass. Tang-san was acutely aware that blue-silver grass could not contain Dai Mubai, so this maneuver was not aimed at either Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun, but rather at Oscar. Although Oscar lacked combat ability, his recovery sausages could keep Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun at full soul power. Just imagine the terror of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun with unlimited soul skills. Thus, from the outset, Tang-san's plan was to drive Oscar off the stage first. Yet, would events unfold as Tang-san envisioned? Certainly not. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Although the blue-silver grass had absorbed the soul ring of the mandala snake, making it exceptionally resilient, it could not escape its inherent vulnerability to fire. Moreover, the flames exhaled by Ma Hongjun were no ordinary flames, but true Phoenix fire. The instant the blue-silver grass met the Phoenix fire, it was instantly engulfed in fiery orbs, turning to ashes within moments. Fatty, splendid work. A blinding light surged from Dai Mubai, causing the blue-silver grass around him to shatter. This was Dai Mubai's first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield, capable of absorbing most soul skill attacks. Immediately after, Dai Mubai's second soul skill flared to life. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. However, as Dai Mubai's second soul skill began to coalesce, a cold figure emerged before him. It was the icy beauty, Zhu Shiqing. First soul skill, Nether Strike. This skill maximized Zhu Shiqing's speed and lethal capabilities. Qinyu couldn't help but nod inwardly, without employing the 7 stars ghost step. Even he would struggle to evade the ambush of the Nether Strike. Second soul skill, Nether Claw. Zhu Shiqing's hands morphed into countless afterimages, her sharp claws raining down upon Dai Mubai like a torrential downpour, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. What animosity lay between these two, inciting Zhu Shiqing's visceral hatred for Dai Mubai? This was not merely a friendly spar, it resembled a life-and-death struggle. Had Dai Mubai perhaps wronged this young lady in some way? It was not only Qinyu who pondered this, others shared the same thought. Summing it up in 4 words, to love and abandon. Chapter 57, Newcomers vs. Veterans, Part 2, First Soul Skill, Bow and Arrow. Ma Hongjun was lost in thoughts of Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing's past entanglements when suddenly he felt a lightness in his feet. His hefty 300-pound frame was lifted into the air. Xiao Wu's agility possessed immense explosive power, easily sending Ma Hongjun flying. Soon after, a dark scorpion tail wrapped around Ma Hongjun's neck as Xiao Wu positioned herself behind him, delivering a fierce knee strike to his lower back. Although Ma Hongjun appeared round and lacked a visible waist, the blow left him numb and powerless. Xiao Wu's knee struck precisely at Ma Hongjun's pressure point. Not even a title Douluo could withstand such an assault without losing mobility. This is bad, Ma Hongjun thought, a singular anxious premonition consuming him, unaware of Xiao Wu's next intent. What followed was Xiao Wu's signature technique, the explosive 8-section throw. This little fatty was in for a rough time. Tang-san, witnessing Xiao Wu's initiation, silently prayed for Ma Hongjun. Though Xiao Wu would surely temper her strength, Ma Hongjun would still endure considerable hardship. Fatty, Daimubai found himself unable to extricate himself from Zhu Zhuqing's relentless nether claws, torn between the fear of harming her and the watchful gaze of Tang San. Any movement on his part could be swiftly countered by Tang San. I have a grand sausage. Just then, Oscar, cornered and desperate, made a sudden appearance, revealing dozens of recovery sausages hidden in his arms. You fell for it. A mischievous grin spread across Oscar's face as he scattered the sausages like petals in the wind. With a snap of his fingers, the sausages detonated mid-air. Food-based soul skills could be employed in such a manner. In the eyes of Qinyu and Tang San, a flicker of surprise passed through. This was the first time they had encountered such an ability. It was likely that even Master had not realized that a food-type martial soul could be utilized in this manner. In truth, this was a skill that Oscar had developed through his own exploration, inspired by his experience while roasting chestnuts. The sausages produced through Oscar's soul skill were essentially manifestations of his own soul power, serving not only as consumables but also as stable explosives. By deliberately disrupting the soul power within the sausages, Oscar could trigger an explosion, although the explosive force was rather mediocre. Even inferior to the power of a 10-year soul ring, it could still turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. At this very instant, Xiaowu was pushed back several meters by the shockwaves generated by the continuous explosions, and Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to unleash his second soul skill, enveloping himself in a rich phoenix flame, making even Xiaowu hesitate to approach. Daimubai, taking advantage of the cover of the explosion's smoke, managed to escape the attack range of Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill. Xiao Ao, splendid work. Now it's our turn to counterattack, Tang San. Daimubai inhaled deeply, as the formidable aura of his 1,000-year purple soul ring surged forth. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Daimubai's body expanded dramatically, his sharp tiger claws gleaming with an intimidating radiance. At that moment, Daimubai's strength was not much weaker than that of a level 40 soul master. With Ma Hongjun providing support from the side, Tang San and his companions were compelled to retreat continuously. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, and it became merely a matter of time before Tang San's team faced defeat. Just as Tang San's heels approached the edge of the ring, he quietly acknowledged that the moment had arrived. Suddenly, Daimubai watched as Tang San soared through the air, reaching a height of 12 or 13 meters. His hands gripping two strands of blue-silver grass, each tied to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waists. Lift and lighten. Tang San employed a technique akin to the control crane catch dragon from the secret arts of the Tang clan, resembling the principle of using a gentle force to move a heavy object, but having been refined through generations, it had become increasingly clever and practical. Thus, Tang San was able to lift two living individuals with just two strands of blue-silver grass. The reason he could soar upward was due to the cloud stepping technique from the Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps, which granted him a momentary ability to hover in midair, precisely what Daimubai had just witnessed. As Tang San leapt over Daimubai's head with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, the blue-silver grass slackened, and in that instant, both women unleashed their soul skills simultaneously. Second soul skill, Charm. Xiao's eyes glowed a mesmerizing red, immediately ensnaring Daimubai in an illusion, while Zhu Zhuqing's phantom stab struck decisively at Daimubai's chest. Bang! In his dazed state, Daimubai was forcefully knocked out of the white circle by Zhu Zhuqing's claw. Little fatty, you should join them now. Xiao's long legs kicked Ma Hongjun squarely in the rear, sending the hefty figure tumbling into the pool. In the blink of an eye, only Oscar remained on the stage, the bewildered uncle with the big beard still struggling to comprehend how, just moments ago, Daimubai had held the advantage. Yet in an instant, both he and Ma Hongjun were expelled from the arena. What on earth had transpired? Big sausage uncle, will you step down on your own? Or shall I assist you? The blue-silver grass in Tang San's hands morphed continuously, resembling a venomous snake ready to strike. Oscar felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew well that Tang San's blue-silver grass was laced with the venom of the mandala serpent, potentially lethal, and certainly enough to give Oscar a taste of trouble. Ahem. A true man must possess fortitude. I shall descend from the stage on my own, initially attempting to maintain a facade of toughness. Oscar's bravado faded as he beheld the encroaching blue-silver grass, turning pale and voluntarily stepping outside the white circle. That's the spirit. Sometimes, knowing when to yield is not a sign of weakness. From start to finish, merely 3 minutes had passed, yet Daimubai's team had suffered such a swift defeat. Xiao Gang, you have truly trained an extraordinary disciple. However, Tang San and his companions were unaware that their battle was being closely observed by Master and Flender. Xiao San, adept at assessing the overall situation, had already devised a new battle strategy from the moment Oscar entered the fray. Daimubai's team did not fall due to a lack of sheer strength, but rather due to a tactical oversight. The master observed Tang San in the arena, a satisfied smile gracing his features. As a control-type soul master, he possessed superior observational and judgment skills compared to ordinary soul masters. Without such insight, the core control-type soul master would become the team's greatest vulnerability. This was one of the abilities the master had nurtured in Tang San over the past 6 years. Chapter 58. The willful Ning Rongrong Dai Lauda. We have lost. Ma Hongjun emerged from the pool, his flames flickering as he quickly dried his damp clothes. However, he appeared somewhat dejected, a stark contrast to his earlier exuberance. Dai Mubai wore a heavy expression in terms of strength. Only when Tang San and his companions combined their powers could they match him, yet he had still lost this contest. What had gone awry in the process? Xiao San, perhaps you should explain to Dai Lao. From the very beginning, Chen Yu had discerned Tang San's comprehensive strategy. He initiated the assault with blue-silver grass, targeting Dai Mubai and his companions simultaneously, rendering them incapable of supporting one another, an effective divide-and-conquer tactic. While not particularly sophisticated, it proved to be quite pragmatic, as Oscar found himself isolated. Though Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Flame countered the blue-silver grass and indirectly rescued Oscar, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's focus remained entirely on offense. They neglected to realize that as Tang San was continually forced back, they too were gradually encroaching upon the white circle. Ultimately, Tang San employed the techniques of Ghost Shadow Perplexing and controlling the crane to lead the dragon, swiftly bringing both opponents behind Dai Mubai. At that moment, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were the closest individuals to the white line. Here, no formidable soul skills were required. A mere step back from Dai Mubai would suffice to propel them beyond the white line. This encapsulated Tang San's grand design. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, Dai Mubai could only manage a bitter smile, shaking his head. He had previously regarded the soul arena too simplistically. In his view, sheer strength alone could crush any adversary. However, Tang San had just imparted a vivid lesson. Thank you, Tang San, for guiding me out of my misconceptions. Dai Mubai's expression turned solemn as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Fortuitously, this was merely a friendly spar within the academy. Had it been a life-or-death struggle, Dai Mubai would have suffered greatly. Dai Lao, we are family now. There's no need for such formality with me. Tang San chuckled heartily, assisting Dai Mubai to his feet. Following this contest, the bonds among the group seemed to have tightened significantly. Everyone is here. Was there a skirmish just now? Ning Rongrong emerged from her room, a prized purple cloud fruit in hand. Observing Ning Rongrong's leisurely demeanor, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow slightly. Although it was their first day at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong appeared to disregard the institution's regulations entirely. The academy mandated that all students rise at dawn to commence their daily training and study. Yet, the sun had already reached its zenith, and Ning Rongrong had just awakened. Such languor was ill-suited for a student at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, you are late. Dai Mubai remarked coolly, his indifferent tone immediately unsettling her. You entered Shrek Academy just a few days before me. You're not a mentor here. So what right do you have to reprimand me? Oscar quickly interposed, positioning himself between Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. Ahem, Dai Lao, please calm down. Rongrong has just joined us at Shrek and is unfamiliar with many of the rules. Please forgive her this once. Rongrong, Dai Lao is looking out for your best interests. The admissions criteria at Shrek Academy are stringent, and the regulations are equally strict. This place is not as free as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong shoved Oscar aside and scoffed. Am I familiar with you? You can't just call me Rongrong. I have a cleanliness obsession. Don't let your scruffy beard dirty my clothes. Ning Rongrong's acerbic remarks darkened everyone's expressions. Oscar was merely trying to defend her, yet she repaid his kindness with disdain, uttering such ill-mannered words. Frankly, had Ning Rongrong not been a girl, Chen Yu would have been tempted to give her a few slaps to instill an awareness of the world's harsh realities. Ning Rongrong, I offer you a chance. Apologize to Oscar, or don't blame me for being unyielding. Although Dai Mubai did not voice it, he shared a deep camaraderie with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Despite Oscar's carefree demeanor, he possessed a pride stronger than anyone else's. Ning Rongrong's previous comments had undoubtedly struck at Oscar's vulnerable spot, justifying Dai Mubai's anger. I have never apologized to anyone in my life, and I certainly will not apologize to this sausage-faced uncle. Ning Rongrong's willful and capricious nature was on full display, suggesting that her status in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was quite considerable. Otherwise, how could she dare to flaunt such an affluent demeanor at Shrek Academy? You. Dai Mubai's forehead pulsed with veins, clearly struggling to contain his mounting fury. Dai Lao, dealing with this kind of spoiled princess is my forte. Leave it to me. Chen Yu patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, casting a meaningful glance at him. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the anger simmering within him, and stepped back. Miss Ning, I have heard that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed one of the top 3 sects on the Douluo continent. Is that true? Chen Yu did not broach the previous topic and immediately spoke of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Ning Rongrong appeared even prouder. Indeed, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda of my sect is renowned as the foremost auxiliary spirit in the world. Within our ranks are countless formidable individuals, and our wealth rivals that of nations. Even the royal family of the current Heaven Do Empire cannot match our affluence. Is it so? If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is so impressive and affluent, why would you choose to study at the obscure Shrek Academy? Are you not concerned that the instructors there may not be as proficient as those from your illustrious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The question posed by Chen Yu left Ning Rongrong momentarily speechless. In truth, she had sneaked out. and the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was likely in disarray searching for her. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Ning Rongrong's face, a faint smile graced Qinyu's lips. If my conjecture is correct, you have indeed slipped away unnoticed. It is rumored that the current leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has but one daughter. Ning Rongrong, you must be the young master of the sect. As the young master, your neglect of the sect's affairs to clandestinely escape demonstrates a lack of responsibility. Which is your first transgression? Abandoning your father and leaving home alone is an act of filial impiety, marking your second error. To insult your peers and lack ambition. Do you presume the world revolves around your father? Outside of this Shrek Academy, no one will indulge you. Had it not been for our presence here, I urge you to contemplate the potential consequences of your actions. Suddenly, Qinyu drew near to Ning Rongrong, and the intense heat of his presence instinctively caused her to retreat. The consequences of this encounter are far beyond what a young lady like you can endure. Therefore, heed my advice, either temper your unruly disposition here at Shrek Academy, or return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qinyu understood that unless Ning Rongrong wholeheartedly wished to join this family, she would inevitably become the greatest weakness of Shrek Academy. And a formidable team could scarcely afford any flaws. In Chapter 59, Ning Rongrong in tears, Xiaowu whispered conspiratorially to Tang San. I never realized that Xiaoyu could be so eloquent. Even for her, an outsider, the words sounded exceedingly harsh, let alone for the subject of the discourse, Ning Rongrong. Particularly after Qinyu had initially elevated Ning Rongrong's status only to later offer unreserved ridicule. Such a stark contrast was bound to provoke a fierce reaction from the proud Ning Rongrong. As anticipated, no sooner had Qinyu finished speaking than Ning Rongrong erupted in hysteria. Who do you think you are to say such things to me? I will have my father kill you. With a faint smile, Qinyu sought to shatter Ning Rongrong's pride entirely, aiming to bring her to the brink of collapse. Only through such means could he hope to rid her of the foul temper characteristic of the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Is that so? Then let him come forth, he taunted. But I fear that the moment you step beyond the gates of Shrek, you may find yourself captured. Dilata. I recall that recent notices in Soto City have warned of a flower thief, who has committed multiple offenses. Those unfortunate victims, how tragic. At these words, Ning Rongrong's face paled. She was acutely aware of the nature of such a criminal, and the thought of falling into the hands of a flower thief sent a chill down her spine. Do not frighten me. I am not one to be easily scared, she retorted, though Qinyu recognized that his words had effectively dissuaded her from leaving the academy. I merely spoke in jest. Believe it or not, it is entirely up to you. If you are truly afraid, you could write a letter now, and I would personally deliver it to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Who knows? I might even receive a handsome reward. No, absolutely not. Ning Rongrong immediately dismissed the idea. She had sneaked out precisely to avoid returning to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and if her father were to discover her absence, all her previous efforts would be in vain. However, Shrek Academy does not tolerate mediocrity. With your current level of skill and such inflated self-esteem, I predict that within a week, you shall be persuaded to withdraw. Dustfeather intensified his assault on the already shattered psyche of Ning Rongrong. You may call me lazy, but you cannot belittle my talent. I am the youngest Grand Soul Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong appeared to remain unconvinced. Awakening her martial soul at the tender age of 6, and breaking through to level 20 soul power by 10, her innate gifts indeed distinguished her from her peers. However, within the formidable ranks of Shrek Academy, such achievements seemed hardly remarkable. Ah, you members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, your cultivation talent is rather mediocre. Take me for instance, Xiao San had already reached level 20 as a Grand Soul Master by the age of 9, and so did Xiao Wu. Not to mention me, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and even Zhu Shuqing all stepped forward, each of us having surpassed Ning Rongrong's age of breakthrough. At that moment, Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. While the difference of 1 year between 9 and 10 may seem trivial, it starkly represented the disparity in talent. And what of him? Surely this Uncle Sausage did not break through to level 20 soul power at the age of 9. Ning Rongrong suddenly pointed at the silent Oscar, seemingly seeking to regain some semblance of confidence from him. Oscar had already attained level 20 as a Grand Soul Master at the tender age of 8. Had it not been for his obsession with the arts, his soul power would have far surpassed that of Mubai by now. Flander, accompanied by the Master and Zhao Wujia, slowly approached the academy gates. Flander's words immediately shattered the last remnants of pride in Ning Rongrong's heart. 8 years old. No, this cannot be. You must be deceiving me. Flander cast a casual glance at Ning Rongrong and replied, the little Ao is a food-type soul master. He is the first of his kind on the Douluo continent to possess innate full soul power. Given sufficient time for growth, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly eclipse those of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Innate full soul power. When Ning Rongrong awakened her martial soul, her soul power scarcely reached level 9, making her the highest in initial soul power within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in centuries. Yet, when compared to Oscar, she found herself lacking in every regard. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that I am the weakest. Within a single day, Ning Rongrong faced a profound blow, her pride accumulated over 12 years crumbling into dust. Even Oscar, whom she deemed the most inferior, surpassed her. Shame and astonishment overwhelmed her, compelling her to flee the scene. Pushing aside Oscar, who attempted to comfort her, Ning Rongrong burst into tears as she ran from Shrek Academy. Rongrong. Oscar had refrained from speaking earlier to avoid triggering Ning Rongrong, yet Flander had delivered the final blow. Little Ao, let her be. With old Zhao watching over her from the shadows, that girl will come to no harm, Flander reassured, showing no concern. In Soto City, few could rival Zhao Wujia's strength, ensuring Ning Rongrong's safety. Just as you are all present, allow me to introduce a new mentor, the one beside me whom you may refer to as the Master. Flander stepped aside to reveal the Master, continuing, in the coming years of your studies at Shrek Academy, the Master will impart knowledge regarding martial souls. Master. Prior to this, Daimubai and the others, though curious about the Master's mere 29 levels of soul power, still bowed respectfully. You need not doubt the Master's abilities. The Tang San who just sparred with you is the Master's sole disciple. Now you should comprehend the Master's prowess. All eyes turned in astonishment towards Tang San. To have produced such an exceptional prodigy, the Master's capabilities were undoubtedly beyond question. But why was Dustfeather not the Master's direct disciple? Logically, Dustfeather's talent appeared superior to Tang San's. Could it be that beyond the Master, Dustfeather had an even more formidable mentor? Seemingly perceiving Daimubai's confusion, Dustfeather smiled gently, stating, while the Master is not my teacher, he has indeed guided me in many ways. However, due to certain personal reasons, I have not formally taken him as my mentor. Chen Yu extended a finger and traced a small circle beneath his feet, its diameter appearing to be merely 1 meter. Previously, it had been agreed that following the contest with the trio, he would challenge them. However, this time, the rules would be altered. If they could collectively force him out of the circle, he would concede defeat. Chen Yu, you are far too arrogant. Do not presume that after repelling Teacher Zhao, you are invincible. Ma Hongjun was the first to voice his dissent. Despite Chen Yu's formidable strength, he believed it was not insurmountable. Silence, fatty. There must be a rationale behind Chen Yu's actions. Dai Mubai seemed to grasp Chen Yu's intention, a glimmer of gratitude shining in his eyes. Chapter 60. A sharp insight. Little San. What on earth does Little Yu intend to do? Not only Ma Hongjun, but even Xiao Wu was perplexed by Chen Yu's ulterior motives. Little Yu had observed that Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had previously struggled with teamwork, thus using this contest to expose and resolve that issue. Tang San smiled subtly, recognizing the cleverness of Chen Yu's plan. This approach would preserve the dignity of Dai Mubai and the others while simultaneously addressing their lack of synergy, truly a dual benefit. Problems with coordination? I didn't notice anything amiss. Xiao Wu tilted her head, murmuring softly, little lazy bug, it's your own fault for daydreaming during the teacher's lecture. Had you paid attention? Your intelligence would have surely allowed you to perceive it. Tang San gently tapped Xiao Wu's smooth forehead, causing her to pout adorably. First, there was their positioning. As the strongest soul master in the trio, Dai Mubai naturally occupied the front line, serving as the spearhead of their assault, which was sensible. However, Ma Hongjun could not stand beside Dai Mubai. Instead, he needed to draw closer to Oscar, as Oscar lacked the ability to defend himself. Relying solely on Ma Hongjun for protection, Xiao Wu quickly understood. No wonder Tang San had targeted Oscar in the last contest. He had foreseen this flaw in their strategy. Secondly, the offensive rhythm between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun was quite chaotic, lacking a clear hierarchy, making it easy for opponents to exploit their weaknesses and dismantle their formation. Lastly, they had not appointed a true commander among themselves, each fighting independently, which afforded them the opportunity for a comeback. Though Tang San articulated only 3 points, each struck at the heart of the matter, an Achilles heel that Dai Mubai and the others were unaware of yet critically vulnerable. Dai Mubai, you may take a moment to reflect on your past lessons. There is no rush to commence this contest. In the serene center of the circle stood Chen Yu, exuding an air of calmness devoid of any hint of concern. Fatty, your soul skill possesses the greatest explosive power, yet your weakness lies in its duration. Therefore, when the battle commences, there is no need for haste. Simply heed my gestures. Xiaoyao, your task is to evade Chen Yu's assaults as much as possible while seizing the opportunity to obstruct his line of sight. The responsibility of diverting Chen Yu's attention will rest upon my shoulders. Dai Mubai succinctly delineated their respective roles, with the trio forming a triangular formation to encircle Chen Yu. Chen Yu, do exercise caution. Dai Mubai initiated the confrontation by employing the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier and the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, clearly indicating that Chen Yu's prowess instilled within him a profound sense of pressure. To go all out from the very beginning, truly a reflection of your character. With a faint smile, Chen Yu summoned the formidable Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul, unleashing an astonishing surge of soul power that rivaled Dai Mubai's. In that case, I shall not hold back. Second soul skill, Dragon Slash. The fierce blade light flashed like lightning, etching deep gashes into the recently restored square. Be careful, fatty, Dai Mubai warned, expelling massive orbs of white energy the size of wash basins. However, Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave, a mere technique from a century-old soul ring, paled in comparison to Chen Yu's 10,000-year soul skill. To ensure fairness, Chen Yu restrained himself to only 1/10 of his soul ring's power, yet it still overwhelmed Dai Mubai, leaving him with the sensation of impending defeat. 10 white tiger light waves barely managed to deflect a weakened dragon slash. Explode. Dai Mubai's muscles tensed, and with his massive tiger claws, he finally tore through Chen Yu's first dragon slash. At that moment, Oscar, positioned behind Chen Yu, hurled dozens of recovery sausages. But his aim faltered, resulting in the sausages landing at Chen Yu's feet, a clever choice. Just then, Tang Xin marveled at the scene, and the sausages detonated simultaneously, sending clouds of dust into the air and obscuring Chen Yu's vision, while creating a deep pit beneath him. Chen Yu staggered, teetering backward. Now, Ma Hongjun, observing Dai Mubai's signal, maximized the power of his second soul skill. A colossal fireball, engulfed in flames, surged forward with a howling wind, crashing toward Chen Yu. It's a hit. Oscar and Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Even Zhao Wujia's formidable stature would not withstand Ma Hongjuan's assault, let alone Chen Yu's slight frame, which would surely be knocked out of the ring. Yet, Ma Hongjuan's body passed straight through Chen Yu, as if colliding with air. Chen Yu's true form appeared at the opposite side. This was the manifestation of the Seven Stars Ghost Step, a technique so refined that no one in the arena could discern the illusion from reality. Bang! The forceful impact landed on a statue in the square, a cherished sculpture of Flander S, which melted into a pool of magma under the searing flames of the phoenix. Ma Hongjun. Flander roared in fury, startling the dazed Ma Hongjun back to consciousness, as if struck by lightning. This is it. I've really messed up. Ma Hongjuan's lips twitched at the sight of his handiwork, realizing that a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat awaited him post-battle. Your coordination was commendable this time, but the rhythm of your attacks still needs refinement. Dai. As the primary attacker, you must lead the offensive tempo for the other two. Chen Yu continued, although Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's attacks just now were unsuccessful. They compelled me to retreat to the edge of the circle. Had anyone launched another assault at that moment, I fear I would have been defeated. Yet, both you and Oscar chose to abandon your offensive and instead directed your attention towards Ma Hongjun. Fortunately, this was merely a friendly spar. Had the adversary not been me, but rather your enemies, I dare say all three of you would have met with ruin. Dai Mubai and the others displayed expressions of shame, realizing that they had believed themselves victorious and had thus neglected Chen Yu's predicament. By the time they came to their senses, Chen Yu's dragon slash had already halted before their eyes. Chen Yu gradually withdrew his soul power and stepped out of the uneven circle. Oscar, your sausage soul skill possesses explosive potential, serving as an exceptionally effective ambush tactic. I have devised a new training direction for you. You might consider embedding several smaller sausages within a single one. This way, you can create a dual attack. Just now, Ma Hongjuan's ambush failed. Had there been smaller sausages concealed beneath my feet, the outcome would have been different. Ma Hongjun, your second soul skill grants you formidable close combat prowess and renders your opponent incapable of striking you. This ability is indeed powerful. However, both your attack methods and speed leave much to be desired, preventing you from fully harnessing the advantages of your soul skill. Reflecting on the battle against Teacher Zhao, if it weren't for the assistance of Xiao San's blue silver grass, would you have been able to approach Teacher Zhao at all? Chen Yu incisively pointed out the issues exposed in Ma Hongjun, which caused the previously obstinate Ma Hongjun to lapse into contemplation. Fighting spirit is not akin to street brawls. Your past course methods of utilizing soul techniques have become outdated. Chapter 61. Master, you are ruthless, astonishing, truly astonishing. This young lad has comprehended things at a depth surpassing that of this old man. Now I finally understand why he is reluctant to take you as his mentor. Xiao Gang. The theoretical profundity contained within his recent remarks is indeed on par with yours. Flanders smacked his lips, admitting that part of what Chen Yu just articulated was something even he, a soul sage, had never contemplated. Particularly enlightening was his guidance to Oscar, which truly opened his eyes to the notion that soul techniques could distinctly involve both overt and covert phases of attack. The master smiled faintly and remarked, Xiao Yu's intellect even surpasses that of Xiao San. Many of his viewpoints are not only innovative but have also provided me with significant inspiration. In a certain sense, Xiao Yu could even be considered my teacher. Chen Yu possesses a remastered version of the theoretical framework for the 10 soul rings, and on a theoretical basis, he has indeed surpassed the master. Thus, the master's words hold merit. As the saying goes, a true master is one who has attained mastery. Upon hearing the master's commendation of Chen Yu, Flinder beamed with delight, akin to a blooming flower. This suggests that our Shrek Academy stands a significant chance of clinching victory in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. However, the master remained less optimistic. Flinder, do not let your enthusiasm cloud your judgment. It is rumored that the Spirit Hall's current generation of Golden Soul Masters is the most formidable yet. These youngsters must undergo further growth and refinement if they wish to prevail against such rivals. The group before us is merely fledglings, to soar into the skies. They must gather more strength. And I shall become the nightmare for these little monsters, for I will impart to them an unforgettable experience. Now that the competition has concluded, let us commence with today's first lesson. The master slowly raised his finger, pointing towards the side where several backpacks lay, alongside stones of various sizes. I have meticulously calculated each individual's maximum load capacity based on your soul power and age. According to the names on the backpacks, you are to carry your designated weight and run 20 laps around the academy. What? Except for Qinyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, the others were utterly astonished. Although Shrek Academy is not particularly vast, completing 20 laps would amount to several dozen kilometers, and with the added weight, it seemed impossible to survive such a challenge. Master, must I also run 20 laps? Oscar timidly inquired. The master smiled gently, igniting a glimmer of hope in Oscar's heart. However, the master's subsequent words drained the color from his face. I must establish a classroom rule. Once I announce a task, no one may question it or request leniency. Earlier, Oscar suggested that as a support-type soul master, he should run fewer laps. Very well, I can accommodate him. But the laps he skips will be doubled for each of you. Oscar, you shall run 10 laps. While the rest of you will each add 20 laps to your original count. 20 laps turned into 40, an increase of a full 100%. Even an Iron Man would be left exhausted after such a grueling ordeal. No, Master, that is not what I meant. I take full responsibility. I will run 40 laps myself. Please do not punish them. Oscar quickly fell silent, shouldering his burden and taking the lead in running around the academy. Everyone, we must hurry. Completing these 20 laps may take us until midnight. Dai Mubai and Tang Sen carried the same weight, followed by Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong had left the academy, the master still prepared a backpack for her, anticipating her eventual return. Yet, it appeared that one backpack was missing. Indeed, there was no backpack for Qinyu. Had the master forgotten? Flinder, the item you were to procure for me 6 months ago should be ready by now. The master said, turning to Flinder. With a swift motion, Flinder summoned a set of special chainmail that materialized on the ground. Upon seeing it, Flinder's expression reflected a pang of pain. Despite its seemingly thin layer, this armor was forged from silver iron, with a piece the size of a fingernail weighing an astonishing 12 or 13 pounds, bringing the total weight of the armor to over 3,000 pounds. Furthermore, this silver iron is quite costly. The entire set cost Flinder nearly 1 million gold soul coins. It is no wonder Flinder appeared so pained. Master, Dean Flinder. Thank you both. This set of chainmail was specially commissioned by Qinyu for the upcoming training, as ordinary weights no longer sufficed for his requirements. Especially after breaking through the 30th level, Qinyu's strength had multiplied significantly, seemingly linked to his celestial dragon phoenix martial soul. The dragon phoenix itself symbolizes power, and possessing such a martial soul places Qinyu in a league of his own compared to ordinary soul masters. Little monster, brace yourself. The total weight of this set exceeds the initially projected 3,000 pounds. Even I cannot endure such a weight for long. Flinder had once tried it on and almost succumbed under its burden. Such a terrifying weight is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to bear. Haha, the heavier, the better. Qinyu swiftly donned the Silver Knight's armor. Although it was tailored for an adult stature, the 12-year-old Qinyu had already reached a height of approximately 1.8 meters, and the armor fit him perfectly. Bang, bang. Dust Feather bounced twice on the spot, causing a noticeable tremor throughout the entire Shrek Academy. Flinder, already taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, this truly is a monster among monsters. This is a staggering weight of 3,000 pounds, not merely 3. This little fellow can actually leap while wearing it. Ding. The extraordinary burden-bearing capacity astonished Flinder, and the growth of the Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit increased by 10. Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit, growth phase growth length 89, 100. Only 11 points of growth length remain before the Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit ascends to the next stage. I believe that by then, Dust Feather's strength will experience yet another remarkable leap forward. With each step that Qinyu took, a footprint, a full inch deep, was left imprinted upon the ground. Yet, the distance between each mark seemed preordained, precise to the slightest measure. As he gazed at Qinyu's retreating figure, Flinder felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Little gang, is it truly safe for this little monster to train in such a manner? Will it not harm the foundation of his physique? The master smiled faintly, recalling the first time Qinyu had engaged in weighted training before him. He had been astonished then, for Qinyu was merely 6 years old, yet capable of sprinting across the mountains while bearing an 80-pound stone. In the master's eyes, this was perhaps intrinsically linked to Qinyu's martial soul. This very action of Qinyu's had opened a new avenue of research for the master, namely, that a martial soul could perpetually strengthen alongside the physical prowess of the soul master, a fact validated by both Qinyu and Tang San. Chapter 62, The Forge Team Spirit. Little gang, while your words hold truth, is it not too reckless to push these young monsters to their physical limits all at once? Flinder expressed his concern. Not everyone possesses the formidable physique of Qinyu or Tang San. Excess in all things can be detrimental. Should we exceed the physical thresholds of these youths, the consequences could be irrevocable. Rest assured, all data has been meticulously calculated and is sound, the master replied. Turning towards the Shrek cafeteria, intent on preparing a saline solution to replenish the stamina of these young monsters. As Chinyu approached the main group, the ground trembled increasingly beneath him. Dai Mubai turned to see Chinyu clad in silver-black armor. With each footfall, the earth seemed to quake as if trampled by a beast, the thudding noise causing Dai Mubai's eyelids to twitch. Chinyu, are you preparing to head in a battle? With his keen perception, Dai Mubai could discern the exceptional quality of Chinyu's chainmail armor. Under the sun's rays, the silver-black armor refracted not a glimmer of light. Only silver-black iron possessed such unique properties. Chinyu, you Haven T forged this armor from silver-black iron, have you? Dai Mubai's pupils contracted in alarm. The weight of silver-black iron was formidable. If this entire suit of armor were indeed crafted from such material, Chinyu's burden must surely exceed 1,000 pounds. To bear such weight and still run. Was Chinyu even human? Dai, your insight is commendable. This is a body-refining artifact crafted for me by the master. Chinyu appeared remarkably at ease, not a bead of sweat gracing his brow. Yet the profound footprints he left behind sent shivers down Dai Mubai's spine. Who could fathom the sheer weight of this chainmail? Dai, you all take your time. I shall proceed ahead. Although Chinyu appeared to be running leisurely, his speed was astonishing, swiftly placing him ahead of everyone else. Gudu Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. The deep imprints left by Chinyu's feet caused his body to tremble with disbelief. Good heavens, is this something a normal person can achieve? In my view, Chinyu is no ordinary human. Oscar, though burdened the least, found himself panting after merely half a lap, a testament to his lack of regular exercise, which had rendered him in such a feeble state. Let us refrain from speaking and conserve our strength. This is merely the beginning. And the remaining distance will be even more grueling. Tang San understood that as they progressed, the challenges would intensify, especially in the final laps, which would likely test not only their physical endurance but also their mental resilience. In the first lap, Dai Mubai and the others completed it in just over 10 minutes, which was relatively easy. However, Chinyu had already finished his second lap. By the second lap, Oscar was gasping for breath, clearly exhausted yet striving to stay with the group. Meanwhile, Chinyu had embarked on his fifth lap. Phew, Chinyu, could you possibly slow down? I'm not even running, yet I feel fatigued just watching you. Oscar nearly choked on his breath. Chinyu seemed to be here solely to demoralize others, and astonishingly, each of his steps landed precisely in the same footprints, exhibiting no deviation after 5 laps. Chinyu had transcended the realm of mere running. He was honing a different kind of ability, lifting with effortless grace. This represented the pinnacle of power mastery, achieving such proficiency that even the most towering peaks felt as light as a feather in his hands. Yet, it was essential to note that Chinyu had merely crossed the threshold of this skill, still far from mastering its intricacies. As the sun gradually dipped towards the west, the heavy breaths echoed throughout Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai and his companions had already completed 15 laps, while Oscar lagged behind with only 10. I can't go on. Oscar gasped, his pallid complexion devoid of color, his vacant gaze lacking any spark of vitality, and his trembling legs had succumbed to numbness. Nevertheless, he continued to push forward, albeit at a pace reminiscent of an elderly woman's leisurely stroll. Oscar, you may stop now. Master intervened, halting Oscar's relentless advance. Although he had set a target of 20 laps for him, in his heart, he deemed 10 sufficient. No, my comrades are still striving. I cannot cease. Speaking was a laborious task for Oscar, yet he persisted, inching closer to the main group. Well done, Xiaoyao. Dai Mubai remarked, his eyes merging into a singular focus, a sign that his stamina was nearing its limit. Oscar, hand over the stones, or you won't even manage this lap. Tang San unceremoniously confiscated the stones from Oscar's basket, while Dai Mubai similarly relieved Zhu Qing of hers, despite her feeble attempts to resist. It was only then that everyone realized the seemingly ordinary master was quite severe, instilling a sense of trepidation among the group on just the first day with their new mentor. As for Chinyu, he had completed his 50th lap an hour prior and was now striving towards the ambitious goal of 100 laps. Xiaoyu appeared to have reached his limit, yet he was merely 1 lap away from his target. Uft! Ma Hongjun stumbled upon hearing this, collapsing to the ground in utter disbelief. After toiling for most of the day, he found that he had barely scratched the surface compared to Chunyu's accomplishment. What on earth? Is this guy even human? Not human. He's a monster, just like us. Dai Mubai exclaimed, hoisting both the exhausted Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had turned into limp puddles of fatigue. We must not give up. If Chinyu can achieve this, so can we. As they entered the 16th lap, everyone was soaked in sweat. Even Tang San's legs quivered with fatigue. By now, nearly all the stones had been transferred to Tang San, while Dai Mubai carried Zhu Qing and had secured 2 straps around his shoulders, tethered to Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Only 4 more laps to go. Tang San sipped the warm saline water, feeling a faint resurgence of energy within him, wrapping one arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist, while countless blue-silver grasses entwined their bodies tightly. Xiao San, I can still hold on. You can let me down now. Though this action relieved Xiao Wu, it added another person's weight to Tang San, causing him to expend double the effort with each step. Xiao Wu, as long as I remain upright, I will never let you go. The blue-silver grass still wrapped around Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, forming a cohesive unit of 6 as they staggered forward. Xiao San, follow the footsteps I've left behind. The bones of Qinyu emitted a continuous crisp sound with each movement, yet with every step he took. A dark substance seeped from his pores, an accumulation of impurities nestled deep within his being. Apart from this almost torturous method, no gentler approach could achieve the desired effect of body refinement that Qinyu sought. Dust Feather led the way, serving as a beacon for the others who followed closely behind. Tang San and his companions felt their speed increase significantly, a testament to Dust Feather's unspoken contributions to the team. Although he did not voice it, this little fellow was the one making the greatest sacrifices for their collective effort. At this moment, Flinder hovered in the air, observing that with each step Dust Feather took, the ground within a 10-meter radius tilted slightly forward, thus allowing Tang San and the others to run downhill. Such mastery of power control was unparalleled. Only Dust Feather could achieve this feat hence. It was thanks to Dust Feather's assistance that Oscar managed to complete his 11th lap. On the one hand, Dust Feather had to bear his own weight, while on the other, he was responsible for the well-being of the others from Shrek, leading to a consumption of energy that far exceeded that of any single individual. After a full hour had passed, Tang San and his companions were left with just one final lap, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun had already collapsed from exhaustion. Little San, put me down. I want to run the last lap with you. Watching the swaying figures of the children, even Flinder's eyes revealed a hint of admiration and reluctance. It was no small feat for children of 11 or 12 years old. Even adults would struggle to persist in such a grueling endeavor. The resilience displayed by these youngsters truly surpassed his expectations. He had initially set their limit at 15 laps. The master nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that this training was not merely a test of physical endurance and willpower, but also an essential lesson in the importance of teamwork. If they wished to excel in the upcoming elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy, they first needed to forge a spirit of unity among themselves. Today, he had sown the seeds of that spirit within their hearts, confident that they would soon grasp his intentions. 7 days later, a group of exuberant children burst forth from Shrek Academy, each brimming with excitement. Finally, we are free from the master's training, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, jumping 3 feet in the air. Over the past week, he had been thoroughly exhausted by the master's rigorous regimen, but today they had been granted a reprieve. This reprieve prompted Ma Hongjun to race out of the academy, reveling in his newfound freedom. During these 7 days, the bonds among all the members had grown remarkably close, akin to that of siblings. This was precisely the camaraderie the master sought to cultivate within Shrek Academy. As the saying goes, there is a time for relaxation and a time for toil. A week of stringent training had left everyone utterly fatigued. Continuing in such a manner would likely do more harm than good, which is why the master had granted them a day of rest. Be careful, fatty. If you speak ill of the master behind his back, he may double your training tomorrow, Oscar teased, putting an arm around Ma Hongjun's shoulders. After 7 days of training, Oscar's skin had darkened, yet he appeared more vigorous than ever. Remarkably, after shaving, Oscar's features seemed even more handsome than those of Dai Mubai. Hey, don't scare me with your peach blossom eyes, Ma Hongjun retorted before pulling Dai Mubai aside to whisper something in his ear. The mystery of their conversation piqued Oscar's curiosity, and he wore a knowing smile. You all might not realize it, but Fatty and Dai Mubai are notorious for their flirtatious escapades. When they get together, it's all about those matters between men. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned icy upon hearing Oscar's words. Humph, a leopard cannot change its spots. Dai Mubai, sensing the tension, abruptly pushed Ma Hongjun away, declaring in a righteous tone, Fatty, don't lead me astray. Ever since I met Little San, I've turned over a new leaf. I advise you not to waste yourself in such establishments. Ma Hongjun fell silent, surprised. In the past, it was Dai Mubai who had encouraged him to indulge in such places. What had changed? Were they witnessing a transformation in Dai Mubai? Of course. Their visits to such establishments were not for frivolous pursuits. Dai Mubai merely sought to pass time with alcohol, while Ma Hongjun relied on the feminine energy present in such environments to quell the burning affliction he suffered from his mutated martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. In truth, both he and Tang San remained innocent in matters of romance. Yet who would have imagined that these two notorious charmers would maintain such purity? It would be hard for anyone to believe. Fatty, is your evil fire becoming uncontrollable again? Oscar's expression grew serious, fully aware that Ma Hongjun's affliction stemmed from his mutated martial soul. Despite Flinder's efforts to consult every renowned physician, nothing had alleviated the situation. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun had to rely on the feminine essence to mitigate the side effects of his affliction. Show me your evil fire, Fatty. Qinyu's mind is filled with a myriad of knowledge regarding martial souls. This wicked fire can be categorized into 2 distinct types, the innate and the acquired. The innate wicked fire is impervious to even Qinyu's attempts at eradication, yet the acquired wicked fire presents a solvable challenge. Dustfeather infused his soul power into Ma Hongjun's body, revealing a black phoenix enveloped in dark flames, the source of the sinister fire within him. I have come to understand that your martial spirit was not originally a phoenix, but rather a pheasant with a trace of phoenix bloodline. Due to certain fortuitous circumstances, your martial spirit underwent a mutation, returning to its ancestral roots and transforming into the phoenix martial spirit. However, this has resulted in an overwhelming surge of yang energy within you, which has no outlet, thus manifesting as sinister fire. Brother, you must help me. I do not wish to remain in such a predicament for the rest of my life. Ma Hongjun nearly knelt before Dust Feather. This innocent young man had become a flower in the brothel due to the sinister fire within him, and it was precisely this that left him without a girlfriend. Fatty, since you address me as brother, I cannot turn a blind eye to your plight. However, I require a specific medicinal herb to completely eradicate the sinister fire afflicting you. For now, I can only suppress it temporarily. Dusty Feather brushed his hand over Ma Hongjun's head, and a small, ethereal dragon phoenix opened its mouth to inhale, astonishingly consuming the black flames of the evil fire phoenix. The unbearable heat that engulfed Ma Hongjun instantly vanished without a trace. Brother, you are truly miraculous. I never imagined today could be so effortless. The dragon phoenix, embodying the dual powers of a true dragon and a divine phoenix, naturally countered the evil fire phoenix martial soul. Such trifling evil flames are of no consequence. Xiao Ao, is that Ning Rongrong? It was evident to all that Oscar genuinely harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong. Though he never vocalized it, during breaks, he would often lapse into a daze, and at times, even mutter Ning Rongrong's name in his sleep. Yet, until Ning Rongrong reached a resolution within herself, no one could aid her. To their surprise, they encountered the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School on the street today, though she appeared somewhat haggard and disheveled, as if she hadn't groomed herself in days. It turned out that Ning Rongrong was not carrying much money, and she had been expelled from her hotel the previous day. She was still contemplating whether to return to Shrek Academy when a group of ruffians surrounded her. Haha. What a beautiful little girl. Don't you have anywhere to go tonight? How about Uncle takes you to see some goldfish? Away with you. I spotted her first. Don't you dare try to steal her from me. Who said that whoever sees her first gets her? I'm your elder brother. Do you dare to rebel? Ning Rongrong felt tears welling up, never expecting to encounter a band of lecherous men, especially in this unfamiliar city of Soto. She regretted throwing a childish tantrum and running away from Shrek Academy. Given a choice, she would never have fled. Look, you frightened a little beauty to tears. Don't be afraid. Uncle will give you a hug. The man opened his arms, attempting to forcibly embrace Ning Rongrong, when suddenly, a stone struck him squarely on the head. Ouch! Who dares to sneak attack me? Show yourself. Chapter 64. It's you I'll beat, useless brother. You insolent brat. It was I who threw that stone at you. What? Are you still unconvinced? Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong being harassed in public, Oscar felt an immediate surge of fury. He picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it fiercely, unexpectedly hitting his mark. You little fool, do you think you can get away with this? The man, clutching his bleeding forehead, glared at Oscar with murderous intent. A formidable aura of soul power emanated from him. He was indeed a soul ancestor. I believe it is you who are courting death. Chen Yu and Dai Mu Bai stepped forward simultaneously, their formidable auras of soul masters causing the man's expression to shift dramatically. Such youthful soul masters surely hailed from an impressive background, perhaps even signs of a formidable power. They were not individuals that mere street thugs could provoke lightly. Very well, I shall remember this encounter. If the mountain does not move, the water will flow. We shall meet again, the ruffian leader declared ominously, attempting to turn away. However, Chen Yu instantaneously appeared behind the group. His ghostly speed left everyone astounded. This young man was no ordinary soul master. They were in deep trouble. Chen Yu glanced indifferently at the group before him. Although Ning Rongrong's previous haughty actions displeased him greatly, as long as she did not withdraw from school, she remained a member of Shrek. Chen Yu is indeed a protective individual, and it is inconceivable for him to remain silent while witnessing his companions being bullied. Xiao Ao, what do you think we should do? Chen Yu deliberately sought Oscar's opinion, intending to establish a grand image in Ning Rongrong's heart. While death may be evaded, the sins of the living are inescapable. I shall compel you to kneel before Rongrong and bow in repentance. Oscar bestowed a faint smile of gratitude upon Chen Yu, silently vowing, Dear brother, your immense kindness shall be forever etched in my memory. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, is it merely to play the supporting role? Fear not, my friend. I possess ample experience. Chen Yu cast a glance filled with defiance, while Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang Xin slowly closed in from the 4 cardinal directions. What do you intend to do? My brother is a mentor at Songhui Academy. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I assure you, you will not leave Soto City today. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai feigned fear, even engaging in banter with Ma Hongjun. Oh, so it's Songhui Academy. ISNT, that the foremost Soul Master Academy in Soto City? I'm truly terrified. I nearly lost control when I heard its name. Indeed, Songhui Academy is renowned as a veritable garbage collection site. I recall that as long as one has money, anyone, even the most insignificant, can gain entry. Dai. He just claimed his brother is a mentor there. Does that not make him the overseer of the refuse station? My apologies, Overseer's younger brother. We should not have lowered ourselves to your level. After all, not everyone is worthy of being part of the refuse. Songhui Academy and Shrek Academy have long harbored animosities. Dai Mubai and his companions have frequently clashed with individuals from Songhui Academy. It was unexpected to encounter someone associated with it today. You all. The ruffian leader could not have imagined that the illustrious name of Songhui Academy would not intimidate Dai Mubai and his companions. Instead, it intensified the hatred burning in Dai Mubai's eyes. Xiao-san, Xiao-yu, I have never bested you in the academy. Shall we compete once more today? Dai Mubai flexed his fingers, producing a series of crackling sounds that sent a chill through the onlookers. Very well, Dai, what shall we compete in this time? Dust Feather remained indifferent, for regardless of the circumstances, he was certain he would never face defeat. They decided to compete in landing blows on as many opponents as possible within a mere 30 seconds, with precisely 16 individuals present. A perfect number for them to stretch their limbs. As soon as Dai Mubai's voice faded, he unexpectedly launched an attack without any prior warning, evidently having mastered the art of cunning and deceit. Dai, you're cheating. No one anticipated that the menacing thug, who had appeared so fierce just a moment ago, would now become a mere pawn in the hands of the four young men. In less than 20 seconds, over a dozen individuals, including the Soul Master, lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Notably, the thug leader's face bore the brunt of their enthusiasm, swollen to a grotesque semblance reminiscent of a pig's head. Such a visage, one could surmise, might be unrecognizable even to his own mother. The final tally revealed that Dust Feather had taken down 6 opponents, Tang Xin 5, Dai Mubai 4, and Ma Hongjun just 1. Xiao-yu, your speed is astonishing. Even when I took the initiative, I couldn't match your pace. Dai Mubai admitted with a wry smile, fully acknowledging Dust Feather's prowess. Xiao-ao, the remaining task is now entrusted to you. With a gentle kick of his toes, Shin Yu sent those individuals tumbling to Oscar's feet as if they were mere burlap sacks. Rong, tell me how you wish to vent your frustrations, and I shall assist you, Oscar declared, rolling up his sleeves. Though he might struggle against a formidable soul master, dealing with these already crushed adversaries was child's play. I. Ning Rong was evidently terrified, clutching Oscar's garment tightly, which greatly satisfied his vanity. Let it go. They have learned their lesson. However, the words that finally escaped Ning Rong's lips surprised Oscar. Given her temperament, one would expect her to demand retribution for such an insult, perhaps gouging out their eyes or severing their hands, but instead, she suggested sparing them. Oscar cast a deep glance at the still trembling Ning Rong and suddenly realized she seemed transformed. The previous arrogance and haughtiness had dissipated, replaced by a newfound warmth and authenticity. Over the past 7 days, aside from wandering aimlessly, Ning Rong had contemplated whether she had erred in her ways throughout the years. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had been the apple of everyone's eye, receiving whatever she desired by the next day and banishing anything she disliked into oblivion. Yet, at Shrek Academy, she had lost the aura of her sect, and it dawned on her that the outside world was not as she had imagined. Without the backing of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was nothing. I'm sorry for causing trouble. Ning Rong wiped away her tears and bowed apologetically to everyone. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is the greatest virtue. Not far away, at the street corner, Flender and Zhao Wujin stood silently, observing the recent scene. At last, we can provide an account to Sect Master Ning. This young lady thought she could slip away from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School unnoticed. If it weren't for Sect Master Ning having already conferred with me, how could I so openly accept the next heir of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? It turned out that this entire scenario was a scheme orchestrated by Flender to facilitate Ning Rong's genuine integration into the Shrek Academy family. Moreover, this plan had received the approval of the current sect master, Ning Fingxi. Chapter 65. You are His Majesty Haoyan. Unbeknownst to them, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was in an uproar over Ning Rong, located in the capital of the Heavendo Empire. It served as both the political and economic center of the realm. The establishment of such a vast sect in proximity to the royal territory underscored the extraordinary relationship between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heavendo royalty. This connection was not merely due to sect master Ning Fingxi being the mentor of the crown prince Xue Qinghe, but also because the sect controlled 1/3 of the empire's financial revenues. In addition to its formidable economic strength, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possessed considerable martial prowess. With 2 titled Douluos constantly accompanying Ning Fingxi, even the Heavendo royalty could boast only 1 titled Douluo as an elder. At this moment, within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a tall, lean old man spoke. Fingxi, do you really intend for Rong to travel all the way to that Shrek Academy for her studies? I and Sword Old Man are not necessarily inferior to those instructors at Soul Master Academies. Uncle Gu, you know Rong's temperament. The more I restrain her, the more she desires to escape. This is a perfect opportunity for her to gain some experience, Ning Fingxi replied, shaking his head in resignation, revealing the extent of his own frustrations with Ning Rong. Fingxi, you ought to consult with us first. I've never even heard of this Shrek Academy. Can it truly nurture our little princess? Questioned an elderly man with piercing eyes that seemed to conceal the essence of 2 swirling swords, standing across from Uncle Gu. He was none other than Sword Douluo, Chen Xin, a formidable titled Douluo of the 97 rank. Uncle Sword, Uncle Gu, please allow me to explain, that Shrek Academy is actually. Meanwhile, the earlier incident did not dampen the spirits of Qinyu and the others as they strolled about. Especially among women, forging connections was remarkably effortless. A trivial item had transformed Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhiqing into inseparable friends. Observing the speed of their camaraderie left Qinyu in awe. Marveling at the extraordinary nature of women, just as Flender and Zhao Wujin intended to follow, they were interrupted by a deep voice nearby. Flender, Zhao Wujin. Let us meet outside the city, 10 miles away, at the desolate mountain temple. Flender and Zhao Wujin exchanged glances, the shock evident in their eyes. The ability to convey such precise messages through soul power without drawing the attention of passers-by was a feat only a legendary title Douluo could achieve. A mysterious title Douluo had summoned them. Was this a fortuitous encounter or an ominous omen? With a mix of anxiety, Flender and Zhao Wujin hastened toward the desolate mountain, concerned that failing to meet the title Douluo might incur grave consequences. Upon arriving at the dilapidated temple, they were surprised to find Master there as well. Xiao Gang, what brings you here? What has transpired? Did you receive a transmission from that esteemed individual as well? Flender inquired. Scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of the mysterious title Douluo, aside from the drafty temple itself. For-eyed cat eagle, Flender, it is a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, the space and light 10 meters in front of Flender warped unnaturally, and a figure slowly emerged from the distortion. The ability to manipulate space with soul power indicated this was a title Douluo of at least the 97 rank. Flender's astonishment grew in the entire Douluo continent. Those who could attain such a level were exceedingly rare. How had he, Flender, come into contact with such a formidable being without even realizing it? As the figure fully emerged from the distorted void, Master gasped. Are you not His Majesty Haotian? Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. This name once represented a legendary saga in the realm of soul masters and was also regarded as a taboo. Haotian Douluo was the first title Douluo to be hunted by the Spirit Hall, for the previous pope had fallen at the hands of Tang Hao. This blood feud had positioned Haotian Douluo in direct opposition to the Spirit Hall and, indeed, the entire realm of soul masters. Master, I am grateful for your guidance over these past 6 years regarding Xiao San. Consider it a favor owed by Tang Hao. Despite the massive black cloak obscuring his form, the commanding voice emanating from Tang Hao is undeniable, as if the very fabric of reality could not suppress his indomitable spirit. Your Excellency Haotian, you are too kind. In truth, once I learned that Xiao San possessed the Haotian hammer as his second martial soul, I had my suspicions about his identity. Possessing the Haotian hammer and simultaneously wielding the blue-silver grass martial soul, yet hailing from the modest Holy Spirit village. There exists no other individual in the world who meets this criterion apart from the missing Haotian Douluo and his soul progeny. Truly, the Master's deductive abilities are remarkable. However, I implore you not to divulge any information regarding me to Xiao San. He is currently too weak to contend with the Soul Hall's relentless pursuit. Tang Hao suddenly cleared his throat, revealing that he bore some internal injuries, which had evidently accumulated over a decade. Would this not be too unfair for Xiao San? The Master, feeling a pang of compassion, knew well that despite Xiao San's silence, his concern for Tang Hao had not waned over the past 6 years. Let this be my debt to Xiao San. The reason I summoned the three of you today is not solely for this matter, but I also seek your assistance in caring for another individual. To have the Haotian Douluo relay a message indicates that this person's status is extraordinarily high. Please, allow His Highness Haotian to elucidate. Flender respectfully replied. That person is Qinyu. Xiaoyu. Flender and the others exchanged glances. While they were aware of Qinyu's astonishing cultivation talent, even he was unaware of his own origins. Could it be that Tang Hao possesses knowledge of something more? Sensing the confusion and astonishment in the Master's eyes, Tang Hao continued. Initially, I, too, was oblivious to the little fellow's background. But from the moment I departed from Holy Spirit Village, someone approached me, requesting that I keep an eye on Qinyu. Having said this, I cannot disclose further details. All I ask is that you remain vigilant in your watch over him. Tang Hao clearly held reservations, offering only a hint without revealing too much about the other party. Yet Flender and the others had already grasped the essence. Whoever commanded Tang Hao's respect must possess an exceptional background and strength. In this Douluo continent, the number of hidden formidable forces is countless. The so-called upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects are merely the visible superpowers, while the depths of the Douluo continent harbor unfathomable waters. Chapter 66, The Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit in Merely Half a Day. Qinyu and his companions traversed from the western part of Soto City to the east. Dai Mubai and the other boys were utterly exhausted. Far more so than running laps around Shrek Academy, yet Xiao Wu and the others remained spirited. It seems that shopping is indeed a divine gift bestowed upon women. However, having ventured out with great difficulty, Tang San and the others wished not to dampen the mood. I see there is another marketplace over there, Xiao Wu. Why not explore that while we find a nearby tea house to relax and await your return? Even Tang San, after this half-day excursion, felt mentally and physically drained, expressing that this was perhaps 100 times more arduous than cultivating to the title Douluo level. Very well then. After all, you boys are unlikely to purchase anything. Hand in hand, Xiao Wu and her companions vanished into the throng. Phew. Third brother, your approach was indeed wise. Had we continued further, my physique would have surely succumbed here. Ma Hongjun gasped, finally catching his breath after downing half a pot of tea. Xiao San, do you think they will be all right? Dai Mubai voiced his concern, noting that Zhu Qing was reticent and Ning Rongrong was a quintessential little princess, unaccustomed to such a bustling and chaotic environment. Should anything occur, they might not have time to rescue them. Indeed, Dai Mubai, your worries are not unfounded. Let us appoint a representative. Everyone exchanged glances, evidently wary of the shopping endeavor. With no one stepping forward, they resorted to drawing lots. Dai Mubai plucked a handful of leaves, declaring, I possess 5 leaves. Yet only one bears a bite from an insect. Whoever draws that damaged leaf shall be our representative. Ma Hongjun was the first to grasp Dai Mubai's hand, muttering incantations. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may it be anyone but me. Following suit were Oscar, Tang San, and Chunyu. When it was Chunyu's turn to draw, a cunning smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face, as if he had already plotted this outcome. Indeed, when Chunyu opened his palm, there it was, a tiny insect hole on the leaf. Chunyu found himself speechless. Whether in his past life or the present, he had never mastered the art of gambling. Conversely, Dai Mubai excelled in this domain, rendering Chunyu unfortunate enough to be designated as the beleaguered laborer. After Chunyu departed, the other 4 simultaneously opened their palms, revealing that the leaves in their possession had all been gnawed by insects. Had Chunyu witnessed this scene, he might have been infuriated to the point of beating his head against the ground. I have treated you all with sincerity, yet you regard me as a fool. Is there no law, no sense of justice? At this moment, our unfortunate protagonist had already scampered off to the marketplace, trailing behind Xiao Wu and her companions. Although he had agreed to act as their bodyguard, he had no intention of becoming a mere porter. His sole responsibility was to ensure their safety. Everything else was beyond his concern. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Chenyu leisurely strolled about, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an object displayed at a nearby stall, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Could it be the legendary Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit, as recorded in the Xiantian Treasure Tome? The Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit, a supreme essence among celestial treasures, is said to be an extraordinary spiritual herb. According to the Xiantian Treasure Tome, this fruit is nurtured by the combined essence of the blood of true dragons and colorful phoenixes, taking a millennium to bear fruit and a millennium more to take shape. Upon ripening, the fruit emits a distinctive fragrance that compels all beasts to kneel in reverence. Xinyu had always believed that the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit recorded in the Xiantian Treasure Book was merely a legend. However, to his astonishment, he unexpectedly encountered it today in this modest market. Esteemed shopkeeper, may I inquire about the price of this item? Xinyu pretended to pick up a rusted sword beside the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit, inquiring with faint curiosity. This is an antique I discovered in the Star Dough Forest, likely wielded by a formidable titled Douluo from a millennium ago. As for the price, I'll offer you a discount, just 1,000 gold spirit coins. Xinyu felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Good heavens, after the discount, it still costs 1,000 golden soul coins. Do you really take me for a fool? Do you believe I won't break your bones in an instant? Nevertheless, for the sake of that Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit, Xinyu endured. Excuse me, shopkeeper, are you deliberately trying to swindle me? Is this wretched sword truly worth 1,000 golden soul coins? Xinyu feigned innocence and foolishly retorted. Upon witnessing Xinyu's demeanor, the stall owner felt elated, sensing that today might be a prosperous day for him. Ahem, young brother, do I not possess a face that exudes sincerity and honesty? Would someone like me deceive you? To speak candidly, the rust on this sword is merely a ruse to mislead the eye. Once you return home and wash it with water, this blade will transform into a formidable weapon. The stall owner's earnest expression almost made Xinyu chuckle with his sharp features. How could he claim to be honest and straightforward? Was it not the case that all the honest folk had fallen victim to his schemes, leaving him with such a title? Well, I still find it rather overpriced. It seems somewhat unworthy. Xinyu deliberately set down the iron sword and turned to leave. The stall owner, upon witnessing this, immediately seized Xinyu's arm. After all, he recognized a substantial opportunity and would not allow Xinyu to depart so easily. How about this? He proposed, feigning reluctance. If you purchase this sword, I shall let you select a treasure from my stall free of charge. The stall owner appeared to be in great distress, yet inwardly, he was elated. For what treasures could be found in his collection, but mere scraps salvaged from ancient battlefields? His intention was to tantalize Xinyu's desire for a bargain, thereby luring him into a trap. However, it was indeed difficult to discern who the true angler was and who the fish might be, for Xinyu was also awaiting the stall owner's enticing offer. Well, that certainly gives me something to contemplate. After an extensive and pretentious selection process, Xinyu finally picked up the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit. Boss, I'll take this one, he declared. The stall owner's patience had been nearly exhausted by Xinyu's earlier deliberations, but upon witnessing Xinyu's final choice, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit into Xinyu's hands, as if fearing that Xinyu might change his mind. At last, it was in his grasp. After paying the vendor, Xinyu swiftly vanished from sight and retreated to a secluded corner unnoticed. A slender thread of soul energy took the form of a sharp cone, gradually piercing through the opaque, obsidian-like shell. This exterior was likely the result of coagulated blood from a soul beast, a hardened scab that completely enveloped the essence of the dragon phoenix body, refining fruit. Were it not for my sensitivity to the dragon phoenix aura bestowed by my Ingtion dragon phoenix martial soul, I might have doubted whether this was indeed the coveted fruit. A tiny hole appeared on the surface of the blackened scab, and an unusual, enticing fragrance instantly wafted through the air. This is troubling. Shun Yu deftly concealed the dragon phoenix body refining fruit within the Shintian ring. Yet the lingering fragrance wafted through the air, reaching the nostrils of many. Curse it. I had completely forgotten that the aroma of the dragon phoenix body refining fruit could permeate for miles. How foolish of me to test its authenticity in such a public setting. Immediately, numerous gazes turned toward Shin Yu. Little one, what treasure did you just possess? Why not display it for everyone to behold? Chapter 67. The Hunter. Thunderbolt. Shin Yu's expression darkened. Despite his swift movements, he had caught the attention of several individuals, including a few formidable soul reverends of the soul sect level. Among them stood a lean, middle-aged man clad in a short shirt, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. Not a single soul dared to approach him, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary character within this marketplace. It was this very man who had just spoken. I apologize, but I am unfamiliar with what you were saying. Shen Yu stepped forward, attempting to leave the crowd, only to be obstructed by the man before him. Before me? Layli, you dare to be so arrogant? Truly a fool unaware of his impending doom. Layli, a notorious figure in this marketplace, bore the ominous moniker of the Hunter. The souls claimed by his hand numbered not less than 800, and these victims spanned all ages, from the frail to the innocent. Once ensnared by Layli, their fates were invariably tragic. Yet, Layli harbored a peculiar penchant. He relished the pursuit and extermination of his foes as they attempted to flee, as if such a chase fulfilled his twisted desires. Thus, the title of Hunter was aptly bestowed upon him. This young fool had inadvertently provoked Layli, truly a stroke of ill fortune. Indeed, it had been a fortnight since Layli last tasted blood. His thirst must surely be insatiable. The murmurs from the onlookers were a cacophony of pity, shock, and malicious glee as they anticipated the unfolding drama. I shall reiterate, stand aside. In Shin Yu's eyes, there was an icy coldness. Had it not been for his desire to avoid unnecessary complications, the audacious Lele would not have dared to act so brazenly in this place. Shin Yu had heard whispers of the name Lele. You seek your own demise. A brilliant flash of thunderous light enveloped Lele, whose martial spirit was that of a thunderbird, endowing him with a soul power that inherently carried the ferocity of thunder. This attribute was the very reason for Lele's formidable strength, as the thunderous soul power possessed a destruction far surpassing that of ordinary soul power. With a crackle, a lightning bolt as wide as 2 fingers struck Shin Yu, sending arcs of electricity that forced onlookers to retreat in alarm. To allow you to die so easily would be a mercy. If it weren't for the prohibition against dueling in Suatua City, I would ensure you experienced my true capabilities. The corners of Lele's mouth curled into a cold smirk. Dealing with a mere child of 11 or 12 years was nothing more than a trivial task. However, the subsequent scene left Lele momentarily astounded. The rampaging bolts of lightning seemed to glide off Shin Yu's body like water on oil, cascading harmlessly to the ground. Such a level of thunderous power was hardly worthy of display, rendering Lele's efforts utterly laughable. With a casual sweep of his hand, Dust Feather wiped away the thunderous aura enveloping him, as if dispelling the rain from his body. You, how can you be immune to the power of thunder? Thunderbolt exclaimed in astonishment. Among the multitude of soul masters in the world, there exist a few individuals endowed with extraordinary talents, particularly those who are naturally immune to specific properties of soul power attacks. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Even Thunderbolt had never encountered a soul master possessing such a unique ability throughout the years. Wuhuan, embody. The radiance of lightning surged in Thunderbolt's eyes as his Thunderbird spirit instantly fused with his being. A pair of wings, entirely composed of condensed thunderous energy, materialized behind him. In an instant, Thunderbolt's aura intensified dramatically, causing the onlookers in the marketplace to display expressions of terror as they fled in panic. What is happening? Has something gone awry in the marketplace? In the tea house, Dai Mubai observed the throngs of people rushing outside, a hint of concern etched upon his face. Let us go and see, Tang Sen declared, waving his hand as dozens of blue-silver grasses intertwined, forming several long bridges between the buildings in the blink of an eye. This not only allowed them to avoid the crowd below, but also granted them a strategic vantage point. Is that Little Feather? The once bustling marketplace was now left with only Dust Feather and Thunderbolt, having exchanged over 30 rounds of combat before Tang San and his companions arrived. First soul skill, Thunder Feather. Thunderbolt sharply closed his thunderous wings, transforming hundreds of razor-sharp thunder feathers into countless streaks of light that shot towards Dust Feather. Yet, Dust Feather moved with an air of nonchalance, his movements appearing leisurely while his speed was astonishingly swift. Like a person passing through flowers, not a single petal touches him. This phrase perfectly encapsulated Dust Feather's current state. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Thunderbolt's third soul ring suddenly glowed. Third soul skill, Thunder Sea Surge. Dense. Sea-like torrents of thunder erupted from beneath Thunderbolt's feet, with even the moisture in the air crackling with arcs of electricity. Thunderbolt's third soul skill converts the water within his body into pure, thunderous energy, and since water conducts electricity, wherever there is moisture, this skill can proliferate endlessly. Drip drop. With a fingertip, Chunyu received a drop of thunderous liquid, its latent power potent enough to severely injure a Grand Soul Master. It seems that this thunder has managed to linger in the city of Suatua for quite some time, indicating it possesses a certain degree of prowess. Very well. Today you shall learn what it means to reap the consequences of your own actions. A formidable surge of soul power emanated from Chinyu, and in the next moment, the previously attribute-less soul energy unexpectedly shimmered with a glimmer of silvery brilliance. To think that you too cultivate the lightning attribute soul power. Chinyu remained silent. Ever since he awakened his chaotic spiritual body, he had the ability to switch his soul power to any attribute, rendering the mere lightning attribute a trivial matter. Moreover, the manifestation of the celestial dragon phoenix martial soul enveloped him in a colossal dragon, crackling with thunderous energy. A dragon-shaped martial soul, combined with the mastery of lightning attribute soul power, was unparalleled in the Douluo continent, save for the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the top 3 sections. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. You are a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Although Leiling was prideful, even 1,000 Leilings combined could not rival the strength of a single branch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Cursed be it. How did I not realize earlier that the only soul master capable of disregarding the opponent's thunderous might, aside from those possessing the exceptional Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, was none other than this? Regret washed over Leiling. It was akin to an old man contemplating hanging himself from a tree, lamenting his longevity. Roar. The celestial dragon phoenix martial soul inhaled with great force, swallowing the vast sea of lightning in an instant. It seemed insatiable, as its pull abruptly shifted towards Leiling. It was actually attempting to devour the power within his martial soul. Leiling's complexion turned ashen. The celestial dragon phoenix sought to consume his Thunderbird martial soul as well. Such a deliberate act instilled within the ruthless executioner a primal urge to flee. This was a capability activated upon the celestial dragon phoenix entering its growth phase, allowing it to directly devour the opponent's martial soul. However, Chinyu had refrained from utilizing this ability in the past due to its inherent cruelty and potential disruption of cosmic balance. Yet, with Leiling's hands stained with the blood of countless innocents, Chinyu felt no moral qualm in unleashing the devouring power of the celestial dragon phoenix upon him. I warned you previously. Alas, it is a pity that wise words often fall on deaf ears. The arrogant one is not I, but you. With a single thought, Chinyu's consciousness forcefully extracted the Thunderbird soul from within Leili. In the next moment, the majestic celestial dragon and phoenix opened its formidable jaws, its sharp dragon teeth crushing the Thunderbird soul before swallowing it whole. The celestial dragon and phoenix soul, in its growth phase, showcased a soul growth level of 90 out of 100. In losing his soul, Leili appeared to age suddenly by 3 or 4 decades. The protective lightning aura that once enveloped him now turned against him, mercilessly tearing at his flesh. Chapter 68. Enlightenment Ding. The first use of the celestial dragon and phoenix soul's active devouring power has birthed an unprecedented ability in the Douluo continent, completing a globally astonishing task and rewarding a divine-level gift package. Ding. The divine-level gift package opens automatically, bathing the host in divine light, enhancing soul power cultivation speed by 10-fold and increasing comprehension ability by 10-fold, along with a divine-given soul ring and a 10,000-year soul bone. Wealth has arrived. Wealth has arrived. A fleeting glimmer of ecstatic joy sparkled in Chinyu's eyes, and his mind became remarkably clear in an instant. Questions that had previously eluded his understanding were suddenly unraveled. This, perhaps, is the advantage of enhanced comprehension, akin to the distinction between an ordinary computer and a supercomputer. Coupled with the divine soul ring and the ancient soul bone of 100,000 years, this reward is indeed bountiful. Furthermore, the soul bone in question is a left arm bone, which conveniently does not conflict with the soul bones Chinyu already possesses. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Under the relentless bombardment of the thunderous power, Lei Li's body was charred black, devoid of any semblance of healthy flesh. Had it not been for the heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit devouring the majority of Lei Li's soul power, he would have been reduced to nothing but ashes, consumed by the retaliatory thunderous force. Yet, in this moment, Lei Li was left with but a single breath, appearing utterly wretched. Even if I were to show you mercy, Lei Li, those soul masters you have harmed would not let you escape unscathed. Moreover, I have always adhered to the principle of eradicating evil to its very core. With a snap of his fingers, Chinyu summoned a colossal bolt of lightning, spanning 0.5 meter in width, that descended from the heavens like a colossal sword meant to cleave through the firmament. In the blink of an eye, it traversed countless miles, striking down upon Lei Li. This time, not even a whisper of agony escaped Lei Li's lips as he was reduced to ashes. Chinyu's decisive act of retribution instilled a profound sense of dread in those lurking in the shadows, harboring ulterior motives against him, a mere gathering of cowardly miscreants who dared only to hide in the darkness. With a disdainful cold laugh, Chen Yu strode alone towards the outskirts of the market. Just as he turned, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air, hurtling towards the vital point at the back of his heart. However, as those identical daggers were about to strike, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Amidst the brilliant yet tempestuous sea of thunder, the daggers forged from fine iron were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, Chen Yu found his footing upon the head of the celestial dragon phoenix, gradually lifting himself off the ground. It seems that among you timid rats lurking in the shadows, a few possess a modicum of courage. However, from the moment you chose to act, your fate was already sealed. With a single hand raised to the heavens, Dustfeather summoned an onslaught of thunder that descended with unrelenting ferocity, reducing nearly 100 meters of stalls and shops, along with those lurking in the shadows, to mere ashes. The Thunder God. Many ordinary people, witnessing Dustfeather enveloped in the embrace of lightning, akin to a celestial youth, found themselves kneeling in awe. Yet, this formidable power was not solely Dustfeather's. The thunderous might previously drawn from the thunderbolt was fully unleashed by a mere gesture of his finger, bestowing upon him such terrifying prowess. The hidden soul master, an underling of Thunderbolt, was no more, for from that moment forth, the world would know no more of him. After this battle, Dustfeather's visage would undoubtedly spread across the entirety of Soto City in a remarkably short time. Unbeknownst to him, in an opulent tavern across from the marketplace, a young man adorned in lavish garments gently fanned himself, his gaze intent on the unfolding events within the market. Particularly intrigued by Dustfeather's display of power, he pondered, I must investigate whether there exists a branch of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family within Soto City. Such refined thunderous energy is not something any ordinary martial soul can achieve. Upon closer inspection, one might notice the flicker of a silver-white arc of lightning dancing at the tips of the young man's hair. Once the crowd returned to Shrek Academy, the master promptly whisked away Dustfeather and Tang San. Surely he cannot have already learned of Brother Yu's tumult in the marketplace and intends to punish him, speculated Ma Hongjun. However, Dai Mubai shook his head. If it were solely due to the marketplace incident, why would he also include Tang San? The master must have something of greater significance at hand, particularly involving both Dustfeather and Tang San, hence his haste in taking them away. Little Yu and Little San are surely fine. Let us all return and rest, suggested another. Meanwhile, the master led Dustfeather and Tang San directly to the dean's office, where inside, Flinder and Zhao Wujin were surprisingly donning identical conical hats. What need have they for such hats on a night devoid of sunlight or rain? Within the confines of the room, upon observing the peculiar attire of Flinder and Zhao Waoqi, Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, Xiaoyu, Shaosan. I have summoned you today for an important matter. Under no circumstances should you affiliate yourselves with the Spirit Hall, nor should you maintain any close contact with them. Flinder spoke with utmost seriousness, as if harboring a colossal secret. Director Flinder, teacher, may I inquire as to why? Tang San asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. The specific reasons will become apparent to you in due time. For now, all you need to understand is to keep your distance from the Spirit Hall. The master nodded slightly in agreement, recognizing that if Tang San's connection to Tang Hao were to be revealed, the vindictive nature of the Spirit Hall would spell a most tragic fate for him. Shaosan, Xiaoyu, remember our conversation today. You must also refrain from disclosing the secret of your twin spirits to outsiders. The events that transpired in the marketplace have already drawn the attention of various factions. Though Flinder has managed to suppress the situation, the master bore no ill will, acknowledging that a mere rogue like Lei could hardly cause significant upheaval. However, Chen Yu must take heed. Until he truly matured, he and Tang San must remain in quiet concealment, gathering their strength. Master, I understand. Chen Yu took a deep breath. During his time in Soto City, he had unknowingly become a bit oblivious to his surroundings. It seemed that the rapid enhancement of his strength had brought him both advantages and disadvantages. Particularly with today's events, he had likely attracted considerable attention. Alas, as his master once remarked, power is merely one facet of strength. A true warrior does not flaunt their brilliance, but rather understands the importance of returning to simplicity. Chen Yu recognized that his forthcoming period of cultivation would not focus on enhancing his soul power, but rather on refining his mind. You may return to rest, he instructed. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao will escort you to the Star Dough Forest to assist Xiao Ao in acquiring his third soul ring. Take this opportunity to gain some experience. Master, and I will devise a training plan for you upon your return. Once Chen Yu and Tang San departed, Flander and Zhao Wujie removed their hats, revealing faces marred by bruises, as if they had endured a severe beating, all at the hands of Tang Hao. Old Flander, Zhao Wujie chuckled, though the movement caused him to grimace in pain. Despite only exchanging 100 moves with the Haotian Douluo, I can almost glimpse the gateway to becoming a soul Douluo. However, Zhao Wujie's laughter belied the severity of their injuries, which, if combined, formed a new channel for soul power circulation, one that would significantly enhance Flander and his companions' ability to refine their soul power and hasten their progression from soul sage to soul Douluo. Old Zhao, tomorrow, as you guide those youngsters, be vigilant of the dangers along the way. Chen Yu's actions today will surely attract considerable attention, Flander cautioned. Having received word that Songhui Academy appeared to be taking measures aimed at Shrek Academy. Rest assured, Flander, With me, the unmoved king. No demon or monster can withstand my might, Zhao Wujie asserted, his fist clenched, causing the air around him to tremble. As night fell, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Chen Yu listened intently to the sounds within the room. Apart from him, everyone else was sound asleep. Stealthily, he rose and opened the door, making his way towards the training ground. Upon arriving, he found Flander already waiting, hands clasped behind his back, having anticipated his arrival for some time. Xiaoyu, you have come, Flander remarked. In truth, Flander had sought out Chen Yu earlier, before dinner, urging him to come to the training ground at this hour, seemingly to discuss an important matter. Director Flander, what brings you to summon me at such a late hour? With a hint of curiosity, Chen Yu inquired. Are you suggesting that Flander intends to settle the score for what transpired in the market today? Xiaoyu, are you aware of your own origins? Or is there an accessory or item that could attest to your lineage? Rather than addressing the conflict in the market, Dean Flander shifted the conversation to Chen Yu's heritage. Why are you so interested in my background, Dean Flander? Do you possess any knowledge about it? Although Chen Yu was equally intrigued by his own ancestry, particularly since his second martial soul, the divine punishment sword, required the activation of his bloodline power for its unsealing. However, Flander merely shook his head and replied, not at all. My curiosity is simply piqued. The reason I summoned you tonight is that I have an even more pressing matter to discuss. Have you ever heard of the Li Tiansword sect? Li Tiansword sect? Chen Yu silently contemplated these four characters, and inexplicably felt a slight tremor from his divine punishment sword martial soul. This peculiar sensation left Chen Yu somewhat astonished, as if these four characters bore an inexplicable connection to his martial soul. Could it be that this sect holds a special relationship with Chen Yu? Or perhaps Chen Yu himself is a disciple of this sect? Yet, prior to this moment, he had never encountered these four characters in anyone's discourse or any ancient texts. It was as if this sect had never existed at all. I apologize, Dean Flander, but I have not heard of this sect. However, upon your mention, I experienced a unique sensation, Chen Yu confessed. At that moment, Flander seemed hesitant, as if revealing the name of the Celestial Sword sect was merely to provoke Chen Yu's curiosity. Never mind, never mind. I merely had a fleeting thought about a sect I once came across. Now, it is getting late. You should retire early. Tomorrow morning, you shall embark on your journey to the Stardow Forest. Chen Yu felt somewhat bewildered. What was wrong with Flander today? His speech was hesitant and lacked any semblance of logic, rendering him quite peculiar. Well, Dean, you should rest early. I shall take my leave. After Chen Yu departed, two figures emerged behind Flander, the master and Zhao Wujie. Xiao Gang, do you think Xiaoyu understood my earlier insinuations? The master smiled gently and replied, Flander, you underestimate the cleverness of that young lad. His intellect surpasses even that of Xiao San. He has already absorbed everything you just conveyed. From now on, allow him to forge his own path. But how could Xiaoyu possibly be connected to the ancient sect of Li Tianjianzong? I would scarcely believe it if not for the words of Hao Tian Douluo himself. Upon mentioning the name of Li Tianjianzong, Flander cautiously surveyed his surroundings, as if fearful of drawing an additional ear. Li Tianjianzong, a sect that, even for the well-versed master, remained shrouded in mystery. This sect thrived 500,000 years ago on the Douluo continent, predating even the Soul Palace, which currently dominates the continent, by a staggering 400,000 years. 500,000 years. The world has transformed beyond recognition. Even the Soul Palace cannot guarantee such longevity. The mere existence of Li Tianjianzong is a testament to its formidable power. If I combine what I know with the hints previously dropped by Hao Tian Douluo, I can only conclude that Li Tianjianzong is likely the true puppeteer of the entire Douluo continent, with Xiaoyu occupying a position of considerable significance, potentially influencing the upper echelons of the sect itself. As for the specifics of what transpired therein, Tang Hao had sternly warned that this matter was beyond their purview. A mere nudge towards Chen Yu would suffice. Alas, this young lad faces a treacherous path ahead. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Yu's mind was still preoccupied with Flander's recent remarks. Could my origins truly be intertwined with Li Tianjianzong? Especially regarding my second martial soul, which seems to differ from the ordinary. Perhaps this is indeed linked to that enigmatic sect. Chen Yu has indeed concealed a matter of significance. He possesses an object that can attest to his lineage, a seemingly ordinary jade pendant. One side of the pendant is inscribed with his name, while the other bears enigmatic symbols that even Chen Yu cannot decipher, resembling ancient cryptic scripts. It is not that Chen Yu harbors distrust towards Flanders and the master, rather, he harbors a vague apprehension that the enigma surrounding his origins may spiral into a cataclysmic vortex, endangering the lives of all who become entangled. The words imparted to me by Dean Flanders today have illuminated a path. If I wish to unravel these mysteries, I may indeed need to commence my inquiries from the Heavenly Sword sect. Chen Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air from his chest. At present, his strength remains rather feeble. In the coming decade, the most crucial endeavor for Chen Yu is to enhance his abilities to the greatest extent possible. The road ahead is long and arduous. The world of Douluo continent is far more expansive than I had ever imagined. Chen Yu once again departed from the room, selecting a clearing nearly 10 meters wide in the dense forest behind the academy. With a branch in hand, he began to etch intricate patterns upon the ground, In merely a quarter of an hour, he had inscribed a formation that, at first glance, appeared deceptively simple, yet upon closer inspection revealed a profound complexity. Upon completing this task, Qinyu retrieved the dragon phoenix body refining fruit from his Xiantian ring. Remarkably, the formation he had drawn on the earth mirrored the intricate patterns adorning the surface of the fruit. It was evident that the formation was an imitation of the designs found on the dragon phoenix body refining fruit. Chapter 70. One man shocks all. Douluo. The dragon phoenix body refining fruit not only harbors astonishing energy within the fruit itself, but more significantly, it possesses the ability to summon the forces of heaven and earth to refine the physique of the consumer. To unleash the fruit's full potential, one must inscribe the spirit-conducting patterns found on its surface into the ground. This knowledge, known only to Qinyu on the entire Douluo continent, eludes even Tang-san. This is the additional insight that the divine Xiantian treasure record provides, surpassing what Tang-san holds in his mind. Dragon phoenix body refining fruit. I hope you will grant me even greater surprises. Qinyu knelt gracefully at the center of the spirit summoning array, placing the dragon phoenix refining fruit against his heart. The dragon phoenix refining fruit is not consumed directly. Rather, its inherent energy is absorbed through the heart. Let the process commence. Dust Feather gently closed his eyes, his breathing gradually calming. With each breath, the unique patterns on the dragon phoenix physique fruit began to emit a soft golden glow. Simultaneously, the spirit summoning array beside him slowly released a faint luminescence, and a delicate pull emanated from the intricate designs, spreading through the air. As the patterns on the dragon phoenix physique fruit illuminated fully, a low, melodious hum resonated through the atmosphere. In that instant, a peculiar fragrance enveloped the entirety of Shrek Academy. This scent was neither as pungent as musk nor as commonplace as ordinary floral fragrances. It resembled an exquisite blend of aromas. Moreover, this fragrance possessed a profound calming effect. All within Shrek, save for Dust Feather, succumbed to a deep slumber upon inhaling its essence. At that moment, the surface of the dragon phoenix physique fruit began to rhythmically pulse, mirroring the cadence of Dust Feather's heartbeat. With each beat, as the fruit pulsated for the 100th time, it radiated two beams of golden light, which took the form of a diminutive divine dragon and a genuine phoenix. The sounds of dragon and phoenix echoed simultaneously above Shrek Academy, and in an instant, the golden light of the dragon and phoenix merged into Dust Feather's heart, while the dragon phoenix physique fruit disintegrated into fine dust. The bones of Qinyu suddenly emitted a series of dense cracking sounds, indicating that the medicinal potency of the dragon phoenix body refining fruit was beginning to enhance and transform his body. Within a mere breath, every inch of Qinyu's bones and every cell underwent countless reinforcements. If one were to draw a comparison, Qinyu's physical strength at this moment could rival that of a soul king with a defensive beast martial spirit. Moreover, there was no sign of this enhancement slowing down. However, the more significant transformation lay within his body, the Yingtian dragon phoenix martial spirit. 90% of the dragon phoenix body refining fruit's power had merged into the Yingtian dragon phoenix martial spirit, causing its growth to soar like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, the Yingtian dragon phoenix transcended its growth phase and entered the next stage of maturity. In its mature state, the Yingtian dragon phoenix had sprouted 2 delicate dragon horns atop its head, and 4 dragon claws had emerged from its abdomen. At this moment, the Yingtian dragon phoenix martial spirit had evolved from its previous serpentine form into a true dragon shape. Yet, maturity was not the final stage for the Yingtian dragon phoenix martial spirit. The growth progress bar left Qinyu somewhat speechless. Yingtian dragon phoenix martial spirit. Mature phase 3 awakenings. Host soul power reserves increased 12-fold. Soul power cultivation speed increased 12-fold. Yingtian dragon phoenix martial spirit growth progress. 110,000. Astonishingly, only 100 growth points were required to reach the growth phase. Yet achieving maturity demanded a staggering increase of 100 times that amount. Furthermore, this time, the Yingtian dragon phoenix needed to consume the souls of soul beasts and the martial spirits of soul masters under specific conditions to enhance its growth value. The soul beasts must be over 5,000 years old, and the soul masters must be at least of the soul king rank. With a bitter smile, Qinyu realized that the system had no intention of allowing him to level up peacefully. This had significantly increased the difficulty of upgrading his martial soul by more than tenfold, merely due to the potency of the dragon phoenix body refining fruit. The growth value of the Yingtian dragon phoenix continued to rise. 200, 300, 400. The growth value consistently breached the threshold of 5,000, and the rate of increase gradually slowed. The majestic aura of the Yingtian dragon phoenix's martial soul became pure, resembling not merely a martial soul, but a tangible sacred beast of dragon and phoenix. This terrifying presence resonated throughout the Douluo continent, stirring the hearts of all titled Douluo-level experts. How many secrets does Qinyu conceal? Outside Soto City, Tang Hao, cloaked in black, gazed toward the direction of Shrek Academy. The fleeting pressure he had just sensed left him with a feeling of unease. Tang Hao, it is time to fulfill your promise to me. Behind Tang Hao, an empty space echoed with an extraordinarily aged voice, uttered in an almost commanding tone. Yet, Tang Hao did not respond with anger. Instead, he nodded in affirmation. It was indeed time to begin. Wuhuan City, the sacred ground in the hearts of all soul masters on the Douluo continent. Served as a gathering place for all advanced soul masters. The core main hall of the Wuhuan Temple, also known as the Wuhuan Sacred Hall, was located at the very center of Wuhuan City. At this moment, the Wuhuan Sacred Hall appeared far from tranquil. Influenced by the presence of the Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, all elders at the title Douluo level were abruptly awakened and gathered in the Grand Hall. Atop the throne, which symbolized the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, sat a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s. Despite her youth compared to the elders below, their gazes toward her were filled with deep reverence. This woman was the current Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong. Silence. Bibi Dong lightly tapped the Pope's scepter against the ground, the crisp sound rendering the previously chaotic hall silent enough to hear a pin drop. Yu Guan, you and Gue Mei should investigate the exact source of that fleeting aura. From my soul sensing, it likely emanates from the Baloch Kingdom within the Tiando Empire. But you must explore its precise location yourselves. Whatever it is, bring it back to me intact. The other elders resumed their duties, not overly astonished. Upon finishing her command, Bibi Dong mysteriously vanished from the throne, and two figures swiftly departed the Wuhuan Sacred Hall, heading straight for the Baloch Kingdom. Ding. The might of the Dragon Phoenix shook Douluo, earning a divine-level shock reward. The lifespan of all soul rings increased by 10,000 years. The reward of the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword martial soul was automatically unsealed, and the ability to read ancient text of Douluo was granted. Ding. The skill level of the tiger pattern bloodthirsty dagger's bone-cutting ability was enhanced, capable of shattering all defensive soul techniques below the Soul Emperor level. Buzz. The air quivered once more, as the spirit guiding array beneath Chunyu finally fulfilled its purpose, drawing abundant heavenly and earthly energy toward him. This marked the true beginning of Chinyu's absorption of the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit's power. The Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit itself served merely as a catalyst. The truly formidable strength stemmed from the external forces of heaven and earth. Grant me a breakthrough. Chapter 71. Crimson Calamity Thunder. A colossal energy vortex, spanning 1,000 meters in width, formed in the air, with Chinyu seated in meditation at its center. The body of Chinyu became uncontrollable, lifting off the ground as a rich and potent energy surged through the pores of his skin, penetrating deeply within. Under the nurturing of this abundant energy, Chinyu radiated a luminous glow, as pristine as jade. The flow of energy generated a formidable tempest in the surrounding environment. However, such a tremendous commotion went unnoticed by anyone within the city of Sata, save for the titled Douluo outside its walls. Could it truly be that a rare treasure of heaven and earth has emerged? What Chinyu remains unaware of is that the commotion caused by his consumption of the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit has already attracted the attention of several titled Douluos, many of whom are now hastening towards the Baloch Kingdom. On the surface of Chinyu's skin, unique layers of keratin continuously emerged, resembling the nascent forms of scales. These scales bore patterns akin to the feathers of a phoenix, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. The Dragon Phoenix body refinement fruit, nurtured by the essence of true dragons and true phoenixes, inherently contained a trace of residual bloodline power. The dragon scales and phoenix armor manifesting on Chinyu were the result of his absorption of this blood essence, leading to a remarkable transformation in his body. This layer of armor significantly enhanced Chinyu's physical defense. However, before he could revel in this newfound strength, his expression abruptly shifted. Unbeknownst to him, a heavy mass of clouds had gathered in the air, and these were not mere ordinary storm clouds, but the harbingers of authentic calamity thunder. Chinyu pondered to himself, I have not committed any heinous acts that would incite public wrath or moral decay. At most, I merely indulged in a bit of pretentiousness and displayed a modicum of arrogance. Is this truly sufficient grounds for you to summon divine retribution upon me? Crack. A silvery lightning, extending for hundreds of zhong, flickered incessantly within the ominous clouds of calamity, and the formidable aura it exuded caused Chinyu's expression to shift dramatically. This was no jest. The power of this tribulation lightning far surpassed Chinyu's imagination. Should he exercise even the slightest negligence, it was quite possible that he would be reduced to ashes by the wrath of the heavens. Kaka. Dust feather rose into the air, the sound of bones grinding together resonating intensely from his body, as if his form had elevated slightly. Moreover, his soul power had ascended to the 36th level. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky-Shattering Strike. With a fierce determination, Chinyu clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to the crown of his head. In that instant, a vividly animated golden dragon erupted from his fist, its majestic head raised high as it unleashed a torrent of golden light from its gaping maw, crashing directly into the tempestuous clouds. However, despite Chinyu harnessing the full might of his third soul ring, which had been cultivated over an arduous span of 30,000 years, the tumultuous clouds merely quivered momentarily before regaining their tranquil demeanor. Dust Feather was taken aback. The power of his soul skill was not inferior to the self-detonation of a soul king, and could even rival the full-force strikes of certain soul emperors. Yet, it seemed to elicit no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that this time the heavens truly wished to strike him down? This was utterly frustrating. Ding. The Dragon Phoenix ascends. Calamity Thunder emerges. Should he succeed, the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul would attain divine level status. Should he fail, the host would be reduced to ashes. What? Xinyu was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses, exclaiming, "It was not I who prompted your upgrade. Did you ever once consult me, the victim? For my opinion? Was there even the slightest hint? I merely consumed a small fruit. Is it truly necessary to strike me with lightning? This is utterly preposterous." Xinyu was taken aback to discover that upon reaching maturity, his martial soul would be subjected to a tribulation of thunder, and that with each subsequent elevation in rank. The ferocity of the lightning would intensify. The once envied celestial dragon phoenix martial soul now revealed its inherent flaws. Yet, Xinyu displayed not a trace of trepidation. Instead, he cast his gaze skyward and let out a resounding roar. Even if heaven sought to condemn me, it must first reckon with my resolve. I am aware that heaven may fume with rage, but I am even more cognizant that heaven, too, can tremble in fear and shed tears. Behind Xinyu, the divine dragon phoenix martial soul soared into the heavens, enveloping him in a space devoid of any celestial might. The ominous, dark thunderbolt of the judgment blade martial soul descended into Qinyu's palm. As the judgment blade manifested, the colossal calamity clouds expanded exponentially, swelling to a size several times greater than before. Not only was the divine dragon phoenix a manifestation of celestial jealousy, but the judgment blade also bore the same essence. A fact unbeknownst to Qinyu. The aura of the judgment blade provoked the calamity thunder, transforming the silvery lightning into a deep crimson. This sanguine calamity thunder, a legendary harbinger of annihilation, cast a rich bloodlight upon Qinyu, elongating his silhouette dramatically. Was this the arrival of the apocalypse? The terrifying thunderclaps in the air jolted the inhabitants of Suodo City from their stupor. As they beheld the blood-red thunder, fear gripped them, causing their legs to weaken. And one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Everything beneath the crimson light appeared hauntingly desolate. In that moment, it felt as though doomsday had arrived. The blood-red calamity thunder descended, heralding the emergence of the celestial slayer. Behind Tang Hao, a figure with hair as white as snow materialized. The moment the elder appeared, Tang Hao found himself instinctively bowing slightly in deference. The elder's gaze, however, remained fixated on the calamity clouds above Suodo City, filled with excitement and trepidation. Within the eye of the storm, Qinyu, both body and soul, bore the weight of immense pressure, each breath accompanied by the sharp sound of bones creaking under strain. For Qinyu understood that this next strike would either lead to his utter obliteration or his rebirth from the chrysalis. Life and death hung in the balance with this single sword. Come forth. What Qinyu failed to notice was that the ancient script, resembling tadpoles, inscribed on the jade pendant around his neck, began to emanate a faint glimmer. The heavenly punishment sword, designed to slay gods, seemed to shatter all seals, its fierce radiance piercing the heavens. The celestial dragon phoenix martial soul opened its mouth wide, voraciously consuming all the celestial energy drawn from the spirit summoning array. This immense power immediately suffusing every inch of Qinyu's flesh and blood. A crackling sound erupted as a pair of fiery phoenix wings suddenly unfurled behind him, their 10-meter span igniting with flames that outshone even the crimson calamity thunder. Simultaneously, a long dragon tail sprouted from behind Qinyu, a manifestation of the power derived from the two soul bones within him. The heavenly punishment sword, with a single stroke, cleaved through the firmament. With a swift motion, Qinyu lunged backward, wielding his sword to cleave the ominous clouds above. The formidable blade of light, stretching nearly 1,000 meters, effortlessly bisected the ominous clouds. However, the thunderous energies contained within those clouds had reached their zenith, unleashing a colossal scarlet thunder dragon that descended from the heavens, aiming to bite down on Qinyu, who remained poised with his sword. Two swords shake the cosmos. He struck once more. This time, the attack lacked the dazzling radiance of the previous strike. Instead, a diminutive sword shadow, merely 3 feet long, emerged. Upon this shadow, a vivid phantom of a dragon and phoenix could be discerned, entwined with dense black thunder. In comparison to the blood-red thunder dragon, this sword shadow seemed insignificant. Yet, the two forces collided fiercely mid-air. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Powerhouse, Part 1, Crack. The moment the unique black sword shadow collided with the thunder dragon, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. As if time itself had come to a standstill at the point of impact. The scarlet thunder dragon gaped wide, the currents of lightning around it ceasing their tumultuous flow. In the subsequent instant, the space within a 100-meter radius rippled like water, abruptly expanding, as every rock and blade of grass in its path disintegrated into dust, leaving behind a vast, flattened crater. That seemingly inconspicuous sword shadow loomed like an insurmountable peak, regardless of how the thunder dragon thrashed and struggled. It appeared as if it were firmly anchored in midair, unable to descend even a fraction of an inch. An explosive force erupted. Qinyu gently uttered a single word, and the shadow of the black sword rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal sword stretching 1,000 meters long, which pierced through the body of the blood-colored thunder dragon in an instant. The sword of divine punishment. Indeed, it was the sword of divine punishment. Tears welled in the eyes of the white-haired elder, who unexpectedly knelt down on the spot. Tang Hao, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was all too aware of the elder's formidable strength. It was unlikely that anyone in the world could compel him to bow. Yet now he knelt as if in reverence, before the astonishing sword light suspended in the air. Roar. Black lightning, akin to serpents, continuously coiled around the blood-colored thunder dragon, voraciously consuming the power of the calamity thunder. In the blink of an eye, the black serpents had transformed into massive black dragons. Even refusing to spare the calamity clouds above, each one opening its jaws wide to completely devour the blood-colored calamity clouds. After absorbing the power of the calamity thunder and clouds, the sword of divine punishment in Qinyu's hand exhibited a further transformation. The black lightning that had entwined the blade had now morphed into swimming black divine dragons, noble and mysterious. This was the first impression the sword of divine punishment's spirit bestowed upon Qinyu. As the calamity clouds dispersed, an overwhelming sense of survival washed over everyone in Sato City, causing many to weep tears of joy. This night would undoubtedly be etched in the memories of all. It would be forever recorded in the annals of Sato City as the night of annihilation. Although no one knew the reason behind the sudden calamity thunder or the identity of the hidden master who wielded those two swords, everyone understood that this scene would be immortalized, passed down through the ages for millennia to come. Of course, these were mere reflections for the future. One sword severing the calamity clouds, another obliterating the calamity thunder. The divine demeanor of the young celestial was evident. However, after Qinyu unleashed those two swords, his chest heaved violently, and in the next moment, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. He plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Although Qinyu had successfully transcended the tribulation relying on the power of his two soul spirits and soul bones, the burden inflicted by those two swords was immense. Had it not been for the dragon phoenix body refining fruit he had consumed earlier, Qinyu would have likely perished in an explosive demise. Xiaoyu. The body of Qinyu descended, but was steadily caught by Tang San. However, a flicker of blood-red lightning still danced upon Qinyu, remnants of the calamity thunder that lingered within him. The moment Tang San's hand made contact with Qinyu, a numbing sensation coursed through his arms, nearly rendering him unconscious. Everyone, keep your distance from Xiaoyu. He still harbors considerable thunderous energy. Tang San silently channeled his Xiantian skill, forcing a glimmer of brilliant lightning from his fingertips, which gradually alleviated the tingling in his arms. Master and Flinder hastened to the scene, and upon seeing the charred craters surrounding them and the unconscious Qinyu, they collectively gasped in shock. Before Flinder could utter a word, a mysterious figure appeared before them. Do not speak of tonight's events. Whatever commotion arises in this courtyard, do not heed it. Take care of this young one. Leave the other matters to me. The figure concluded, pointing towards the void, unleashing a terrible sword shadow that soared into the sky. This sword energy bore a striking resemblance to the one Qinyu wielded during his divine punishment. Yet the magnitude of power between the two was incomparable. Senior, what connection do you have with Xiaoyu? Flinder boldly inquired. However, the figure offered no response, merely gesturing towards the courtyard's boundary, his meaning unmistakable. Thank you, Senior. I shall take my leave. Flinder, seeing this, clasped his hands in respect, enveloped Qinyu in a dense soul power, and departed. The mysterious powerhouse clearly aimed to protect Qinyu, and it appeared he had been monitoring him for quite some time, as evidenced by his timely arrival. Yet the nature of his relationship with Qianyu remained a perplexing enigma in everyone's minds. Shortly after Flinder and his group left, three extraordinarily powerful auras approached the periphery of Shrek Academy. Such formidable presence could only belong to legendary titled Douluos. Even souled Douluos would pale in comparison. The three titled Douluos appeared together. Aside from those seen in Wuhuan City, only two titled Douluos could be found in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Black Wind Trio. These three were triplet brothers, having ascended to title Douluo on the same day of the same year, their personalities notoriously erratic. Regardless of age or gender, those who fell into their hands met with a dismal fate. Furthermore, they belonged to no particular faction, having even rejected invitations from the Wuhuan Palace. Their lives as outlaws were a true reflection of their nature, frequently traversing between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, where their formidable strength rendered both empires powerless to retaliate. It was unexpected that this trio had ventured near Suodo City, coinciding with Chunyu's tribulation. Recognizing an opportunity, they boldly entered the city. Eldest brother, that fellow faced the calamity thunder. Even if he miraculously survives, he must be gravely injured. This is a rare opportunity. The Black Wind Trio shared a silent understanding, extending a hand, with formidable soul power coalescing within their palms. It seemed they intended to obliterate Shrek Academy along with the enigmatic strongman. Yet, before they could act, a flash of cold light pierced the void, followed by a torrential downpour of dense sword energy raining down from above, resembling a deluge, transforming swords into threads. These sword energies appeared like delicate silks, yet bore an extraordinary sharpness. Upon closer inspection, they cleaved through space, creating numerous rifts. A true powerhouse. The Black Wind Trio felt a tightening in their chests. The ability to cultivate sword techniques to such an extent indicated that the individual surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary title Douluo. And even the sword Douluo would likely struggle to match such prowess. Nevertheless, the trio could not simply surrender. They activated their martial souls, revealing 3 fully gray lions. The martial soul, Gray Abyssal Lion, was slightly inferior to Dai Mubai's Evil Eye White Tiger in rank, yet still classified as a high-level beast martial soul. Each brother possessed soul power at level 92, having once collaborated to slay a formidable opponent of level 95. Yet their 9th soul skill, Mad Lion's Claw, was effortlessly shredded by countless sword threads. Witnessing this, the faces of the Blackwind trio turned pale. "Senior. No, my lord, please." Their pleas were abruptly cut off as the seemingly ordinary sword threads descended upon them. The protective soul power surrounding them proved as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of halting the terrifying sword energy. With a snap, the bodies of the Blackwind trio shattered into fragments, mingling with the stench of blood that littered the ground. "In the sanctum of my true self, any who dare to trespass shall perish." The final word echoed throughout Douluo City, halting the movements of all who dared to stir. The following morning, everyone beheld the remains of the Blackwind trio, their heads displaying expressions of terror, hanging beneath the sign of Shrek Academy. The Blackwind trio. Someone immediately recognized their visages, exclaiming in shock. It became evident that the mysterious strongman had slain these brothers last night. Many who witnessed this spectacle gasped in disbelief. This academy, far less renowned than Songhui Academy, concealed such a terrifying powerhouse. First the obliteration of Thunder, then the slaying of titled Douluos. Was Shrek Academy intent on establishing its dominance? The 3 heads served as an intangible deterrent, aimed at dissuading any who might contemplate encroaching upon Shrek Academy. Yet unbeknownst to all, the mysterious strongman had long since departed, leaving behind a lingering aura of formidable sword intent. The Blackwind trio, 2 titled Douluos from the Wuhuan Palace, had traveled tirelessly for a day and night, finally arriving at Douluo City. As they stepped through the city gates, they were met with this explosive news. Even the weakest titled Douluo would not fall easily, let alone 3 perishing at once. Who could possess such strength to achieve this? Neither Yueguan nor Gue Mei could claim to have executed such a feat of slaying 3 in a single blow. Shrek Academy. Why have we never heard of this Soul Master Academy before? Yueguan pondered, well-versed in the renowned academies of Douluo continent. Yet Shrek Academy remained obscure until now. A visit will clarify everything. Gue Mei, true to his name, glided through the crowd like a specter. Upon witnessing the 3 heads hanging at the entrance of Shrek Academy, both inhaled sharply. With their keen eyes, they discerned that these 3 had been dispatched with a single strike. An expert. Yueguan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, both astonished at the revelation. This individual must be at least a level 98 titled Douluo, and the wounds on the Blackwind trio suggested they had been inflicted by sword energy. Aside from that old man, Chen Xian, who else possesses such mastery in swordsmanship on Douluo continent? This may present an opportunity for us. In the depths of Yuguan's heart, there lingered an inclination to entice. How could a mere Soul Master Academy possibly rival the allure of the Spirit Hall? Yet, as Yuguan set foot at the entrance of Shrek Academy, a sudden surge of sword intent erupted from the backyard. A somewhat ethereal sword aura abruptly pierced through Yuguan's shoulder, its speed leaving him no time to react. Old Chrysanthemum. The specter transformed into a shadowy light, countless black claws reaching out toward the sword aura, but against the fierce brilliance of the sword light. The specter's efforts appeared as futile as a clumsy fowl, scattering in disarray. With a swish, the sword light split into hundreds, even thousands of slender sword energies, whistling as they descended upon the 2. Old Ghost. Ignoring the blood oozing from his wound, Yuguan stood back to back with the specter, their 18 soul rings simultaneously detaching from their bodies, intertwining to form a colossal tricolor soul ring. This soul ring spanned 100 meters in width, radiating light that enveloped a kilometer radius, halting all movement beneath its brilliance. The martial soul fusion technique, Polar Stillness Domain. Even the sword Douluo Chen Xian would find it challenging to breach the combined might of 2 titled Douluo wielding this technique. Yet, the delicate sword light remained unaffected, piercing through their forms directly. With a splatter, both Yuguan and the specter coughed up blood, casting one last profound glance at Shrek Academy before vanishing into thin air, leaving only 2 glaring stains of crimson behind. Although the onlookers were unaware that these 2 titled Douluo were elders of the Spirit Hall, they instinctively recognized Shrek Academy as a forbidden ground. In a single night, vanquishing 3 titled Douluo and now inflicting severe injury upon 2 others with but a sword aura, such feats were unparalleled, even for the Spirit Hall. Let us leave quickly. Should another sword aura strike, we shall be the unfortunate ones. In an instant, the previously bustling entrance of the academy transformed into desolation, as the crowd scattered like startled birds, leaving no trace of their presence. Inside the academy, Flinder and the others remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Their primary concern was for Qinyu. Since the previous night, he had yet to awaken, though the thunderous power within him gradually dissipated. Teacher, what has happened to Xiaoyu? Why is he in such a state? The master, witnessing such an uncanny scene for the first time, could not provide any immediate answers. However, he surmised that it might relate to Chen Yu's dual martial souls. The memory of Chen Yu's attack using his second martial soul in the soul-hunting forest lingered vividly in the master's mind. Previously, after employing his second martial soul, Chen Yu had suffered a severe backlash, but this time the situation appeared far more dire. With a heavy sigh, the master acknowledged that Chen Yu's predicament surpassed his capacity to remedy. For now, they could only hope for Chen Yu's innate recovery abilities. At that moment, Chen Yu's fingers twitched slightly, prompting a gasp from Ning Rongrong. Look, he is awake. Xiaoyu has awakened. Among the Shrek 8, sorted by age, Chen Yu was found to be only slightly older than Zhu Zhuqing, although in Chen Yu's perception, he was a few months senior to Tang San. The instructor assessing bone age declared that Chen Yu was indeed half a year younger than Tang San. Despite his reluctance, Chen Yu had no choice but to accept the title of the seventh brother. In light of this, Chen Yu endeavored to recall the memories of his predecessor, but found them shrouded in obscurity. This discontented him greatly, as he had vowed to become Tang San's elder brother. Yet by age alone, he was relegated to the role of a younger sibling. Chapter 74. Fortune and Misfortune Intertwined. As Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. After a brief moment, the surroundings gradually came into focus. Xiaoyu, you have finally awakened. Came the familiar voices of Tang San, Xiaowu, and the master, their familiar faces encircling his bedside. I apologize for causing everyone concern. Chen Yun had not anticipated that consuming a dragon phoenix body refining fruit would trigger a series of unforeseen events, culminating in the arrival of heavenly thunder. Even now, Chen Yun's heart brimmed with indignation. I am not a Taoist. I merely cultivate a modicum of soul power, yet I am compelled to endure tribulations to attain enlightenment. Immediately thereafter, a succession of system notifications echoed in Chen Yun's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully overcoming the tribulation. The heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul has successfully metamorphosed into a true divine-level martial soul. Ding! The heavenly punishment god-slaying sword martial soul has absorbed the power of the tribulation and is entering the next phase of its transformation. Ding! The host's body has suffered severe damage from the tribulation's power, reducing the host's soul power to level 30. Residual blood-red tribulation energy remains within the host, and the soul power will carry the effects of tribulation-inflicted injuries. Effects of tribulation-inflicted injuries. The lethality of soul power is enhanced by 300%, accompanied by a paralysis effect. This passive effect can only be dispelled by 50%. In this light, it seemed that Chen Yun had turned misfortune into fortune. Although he had lost several levels of soul power, the potency of his soul skills had seen a considerable enhancement. However, the joy in Chen Yun's heart did not last long, as his expression swiftly soured. Ding! The power of the tribulation has inflicted a heavenly punishment upon the host. For 1 year, the host's soul power will not be able to advance. What? For an entire year, there will be no progress in soul power whatsoever. Chen Yu's aspiration is to become the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo continent. 1 year may seem neither too long nor too short, yet for Chen Yu, it is exceptionally precious. During this year, Chen Yu, with the aid of the astonishing system and an extraordinary cultivation speed of soul power, is assured of reaching the soul master level. However, the current effects of the heavenly punishment have rendered Chen Yu's strength stagnant. Ah, is this what they mean by the intertwining of fortune and misfortune? Although Chen Yu felt a tinge of regret, he appeared to harbor no significant disappointment. This is because he had already resolved that for the next 6 months, his focus would not be on enhancing his soul power, but rather on solidifying his foundational training, a practice known as cultivating the heart. This is a specialized method in ancient martial arts, which essentially involves temporarily sealing one's realm to a certain extent. Only after achieving the pinnacle of strength at that level would one choose to break through their current limitations. While cultivating the heart may delay the speed of training, it undoubtedly reinforces the practitioner's foundation, thereby increasing the likelihood of reaching the zenith of cultivation in the future. The effects of divine retribution, however, allowed Chen Yu to avoid the laborious task of sealing a portion of his soul power, as the heavens had directly imposed an unyielding seal upon him. Xiaoyu, how has your soul power regressed to level 30? Daimubai noticed a significant decline in Chen Yu's soul power. Could it be that the thunder calamity from last night had inflicted a dreadful backlash? If that were the case, did Chen Yu still have a chance of recovery? Xiaoyu, unleash your martial spirit. Let me see if it has been affected. While soul power could be regained, if the martial spirit were to suffer damage, Chen Yu's future would be utterly doomed. Master, I am fine. I simply lost some soul power. Moreover, it seems that for the duration of this year, my soul power may remain at the level 30 threshold. With a graceful flick of his 5 fingers, Chen Yu conjured a vividly animated Ingtian dragon phoenix that danced lively within the palm of his hand, exuding an air of ethereal vitality beyond that of ordinary martial spirits. Fortunately, the martial spirit remained unharmed. Little Yu, perhaps it is the lingering power of thunder within you that has hindered your ability to cultivate your soul force to its previous level. However, considering it has only been a year, it is still somewhat acceptable. At the tender age of 12, Chen Yu, despite a year's delay, still surpasses the majority in terms of soul power. The master has also discerned that Chan Yu's rapid early cultivation may inadvertently leave a trace of instability in his foundation. His thoughts align with Chan Yu's own. As long as there are no lingering aftereffects, what exactly did you experience last night, little you? That could provoke such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? The memory of the blood-red sky and the raging thunder still sends chills down Flinder's spine. Perhaps it is related to my second martial soul, yet I cannot ascertain the secrets concealed within it at this moment. Indeed, Chan Yu's words are not entirely false. He remains oblivious to the origins of the divine punishment sword martial soul, which can withstand heavenly tribulations and possesses such formidable power. A sense of foreboding tells him that the divine punishment sword martial soul may be even more fearsome than the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul awarded by the system. Little you, remember this, until your soul power reaches the level of a soul Douluo, never reveal your second martial soul in front of outsiders. The same goes for you all. Do not disclose anything regarding what transpired last night. The encounter with that mysterious powerhouse, coupled with Tang Hao's repeated warnings, has led the master to suspect that Chan Yu is intricately linked to the enigmatic Lishan Sword sect. Therefore, it is imperative that Chan Yu's identity remains a secret from those outside the room. Otherwise, not only Chan Yu, but even all members of Shrek will face catastrophic consequences. Master, we understand. After a 3-day respite, Chan Yu regained his vitality. Following this thunder calamity, he sensed an unprecedented transformation within his body. Particularly, a layer of dragon scales and phoenix armor concealed beneath his skin exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. Chan Yu specifically requested Zhao Wuji to test it, and to his astonishment, this scale armor could absorb 3 to 4/10 of the attack power from a soul saint. In the state of the chaos spirit body, this damage reduction could even increase by an additional 10 to 20%. It seemed that he had acquired an indomitable resilience, suggesting that his role within the team would be that of a damage-absorbing bulwark. After a brief tidying up, the group, under Zhao Wuji's guidance, departed from Suatua City and headed straight for the Stardow Forest. This journey served not only as a training exercise for the Shrek Academy's fledgling members, but also as a means to convey to the outside world that the events of that fateful night bore little connection to these students, thus indirectly safeguarding Chan Yu. Little monsters, during this expedition to the Stardow Forest, unless you encounter a life-threatening crisis, I shall not intervene. Whether in pursuit or hunting soul beasts, you must rely on your own abilities. Zhao Wuji, while acting as their protector, also assumed the role of examiner. Teacher Zhao, do not underestimate us, Ma Hongjun declared, munching contentedly on a chicken leg as they traveled. Fatty, if you don't manage your weight, your evil fire phoenix might soon transform into a turkey martial spirit, and you may find it difficult to even take flight, Daimu jested, playfully patting Ma Hongjun's rotund belly, which rebounded with a notable heft. Boss Dai, you misunderstand. My weight is my advantage. Once I acquire a flying soul skill, I shall use my bulk, combined with the phoenix's powers, to crush my opponents. Ma Hongjun replied, unfazed by his increasing girth, even producing an entire roasted chicken from his cloak as if performing a magic trick. Keep this up, and you might find it hard to secure a wife in the future, Tang Sin teased, observing how, in just half a month's time, Ma Hongjun's face had noticeably expanded, reducing his already diminutive eyes to mere slits. Chapter 75. Conflict. As the group traveled along the road, engaged in lively banter, none noticed a tail discreetly following them at a distance of 7 to 8 miles. The individual was exceedingly cautious, expertly maintaining a safe distance from Chan Yu and his companions. Clearly, this person was adept at stalking, a seasoned professional. However, their identity and intentions remained a mystery to all. All right, as night falls, we shall rest here for the evening. We are still 3 days away from the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, and the journey ahead may not be as tranquil as today. Stay vigilant, Zhao Wuji advised. Although the Stardow Forest is a realm inhabited by soul beasts, it is also home to a particular group of individuals known as demon hunters. These hunters earn their living by capturing soul beasts and selling them to the noble families for substantial rewards. Such individuals are notoriously ruthless, employing a myriad of brutal methods. Thus, the inexperienced Chan Yu and his companions could easily fall prey to their schemes. Zhao Wuji's warning was intended to prepare them, but unbeknownst to him, Chan Yu and Tang San were no novices. They had witnessed far worse in their previous lives. The so-called underhanded tactics would be child's play to Chan Yu. The small town where Zhao Wuji's group halted served as the first stop on their journey to the Stardow Forest, also marking the last town before entering the forest itself. While not particularly bustling, the town was orderly and well-maintained. However, many individuals with distinctly different appearances from the average townsfolk could be seen either setting up stalls on the streets or indulging in raucous revelry at the taverns. These were the demon hunters Zhao Wuji had mentioned earlier. Upon spotting Chan Yu and his companions, the hunters displayed no overt surprise. It was a common occurrence for students from Soul Master Academies to venture into the Stardow Forest in search of soul rings. Thus, their arrival elicited no significant reaction. Yet, the beauty of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong attracted an array of lascivious glances. These hunters, predominantly rugged men who lived on the edge sought wealth and beauty above all, and the youthful allure of the three girls captivated them. "Little sister, would you care to share a drink with your uncle?" slurred one middle-aged man, swaying unsteadily toward Xiao Wu, his gaze leering over her form. "Sir, you seem to have had quite enough to drink," Tang Xin interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, his tone radiating a chilling deterrence. "What do you think you are? Step aside," the middle-aged man retorted impatiently, attempting to shove Tang Xin aside. Yet, before he could make contact, he was met with Tang San's icy voice. "One more inch forward, and you shall lose that finger." The once boisterous tavern fell silent in the wake of Tang San's proclamation, followed swiftly by a chorus of laughter, some mocking, others eager for the spectacle. "Ha ha, old Yuan. It appears you truly are aging. Even a mere child dares to threaten you now. If you let this slide, I shall lose all respect for you," someone chimed in. "Youngster, I have my eye on you. Show me how you plan to sever that old fool's finger." Despite the raucous atmosphere, Tang San remained unperturbed, his gaze coldly fixed on the middle-aged man. Under the weight of that icy scrutiny, the man named Yuan felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine. Strange. Why does this insignificant brat evoke such a sense of danger in me? Have I truly drunk too much today? Yuan mused, slamming the wine jug to the ground and raising his fist to strike Tang San's head. "Watch as I smash your skull to bits." Yet, Tang San showed no sign of fear. His right hand glowed with a jade hue, a manifestation of his years of cultivation in the mystic jade hand. "Now," Tang San called out, his fist colliding with Yuan's in a fierce confrontation. Onlookers expected the worst. Yuan was renowned for his strength among the demon hunters, while Tang San, a mere child of 11 or 12, stood no chance against him. It seemed a futile endeavor, akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Tang San's fist felt as unyielding as iron, causing his own powerful blow to tremble against it. Moreover, Tang San's strike unleashed a force akin to a volcanic eruption, not only pushing Yuan back, but also shattering his arm bone. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones distinctly resonated in everyone's ears. In an instant, all present resembled chickens caught by the neck, their faces flushed, rendered momentarily voiceless. Who could have imagined that a mere child possessed such terrifying strength, even causing the man of the Yuan surname to falter? Among them, the most astonished was indeed the Yuan man. The excruciating pain in his arm dispelled his drunkenness, particularly as Tang San's cold gaze remained fixed upon him. "I just mentioned that if your fingers advance another inch, you can bid them farewell. I, Tang San, am a man of my word." Instead of retreating, the Yuan man bellowed towards the entrance. "Someone, kill this brat." In a rush, dozens of individuals surged in, revealing that the Yuan man was the captain of a monster hunting squad, and these were his subordinates. "Kid, you are doomed." Observing the ill-intentioned faces surrounding him, Tang San maintained his icy demeanor, yet a glimmer of cold light emerged between his fingers. "Xiao San, take a breather. How can I not join in on such a delightful brawl?" Dai Mubai was a fervent warrior, particularly invigorated by a direct confrontation. "Boss Dai, you can't hog all the fun. I'm here too." Ma Hongjun, having devoured the last chicken bone, wiped his greasy hands and, like Dai Mubai, was unable to remain idle. With a desire for combat, Ma Hongjun certainly would not fall behind. "What are you all waiting for? Anyone who dares to protect this brat today will be dealt with." The Yuan man barked. In a mere quarter of an hour, dozens of people lay sprawled outside the tavern in disarray, if not for the occasional twitching of their bodies. One might mistake them for corpses. Among them, the bruised Yuan man appeared to be greatly affected, exhibiting signs of confusion as he incessantly chuckled foolishly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and his companions were already seated in the empty tavern, enjoying their feast with laughter. "Teacher Zhao, is this what they call a monster hunter? Their strength is woefully inadequate." Zhao Wujia had not intended to intervene, yet he was taken aback when Dai Mubai and his friends effortlessly dispatched the throng. Albeit these hunters were indeed of the lowest caliber, it was evident that Dai Mubai and his comrades had significantly improved their prowess during this time. "You youngsters should not let your guard down. Those were merely trivial adversaries. Truly formidable monster hunters require utmost caution, even from me," Zhao Wujia stated soberly after downing a cup of wine. Indeed, there existed some rather peculiar soul saints and soul Douluos who also became monster hunters. But their pursuit was not gold coins but rather the soul bones found within soul beasts. These individuals had long roamed the Stardow forest, their strength exceedingly formidable. Even Zhao Wujia could not guarantee an easy victory over them. "In Xiaowu, Shiqing, Rong, you three should try to conceal your appearances. You witnessed the events of today. Those monster hunters are not benevolent souls. In their eyes, you three possess immense allure." Zhao Wujia produced 3 veils, which, while appearing rather rustic, were nonetheless a necessary precaution. "By the way, Mubai, Xiaoyu, you two should head into town to procure some water and food, and also buy some snake-repelling powder. Beyond this town, there will be no further supplies." "Understood, Teacher Zhao, we shall go at once." However, as Tang San and the others prepared to exit, they encountered another group of young soul masters, identifiable by their attire as hailing from the same academy. Moreover, they were from the very academy most familiar to Dai Mubai, Songhui Academy. "Xiaoyu, does this not validate the saying that foes gather?" I mentioned this morning that upon opening the window, I heard crows cawing. It turns out we were destined to meet these individuals from Tsanghui Academy. Dai Mubai did not bother to suppress his voice, and his words reached the ears of the 7 men and 1 woman from Tsanghui Academy. Their faces now awash with fury. What do you think you are, to dare slander Tsanghui Academy? Tsanghui Academy was the second-ranked academy in the Barak Kingdom, following only the Barak Soulmaster Academy. The 7 proud members of Tsanghui Academy felt their dignity shattered by Dai Mubai's words, which belittled them utterly. Am I mistaken? Dai Mubai retorted bluntly. A year ago, 3 young girls from Suda City suddenly vanished, only to be found again within your Tsanghui Academy. 3 months ago, a similar incident occurred. Are these mere coincidences? Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover the sordid secrets lurking behind the faade of Tsanghui Academy. It appears that this so-called Noble Soul Master Academy is not as illustrious as it outwardly seems. You speak nonsense. You are slandering our Tsanghui Academy. The leader of Tsanghui Academy, appearing to be 2 or 3 years older than Dai Mubai, looked as though he had been struck in a vulnerable spot by Dai Mubai's words, his entire demeanor suggesting he might leap from his position in agitation. His noticeably unstable reaction only intensified the suspicion surrounding him. The individuals from Tsanghui Academy possess remarkably poor psychological resilience. A mere utterance from Dai Mubai has rendered them defenseless. A hint of sarcasm played at the corners of Chunyu's mouth, indicating that this individual had indeed been involved. You are all too aware of whether the Tsanghui Academy has engaged in such actions, Yang, wouldn't you agree? Dai Mubai's recognition of the Tsanghui Academy student before him caused a change in the expression of the youth named Yang. Yang, I shall eliminate you. Ma Hongjuan's imposing figure surged forward, seemingly intent on tearing Yang apart. It was not just Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar also recognized this person. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yang as well. Teacher Zhao, what exactly is happening? What deep-seated enmity does Yang have with our Shrek Academy? Tang Sen inquired with curiosity, while Oscar promptly answered his question. Yang has an elder brother named Yang Jia, who was once a member of our Shrek Academy, several years ahead of us. However, Yang Jia was an undercover agent planted by Tsanghui Academy. During a crucial soul battle competition, he suddenly betrayed us, leading to Shrek's expulsion from the tournament. Furthermore, Tsanghui Academy seized the opportunity to tarnish our reputation, resulting in Shrek losing its official qualification as a Soul Master Academy. Oscar shot a fierce glare at Yang and continued. Principal Flander's dream was to have Shrek Academy participate in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. But it was Tsanghui Academy and that Yang Jia who severed Principal Flander's only hope. Tang Sen finally grasped the intricate backstory. Understanding the hostility that Dai Mubai and the others had towards Tsanghui Academy, realizing the profound entanglement behind it all, bang! Ma Hongjuan's fist, aimed at Yang, was intercepted effortlessly by a thin, dark figure nearby. Shrek Academy. A bunch of clueless individuals. Previously, in Soto City, fighting was prohibited, but here, there are no such rules. The small, dark figure's fingers were like iron claws, seemingly intent on rendering Ma Hongjun's right hand useless. However, at that moment, Chenyu intervened, pointing at the individual's wrist. The small figure cried out in pain, and his entire arm fell limp at his side, as if it had been rendered useless. With a deft finger, Chenyu aimed directly at the soul power circulation point on the arm, requiring little force to render the opponent incapable of resistance. Are you alright, fatty? Ma Hongjun cast a grateful glance at Chenyu and said, Xiaoyu, thank you. I never expected that the so-called Tsanghui Academy could produce such vicious hounds. I was momentarily careless and nearly fell victim to one of them. Although Ma Hongjun had suffered a minor setback in technique, his tongue was far from restrained. If you have the guts, come out for a fair fight. I would relish the opportunity to see you all scrambling for your teeth. With that, Ma Hongjun boldly stepped outside, shamelessly raising his middle finger at the Tsanghui Academy crowd. I dare you little dogs from Tsanghui Academy to muster the courage to come out. Just wait, you fat fool. The small, dark-skinned individual's eyes brimmed with malice. In his view, Ma Hongjun was merely a mediocre great soul master, while he himself had just ascended to the soul respect realm. Even with a severed arm, Ma Hongjun could not possibly match him, especially considering the disparity of a soul ring between them, a gap that could not be underestimated. Yet, just as the dark-skinned individual stepped outside, a sudden wave of searing flames surged towards him, for Ma Hongjun had cunningly struck first. Fatty, you tricked me. The young man's mind was consumed by this singular thought of betrayal. However, in Ma Hongjun's eyes, any method to strike an opponent was a valid one. Moreover, did the detestable Tsanghui Academy even deserve to speak of martial ethics? Chapter 77, Tsanghui Academy, Part 2. Our principal has stated that there is no need to observe the customary courtesies of soul masters when dealing with dogs. So you Tsanghui curs need not bother barking. Ma Hongjun unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, which lashed out like a whip, striking the dark-skinned individual with tremendous force. The Phoenix Flames were not only devastatingly powerful, but also possessed a terrifying adhesive quality, once ensnared. Even a soul master with significantly greater soul power than Ma Hongjun would find it arduous to dispel. In an instant, the dark-skinned individual's unscathed arm was reduced to ashes, and the Phoenix Flames began to spread across his entire body. Fatty, Shinyu signaled to Ma Hongjun, who understood immediately and inhaled deeply, drawing the Phoenix Flames back into his own being. Despite his intense aversion to the members of Songhui Academy, Ma Hongjun believed that the small black figure did not deserve death. A profound lesson would suffice. Humph, consider yourself fortunate, for I shall spare your life this time, he declared, lifting his chin in pride as his narrowed eyes swept across everyone from Songhui Academy, a challenge evident in his gaze. You fat fool, I'll kill you. Yang Yang's fury was palpable, his eyes seemingly ablaze. The small black figure was a true elite of Songhui Academy, preparing to compete in the upcoming elite tournament of the continent's advanced soul master academies, a venture that also aimed to help him acquire his third spirit ring in the Stardow Forest. Ma Hongjun's reckless actions had incapacitated their star contender without hesitation. And as the captain of Songhui Academy's team, Yang Yang could hardly contain his rage. Just a rabid dog, now rendered useless. Do you think you can walk out of here alive today? Daimubai coldly chuckled, advancing towards Yang Yang with calculated steps. You've made a fine start, fatty. Leave this trash to me. Daimubai was eager to seize this opportunity to vent his pin-up frustrations. Daimubai, I know you've reached the rank of 37th level Soul Sovereign, but I, Yang Yang, am no pushover either. Songhui Academy, unleash your martial souls. A powerful storm of soul energy erupted, transforming the one-on-one duel into a chaotic melee. Ha, a free-for-all? I relish the thought. The intensity of battle glimmered in Daimubai's eyes, while the entirety of Shrek stood resolutely behind him, prepared to fight. Brothers, activate your martial souls. With a single step forward, Daimubai unleashed a soul pressure that dominated the arena. Yang Yang was taken aback. Indeed, Daimubai's power was formidable, especially considering Yang Yang was only at the 34th level. Yet, Songhui Academy still boasted 3 formidable soul sovereigns, while Shrek had only Daimubai and Shinyu at that same level. The disparity between great soul masters and soul sovereigns was stark, which explained Yang Yang's disdain upon assessing Shrek's lineup. Do not underestimate me, Ning Rongrong. The 7 treasures are famed for their might. First strength, second speed. Ning Rongrong, the last to join the fray, wielded the 7 treasures glazed tower, causing Yang Yang's expression to shift dramatically. The renowned first auxiliary martial soul would undoubtedly elevate Shrek's strength significantly, nearly leveling the playing field between the 2 academies. Even with the support of the 7 treasures glazed tower, a gap still exists between great soul masters and soul sovereigns. The disparity in soul skills cannot simply be compensated by that martial soul, Yang Yang reassured himself. Yet he overlooked a crucial detail. The potency of soul skills heavily depends on the wielder. You bunch of wasteful soul sovereigns, witness the strength of a great soul master. Suddenly, Tang San, previously silent, summoned a vast array of blue-silver grass. First soul skill bind. The ground beneath Songhui Academy's members erupted, ensnaring them with countless tendrils of blue-silver grass resembling serpents. The advantage of blue-silver grass lay in its minimal soul power fluctuations, catching Songhui Academy completely off guard before they could react. What is this abominable thing? Yang Yang's expression tightened. The blue-silver grass was not only resilient, but also serrated at the edges, slicing into his skin in an instant, the venom contained within swiftly coursing through him. This is bad. The blue-silver grass is poisonous. Yang Yang felt an increasing heaviness in his limbs, a clear sign of poisoning. Third brother. Your blue-silver grass control is simply splendid. Now it's my turn. Ma Hongjun exhaled a thin stream of flame, which ignited the blue-silver grass, setting ablaze the area around Songhui Academy. Blood-curdling screams echoed amidst the inferno. However, Daimubai showed no signs of restraint, having activated his white tiger transformation. He unleashed a barrage of devastating light waves. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. The ground was torn apart, sending Songhui Academy's members soaring like puppets into the air. First soul skill, Nether Piercing Strike. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing darted through the chaos, leaving additional wounds on the Songhui members, particularly targeting Yang Yang, who was swiftly overwhelmed, his bone surely fractured by the onslaught. I refuse to accept this. Yang Yang struggled to open his swollen eyes, uttering his final words before collapsing, his body barely clinging to life. The remaining members fared little better, each one severely injured. Recovery would require months of care, even if they survived. Impudent. A pack of wretched creatures daring to harm the students of Songhui Academy. I shall make you pay dearly for this. A thunderous voice erupted from behind Shrek, filled with unrestrained fury. As an overwhelming wave of soul power surged into the sky, the source was a Soul King-level powerhouse. Yet, Shinyu had slain a Soul King even as a great Soul Master, and now as a Soul Sovereign, his strength had only magnified. A mere Soul King dares to bellow before me? I believe it is you who seeks death. Shinyu, who had remained dormant until now, suddenly pivoted. And at that moment, Ning Rongrong channeled the auxiliary power of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower entirely to him. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Breakthrough. Qin Yu channeled all his soul power into his right arm, and with a resounding dragon's roar, his fist collided fiercely with the attack of the Soul King behind him. The earth trembled. The powerful shockwave shattered the windows of the shops lining the street, while the ground beneath Qin Yu's feet cracked like a spider's web. Chapter 78. The Turtle Hermit. Yu Zhiqiu remarkable. This young lad, relying solely on his meager soul master strength, managed to withstand my strike. But do you truly believe that a Soul King possesses only such limited abilities? At this moment, Qin Yu finally discerned the appearance of the Soul King before him. The individual was a short, middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, and his hunchback back gave off an inexplicable sense of peculiarity, as if he were carrying an enormous tortoise shell. This man was Yu Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy, a formidable Soul King at the 53rd rank. In his recent display of fury, Yu Zhiqiu had unleashed at least 80 to 90% of his power. Yet Qin Yu had effortlessly withstood the blow. Although Yu Zhiqiu maintained a calm exterior, a tempest of shock surged within him. How could a mere 30-level soul master withstand his strike? Such terrifying strength was hardly something a 12-year-old boy should possess. Young man, if you are willing to abandon the darkness and pledge your allegiance to Tsanghui Academy, I could overlook past grievances and accept you as my disciple. At this point, Yu Zhiqiu still harbored hopes of recruiting Qin Yu, leaving one to ponder whether he was excessively overconfident or simply foolish beyond measure. A snicker escaped from Tang San, unable to contain herself, eliciting an irritated glare from Yu Zhiqiu. Ha ha ha, I can't help but laugh. An old tortoise dares to shamelessly propose taking Xiao Yu as a disciple. What audacity. No, not a toad, but an ancient tortoise indeed. Yu Zhiqiu had always despised being compared to a tortoise or a Wang Bie, for his martial spirit was that of a Xian Gui, and his natural deformity bore an uncanny resemblance to a humanoid tortoise. This had subjected him to ridicule and mockery throughout his childhood, twisting his psyche in profound ways. Little girl, I shall tear your mouth apart. Yu Zhiqiu's eyes turned icy, and suddenly, a Xian Gui martial spirit materialized behind him. This spirit bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary tortoise, yet its shell was adorned with sharp spines. Indeed, an old tortoise, even your martial spirit mirrors your appearance. Daimyo Bai scoffed, exhibiting complete disregard for Yu Zhiqiu's status as a Soul King. Do not forget, your opponent is me. Suddenly, the figure of Dust Feather vanished from Yu Zhiqiu's line of sight, a speed so terrifying that it sent a shiver of astonishment through Yu Zhiqiu's heart. In the next moment, a crimson ray of light erupted from behind him, emanating from the unique glow of the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes. Humph. A mere soul master, even if endowed with greater strength, poses no significant threat. My Xian Gui martial spirit possesses unparalleled defensive prowess, even among Soul Kings. None can inflict harm upon me. Yu Zhiqiu brimmed with confidence, unaware that the dagger in Dust Feather's grasp was akin to a true divine artifact. Bone Cutter. The tiger's eye on the bloodthirsty dagger flickered with a terrifying radiance. When the blood-tinged dagger struck the back shell of Yu Zhiqiu's Xian Gui, the once iron-hard shell crumbled as if it were mere tofu. Crack. A gaping wound, 2 to 3 decimeters long, was sliced into the massive shell, tearing through the flesh behind Yu Zhiqiu. Had he not possessed the ability to retract his bones, he would have surely been cleaved in two by Dust Feather's strike. Yu Zhiqiu was drenched in cold sweat, realizing how close he had come to his demise. Third soul skill, Xian Shui Surge. Having endured such a substantial loss, Yu Zhiqiu recognized the imminent danger Dust Feather posed to his life. Thus, he naturally resolved against engaging in close combat. This Xian Shui Surge served as both a ranged attack and a freezing effect, as long as it could curtail Dust Feather's dreadful speed. Yu Zhiqiu would retain the upper hand. What trick is this, akin to a turtle spitting water? Within a 100-meter radius, a thick layer of solid ice had formed upon the ground, sending a bone-chilling aura even to Daimyo Bai and others at a distance. It must be said that this old turtle possesses quite the intellect. His strength, though modest, is commendable. Daimyo Bai removed his outer garment and draped it over Zhu Qing, who persistently declined, yet he stubbornly fastened the belt around her waist. Don't catch a chill. Yu Zhiqiu, witnessing the Shrek youngsters engaging in flirtation before him, felt his anger flare as the shell on his back spun away from his body. Fourth soul skill, Shell Blade Spin. In truth, the Xian Gui martial spirit is not merely a defensive spirit, it is a unique entity that embodies both defense and offense. The continuously spinning shell resembled a colossal blade disc, its razor-sharp edges capable of slicing through the hardest of ores. Moreover, this strike, even for a fellow Soul King, would be arduous to withstand. Compounded by the restrictions of the third soul skill, Dust Feather appeared hard-pressed to evade this blow. Old turtle, confined within your well. Do you truly believe that the strength of a mere Soul King can triumph over me? You are gravely mistaken. Such words, spoken by Yu Zhiqiu, would sound entirely normal. Yet these were Dust Feather's words directed at Yu Zhiqiu, suggesting that Yu Zhiqiu was indeed at a disadvantage. However, Dust Feather swiftly demonstrated the truth of his assertion through action. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. The first soul skill of Qin Yu can nullify any negative effects of his opponent's soul skills, such as deceleration. Therefore, before Qin Yu, Yu Zhiqiu's third soul skill was utterly ineffective. In the mere blink of an eye, Chen Yu had already appeared before Yi Zhiqiu. The second soul skill, Dragon Riding Slash. The dagger in Chen Yu's hand had vanished, replaced by a sword measuring 3 feet in length. With a single stroke. Not only was there an astonishing roar of a dragon, but also a fierce sword light that extended Tinjiang. Crack. This strike landed upon the continuously rotating turtle shell, cleaving it once more in two. Additionally, the residual sword energy struck Yi Zhiqiu, nearly transforming his body into a honeycomb. Had it not been for the turtle shell on his chest diminishing the force of the dragon slash, he would have undoubtedly become a victim of Chen Yu's blade. Despite this, Yi Zhiqiu was left bloodied and battered, appearing quite wretched. Impossible. No matter how powerful your soul ring is, it can hardly exceed a century in age. How could it possibly pierce through my turtle shell defense with a single blow? Yi Zhiqiu struggled to comprehend the situation. As the might of Chen Yu's soul skill was astonishingly high, such power was unheard of even among 1,000-year soul rings. A 10,000-year soul ring was beyond his imagination. Even he possessed only a 1,000-year soul ring at most. It was inconceivable for a mere soul sovereign to wield a second soul ring of such caliber. Yet Chen Yu shattered the long-standing rules of the Douluo continent. All 3 of his soul rings were of an astonishing age of over 10,000 years. Yi Zhiqiu could hardly fathom this. The seemingly novice individual before him was clad in divine attire. A mere Soul King small boss could hardly withstand such force. Turtle immortal. Show me your Kamehameha. Chen Yu jestingly remarked that he was quite looking forward to Yi Zhiqiu suddenly unleashing a powerful move, followed by a proclamation of being the reincarnation of the turtle sage. Chapter 79. The little tortoise has yet to attain enlightenment. Alas. Do you know how you shall meet your demise in the future? In my opinion, it is undoubtedly destined to be through sheer folly. With an air of faint pity, Chen Yu shook his head, deliberately continuing to provoke Yi Zhiqiu. The moment Yi Zhiqiu lost his composure, Chen Yu's chances of victory would significantly increase. Indeed, the thought of temporarily retreating that Yi Zhiqiu had entertained was instantly cast aside, if he could not even handle a mere soul master today. How could he face returning to Tsanghui Academy? Young man, you have forced my hand. 5th soul skill, Mystic Ice Tortoise Spike. The moisture in the air began to condense, forming countless icy spikes around Yi Zhiqiu's body. Though these were merely manifestations of condensed vapor, they possessed the capability to effortlessly pierce through the soul power defenses of a soul sect. Furthermore, this was Yi Zhiqiu's most formidable offensive technique. You truly can conjure impressive moves, though it is regrettable that it is not the turtle school's Kamehameha. Although Yi Zhiqiu was unfamiliar with what Chen Yu referred to as the Kamehameha, it certainly did not sound like a compliment. You little beast, perish. With a swift motion of his hand, the icy spikes shot forth like a myriad of lethal arrows, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, and in an instant, they were upon Chen Yu. Whoosh! Chen Yu summoned all his soul power, and a flicker of crimson lightning danced around him, a manifestation of the heavenly tribulation he had absorbed. Turtle Sage, let me also allow you to taste the essence of tribulation. With that, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. This time, a colossal dragon surged forth from Chen Yu's fist, imbued with dense, thunderous energy. In a single exchange, Yi Zhiqiu's 5th soul skill, which he had meticulously gathered for quite some time, crumbled as easily as a mere clay dog before the might of Chen Yu's attack. This dramatic scene left Yi Zhiqiu feeling as though he had encountered a specter. To obtain this 5th soul ring, Tsanghui Academy had invested considerable effort to find a nearly 9,000-year-old black water Xian turtle. Given the compatibility of this soul beast with Yi Zhiqiu's martial spirit, the 5th soul ring was not significantly weaker than a 10,000-year-old one. Moreover, it was this 5th soul skill that allowed Yi Zhiqiu to secure his position as an attendant. Yet today, his prideful 5th soul skill was effortlessly shattered by Chen Yu's single punch, executed with overwhelming force. Yi Zhiqiu found this utterly unacceptable. Could it be that he had unwittingly neglected to consult the auspicious calendar, resulting in a diminishment of his soul power? How else could he fail to subdue even a mere soul respect? Little did Yi Zhiqiu realize that Chen Yu's 3rd soul ring had already reached the approximate level of 30,000 years. A stark contrast to Yi Zhiqiu's 9,000 years, which even a casual consideration could reveal as the superior soul ring. Moreover, after the Dragon Soaring Sky Strike obliterated Yi Zhiqiu's skill, it did not dissipate. Instead, the dragon opened its maw and lunged towards him. No. Just as Yi Zhiqiu attempted to evade, a subtle smirk graced Chen Yu's lips. The flickering lightning at his fingertips acted as a detonator, igniting the hidden power of tribulation within the Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. In an instant, the thunderous dragon expanded tenfold, its crimson lightning energy converging upon its horns like twin blades, piercing through Yi Zhiqiu's chest. The massive thunder dragon followed closely behind, engulfing Yi Zhiqiu's form in blinding radiance. Boom. This time, a substantial portion of the street was consumed by the lightning, and when the brilliance faded, the entire thoroughfare lay transformed, charred, and unrecognizable. Hiss, Xiaoyu, while I was aware of your strength, I never anticipated you had become so formidable that even a Soul King would struggle to endure several exchanges against you. Daimu Bai gazed in astonishment at the devastation wrought by Chen Yu, deeply impressed. It was not that Chen Yu was invincible, but rather that his opponent was utterly incapable. Dust Feather winked at Dai Mubai. In truth, both Mo Tianqing from earlier and Yi Zhiqiu just now were only of mediocre strength, barely above the lower tier of the Soul King level. Should Dai Mubai acquire his fourth soul ring, he would possess the capability to vanquish them. Ding. The system indicated that defeating such trivial opponents was entirely within expectations and offered no rewards. Suddenly, Dai Mubai's expression shifted. It turned out that at the spot where Yi Zhiqiu had fallen, a charred body had unexpectedly begun to move again, exhibiting remarkable agility with no signs of prior injury. Yi Zhiqiu truly was tenacious, displaying an unnerving resilience. As the shadowy figure advanced, the charred skin continuously shed, revealing a grotesque form that resembled anything but a human. Indeed, it was Yi Zhiqiu, now entirely enveloped in a peculiar bony layer akin to a unique suit of armor, safeguarding him within. This bone layer proved immune to thunderous forces and could even withstand attacks of other elemental soul powers. Yi Zhiqiu's fingers, encased in this bony layer, resembled 5 sharp daggers, now thrusting directly toward Dust Feather's head. However, just as Yi Zhiqiu believed he was about to succeed, his arm was abruptly struck, causing his razor-like fingers to bend and swipe past Dust Feather's side. To his astonishment, a gnawed chicken claw was lodged at an angle in Yi Zhiqiu's elbow. It was remarkable that such a mere chicken claw wielded such formidable power. The individual utilizing it must possess even greater strength. Who is this old tortoise, daring to bully my student in my presence? Had I not cultivated my temper for many years, I would have torn you apart. Zhao Wujia leisurely emerged from the tavern, still gnawing on a generous piece of pig trotter, revealing that the chicken claw had indeed originated from him. So, you are the teacher of these little beasts. Very well. I shall eliminate you first before dealing with them. Clad in bone armor, Yi Zhiqiu seemed to regain his confidence, even forgetting the sting of his recent humiliation, disregarding the mighty immovable king. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu was unaware that the person before him was, in fact, the immovable king of the Soul Master realm. Had he known, he might not have been so audacious. It has been ages since someone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Excellent. You little turtle hatchling have ignited my desire to act. Zhao Wujia finished the pig trotter in a few bites and beckoned Yi Zhiqiu with a crooked finger, signaling him to make his move. With a strange cry, Yi Zhiqiu leaped into action, but Zhao Wujia's cheeks puffed up, and a piece of bone he expelled traced a graceful arc, landing squarely on Yi Zhiqiu's chest, shattering the bone armor that had previously protected him. Yi Zhiqiu coughed up blood and was sent reeling, his body crashing through several buildings, almost being flung out of the town. Who would have imagined that a mere piece of bone could wield such terrifying power? Alas, you little turtle hatchling have yet to refine your abilities. Even my casual strike is beyond your endurance. Indeed, throughout this encounter, Zhao Wujia had not lifted a single finger, merely using his words. Oh, my idol. How admirable. You are our role model. The admiration from the Shrek crew for Zhao Wujia surged like an unending river. Chapter 80. Stardow Forest, Part 1, Boom. Yi Zhiqiu struggled to push aside the rubble weighing down on him. Thanks to that layer of bone armor, he had managed to preserve his life. But after such a devastating blow, the armor was completely shattered. The bone armor was not a soul skill, but rather a unique ability stemming from Yi Zhiqiu's own talents. Within his hunchback, he had stored a significant amount of viscous liquid. When his life was threatened, this liquid would flow throughout his body, solidifying into the armor he had just donned. This armor could withstand even the full force of a Soul Emperor's strike, yet before Zhao Wujia, it crumbled like paper. Spurt. Blood gushed from Yi Zhiqiu's mouth, indicating that he had sustained severe injuries, and even his martial soul appeared weakened. At this moment, any trace of arrogance had vanished from Yi Zhiqiu's face. He finally recognized that the individual before him had reached an unparalleled level of strength, likely a formidable soul sage. A soul sage, a level only attainable by the president of the Zhonghui Academy, was a realm that Yi Zhiqiu was leagues away from achieving. Esteemed soul sage, I humbly apologize for any previous offenses. Despite his grievous injuries, Yi Zhiqiu was fortunate to have survived. As long as he could evade this calamity, his wounds would eventually heal. After all, it is better to be alive than dead. This sentiment resonates within everyone, including Yi Zhiqiu. A mere soul king dares to act so brazenly before me. Truly, he is unaware of his own mortality. Had Zhao Wujia chosen to exert even half of his strength, Yi Zhiqiu would have been a corpse. However, he clearly considered the Academy's reputation, purposefully sparing Yi Zhiqiu's life. Begone. You lack even the right to perish at my hands. Should I encounter you again, you should be well aware of the consequences. Zhao Wujia waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, sending Yi Zhiqiu and the other members of Zhonghui Academy flying out of the town. While they might escape death, they would undoubtedly carry wounds that would be difficult to fully recover from. After all, a strike from a soul sage is not something everyone can endure. You little ones have finally brought honor to Shrek, and this serves as a form of retribution for Flinder. Zhao Wujia expressed his satisfaction, signaling everyone to return to their quarters for rest, for they would embark on a long journey the following morning. As Chunyu and his companions walked intermittently, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Starry Forest on the third day. In Chunyu's imagination, the Starry Forest resembled an untouched wilderness, undoubtedly devoid of human presence. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he realized that reality deviated significantly from his expectations. What met his eyes were an innumerable array of tents, with the ground strewn with the corpses of soul beasts, the pungent scent of blood assaulting his senses. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow tightly, feeling her stomach churn violently. Having never even set foot in a kitchen throughout her life, the sight before her made her violently nauseous. A horde of savages, Zhao Wujia, seemingly accustomed to such sights, explained that the tents housed demon hunters, and the discarded soul beast carcasses served as both their trophies and sources of sustenance. Do your utmost to avoid conflicts with these individuals. They are true demon hunters, unlike the half-hearted ones you encountered previously. Zhao Wujia's demeanor shifted from casual indifference to a more solemn demeanor. Shen Yu also discerned that the gazes of these demon hunters were indeed starkly different from that of the man with the surname Yuan encountered in the town earlier. Cold and ruthless. From their demeanor, one could sense not a trace of emotional fluctuation, as if they were merely humanoid soul beasts, driven solely by their primal instincts for slaughter. When someone cast a covetous glance towards Chun Yu and his companions, Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort, and the formidable aura of a soul sage emanated from him in an instant. A soul sage? Although these demon hunters were merciless and bloodthirsty, they would not dare provoke a master like Zhao Wuji, and each one promptly averted their gaze. Stay close to me. The crowd here is diverse and unpredictable. The entrance to the Stardow Forest lies just ahead. They have also discovered that surrounding the Stardow Forest are two towering, insurmountable mountain ranges, resembling a natural barrier that completely isolates the forest from the outside world. The sole entrance to the Stardow Forest lies at the junction of these two mountains, where the steep terrain gradually levels out, creating a narrow passage merely 1,000 meters wide. And it is here that the demon hunters are stationed at the edge of this corridor. Teacher Zhao, I have heard from my instructors that the topography of the Stardow Forest does not seem to be a natural formation. It now appears to be an enlarged version of the soul hunting forest, Tang San remarked, observing the towering peaks flanking the passage. To all appearances, the Stardow Forest resembled a ranch for captive soul beasts, with the surrounding mountains acting as fences confining the creatures within. Little San, how could you entertain such a notion? The Stardow Forest has existed for over 1,000,000 years, predating the emergence of soul masters themselves, Zhao Wujin replied, casting a curious glance at Tang San before continuing. Even if we were to accept your assertion that the Stardow Forest is indeed the largest soul-hunting forest on the Douluo continent, one must ponder who possesses the capability to create a soul beast enclosure of such magnitude. The mountains encircling it could not have been fashioned by human hands. Could it be a divine miracle? Dai Mubai speculated boldly. Zhao Wujin chuckled softly, saying divine? That is merely a legend propagated within the realm of soul masters. However, I have never heard of any predecessor capable of achieving such a feat. The title Douluo represents the pinnacle of cultivation attainable by our soul masters. Teacher Zhao, is it not true that the highest level of soul power achievable by human effort is only 99? Dust Feather stroked his chin, and although he felt that the structure of the Stardow Forest was strikingly similar to that of the soul hunting forest, he could find no evidence to support his conjecture. As Zhao Wujin had stated, it was utterly impossible for humanity alone to create a soul beast realm of the magnitude of the Stardow Forest. Xiaoyu, do you know how many individuals have reached the rank of title Douluo at level 99 throughout the countless years of the Douluo continent? Zhao Wujin suddenly halted, gazing into Dust Feather's eyes. I would venture to say that it is likely fewer than 10. Chen Yu pondered that. Despite the arduous journey of cultivating to the 99th level of soul power, the vast and storied history of the Douluo continent must have witnessed the emergence of a few prodigious talents capable of achieving such heights. No. Let me express it this way. Throughout the recorded history of the Douluo continent, a total of 13,253 individuals reached the 97th level of soul power, 3,621 attained the 98th level. Yet the recorded number for the 99th level stands at 0. Chapter 81, The Stardow Forest, Part 2, 0? A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The difference between the 98th and 99th levels is but a single tier. Why, then, did those over 3,000 fail to take that final step? Teacher Zhao, from where did you acquire these statistics? Zhao Wujing did not conceal the source of his knowledge, responding candidly. To possess such precise figures, aside from the Spirit Hall, which has the capability to gather such data, which other power could accomplish it? Years ago, I clandestinely infiltrated the Spirit Hall and perused some of their confidential documents, from which I gleaned this information. It is no wonder that even the Master was unaware of these facts. It seems these are classified statistics compiled by the Spirit Hall. But why does the Spirit Hall seek to collect such data? Is there a more profound secret concealed within? In Chen Yu's heart, a multitude of questions arose. Teacher Zhao, it is no wonder that the Spirit Hall seeks your demise. It appears you boldly stormed into their lair and caused quite a commotion. Ma Hongjun held Zhao Wujia's prowess in the highest regard. He was truly a formidable person. Zhao Wujia scratched his head and chuckled. After gaining a modicum of fame in the realm of spirit masters, I became somewhat overconfident. It was my disdain for the tyrannical behavior of certain individuals within the spirit hall that prompted me to recklessly invade the spirit sanctuary and create a ruckus. As fate would have it, at that time, the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the majority of the elders were in the Stardow Forest, seemingly engaged in some significant affair, which afforded Zhao Wujie the opportunity to escape. Teacher Zhao, did this incident occur over a decade ago? Xiao Wu suddenly became unusually agitated, as if this time frame held particular significance for her. I believe it was around 11 or 12 years ago. You all must have just been born not long before that. Xiao Wu trembled violently, prompting Tang San to quickly support her delicate frame. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu felt ice cold to the touch, as if he were grasping a block of ice. Little San, I am fine. My mother passed away over a decade ago, and when Teacher Zhao mentioned that time frame, it reminded me of her. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes, and after Tang San's gentle coaxing, she gradually emerged from her sorrow. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Wu's fists were clenched so tightly that her skin had turned pale. Thus, it can be said that perhaps there has never been a title Douluo of the 99th rank in the Douluo continent. Xinyu promptly resumed the previous topic. Perhaps it is true, in the nearly century that has passed, the only individual I know to have reached the formidable level of 98 in soul power was the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, that old fellow has likely long since turned to dust. Currently, there exist but 2 individuals capable of striving for 98 or even 99 levels of soul power. Zhao Wujie's tone suddenly grew exceptionally grave, laced with a hint of envy and admiration. One of them is the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Although she is the first female Pope, her martial soul aptitude far surpasses that of all her predecessors. And the other? Oscar inquired hastily. The other individual is none other than the title Douluo known as Haotian. As Zhao Wujie uttered the words Haotian Douluo, his gaze lingered momentarily on Tang San. Haotian Douluo is renowned as the youngest title Douluo in the Douluo continent, and currently the strongest. Upon barely stepping into the realm of a 90-level title Douluo, he single-handedly confronted 3 title Douluos from the Spirit Hall, ultimately achieving the extraordinary feat of slaying one and severely wounding 2 others. This Haotian Douluo is truly a god of war incarnate. Shock registered on everyone's faces. Yet only 2 among them were privy to the true identity of this Haotian Douluo. Well, the conversation has drifted far afield. Even someone as formidable as Haotian Douluo cannot create the Stardow Forest single-handedly. Thus, you must understand that this forest is not a human creation, but a natural formation. Because of this, the Stardow Forest and the outside world are 2 utterly distinct realms. Once we enter the Stardow Forest, you must remain vigilant to every sound around you. What you perceive as withered branches and leaves might conceal a terrifying soul beast. Zhao Wujie reiterated his warning to the group. Although they would only be operating on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest this time, the chance of encountering a soul beast aged over 10,000 years is nearly non-existent. However, Zhao Wujie remained cautious. Who could say if a fervent 10,000-year soul beast might suddenly venture close to the forest's edge? Understood, the group replied in unison. Through that peculiar passage, they had now truly arrived at the largest soul beast forest in the Douluo continent, the Stardow Forest. Compared to the soul-hunting forest in Nuoding City, the Stardow Forest is akin to comparing a firefly to a bright moon. Even 1,000 soul-hunting forests combined would not amount to 1% of the area of the Stardow Forest. Towering trees reaching dozens to nearly 100 meters high abound, their dense canopies overlapping and blocking the sunlight from above. Below, one finds shrubs taller than a person. And beneath that lies a half-meter depth of fallen leaves and rich, loamy soil. Teacher Zhao, is it true that the Stardow Forest is perpetually shrouded in such gloom? Rarely seeing a glimmer of sunlight, Qinyun felt a tinge of confusion. If the Stardow Forest were indeed shrouded in such dimness, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern the soul beasts lurking in the shadows, thereby significantly amplifying the danger. However, Zhao Wujie clarified that the Stardow Forest is divided into 4 distinct regions. One might envision it as 4 intricately nested bowls. As one approaches the center of the forest, the elevation increases and the vegetation becomes less lush, with the levels of soul beasts correspondingly rising. After all, only the weaker soul beasts require the protection of external illusions. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's explanation, Qinyun comprehended that the Stardow Forest resembles terraced fields, with each layer presenting its own unique illusions and varying tiers of soul beasts. The location where Qinyun currently stood was indeed the lowest tier of the Stardow Forest. Here, the predominant soul beasts were of the century and decade variety, with occasional sightings of those over 1,000 years old. This time, we aim to secure the 3rd soul ring for Xiao Ao, necessitating our journey to the 2nd tier of the Stardow Forest. Although the 2nd tier still constitutes the forest's periphery, it may harbor formidable 10,000-year soul beasts. Mu Bai, as the strongest among us, you shall lead the way. Xiao San, you will take command next. From this point forward, I shall only intervene if you encounter life-threatening danger. Zhao Wujie voluntarily stepped back from the group, recognizing this as an invaluable opportunity for the Shrek members to hone their skills. Understood, Teacher Zhao, replied Tang San, the soul control-type soul master in Shrek and the true commander of the team. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Ao, position yourselves in front of me. Xiao Wu, you and Zhu Qing scout for a vantage point to observe our surroundings, and Qin Yun, you will bring up the rear. Tang San's arrangement undoubtedly took into account each member's strengths and weaknesses. As auxiliary soul masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong possessed limited combat prowess, thus necessitating proximity to the control-type soul master for optimal protection. Meanwhile, the mightiest, Dai Mu Bai and Qin Yun, formed the second line of defense, while the agile Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing served as the team SIs, providing early warnings. Chapter 82, The Stardow Forest, Part 2, Xiao San. Your strategy is quite systematic. However, in the Stardow Forest, you must also consider the spacing between teammates. It is essential that we neither cluster too closely nor drift too far apart, Zhao Wujie cautioned. The forest concealed myriad dangers that could not be easily perceived in advance. If the group were too closely packed, they would be vulnerable to a collective ambush, yet if too dispersed, they might find themselves unable to assist one another in the face of a soul beast attack. Moderation is key in such matters. We should maintain a distance of 5 body lengths between us, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, you must not exceed the extension limit of the blue silver grass. After traversing the dense thicket for nearly half a day, Qin Yun and his companions finally emerged from the thick jungle. Throughout their journey, they encountered over 300 varieties of soul beasts, far surpassing the diversity found in the hunting soul forest. However, as Zhao Wujie had previously noted, the most prevalent were the century-old soul beasts. Thus far, Qin Yun had yet to catch a glimpse of a 1,000-year soul beast. Silence. Suddenly, Qin Yun signaled for the group to halt. He had detected a faint, unusual sound. Although the noise was minimal, it had not escaped his keen ears. What is it, Qin Yun? Dai Mu Bai activated his white tiger barrier, shielding the group like a formidable shield. I just heard a peculiar sound, which abruptly ceased. It feels somewhat strange, Qin Yun replied. Dust Feather unleashed the abyssal demon eye, yet detected no peculiar figures. Nevertheless, the sound that had just echoed was undeniably real. Could it have been a soul beast traversing the underbrush? Dai Mu Bai and his companions, with their numerous eyes, scrutinized their surroundings, but found nothing amiss. No, this was not a sound that could originate from a soul beast. Teacher Zhao, did you sense something unusual just now? Zhao Wujie shook his head slightly. Although he had heard no noise, he felt an uncanny sensation of being watched, a sixth sense honed through years of experience. Be cautious, everyone, in the Stardow Forest. The lurking danger is not only from soul beasts but also from those who hide in the shadows. Zhao Wujie discreetly left behind inconspicuous threads of soul power along their path. Should anyone pass by, he would surely notice. As the Shrek group vanished into the dense forest, a figure clad in tight-fitting attire emerged from the previously tranquil thicket. This individual possessed an astonishingly keen sense. Even the slightest sound had caught his attention. No wonder Elder Gu had instructed him to keep a close watch on this young man. It turned out he was from the Spirit Hall and had been personally assigned by Elder Gu. Clearly, the Spirit Hall had not yet relinquished its attempts to recruit Dust Feather. Since the onset in Soto City, this individual had shadowed Dust Feather and his companions, observing their every move. However, this young man indeed exhibited considerable potential should he join the Spirit Hall. There was a chance he could reach the level of the Golden Generation. Yet, just as he took a step, his expression abruptly tightened upon realizing he had disturbed the threads of soul power deliberately left by Zhao Wujie. What you said was indeed correct. Someone has been trailing us. What could your intentions be? Zhao Wujie's icy voice echoed from behind a tree. The mighty immovable king had been followed without even a hint of awareness. If this news were to spread, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Upon meeting Zhao Wujie's cold gaze, the man trembled involuntarily. The enmity between the immovable king and the Spirit Hall was all too familiar to him. It seemed that this formidable bear was about to unleash its wrath. Without a moment's hesitation, the man turned and plunged into the forest, but in that instant, countless blue-silver grasses intertwined to form several unique gigantic nets, completely obstructing his escape route. This was Tang San's first soul skill, bind. Do you think mere blue-silver grass can ensnare me? The man's martial spirit was a black serpent, renowned for its stealth and tracking abilities, with agility and cunning as its trademarks. It was no surprise that even Zhao Wujie had failed to detect him until now. However, the moment he summoned his martial spirit, a majestic celestial dragon phoenix descended, heralding Dustfeather's third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Breakthrough. Boom. Although Dustfeather's punch was intercepted by this soul emperor, the power of heavenly calamity within his soul energy carried a paralyzing effect. By the time the man felt the numbing sensation coursing through him, it was too late. For Zhao Wujie's formidable golden bear had already leaped high, its heavy paw crashing down. A tempest erupted within a 100-meter radius, uprooting trees. And where the soul emperor had stood was transformed into an unfathomable pit. Humph. The minions of the Spirit Hall dare to follow me? They truly seek death. Zhao Wujie clapped his hands, seemingly unperturbed. To him, slaying a soul emperor was as effortless as crushing an ant. Cough, cough, truly worthy of the immovable king. Such strength rivals that of the soul Douluo. Yet, from beneath the ground emerged a faint voice, surprising Zhao Wujie. It was astonishing that a mere soul emperor could withstand his strike. Humph, it seems your martial spirit has some merit. But this is where it ends. As Zhao Wujia's soul rings began to emit a faint glow, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the earth. Lord Immovable King, please wait. Although I am from the Spirit Hall, my purpose here is not to monitor you. The Soul Emperor bowed respectfully to Zhao Wujia, his gaze then shifting to Dust Feather. Me? Jinyu pointed at himself, questioning how the Spirit Hall could suddenly take an interest in him, or rather, had they been surveilling him for the past 6 years? If that were indeed the case, the Spirit Hall would be truly terrifying. In an instant, Jinyu's expression turned somewhat grim. He had always detested being schemed against. And the actions of the Spirit Hall had undoubtedly provoked his ire. Little brother, do you remember Elder Gu? Elder Gu? Jinyu immediately recalled the Soul Sage encountered 6 years ago in Saint Soul Village, whose name seemed to be Elder Gu. At that time, the master had unequivocally rejected Elder Ji's advances. It was unexpected that this old man remained undeterred, sending someone to follow him all the way to Soto City. When exactly did you begin trailing behind me? Was it 6 years ago? Jinyu now seeks to ascertain but one matter. When, precisely? Did Old Gu dispatch someone to accompany him? No. Old Gu merely heard of a significant event occurring recently in Sotoa City, which prompted him to send me to investigate. Observing you was merely an ancillary task. Through keen observation and perceptive analysis, Jinyu could discern the truth behind the man's words. Teacher Zhao, what he says is indeed true. He has been trailing us for the past few days. We must consider our next steps. Neither Jinyu nor Zhao Wuji wished for the Spirit Hall to uncover their movements. The only solution, it seemed, was to eliminate this individual to prevent future repercussions. Teacher Zhao, Xiaoyu, I have a plan, Tang Xin declared, holding several silver needles in his hand. With a flick of his fingers, a glimmer of cold light descended upon the Spirit Emperor's head. My needle technique can erase all of his memories from the past 2 weeks. When he awakens, he will have completely forgotten today's events. Chapter 83, The Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Serpent, Part 1. This minor incident did not hinder Jinyu and the others in their search for spirit beasts. In the second layer of the Star Doe Forest, the presence of thousand-year spirit beasts was indeed far more abundant than in the first layer. Jinyu had already encountered no fewer than 10. However, these spirit beasts did not seem to resonate well with Oscar's martial spirit. Given that the team also had Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile, Oscar's 3rd spirit ring ability could not conflict with it. Rongrong's 1st and 2nd spirit rings provided strength and speed, so it would be best if Oscar's 3rd spirit ring offered enhancements to team defense or mobility. After consulting Oscar, Tang Xin narrowed their target to crustacean or flying spirit beasts. 500 meters ahead, there is movement, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly warned. Though her line of sight was obscured by dense foliage, she vaguely spotted some unusually vibrant scales. Move by, fatty, follow my lead. Immediately use the White Tiger Lightwave and Phoenix Fire line to sweep the area within 100 meters. Rongrong, you and Xiao Ao stay close to Teacher Zhao. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, I need a detailed description of that spirit beast. Tang Xin had already released his blue-silver grass martial spirit, allowing him to maneuver nimbly among the treetops. The spirit beast, capable of agile movement, would likely be quite formidable, and Oscar's 3rd spirit ring might soon present itself. It appeared to be a massive python, but its scales displayed a striking blue and red coloration. Additionally, it seemed to possess a fleshy growth resembling a coxcomb atop its head. Together, Tang San and Chun Yu exclaimed, Phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent is characterized by a bright red coxcomb-like fleshy growth on its head and a tail resembling a fan, with scales that exhibit both red and blue hues. Remarkably, it also possesses a pair of fleshy wings, enabling it to navigate the air with agility. Xiaoao, it seems your 3rd spirit ring has come to you. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent is a relatively rare spirit beast, making its spirit ring exceptionally valuable. More importantly, its ability to fly may be incorporated into the powers of its spirit ring. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, draw the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent towards me. Move by, fatty, get ready. Xiaoyu, you take position. Tang Xin took a deep breath, his calm gaze fixed on the location of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing split into 2 teams, making a wide circle to approach the serpent from behind. First spirit skill, Netherworld stab. First spirit skill, waist bow. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a faint shadow, her sharp fingers swiftly clawing at the serpent's body, leaving behind hundreds of marks. Yet, the serpent's scales were remarkably tough, and Zhu Zhuqing's attack left no trace. However, Zhu Zhuqing's actions successfully captured the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent's complete attention, allowing Xiao Wu to take advantage of the moment, propelling her feet forcefully against the serpent's raised head. Bang! Despite her seemingly slender legs, Xiao Wu possessed astonishing explosive power. The strike caused the serpent to howl in pain. Its massive body, measuring 6 to 7 meters, crashing down and snapping the branches beneath it. With its considerable length and dark red wings, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent appeared to be between 1,500 and 1,800 years old. Xiao Ao, it falls perfectly within your absorption range. As soon as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent landed, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly raced towards Tang San. Meanwhile, the serpent, momentarily dazed, stared intently at the retreating figures of the two humans. Swish! The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent, capable of flight, also possessed impressive speed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the distance between it and Xiao Wu had decreased by around 100 meters. Xiao Yu, with their speed. Xiao Wu and the others will surely be caught by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. You need to assist and intercept. Apart from Tang San, Chun Yu was the fastest in the group, making him the most suitable choice to take over the task of luring the beast away. Watch and learn, Xiao San. The voice of Chun Yu lingered in place, yet his body had already soared forward. With the first soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust, a stunning dragon silhouette surged between Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, crashing into the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The serpent, measuring an impressive 7 meters in length, spun through the air multiple times, shattering several centuries-old trees before finally coming to a halt. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, your mission is accomplished. Now, allow me to take over. Xin Yu declared. Be careful, Xiao Yu, came the response. A mere 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake posed no threat to Xin Yu whatsoever. Hiss. The serpent was truly dazed from the impact, struggling on the ground for quite some time before managing to rise again. Upon spotting Xin Yu, it opened its fearsome jaws, filled with sharp fangs, and lunged towards him. While the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake bore no venom, its biting force was formidable. Come and chase me if you dare. If you catch up, I shall grant you a most delightful surprise. Beneath the feet of Xin Yu, the 7 stars ghost steps were executed with an appearance of slowness, yet the distance between him and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake remained consistently within 10 meters. Neither more nor less. Mu Bai fatty, take action. Tang San bellowed, and Dai Mu Bai along with Ma Hongjun unleashed their full might, instantly leveling the area within 100 meters. This maneuver served a dual purpose, to obliterate the hiding place of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and to thwart any lurking individuals who might covet this creature. Meanwhile, Tang San manipulated his blue-silver grass martial spirit to weave an expansive net that enveloped all directions. This tactic was a quintessential strategy for ensnaring the prey. Hiss! The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the blue-silver grass from all sides, realized it had fallen into the trap set by these humans. In a fit of rage, the creature unfurled its fleshly wings, which were tightly pressed against its body, unleashing a tempest that sent countless withered branches and leaves spiraling through the air, obscuring the sky. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake aimed to shroud their vision and seize the opportunity to flee. In truth, the creature was inherently timid, which had driven its evolution towards such rapid movement, even granting it the gift of flight. Faced with numerous humans, it was certain not to linger in one spot. After exerting such effort, it would not be allowed to escape so effortlessly. In Chun Yu's grasp, a crimson light flickered as the bloodthirsty dagger, adorned with tiger stripes, sliced through the fleshly wings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, leaving behind several massive gashes. Deprived of its ability to soar, the serpent plummeted heavily to the ground. With a surge of power, Dai Mubai unleashed a formidable punch, augmented by the white tiger transformation, directly striking the creature's pivotal 7-inch point. The roar echoed. The 7-inch mark is the critical vulnerability for all serpents. Dai Mubai's blow shattered the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's spine, eliciting a mournful cry as it collapsed onto the earth. Chapter 84. The Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Part 2. Quite the coordination, Zhao Wujie remarked with a smile, nodding in approval. The seamless collaboration exhibited by Tang San and his companions in their ambush of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake revealed to Zhao Wujie the nascent form of a mature battle team. Xiaoyao, it's your turn. Zhao Wujie handed a dagger to Oscar, signaling him to deliver the final blow to the serpent. All right, Oscar. Not unfamiliar with the act of vanquishing spirit beasts, felt a mix of exhilaration and apprehension, for this time he faced a millennium-old creature. Thank you, brothers, he exclaimed, exchanging playful glances with Tang San and the others, which evoked a sense of lightheartedness. Xiaoyao, the fatal weakness lies beneath the fleshy crest atop its head. A thrust from below the crest will put an end to this beast's suffering. As Oscar inched closer, Xiao Wu turned her head away, unable to bear the thought. This peculiar gesture puzzled Chen Yu, for it was customary for spirit masters to hunt spirit beasts for their soul rings. Yet, why did Xiao Wu appear so reluctant? Perhaps it was her aversion to witnessing a bloody scene. Chen Yu merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, not paying her much heed. However, as the tip of Oscar's dagger was poised to pierce the flesh of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, both Tang San and Chen Yu's expressions shifted dramatically. Xiaoyao, be careful. Tang San exclaimed, swiftly placing his hands upon the ground, causing countless blue silver grass to coalesce around Oscar, forming an immense shield. Meanwhile, Chen Yu advanced towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, his dagger slicing through the air, leaving trails of crimson light in its wake. The clang of metal reverberated as numerous fragments rained down, forming a semicircle at Chen Yu's feet. Simultaneously, more than a dozen short blades embedded themselves into the blue-silver grass before Oscar, resembling the hidden weapons that Tang San wielded with such finesse. In the realm of Douluo continent, aside from Tang San and Chen Yu, there existed another adept in the art of concealed weaponry. The very short blades that Chen Yu had just shattered were of this nature. Who could it be? lurking in the shadows. Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly locking onto a specific location. Just as he prepared to charge forward, a large hand rested on his shoulder. Xiao Yu, allow me to handle this matter. Zhao Wujing spoke, his expression as calm as still waters. It was evident that the assailant lurking in the shadows had provoked the formidable figure known as the Unmoving King. With each step Zhao Wujing took, a soul ring manifested around him. After 7 strides, he bore 7 soul rings, exuding the potent aura of a level 76 soul sage. Akin to an invisible sword that swept away everything within 300 meters, rocks and vegetation alike, before him. The wrath of the king astonished the world. Before Qin Yu stood 2 figures, one old and one young. The girl appeared merely 15 or 16, yet her soul power had reached the level of a grand soul master at 29. Beside her stood an elderly woman with graying hair, yet her spirit remained vigorous. At that moment, the old woman wore a look of surprise. Prior to this, she had sensed no trace of soul power emanating from Zhao Wujing, leading her to believe he was merely an obscure soul master. Despite her advanced age, surpassing 70 years, she was a soul emperor of level 68, wielding a serpent staff as her martial soul. Though she appeared somewhat strained under Zhao Wujing's soul sage presence, his expression shifted, revealing a hint of gravity. Though Zhao Wujing held the advantage, his demeanor suggested otherwise. Qin Yu suddenly recognized that the identity of the old woman might not be simple, otherwise. Given Zhao Wujing's prowess as a soul sage, he could effortlessly eliminate both her and the girl. Might I inquire if you are the serpent matriarch from the dragon and serpent duo? Zhao Wujing respectfully inquired, retracting his imposing aura. Oh, this esteemed soul sage recognizes me. The old woman retracted her serpent staff. Although her words were courteous, her tone lacked any semblance of respect. Indeed, it was the serpent matriarch. And this development posed a dilemma. Zhao Wujing furrowed his brow slightly. The dragon and serpent were a married couple, both formidable soul masters. The serpent matriarch, Tianxiang, was a level 68 soul emperor wielding a serpent staff, while the dragon lord, Meishu, was an 83-level soul Douluo with a dragon-headed cane. This couple rarely strayed far from one another. Since the serpent matriarch had appeared in the Stardow forest, the dragon lord Meishu must surely be nearby. Though Zhao Wujing held confidence in defeating the serpent matriarch, he understood he would not stand a chance against the dragon lord. Might I ask, serpent matriarch, why you would strike at my student? Such actions seem beneath your esteemed status, he stated. Though he held a deep respect for the duo's reputation, he was not intimidated. Regardless, he sought an explanation for Qin Yu and the others. Esteemed soul sage, your student has taken my soul beast. Who, then, is truly at fault? The serpent matriarch retorted with a cold scoff, her serpent-like gaze falling upon Oscar, causing him to falter. Little Ao, do not fear. With teacher Zhao here, a mere soul emperor poses no significant threat. Daimu Bai reassured, placing a hand on Oscar's back, helping him regain his composure. Serpent matriarch. The soul beasts in the Stardow forest are unclaimed. This phoenix-tailed cockatrice bears no inscription of your name. How can you claim it as your possession? Zhao Wujing countered without hesitation. I anticipated you would respond thus. Esteemed soul sage, you may inspect the serpent's belly. There are several wounds inflicted by my serpent staff. I have pursued this beast for days, and today, by chance, I intercepted it here, only to have it snatched away by you. The ground beneath the dust feather trembled abruptly, transmitting a unique force of thunder from the depths below to the abdomen of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The massive serpent quivered violently, as if experiencing a moment of clarity. Esteemed soul emperor, you have indeed misjudged us. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, though previously wounded by another, could in no way be attributed to your serpent staff. With a swift kick, Qin Yu sent the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake tumbling, his formidable strength causing the snake matriarch to cast several glances in his direction. The snake's abdomen was charred black, resembling the aftermath of a lightning strike, leaving no trace of the injuries inflicted by the snake's staff. The snake matriarch, once brimming with confidence, found her expression transforming dramatically upon witnessing the state of the snake's belly. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie discreetly gave Qin Yu a thumbs up. Senior snake matriarch, it seems you have made a mistake. This phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake is not the one you pursued. Zhao Wujie felt a sense of vindication, having been quite irritated by the snake matriarch's aggressive demeanor. Had it not been for the formidable presence of the dragon lord, he might have been less courteous towards this elderly woman. You must have tampered with things. Such petty tricks cannot escape my keen eyes. The snake matriarch thrust her snake staff forcefully into the ground, channeling ethereal soul power into a sharp snake spear aimed directly at Qin Yu. Yet Qin Yu remained unmoved, hands behind his back, showing no inclination to evade. Standing beside him was the immovable King of Kings, making it utterly futile for the snake matriarch to harm Qin Yu under Zhao Wujie's watchful gaze. Zhao Wujie's expression turned icy as he let out a cold snort, which shattered the snake matriarch's soul power attack. The display of strength caused her to stagger back, revealing the considerable gap between her and Zhao Wujie. Senior snake matriarch, is it not rather excessive to attack my student in my presence? Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of temper, and as the illustrious King of Kings, Zhao Wujie had already shown considerable restraint towards the snake matriarch, who, instead of relenting, had only escalated her aggression. This provoked Zhao Wujie's suppressed fury. and his formidable bear spirit manifested behind him, emanating a brutal aura that forced the snake matriarch and her companion to retreat. The mighty bear king. You are the immovable King Zhao Wujie. For the first time, a semblance of fear flickered across the snake matriarch's face. Everyone believed Zhao Wujie had either retreated into seclusion or met his demise, yet here he stood, more fearsome than ever. Indeed, it is I. Zhao Wujie's demeanor was devoid of any semblance of courtesy. Should the snake matriarch dare to strike again, he would show no mercy, regardless of her status. If need be, I would not hesitate to end her life and wander the world, for the Dragon Lord, no matter how powerful, could not capture a soul saint solely focused on fleeing. Realizing Zhao Wujie's menacing expression, the snake matriarch understood she could not press too hard, lest she provoke the wrath of his ferocious bear. Ah, so it is the immovable king. I wondered which soul saint possessed such overwhelming might. Since you claim this phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake is not the one I sought, I shall take your word for it this once. However, this matter cannot simply conclude here. Otherwise, it will spread that I, the snake matriarch, relinquished my hard-earned soul beast out of fear of you. The snake matriarch's tone shifted, suggesting ulterior motives. What do you propose? Zhao Wujie replied with indifference, feeling no need to continue being courteous to this elderly woman now that the mask of civility had been torn away. Quite simply, since you fight for your student and I for my granddaughter, let these young ones engage in a contest. Whoever prevails shall claim the soul ring of this phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. The snake matriarch's granddaughter, Tian Xiang, seemed confident in her abilities, daring to propose such a wager. Very well, if you wish to fight, then let us do so. Do you truly believe that our Shrek Academy fears you? Ma Hongjun, unable to tolerate the snake matriarch's arrogance any longer, leapt forward at the mention of a battle. Just you. The girl cast a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun, noting the significant disparity in their soul power levels, knowing that even if she defeated him, it would be deemed an unworthy victory. What? Do you still look down on me, fatty? Ma Hongjun rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the girl a lesson, but was halted by Tang San. Let me handle this, fatty. Although Tang San was unaware of the girl's soul abilities, he had gleaned enough from her earlier use of hidden weapons to assess her strength. While Ma Hongjun might have the upper hand in combat, he would undoubtedly fall prey to her stealthy attacks. Tang San, with the blue silver grass as your spirit, a level 29 control system soul master. Tang San extended a gesture of respect before his duel, yet the girl merely smirked at the sight of his blue silver grass, her derision unmistakable. How can such a worthless spirit as blue silver grass compete with me? Very well, I shall let you embarrass yourself before your companions. My name is Meng Iran, wielder of the snake spear, a level 29 battle soul master. Thus it was revealed that this girl, Meng Iran, was the sole granddaughter of the Dragon Lord and the Snake Matriarch, having inherited their exceptional cultivation talents. Reaching the second ring of Soul Master at a mere 15 years of age, such a trivial blue silver grass, thinking it can defeat me, is truly laughable. The Snake Matriarch scoffed, having previously worried that Shunyu might take the initiative to fight, but was surprised to see Tang San step forward instead. Come, Tang San, let your path as a Soul Master shatter alongside your blue silver grass. Meng Iran clenched her palm, summoning a formidable snake spear spirit into her delicate hand. The sharp aura emanating from its tip effortlessly slicing through falling leaves. First soul skill, Snake Blade. Meng Iran's soul power surged as her spear unleashed several serpent-shaped energy blades, striking towards Tang San at blinding speed. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Just as Meng Iran believed her first soul skill would easily pierce through Tang San, his figure inexplicably vanished from sight, leaving her attack to miss entirely. Tang San's agility, though slightly inferior to Qin Yu's, was sufficient to evade Meng Iran's assault. Even if her speed doubled, she could never hope to catch the hem of his garment. Dai Mubai chuckled, knowing from the start that this contest's outcome was predetermined. No matter how Meng Iran struggled, she could not escape the clutches of defeat. First soul skill, Bind. Seizing the moment Meng Iran hesitated, Tang San transitioned from defense to offense, ensnaring her with several thick strands of blue silver grass. To Meng Iran's surprise, the blue silver grass proved far more resilient than she anticipated. Her level 29 soul power was insufficient to shatter its grip, and the sharp edges of the grass began to cut into her skin. Meng Iran, you have lost. Tang San's blue silver grass contained the paralyzing poison of the mandala snake, and she had fallen victim to its effects, leaving her unable to continue the fight. Lost. Preposterous. I, Meng Iran, have never been defeated in combat. How could such trivial blue silver grass possibly harm me? Meng Iran exhibited no signs of poisoning whatsoever. Her body as sinuous as that of a serpent, effortlessly slipping through the gaps of the blue silver grass. This was Meng Iran's second soul skill, Serpent Body, which allowed her to transform her physique to become as supple as a snake, rendering her immune to all forms of control effects. It dawned on Tang San that his mandala snake poison had no effect on Meng Iran, for the reason lay in her serpent spear martial spirit, which inherently contained potent toxins. Thus, the mere paralysis toxin of the mandala snake could hardly influence her. Tang San, you realized this too late. Suddenly, the length of Meng Iran's spear extended nearly double, piercing toward Tang San's body in the blink of an eye. Little San, their brother. Everyone believed that Tang San was undoubtedly struck at a critical point by Meng Yiran, yet only Qinyu appeared somewhat disinterested, yawning slightly. It turned out that Tang San had activated the Xin Jade hand, firmly grasping the tip of Meng Yiran's serpent spear from an outsider's perspective. It appeared as though he had been hit. Meng Yiran, you have exhausted your soul skills, yet you have yet to witness my second soul skill. Tang San's words tightened Meng Yiran's heart. Indeed, from beginning to end, he had only employed his first soul skill, just as Meng Yiran contemplated retreating. Tang San's hands gripped like iron pincers, preventing her from moving the serpent spear even a fraction. His second soul skill, parasitism, was now activated. The blue-silver grass seeds that had entangled Meng Yiran through his first soul skill suddenly erupted into action, spreading wildly across her body. Concealing the trigger for his second soul skill within the first was a cunning ploy for one so much younger than Meng Yiran. She lamented her impending defeat. Seeing Meng Yiran gradually obscured by the encroaching blue-silver grass, the snake matriarch sighed softly. At this juncture of the contest, Meng Yiran no longer held any possibility of a comeback. Unlike the restraint of entanglement, the blue-silver grass offered no gaps. It was impossible for Meng Yiran to shatter the encroaching growths with her soul power. Prolonging the struggle would only result in further suffering for her. We concede this match. Despite the reluctance of the snake matriarch to admit defeat, the outcome was painfully clear. I concede. Upon hearing the words of concession from the snake matriarch, Tang San, with a thought, voluntarily erased the blue-silver grass that had parasitized Meng Yiran. However, she showed no inclination to surrender, raising her serpent spear to strike at Tang San once more. Yet this time, it was not Tang San who intercepted Meng Yiran, but Qinyu, who had remained several hundred meters away. Little girl, so ruthless at such a tender age, aren't you afraid you might not find a husband when you grow up? Dustfeather did not employ the mystic jade hand. Instead, he merely enveloped his palm with soul power to seize Meng Yiran's serpent spear martial spirit. The toxins present in the martial spirit had no effect whatsoever on Dustfeather. Upon closer inspection, one could see tiny arcs of lightning flickering within his soul power. The lethal venom of the serpent spear was swiftly purified upon contact with the unwavering and radiant force of thunder. Although Dustfeather possessed only a soul power level of 30, the total amount of his soul power far exceeded Meng Yiran's by several folds. Even if Meng Yiran's strength were to multiply 10-fold or 20-fold, she would still be no match for Dustfeather. Release me at once, Meng Yiran exclaimed, taken aback by the realization that this child, seemingly of a similar stature to Tang San, possessed strength surpassing his. The formidable aura characteristic of a soul sovereign enveloped Dustfeather, leaving Meng Yiran in a state of incredulity. Provoked by Dustfeather's teasing remarks, she grew increasingly exasperated. Unable to retract her martial spirit, she decided to bite down on Dustfeather's arm in a fit of defiance. What on earth? Are you some kind of dog? You little brat? Let go of me at once. CHNY never anticipated that Ming Yiran would act in such a manner. And she showed no mercy whatsoever. The deep bite marks on CHNY's arm would likely take a considerable time to heal. However, CHNY had never laid a hand on a woman before, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Everyone present, including the snake lady, was taken aback. What was supposed to be a competition of martial spirits and soul power had devolved into a scuffle reminiscent of a quarrel between ordinary children, devoid of any semblance of a soul battle. Zhao WJ, encountering such a situation for the first time, scratched his head and exchanged a glance with the snake lady. Perhaps we should intervene together and separate these youngsters, he suggested. The snake lady, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was aware of her reputation within the spirit master community. Ming Yiran's actions today had certainly tarnished her image. It would be best to bring this farce to an early conclusion. Unexpectedly, what began as a spirited soul battle had transformed into a childish skirmish. Clearly, Ming Yiran had recently suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Tang San, and coupled with the overwhelming strength of CHNY, she was experiencing a profound emotional collapse. This might explain her instinctive biting response. Grandma, let me go. I want to challenge this little brat again. Although Ming Yiran was restrained by the snake lady, she continued to thrash about, displaying a fierce determination not to relent until she had bested CHNY. Ouch. Such deep bite marks. This little girl truly possesses a fierce disposition. I hope she doesn't have rabies. Qinyu gazed in disbelief at the minuscule bite mark adorning his arm, never expecting that his first injury upon arriving in the Douluo continent would be inflicted by a mere girl. Truly, fortune seemed to have turned against him. Akin to capsizing in a shallow ditch. Enough already. Are you still not satisfied with the embarrassment I've endured today? The serpent matriarch chided sternly, prompting Meng Yiran to gradually quieten, though her eyes remained ablaze with hostility as they fixed upon Qinyu. Unmoved king, today I concede defeat. The tides may shift, but our paths shall cross again. With a tug, the serpent matriarch led Meng Yiran away in another direction. Yet, surprisingly, Meng Yiran turned back, her gaze piercing as she locked eyes with Qinyu. Hey, you little brat, what is your name? The next time we meet, I will surely avenge today's humiliation. In the face of Meng Yiran's threat, Qinyu merely shrugged, considering that with her talent, It would take her at least 70 to 80 years of cultivation to reach even half of his level. Qinyu. All right, I shall remember you, Qinyu. Meng Yiran shot him a lingering glance before she and the serpent matriarch swiftly vanished from view. Xiao Ao, for your third spirit ring. I have unjustly endured a bite from a little girl. Such a grievous wound will take no less than half a year to heal, so upon our return, you must take on the entire cleaning duties of our dormitory. Qinyu shamelessly nudged Oscar, acknowledging that the most arduous task at Shrek Academy was the daily cleaning of the dormitory, with sweeping floors being his least favorite chore. All right, you are the creditor. Your word is law. Half an hour later, Oscar successfully absorbed the soul ring of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, elevating his soul power to the 32nd rank. Little Oscar, what is the ability of your third soul skill? Show us. Dai Mubai casually draped his arm around Oscar's shoulder. They had put considerable effort into capturing the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, and if Oscar had not grasped a formidable soul skill, they would have suffered a significant loss. Boss Dai, you guessed right this time. My third soul skill is exceptionally impressive. Oscar beamed with delight, akin to someone who had just won a $5 million prize. Uncle Big Sausage, stop keeping us in suspense. I believe it's not the soul skill that's remarkable, but rather your soul curse has become more perverse. Xiaowu bluntly retorted. Sis, in front of so many people, can you not embarrass me? My third soul skill is closely tied to the ability of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. You can all take a guess. There's a prize for the correct answer. However, Oscar's playful banter was met with a kick from Zhao Wujing, sending him flying several meters. Fortunately, he landed atop a pile of leaves, sparing him serious harm. Teacher Zhao, can't you let me maintain an air of mystery? My third soul skill relates to the flight capabilities of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Oscar joined his hands in a gesture of sincerity, but the soul curse that escaped his lips was rather risky. Third soul skill, fantastical flying mushroom sausage. In an instant. Apart from Oscar's rather shameless proclamation, everyone else was left astounded. Oscar's soul curse was indeed devoid of any boundaries. There was no limit to how outrageous it could be. The next moment, a rich, translucent radiance coalesced in Oscar's hand, and as the glow diminished, a peculiar sausage resembling a golden needle mushroom, complete with tiny wings, lay in his palm. Well, although the fantastical flying mushroom sausage appeared somewhat appealing, it lost its charm when paired with Oscar's salacious soul curse. Quick, let me try it. Ma Hongjun was eager to soar through the skies, and with Oscar mastering the soul skill, he was not about to let the opportunity slip away. He eagerly swallowed the mushroom sausage, and to his astonishment, a pair of transparent wings manifested behind him, identical to the fleshy wings of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Attempting to control his newfound wings, Ma Hongjun flapped them lightly, and surprisingly, his hefty frame of 300 to 400 pounds actually lifted off the ground. Ha! I've finally learned to fly. However, in his excitement, he lost control of his direction and crashed headlong into a massive tree, causing it to sway violently and snap in half upon impact. Fatty, are you planning to crush your opponents with your weight? Dai Mubai mocked. Yet he promptly helped Ma Hongjun up. Thankfully, Ma Hongjun's ample mass cushioned the impact. Otherwise, anyone else would have been left with a bruised face. Setting that aside, Oscar's fantastical flying mushroom sausage was indeed formidable. Ma Hongjun's flight speed had already approached 80 to 90% of that of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. It is worth noting that among thousand-year soul beasts, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake is renowned for its speed. No beast, save for flying soul beasts, could rival it. This meant that as long as Qinyu and the others consumed the fantastical flying mushroom sausage, even soul sect ranks would struggle to match their velocity. Although the ability of the fantastical flying mushroom sausage was potent, its duration was limited to 5 minutes, and if used to its fullest extent, that time would be drastically reduced. Furthermore, Oscar could only produce a maximum of 3 at a time, with a cooldown period of about an hour. Oscar expressed his regret. But this did not diminish the fact that the fantastical flying mushroom sausage was a powerful auxiliary soul skill. Alright, since we've helped little Oscar acquire his third soul ring, it's time for us to return. After enduring so many tribulations, the outcome was ultimately positive. Yet at that moment, Tang San abruptly sat down in a meditative posture. Little San has touched upon the opportunity to break through to 30-level soul power. It seems we must seek an appropriate soul ring for him as well. Tang San had been stuck at the 29th level for quite some time, but today, the bottleneck of his soul power finally began to loosen. This marked Tang San's first step towards advancing from Great Soul Master to Soul Sovereign. Third brother, are you also set to ascend to Soul Sovereign? Today truly is a day of double blessings. Ma Hongjun, however, was reluctant to return to Shrek Academy so soon, having finally escaped the Master's grueling training. He wished to linger in the Star Dough Forest a while longer. Speaking of which, little you, does that girl Meng Yiran have feelings for you? Otherwise, why would she pay you such special attention, even leaving a mark of affection on your arm? Ma Hongjun teased Qinyu, drawing from his extensive experience in romantic pursuits, suggesting that Meng Yiran's feelings for Qinyu were more than mere animosity. Fatty, you are overly concerned about trivial matters. That little girl harbors nothing but hatred for me. How could she possibly feel anything else? Tang San did not take much time to break through his soul power bottleneck. In just half an hour, He successfully overcame the constraints that had troubled him for so long. Third brother, what kind of soul beast are you planning to seek for the third soul ring of your blue silver grass? Tang San had already determined that his third soul ring would also focus on control, so he aimed to find a soul beast adept in ambush. Such a soul beast would be rarer than Little Oscar's phoenix tail coxcomb snake, indicating that they would need to search diligently. As Zhao Wujing rose, suddenly, everyone felt the ground quake violently. Not good. Zhao Wujing, Tang San, and Qin Yu simultaneously gazed in the same direction, where trees were toppling as if mowed down by a scythe, suggesting that a colossal creature was rapidly approaching. The source of such a terrifying disturbance could only stem from two possibilities, either a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse or a formidable soul beast, at least one over 60,000 years old. Such a beast was beyond what Qin Yu and the others could contend with, and even Zhao Wujing lacked the assurance to slay such a creature. Everyone, quickly flee to the outskirts of the Douluo forest. I will buy you time. Zhao Wujing's face bore an expression of grave concern, and he activated his martial spirit, transforming into a towering bear-like figure over 5 meters tall, emanating a terrifying aura of soul power. It seemed that the mysterious soul beast posed significant pressure even on Zhao Wujing. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to revealing his strongest card. Suddenly, a horrific sonic wave surged from the distance, causing everyone except Zhao Wujing, Qin Yu, and Xiao Wu to lose consciousness from the overwhelming force of the roar. This isn't an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Could it be the legendary Forest King? Zhao Wujing appeared to realize something, his complexion paling, devoid of any color. The mere mention of the Forest King, a phrase so simple yet as oppressive as a mountain, represented absolute power and invincibility. The King of the Forest. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Before arriving at the Douluo forest, the master had mentioned the existence of a true monarch within its depths, a soul beast that had reached the formidable age of 100,000 years, the Titan Great Ape. The Spirit Hall had attempted to hunt down the Titan Great Ape multiple times over the past millennium, yet each endeavor resulted in catastrophic losses, with no fewer than 20 or 30 tidal Douluo warriors perishing in the futile quests. This Titan Great Ape had always resided in the heart of the Douluo forest. Why had it suddenly ventured to the outskirts today? Could it be that the king of the forest was seized by whimsy, intending to patrol its dominion? Or was there someone here that had captured the attention of this sovereign of the woods? This situation could prove disastrous. Zhao Wudre glanced at the unconscious Tang San and the others, steeling himself, and without further ado, soared towards the Titan Great Ape. Xiao Wu. Take care of the others and remain hidden. Zhao Wujia intended to confront the Titan Great Ape single-handedly. But could the strength of a mere soul sage truly withstand the might of such a beast? The answer was evidently clear. Yet even as a moth flutters towards the flame, Zhao Wujia was determined to give it a try. Chapter 88. The Dazzling Figure of the Douluo Forest. Teacher Zhao. Qin Yu was utterly unable to impede Zhao Wujia, for he was a Titan giant ape, a legendary soul beast of 100,000 years. Even a tidal Douluo would find it impossible to contend with him, let alone a mere soul sage. Xiao Wu, remain here to attend to Xiao San and the others. I cannot stand idly by and witness teacher Zhao perish in vain. Without uttering a word, Qin Yu executed the 7 star ghost steps, closely following Zhao Wuji's lead. As he approached the Titan giant ape, the oppressive atmosphere intensified palpably. The moment Qin Yu stepped into the aura enveloping the soul beast, his speed was abruptly diminished several notches. This formidable soul beast was unlike anything Qin Yu had encountered before, if one were to draw a comparison. Only Tang Hao from the past could rival it. 1,000 meters ahead, a colossal demonic ape stood, towering at least 50 to 60 meters high, resembling a terrifying mountain. Its single eye was larger than Qian Yu himself. In the presence of the Titan giant ape, Zhao Wuji, having unleashed his martial spirit's true form, appeared as diminutive as a chick. Esteemed king of the forest, I apologize for intruding upon your territory. Please do not take offense. We shall take our leave immediately. Zhao Wuji clasped his fist in respect. At the level of the Titan giant ape, the intelligence of soul beasts was scarcely inferior to that of humans, often surpassing the majority of them. The Titan giant ape could undoubtedly comprehend Zhao Wuji's words. Furthermore, upon reaching the age of 100,000 years, soul beasts could articulate human speech. However, the Titan giant ape clearly regarded Zhao Wuji with disdain. With a mere exhalation, Zhao Wuji's body was struck as if by a tremendous force, sending him flying several hundred meters. Such was the power of a 100,000-year soul beast, truly terrifying. Dusty Feathers involuntarily inhaled sharply. He had previously assumed that even a soul beast of 100,000 years could not possibly be invincible in the world. However, it now appeared that his prior beliefs were profoundly misguided. In summary, he realized he was utterly unrivaled among mortals. Humph. The Titan Great Ape effortlessly swatted away the insignificant human before him as if swatting a fly, raising its legs, akin to towering pillars, and continued its advance. Yet, behind the Titan Great Ape, a commanding voice resonated. Zhao Wujia's fierce declaration. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. 6th soul skill, wrath of the king. Under the amplification of the 6th soul skill, the gravitational force exerted by Zhao Wujia surged tenfold, causing even the Titan Great Ape's elevated leg to plummet to the ground under its influence. Bang! This single stomp sent tremors through the earth. as if struck by a meteor. Human, cease your actions now, and I may spare your life, the Titan great ape surprisingly spoke for the first time. Although its voice remained laced with a deep, beastly roar, one could discern the syllables it articulated. Esteemed king of the forest, I harbor no intention of offending you. However, beneath your feet lies my student. For the sake of protecting those innocents, I would willingly sacrifice my life. Zhao Wujie felt his soul power rapidly deplete. In the mere span of their conversation, a third of his soul power had been consumed. To sustain the immense gravitational force upon the Titan great ape, he was compelled to expend his soul power to its utmost limit. Each second from that moment had drained an astronomical amount of his energy. As you wish. The Titan great ape refrained from uttering superfluous words. With a mere flick of its hand, it conjured a terrifying tempest. With a stomp, mountains crumbled and myriad beasts trembled. Yet, the gravity imposed upon the Titan great ape proved utterly ineffective. Zhao Wujie suffered a backlash of soul power, letting out a muffled groan as he spat a mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, he stood firm, like a nail driven into the ground, and bellowed as he charged once more at the Titan great ape. However, before he could cover 10 meters, he was effortlessly repelled nearly 1,000 meters by the shockwave generated by the Titan great ape's footfall. This time, a significant portion of Zhao Wujie's bones shattered under the impact. Despite his inner turmoil and reluctance, he could not rise from the ground again. Teacher Zhao. Shenyu understood that this was not the moment for inaction. If Zhao Wujie were to endure another blow, it was likely that his life would be forfeited here. Upon seeing Shenyu, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted from initial shock to anger, eventually culminating in sheer panic. Xiaoyu, who allowed you to come here? Hurry and leave. Zhao Wujie, with both legs shattered, was powerless to stop the Titan great ape. Shenyu's presence by his side seemed like an invitation to death. Teacher Zhao, do you think I would abandon you to escape alone? In Shenyu's grasp lay a special talisman, 2 fingers wide, pulsating with a powerful aura of energy that even Zhao Wujie could not help but take notice. This was the astonishing reward Shenyu had previously obtained, the God of Death transformation voucher. Upon its use, Shenyu would be able to unleash a fraction, specifically 1/10,000th, of the power of the Azura God. This strength was not static, it would grow in tandem with Shenyu's own soul power level. Thus, at this moment, by utilizing the God of Death transformation voucher, Shenyu might harness 1/5 of that divine prowess. This force, while perhaps insufficient to vanquish the Titan great ape, would at least serve to momentarily impede its advance. Let me witness the true extent of the Azura God's 1/10,000th power and discern how formidable it truly is. Dust Feather generously wielded the God of Slaughter transformation token, and an ominous torrent of crimson energy instantly enveloped his entire being. In the Douluo forest, the rhythmic thumping resonated in the ears of every soul beast and soul master, echoing like the pulse of a beating heart. The God of Shura embodies the essence of slaughter. Even a mere wisp of its aura can evoke the latent murderous intent within the human soul. Thus, tendrils of scarlet energy began to extend from various corners of the Douluo forest, drawing upon the bloodlust of every individual and every soul beast. These forces converged within Dust Feather, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. Shura Burial Heaven Finger. With a mere gesture, Shenyu summoned forth a layer of extraordinary dragon-scale armor that enveloped his fingers and forearm. Had it not been for this protective layer, his arm would surely have been shattered by the violent force of the Shura God, drawing upon the strength of all living beings. The power of the Shura God had been elevated to an astounding degree, and as Shenyu pointed, a colossal finger, 1,000 zhang in length, ominously materialized above the Douluo forest. This crimson giant finger was adorned with intricate patterns, emanating an overwhelming aura of primal wilderness. This was the power belonging to the divine. Even the Titan giant ape, upon witnessing the divine finger descending from above, was engulfed in terror within its enormous eyes. Despite being a 100,000-year soul beast, in the presence of the Shura God's might, the Titan giant ape was but a speck of dust. Roaring, the Titan giant ape pounded its chest with immense force, its muscles and bones swelling to nearly double their size, standing as a towering behemoth of 100 meters. Glaring defiantly at the Shura's cataclysmic finger that threatened to rend the heavens asunder. With a thunderous stomp, the Titan giant ape's foot struck the ground, sending debris flying, which magnetically coalesced upon its thick fur, forming a rugged suit of rocky armor. Simultaneously, 2 massive bulges emerged on its broad back, followed by the emergence of 2 powerful arms from behind. It was revealed that the Titan giant ape harbored a unique and ancient bloodline, a lineage both venerable and formidable. It could be said without exaggeration that this bloodline was as ancient as the history of the Douluo continent itself, belonging to an ancient divine beast that coexisted with the Shura God. This beast was the 4-armed, earth-shaking ape, the progenitor of the Titan giant ape, possessing formidable strength that could rival even the Shura God. Typically, the Titan giant ape could not unleash the power of this bloodline. It would only manifest in times of dire peril, triggering a transformation in its appearance. Now, with 4 arms, rocky armor, and a coat of purple-gold fur complemented by blood-red eyes, the Titan giant ape had entered its most potent battle state. Clearly, the Shura's cataclysmic finger exerted immense pressure upon it, and even this king of the forest could not approach the impending threat without utmost confidence. As the blood-red giant finger tore through the air, it conjured a dreadful whirlwind, punctuated by a series of astonishing sonic booms. at the tip of the Shura's finger. The very fabric of space twisted in a bizarre manner, while the ferocious force threatened to tear asunder the realm itself. Qinyu's countenance was etched with gravity as he pointed his finger through the air. The Shura burial sky finger transformed into a streak of crimson light, colliding fiercely with the four formidable arms of the Titan giant ape in a moment of breathtaking intensity. In that instant, the entire Douluo Great Forest seemed to fall into an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects or the call of birds. No, it was not that the creatures of the forest had perished, rather, the tremendous sound generated by the clash between the Shura burial sky finger and the Titan giant ape rendered Qinyu and Zhao Wujie's ears momentarily deaf. Subsequently, centered around the Titan giant ape, the ground within a 10-mile radius heaved violently like tumultuous ocean waves, with rocks and soil flying in all directions. In a mere half-second, what remained was a terrifying pit, over 100 meters deep and 10 miles wide. Truly, the power of the divine is indeed formidable. A flicker of delight passed through Qinyu's eyes. Although the transformation voucher for the god of slaughter could only be utilized once, its formidable power profoundly astonished him. The regal Titan giant ape, a soul beast of 100,000 years and the sovereign of the Douluo forest, was brought to its knees by this singular gesture. However, the joy etched upon Qinyu's visage was fleeting, as a piercing agony surged through his fingertips. Despite the assistance of the dragon-scale phoenix armor, his mortal form remained incapable of withstanding the violent energy of the god of slaughter. Fortunately, Qinyu refrained from directly absorbing the god of slaughter's power into his body. Otherwise, he would have become a mere lifeless corpse. A mere 3 seconds. That is the limit of my physical endurance. Despite this, as Qinyu directed the attack of the Shura burial heaven finger, his own finger suffered a backlash from the god of slaughter's force. Upon closer inspection, cracks began to spiderweb across his finger, resembling fragile porcelain. 3 seconds was the utmost he could endure. Should the duration extend even slightly, he might lose that finger altogether. These 3 seconds represent my final opportunity. With a resolute heart, Qinyu forcefully pressed his finger down, causing the flesh to burst open and reveal the ghastly white bone beneath. The Shura burial finger then violently repelled the 4 massive arms of the Titan giant ape, striking fiercely against its chest. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion resonated, accompanied by a faint cry of agony from the Titan giant ape. Ding! The Shura burial finger, having suppressed a soul beast of 100,000 years, left the Titan giant ape in disbelief. Had it truly been defeated by a mere human? This must be a jest. Shock value soared to 99.9, yielding a reward of 100,000-year soul beast gift pack. Ding! The pack automatically opened, granting 100,000-year soul ring, a soul bone from the Titan giant ape's right arm, and an enhancement of 5,000 years to all soul ring ages. At this moment, however, Qinyu showed no signs of halting. With only the pale remnants of his fingers left, he pressed down once more. The Shura burial finger, now gradually dissipating, lunged like a sword towards the earth below, determined to grievously wound, if not utterly annihilate, the Titan giant ape. Xiaoyu, show mercy. Just then, Xiao Wu unexpectedly appeared beneath the Shura burial finger, arms wide open, shielding the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu. Qinyu could not possibly stand idly by as Xiao Wu was obliterated into ashes by the terrifying Shura burial finger. With a swift motion of his finger, the dreadful Shura burial finger grazed the crown of the Titan great ape, leaving behind a terrifying fissure on the ground that spanned several thousand meters. Why did Xiao Wu choose to assist the Titan great ape? Was there some extraordinary connection between them? Yet, Xiao Wu is human, while the Titan great ape is a soul beast of 100,000 years. How could there be any link between these two? Unless, perhaps, Xiao Wu is not human after all. Qinyu suddenly recalled something. It is said that when a soul beast reaches the age of 100,000 years, it is granted a singular choice, either to retain its beast form or to shed its corporeal guise and transform into a human. Xiao Wu, could it be that you? Although Qinyu harbored some suspicions in her heart, it remained exceedingly difficult to believe that Xiao Wu's true form was that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Yu, I am sorry, I deceived you in Xiaosan. In truth, I have resided in this Douluo forest for 100,000 years. Indeed, Xiao Wu is not human. Once a 100,000-year soul beast assumes human form, it relinquishes its former formidable powers, starting anew as a human. A bitter smile crossed Xiao Wu's lips. By revealing her identity today, she feared that she would have to part ways with the members of Shrek from this point onward. Soul beasts and humans are inherently different species, even if Xiao Wu had taken on human guise. Only through experiencing the myriad facets of life can we, the shape-shifted soul beasts, undergo genuine transformation. Xiao Yu, I never intended to deceive everyone. It is just that my identity. As her voice trailed off, it grew increasingly subdued. In truth, she was most reluctant to part from Tang San, for it was only he who had first introduced her to the essence of love. Xiao Wu, everyone harbors their own secrets, be it you, me, or Xiao San. We each possess unspoken truths. Yet, this does not affect the bond we share. If you fear that Xiao San might reject you because of this, you are indeed worrying unnecessarily. I believe that whether you are human or soul beast, in Xiao San's heart, you will always be Xiao Wu. At first, Chen Yu was indeed taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized that even if Xiao Wu's true form was that of a soul beast, it could not alter the profound bond that had developed among the three of them over the past 6 years. Moreover, if Su Xian and Bai Yangzi could be together, why should Tang San and Xiao Wu not be allowed the same? If you feel unprepared to disclose this to Xiao San, I can shield this secret for you. It is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. For the sake of this couple's eternal union, Chen Yu is willing to play the role of a matchmaker. Chapter 90. Tang San has disappeared. Sister Xiao Wu, step aside. I shall personally eliminate this detestable human. The Titan giant ape, having just emerged from the depths of the earth, glared at Chen Yu with eyes that seemed ready to unleash flames. This seemingly insignificant human had actually demonstrated such terrifying power moments before. At present, Chen Yu is merely a trifling 30-level soul master. Should he ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo, it is likely that across the vast Douluo forest, or indeed the entirety of the Douluo continent, none would stand as his equal. For the sake of the myriad soul beasts inhabiting the Douluo forest, and to avenge the recent affront of an arrow, the Titan giant ape feels compelled to seize this opportunity to eliminate Chen Yu. However, just as the Titan giant ape prepares to strike, it is halted by Xiao Wu. Ming, cease at once. Chen Yu is not our foe, though the Titan giant ape appears rugged and formidable. It displays an astonishingly docile demeanor in the presence of Xiao Wu, thereby affirming an age-old adage, one creature can subdue another. Xiao Wu, do you know this human? Xiao Wu promptly leaps onto the Titan giant ape's massive palm and tenderly caresses its forehead. Ming, you must remember that in my heart, Chen Yu holds the same position as you and Taming. From this moment forth, we are family. The Titan giant ape, with wide eyes, scrutinizes Chen Yu thoroughly. Yet the suspicion within its gaze remains only partially assuaged. Xiao Wu, my elder brother warns that humans are notoriously cunning and treacherous. Be wary not to fall prey to this human's deceit. Upon hearing these words, Dustfeather felt a surge of indignation, nearly distorting his nose in annoyance. Please clarify your words. Who exactly are you referring to as a cunning villain? How could someone as handsome, charming, and adored as I am possibly be associated with your notion of deceit and treachery? Ming, he continued, the outside world is not as bleak as we once presumed. Take my current abode, Shrek Academy, for instance. The likes of Master, Dean Flander, and my comrades have truly bestowed upon me the warmth of a second home. Xiao Wu, seemingly reproachful, gently tapped the Titan great ape's head, prompting the creature to retract its neck obediently. Who could have imagined that the regal king of the forest would appear so docile in her presence? Not only Dustfeather, but also Zhao Wujie stood utterly bewildered. Ming, go fetch some misty blood flowers. Your clumsiness has already injured Teacher Zhao. At this, the Titan great ape promptly took large strides, eagerly heading towards the heart of the Douluo forest in search of the elusive flower. The moment Xiao Wu touched down, her eyes emitted 2 beams of rosy light, causing Zhao Wujie to feel drowsy, and soon, the sound of his snoring filled the air. Xiao Yu, my identity must remain a secret to most. It is not a matter of distrust towards Teacher Zhao, but rather the gravity of this situation necessitates discretion. I hope you can comprehend my position. Xiao Wu continued. Once Ming returns with the misty blood flowers, I will utilize the flower's essence to heal Teacher Zhao's injuries. However, he will forget everything that transpired within the last half hour. I trust you to help me maintain this ruse. Dustfeather nodded slightly. It was hardly a daunting task. An hour later, Dustfeather and Xiao Wu emerged from the dense forest, supporting the seemingly inebriated Zhao Wujie, who swayed with every step. By this time, Daimubai and the others had also regained consciousness and rushed towards them upon witnessing their arrival. Daimubai appeared somewhat unnerved, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Xiao Wu, where on earth have you been? What has happened to Teacher Zhao? Do you have any idea? This is serious. Daimubai unleashed a barrage of questions, leaving Dustfeather no opportunity to interject. Teacher Zhao merely exhausted his soul energy. He will awaken after a brief rest. But where is Xiao San? Why haven't I seen him? Dustfeather surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of Tang San, which left him somewhat perplexed. After Sangu awoke, he seemed to have gone mad, searching everywhere for you. Ma Hongjin interjected. In truth, they were all anxious, but Tang San was even more so. He had half threatened, half pleaded with Oscar for a few flying mushroom sausages and ventured alone into the depths of the Douluo forest. What? You mean Xiao San entered the 3rd level of the Douluo forest alone? Xiao Wu anxiously confirmed. The 3rd level of the Douluo forest was a gathering place for 10,000-year soul beasts. Even though Tang San possessed numerous means, the danger was exceedingly high. Moreover, ordinary Tang-sect hidden weapons would not inflict any harm on 10,000-year soul beasts. More critically, if Tang San were to become lost in the depths of the Douluo forest, it would be exceedingly difficult for Xiao Wu to find him. Indeed. Just as we had awakened, Xiao San dashed madly into the forest depths. We could not stop him at all, Daimubai said, somewhat regretfully. Dailada, this is not your fault. Here is the plan. Xiao Wu, you come with me to search for Xiao San. Dailada, you and the others have just awakened from a coma. You should stay here to regain your strength and take care of Teacher Zhao, Xiao Wu suggested. Having lived in the Douluo forest for a full 100,000 years, she was far more familiar with it than Dustfeather. Additionally, with the aid of the Titan great ape, Ming, finding Tang San might not prove too difficult. The only uncertainty lay in whether Tang San had encountered any lethal dangers before this. If he were to confront a 10,000-year soul beast, the consequences could be dire. Dust Feather, strength lies in numbers. Why don't we all go together to find Xiao San? Oscar proposed. After all, relying solely on Dust Feather and Xiao Wu's strength to locate Tang San in the vastness of the Douluo forest would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Ao, if Xiao Wu and I have not returned in 3 days, you need not wait for us. The fate of Shrek cannot be left entirely within the Douluo forest. As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, he did not allow Oscar and the others a moment to react, and with a flash, he and Xiao Wu vanished into the dense forest. Xiao Wu, do you possess any means to trace the movements of Xiao San? While I can faintly sense the lingering aura he left behind, I am unable to ascertain his precise location. Chinyu found himself somewhat at a loss. Locating Tang San within the vast expanse of the Douluo forest was no trivial task. Erming had already initiated a thorough search throughout the forest for Little San. Yet no news had reached them thus far, and an ominous feeling began to creep in. Ma Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with concern. In truth, there were several areas within the Douluo forest that could be deemed forbidden grounds, not only for soul masters but also for soul beasts. The nearest of these perilous places was a site known as the 10,000 Spider Lair. As its name suggests, the 10,000 Spider Lair is a gathering place for various spider soul beasts, notorious for being among the most ferocious and cunning of all soul beasts. Even a 10,000-year soul beast would hesitate to approach the 10,000 Spider Lair. If Tang San inadvertently ventured into the confines of this lair, it could spell disaster. Ma Wu, do not fret just yet. If the 10,000 Spider Lair is indeed as terrifying as you describe, Little San would surely leave us warning signs along his path. Tang San's vigilance is on par with my own. Even the most cunning spider soul beast would find it difficult to ensnare him effortlessly. Chapter 91. The 10,000 Spider Lair. Ma Wu. What exactly is the 10,000 Spider Lair, and why do you seem so apprehensive about it? As Chinyu meticulously searched for any signs left by Tang San, he inquired about the intricate details of the spider's lair. In truth, the spider's lair does not reside on the surface of the Douluo forest, but rather comprises a vast subterranean world interconnected by countless underground caverns. Even I am only aware of the mere tip of the iceberg when it comes to the spider's lair. Years ago, when Xiao Wu had just ascended to the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, her playful nature led her inadvertently into the depths of the spider's lair. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Ming, who risked his life to save her, Xiao Wu would have surely met her demise at the fangs of the spiders. So, over the span of these millennia, have you or Ming never considered eradicating this enigmatic place entirely? Given Ming's formidable strength, it should not be an insurmountable task. Xiao Wu let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging that they had indeed made attempts. However, Ming spent a full century without being able to cleanse the spider holes within the spider's lair. In fact, Xiao Wu suspected that Ming had merely lingered outside the lair and had never ventured into its core regions. Such a colossal subterranean world is undoubtedly far more complex than it appears on the surface, and it is highly probable that within the very heart of the spider's lair, there exist soul beasts whose powers surpass even that of Ming. Chinyu understood well that insects such as spiders, once they opt for a communal existence, inevitably give rise to one or several formidable spider kings. The situation within the Wanju nest is no different. It is quite possible that a spider soul beast, having existed for a staggering 100,000 years, dwells beneath the surface. Little you are indeed correct in your conjecture. I once heard my mother speak of an ancient demon spider queen that roamed the starry forest, only to mysteriously vanish later. Although the Wanju nest has not been around for long, merely around 150,000 years, I suspect that the spider queen lies hidden underground. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chunyu's heart. Could it be that soul beasts are not constrained by the limits of mortality? From Xiao Wu's tone, it seemed that the ancient demon spider emperor had existed in this Douluo forest for several 100,000 years. Did such immortal creatures truly exist in this world? In reality, soul beasts that reach an age of 100,000 years do not possess infinite lifespans. They merely outlive ordinary soul beasts by a slight margin. 300,000 years is the pinnacle of our longevity. However, should we choose to transform into human form, our lifespan would mirror that of humans, a mere fleeting century. Xiao Wu's words left Chinyu perplexed. The choice between living an additional 200,000 years and a mere 100 should not be difficult. Yet why would Xiao Wu willingly forsake her cultivation of 100,000 years and the prospect of several 100,000 years of life to assume human form? It is because humans are the most promising beings in this world. With just a century of cultivation, they can attain heights that would take us 10,000 years of arduous practice to reach. Furthermore, only in human form can one comprehend the heavenly principles and even transcend the legendary 100 levels of soul power. 10,000-year soul beasts like Ming have already reached the zenith of personal strength. Any further breakthroughs in their beast forms are nearly impossible. Only by taking an alternative path, like Xiao Wu, can one hope for further advancement. The ancient demon spider emperor must have long surpassed the 300,000-year limit. How could it still be alive? If the ancient demon spider emperor had perished, the myriad spider lair would not continue to exist. There is but one explanation. The spider emperor has not truly fallen. This is something I find difficult to grasp. The ancient demon spider emperor has existed since the inception of the Douluo forest, calculating the time. It is likely nearing the million-year mark. Logically, no soul beast should be able to survive for such an extended period. Perhaps the ancient demon spider emperor possesses a unique method to continuously prolong its life. As Xiaowu and Qinyu conversed while walking, they gradually noticed the surrounding vegetation becoming increasingly sparse. Withered trees and rugged rocks were adorned with thick webs of varying ages. Clearly, they were approaching the myriad spider lair. And a chilling, ominous aura permeated the air. As Qinyu and the others drew near, a rustling sound emerged from all around, reminiscent of sharp claws scraping against the rocks. The annihilation of all directions. Suddenly, within the slender gaps of Chunyu's fingers, hundreds of golden needles, as fine as cow hairs, were ensconced, representing the entirety of his dragon whisker needles. In an instant, these nearly 100 dragon whisker needles erupted forth, vanishing into the surrounding dimness in the blink of an eye. Following this, a cacophony of anguished howls reverberated from the encroaching shadows as grotesque spiders, each the size of a basin, plummeted from the air. Each of these arachnids bore a golden dragon whisker needle embedded in their diminutive eyes, with strands of soul power, infused with a hint of lightning, coalescing upon the needles. As the dragon whisker needles pierced the spiders' bodies, the force of thunder shattered the vitality within them, marking the reason for their demise. The black-haired spider, a gregarious soul beast, manifests a palm-length tuft of black bristle on one of its legs every 500 years. The nearly 100 black-haired spiders that Chunyu had just annihilated possessed at least 3 legs adorned with lengthy black bristles, indicating that these creatures were no less than 1,500 years old. With a single strike, Qinyu effortlessly vanquished nearly 100,000-year soul beasts, a testament to his formidable prowess that could overshadow all peers of the same rank. Nay, Qinyu had even surpassed the vast majority of Soul Master elites. However, there was no trace of elation upon his visage, for these black-haired spiders were mere trifles. The truly daunting adversary was yet to emerge. Crack! A colossal black-haired spider king, nearly 100 times the size of those black-haired spiders on the ground, obliterated several mountain peaks as it crashed through, amidst the cascade of flying debris. The 20-meter-tall black-haired spider king raised its 2 legs, each measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, and lunged directly at Qinyu's chest. The black-haired spider king was a formidable entity, boasting an age of 45,000 years. In Qinyu's eyes, his pupils constricted. The power of the black-haired spider king far surpassed his own by an unknown magnitude, and he possessed no second transformation token of the god of death. A direct confrontation was not feasible. He could only resort to cunning and strategy. As the winds surged beneath Qinyu's feet, he vanished from sight just a heartbeat before the lethal leg of the black-haired spider king could strike him. However, the intellect of the black-haired spider king was not to be underestimated. In the fleeting instant that its leg met empty air, it convulsed violently, shedding a cascade of black bristles, each nearly 3 inches in length, akin to a multitude of razor-sharp crossbow bolts, effectively sealing off an area of 20 to 30 meters. Even with the 7 Star Ghost steps, it was impossible for Qinyu to evade the onslaught of these spines. In a moment of desperation, he activated both of his formidable defensive skills, the chaotic spirit body and the dragon scale phoenix armor. Since evasion was no longer an option, he resolved to withstand the black-haired spider king's assault head-on. Yet, Xiao was swifter still. Almost instantaneously, as Qinyu drew the attention of the black-haired spider king, she appeared directly above it. Although Xiao had assumed human form, she still radiated a potent aura characteristic of a 100,000-year soul beast. The black-haired spider king, sensing this overwhelming presence, trembled involuntarily. Chapter 92. Slaying the black-haired spider king. While the black-haired spider king was indeed one of the more formidable soul beasts among those of 10,000 years, it paled in comparison to true 100,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, there existed a stringent hierarchy among soul beasts. As long as the black-haired spider king had not crossed the threshold into the 100,000-year realm, it could only bow in submission before Xiaowu. Hissing in confusion, the black-haired spider king could not comprehend why this young human girl exuded such a pure essence of a soul beast, yet it found itself compelled to kneel slightly. Despite 1,000 reluctant thoughts swirling in its mind, it could not suppress the instinctual feeling of subservience that emanated from the depths of its soul. On the other side, upon witnessing the cessation of the black-haired spider king's offensive, Qinyu felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. When the sharp spines struck him, they produced a crisp sound akin to metal clashing against metal. The combined protection of the chaotic spirit body and dragon scale phoenix armor significantly bolstered Chunyu's defensive capabilities. Even the full-force strike of the black-haired spider king could not easily penetrate his defenses. As Chunyu crossed his arms to deflect the barrage of attacks, there was no hint of retreat in his eyes, which were instead filled with an unwavering battle spirit. Chaotic dragon phoenix break. With deliberate enunciation, Dustfeather articulated several syllables, causing the previously clear sky to darken ominously. Though it was not an impenetrable darkness, it resembled the profound depths of night. The black-haired spider king, witnessing this sudden change in weather and the overwhelming force descending from above, found himself trembling uncontrollably, as if faced with a formidable adversary. This overwhelming sense of dread was even tenfold more intense than when confronting little Dance. In the next moment, the clouds above the black-haired Spider King parted, and an enormous dragon claw, stretching 1,000 meters, emerged from within. Dust Feather, radiating chaotic brilliance, began to ascend gradually, transforming into a breathtaking streak of light that vanished into the clouds. As Dust Feather's form merged with the dragon claw in the heavens, a multitude of thunderbolts cascaded down, instantly reducing the surrounding area of several thousand meters to scorched earth. Meanwhile, the black-haired Spider King felt his legs weaken, pressing his entire body against the ground in fear. Unable to rise. Suddenly, the colossal dragon claw descended with great force, warping the very fabric of space along its path, as brilliant lightning converged upon it, rendering it as though sculpted from silver. Having endured the last sword-slaying thunderstorm, Dust Feather experienced a revelation. The might of the chaotic dragon phoenix break seemed poised to reach an even greater echelon. At his current level of soul power, he could barely consolidate a complete dragon phoenix form. However, doing so would disperse its power, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the chaotic dragon phoenix break. Yet, if Dust Feather concentrated the essence of the dragon phoenix into a singular point, perhaps manifesting merely a scale or a cloth, the force of the chaotic dragon phoenix break would amplify exponentially, potentially increasing its potency by dozens, if not nearly 100-fold. This strike would cause even Zhao Wujing to pale in fear. However, the consequence of such a powerful attack would be the complete exhaustion of Dust Feather's soul power, leaving him capable of unleashing but a single blow. At this moment, facing the black-haired Spider King, one strike would suffice. Break for me. With his head down and feet up, Dust Feather plunged like a released arrow from the heavens, accompanied by his slowly extending palm. The colossal dragon claw, measuring nearly a kilometer in width, gradually contracted. Yet, despite its diminutive size, the power it harbored remained undiminished, with a tempestuous aura surging ever higher. Squeak. The black-haired Spider King, sensing impending doom, thrashed violently with its elongated and sharp legs, desperately attempting to flee this perilous place. However, the oppressive aura emanating from the dragon claw bore down upon the Spider King like the towering Mount Everest, firmly restraining its form. Thunderous roars echoed as the dragon claw descended. In that fleeting moment, Dust Feather glimpsed a profound despair in the small eyes of the black-haired Spider King. It had never anticipated that a mere human could unleash such terrifying soul skills. Had it exerted its full strength from the outset, it would never have found itself in this dire predicament. Alas, the black-haired Spider King had no escape. The moment the dragon claw descended, its once formidable body melted away like butter beneath the relentless thunder, its internal energies completely disintegrated. The ground around them convulsed violently, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending forth ripples of inexplicable disturbance. In merely 1 second, the previously uneven terrain morphed into an unfathomable abyss. As Dust Feather's strike seemingly punctured the very heart of the spider nest. Could this be a passage leading into the depths of the spider nest? Dusty Feathers gently descended, the complexion appearing somewhat pallid, a manifestation of soul power exhaustion. Nevertheless, the exhilaration within Xinyu was undeniable. Having vanquished a millennium-old soul beast like the black-haired Spider King with a single strike. Roar. The heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit gradually diminished in size, suddenly drawing in sharply towards the bottom of the pit. There, a palm-sized essence of the black-haired Spider King, accompanied by a dark millennium soul ring, hovered before Xinyu. The essence of the black-haired Spider King seemed intent on merging with the soul ring, yet the heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit denied it any opportunity for fusion, swiftly lunging at the essence and devouring it in mere bites. Having consumed the essence of the black-haired Spider King, the heavenly dragon phoenix contentedly patted its little belly before returning to Chunyu's body. As the growth of the heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit continued to escalate, its intelligence appeared to rise correspondingly, igniting Chunyu's anticipation for the day when this martial spirit might evolve into a complete entity, endowed with its own thoughts and consciousness. However, the soul ring of the black-haired Spider King was beyond Chunyu's current capacity to absorb, seemingly destined to go to waste. Yet suddenly, a small sword shadow materialized in the palm of Chunyu's left hand, and in an instant, the soul ring of the black-haired Spider King was consumed by the Judgment God-slaying sword martial spirit. The black thunder dragon upon the Judgment God-slaying sword appeared to swell in size, suggesting that this martial spirit could indeed enhance itself by absorbing the power of soul rings, akin to the capabilities of the heavenly dragon phoenix. Truly, they were two insatiable gluttons. One could only wonder when they would be satiated. Xinyu took a moment to catch his breath, slightly alleviating the emptiness that had enveloped him. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Xiaowu inquired, her concern evident as she gazed at Chunyu's pale complexion. The recent strike, though formidable, had undoubtedly drained a staggering amount of his soul power. Xiaowu understood that Xinyu likely had little strength left at this moment. I am fine. Just now, I believe I spotted a mark left by Xiao-san, approximately 800 meters ahead. With a gesture, Xinyu pointed ahead, having just surveyed the vast expanse of the earth from above. Through the abyssal demon eye, he discerned the unique mark left by Tang San, indicating a direction that led deeper into the heart of the 10,000 spiders' lair. Chapter 93. The Human-Faced Demon Spider, Part 1. Suddenly, from the pit below, where Chinyu had previously pierced through, a cacophony of sounds arose once more, suggesting that numerous spider-soul beasts still lurked beneath the surface. Xiao Wu, it is unwise to linger here. We must depart swiftly. In Chinyu's hand appeared a blood-red dagger, the infamous tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger. Although his soul energy had been nearly depleted, his mastery of ancient martial arts rendered his close combat abilities formidable. Moreover, the dagger's capacity to restore vitality upon wounding an opponent only fueled Chinyu's resolve in battle. The two of them continued along the trail marked by Tang's San, surprisingly encountering no soul beasts along the way. However, the signs of conflict indicated to Chinyu and Xiao Wu that Tang San had already dealt with the soul beasts preceding them. Yet, the absence of any beast carcasses along the path puzzled Chinyu. Damn beast! Get away from me! A familiar voice echoed faintly, the owner of which was none other than Tang San. Xiao Wu, I have found Xiao San. Chinyu galloped forward with unparalleled fervor, and in merely half a minute, he and Xiao Wu caught sight of Tang San's figure. At that moment, Tang San appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and his body marred by wounds of varying severity. It was evident that the relentless battles had taken a considerable toll on him. However, his indomitable fighting spirit remained unscathed, portraying him as a valiant young warrior who thrived in the heat of combat. Before Tang San loomed a grotesque spider, its body boasting a diameter exceeding 2 meters, while beneath it extended 8 legs resembling long spears, each surpassing 4 meters in length. A man-faced demon spider, Dust Feather and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison. For the face-skinned demon spider is undoubtedly one of the most enigmatic and formidable species among arachnid soul beasts. Even the black-haired Spider King, which Dust Feather had encountered previously, would merely play the subordinate role before the face-skinned demon spider. This creature is also known by another ominous epithet, the slaughtering demon beast. The face-skinned demon spider not only revels in devouring the flesh and blood of humans and other soul beasts, but it does not spare its own kin either. Such a murderous instinct leads to the immediate collaboration of soul beasts and soul masters to eliminate any newborn face-skinned demon spider, rendering the number of survivors exceedingly rare. The existence of one that has lived beyond a millennium is exceptionally rare, let alone one that has survived for over 2,000 years. The face-skinned demon spider that Tang San now confronts has indeed surpassed the remarkable age of 2,400 years. This is not difficult to ascertain. For every 600 years, the spider's legs develop a new ring of white patterns, and on this spider's legs, 4 distinct rings have already manifested, suggesting its age falls between 2,400 and 3,000 years. With a casual motion, the face-skinned demon spider moved its legs, the razor-sharp tips effortlessly piercing through solid rock. However, Dust Feather noticed that several arrows had penetrated its eyes, indicating that Tang San had already inflicted some damage prior to this moment. Little San, I'm coming. Xiao Wu, filled with urgency, could no longer restrain herself and dashed straight towards Tang San. Xiao Wu, after enduring several brutal battles, Tang San had been sustaining himself solely through sheer will. Having just fought the face-skinned demon spider, although a few of its eyes had been blinded by the Zhuge divine crossbow, his shoulder had been pierced by the spider's sharp leg. In addition to losing a significant amount of blood, the spider's venom had infiltrated Tang San's body. Had Dust Feather arrived even a moment later, it is likely that Tang San would have succumbed to the poison. Dust Feather applied his points on Tang San, staunching his bleeding and temporarily halting the spread of the toxin. However, this merely preserved Tang San's life for the moment. To completely eradicate the venom of the man-faced demon spider from Tang San's body, there exists but one solution. He must successfully absorb the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider. The soul ring is the essence condensed from a soul beast's being. And naturally, the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider is imbued with its venom. Once Tang San absorbs the soul ring, his body will inherently develop an immunity to the toxin of the man-faced demon spider. Thus, all dilemmas will be effortlessly resolved. Yet, prior to this, Dust Feather's endeavor to slay a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider would seem trivial. However, he had just engaged in battle with a black-haired Spider King over 40,000 years old. At present, his soul power had only recovered by 1%, insufficient to unleash even a single soul skill. He could only rely on his hidden weapons and ancient martial arts. Chinyu gripped the bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes tightly in his hand. Fixating his gaze on the human-faced demon spider, his mind racing to devise tactical strategies. Xiaoyu, please do not overexert yourself. This human-faced demon spider is not akin to the ordinary ones. It may be a rare variant that has undergone mutation. Tang San's lips had turned a deep purple, clearly indicating that the venom had infiltrated his internal organs. If the situation worsened, the spider's poison might seep into his very marrow, rendering any absorption of the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring utterly futile. Time was running out for both Chinyu and Tang San. Xiaowu, can you still summon the essence of your spirit beast within? Chinyu understood that relying solely on ancient martial techniques to slay the faceless demon spider would be an arduous task. The only option was to weaken the creature's power with external forces, thus enhancing their slim chances of victory. Only a minute remained. Xiaowu was acutely aware that this faceless demon spider was the last hope for saving Tang San's life. No matter the cost, it must be vanquished today. A minute? That would suffice. Dustfeather slowly assumed his initial stance, and in the next moment, his form split into two identical figures, each wielding a dagger. Advancing towards the human-faced demon spider. Hiss. In an instant, the small eyes beneath the creature's body darted about rapidly. Yet even this millennium-old soul beast could not discern which of the two was the true Dustfeather. The seven-star ghost steps, Yaoguang, is an exceedingly intricate martial skill. It is no wonder that even Tang San's purple extreme demon eyes struggled to differentiate between the two. Now Xiaowu. As the human-faced demon spider raised its upper body, poised to pierce through both dust feathers, Xiaowu, who had long been prepared, unleashed the terrifying aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. Indeed, as Dustfeather had anticipated, even the ferocious human-faced demon spider was influenced by the soul beast presence emanating from Xiaowu. The raised spider leg unexpectedly froze in place, as if its movements had been halted. Meteor strike. A blinding streak of red light surged forth, and in an instant, the two rows of vertically aligned eyes on the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider were reduced to a bloody mess. Dustfeather's strike obliterated the creature's remaining vision. With its sight lost, the threat posed by the human-faced demon spider to Dustfeather diminished significantly. However, simultaneously, the beast's inherent ferocity was fully unleashed. The originally black body of the human-faced demon spider took on a slight reddish hue, resembling a boiled crab, while the white facial patterns on its abdomen transformed into a pale blue. Remarkably, this human-faced demon spider seemed to have mastered the ability to go berserk. Upon witnessing the drastic transformation of the human-faced demon spider, Chun Yu's expression shifted in alarm. Instantly, he retreated, creating a considerable distance between himself and the formidable creature. Chapter 94. The Human-Faced Demon Spider, Part 2. The Frenzy of Soul Beasts is an exceedingly rare ability, one that even the most ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts are unlikely to possess. Yet, this particular human-faced demon spider astonishingly exhibited such a chaotic power, leaving Qin utterly astounded. Frenzy is a unique technique whereby a soul beast ignites its own essence and flesh energy, unleashing a formidable offensive capability. Once a soul beast enters this state of frenzy, both its offensive and defensive strengths can amplify by several dozen to nearly 100-fold. It can be considered the ultimate resort of a soul beast. In its frenzied state, the human-faced demon spider ascended to an unprecedented level of power, emanating an overwhelming aura of energy that rendered Qin nearly unable to maintain his footing. This creature had undoubtedly reached the caliber of a 10,000-year soul beast. Dustfeather's legs carved two deep furrows into the ground. Although the energy shock posed no threat to him, it prevented him from approaching the human-faced demon spider. Moreover, the frenzy rendered the spider indifferent to the soul beast aura emanating from Xiaowu. The spider's sharply pointed legs, stretching an impressive 4 meters, lunged straight toward her. The speed at which the spider's legs extended was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the venom-dripping appendage was less than half a meter from Xiaowu's body. First soul skill bind. Despite being gravely poisoned, Tang San managed to pull Xiaowu out of the human-faced demon spider's attack range at a critical moment. However, this act came at a steep price. The spider's venom penetrated 3-fold deeper into his system. Cough, cough. That single motion intensified the toxicity on Tang San's face. As he clutched his chest and erupted into violent coughs, the blood he coughed up taking on a purplish-black hue. Little San, don't frighten me, Xiaowu exclaimed, nearly in tears, for it appeared that Tang San was beyond saving. Xiaowu, I'm fine. The human-faced demon spider has completely lost its mind. Tell Dustfeather to leave at once. As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San was acutely aware of his physical condition. The spider's venom had infiltrated his internal organs and was on the verge of reaching his marrow. According to the Xiantian treasure record, once the poison reaches the bones, even divine beings cannot save one. Tang San knew he could not hold on much longer, but he was determined not to drag Dustfeather and Xiaowu into his plight. Little San, what are you saying? As long as I am here, even the King of Hell cannot claim you. Qin had already devised a plan. Even if Tang San were to succumb to his poison, he possessed a means to bring him back to life. This was due to the presence of an yin-yang life and death talisman in Qin Yu's possession. A talisman capable of reversing the very essence of life and death. Xiaoyu, do not overexert yourself. This human-faced demon spider is not a foe you can confront alone. Its venom is particularly potent, rendering even soul sage-level experts powerless against it. A confident smile graced the corners of Chun Yu's lips, what the soul saint could not achieve. He might still find a way to accomplish. Ugly creature, let us see who can endure longer. The frenzy induced by the human-faced demon spider could not last indefinitely. And the longer it remained in this state, the more it would weaken. If Qin could merely prolong the duration of the spider's frenzy, the tide of battle would undergo a remarkable reversal. Moreover, endowed with the 7-star ghost steps, the visually impaired human-faced demon spider would struggle to accurately track Qin Yu's movements, rendering his task of stalling time relatively uncomplicated. However, this was merely Qin Yu's perspective. Although the human-faced demon spider had lost its sight, its ability to precisely capture prey relied not solely on vision, but also on its extraordinarily keen sense of touch. Beneath Qinyu's feet lay an intricate web of the spider's silk. With each shift in direction, the web would tremble, and in a bid to conserve energy. Qinyu had refrained from employing his clones this time. Thus, he found himself at a disadvantage, initially feigning ignorance. The human-faced demon spider suddenly sprang into action as Qinyu approached its attacking range. Its razor-sharp legs, propelled by a fierce wind, struck directly at Qinyu's chest and abdomen, despite being clad in a layer of dragon-scale phoenix armor. He could not withstand the piercing blows of the spider's lethal appendages. Two vivid streaks of crimson blossomed across Qinyu's body, as the spider's venom swiftly infiltrated his system, turning the flesh around his wounds a pale lavender in an instant. What a cunning beast! In the hands of Qinyu, the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes gleamed with two flashes of light, empowered by the bone-slicing skill. The formidable legs of the human-faced demon spider shattered with a resounding crack. The fetid, dark green blood gushed forth from the severed limbs of the creature, splattering onto the ground and emitting a hissing sound as it pooled. This human-faced demon spider was not only venomous in its limbs, but its very blood bore a lethal toxicity. Qinyu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he forcefully extracted the spider leg embedded within him. Fortunately, the damage was mitigated by the protective barrier of the dragon-scale phoenix armor, rendering the wound relatively shallow. In that instant, as he withdrew the spider leg, a surge of immense lightning energy erupted from the wound, violently expelling the venom that had infiltrated his bloodstream. The sensation was undeniably intense, akin to a purifying torment that scraped the very marrow of his bones. Human-faced demon spider, you shall pay dearly for your misdeeds. Qinyu paid no heed to whether the humanoid spider demon could comprehend his words. With a bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes in one hand and a multitude of dragon whisker needles in the other, he was prepared to determine the ultimate victor in this exchange. If you relish employing your web to discern my movements, then I shall incinerate your threads and see how you will uncover my trajectory. Qinyu transformed the remnants of his soul energy into a formidable firepower, allowing it to cascade from his feet deep into the ground. In an instant, the area within 100 meters erupted with a series of explosive sounds, while the man-faced demon spider appeared to lose its grip on reality, spiraling chaotically in place. Dragon Whisker Needle. With a swift flick of his wrist, Qinyu unleashed a barrage of golden, icy rays that swiftly pierced through the formidable exterior of the human-faced demon spider, a creature renowned for its invulnerable shell. Soon, the surface of the spider's body was marred by several grotesque bulges, and the excruciating pain diverted its attention. Seizing this moment, Qinyu darted toward the creature's most vulnerable underbelly. The bloodthirsty dagger, adorned with a tiger stripe, sliced through in a clean arc, cleaving open the soft abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. Gory entrails erupted forth in a foul spray. Yet, Qinyu was precise in his strike, deliberately leaving the creature with a breath of life. Little San, it's your turn now. Tang San needed to absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider to counteract the poison, which necessitated the creature's demise at his hands. Suddenly, a blue-silver grass sprouted from the ground, effortlessly piercing the exposed heart of the spider. In the next moment, a faint purple glow began to emanate from various parts of the spider's body, and before long, a purple thousand-year soul ring materialized upon its carcass. However, Tang San's attempt to absorb the soul ring was fraught with difficulties. The spider was in a state of frenzy as it approached death, and its soul ring was saturated with formidable resistance, significantly complicating the absorption process. Chapter 95. 8 Spider Spears. Tang San's skin felt as though it had been seared, taking on a ghastly appearance, with even Qinyu able to discern the hidden veins beneath the surface. A dreadful burning sensation gnawed at Tang San's resolve. This was the first trial in the absorption of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring. Should he falter at this juncture, it would be tantamount to an early sentence of death. Little San, hold on. The greater the challenge in absorbing the soul ring, the more profound the benefits that await you. The dust feather could not assist Tang San in absorbing the soul ring. It could merely offer him spiritual encouragement. Thump, thump. In an instant, the heart within Tang San's chest beat vigorously, the powerful sound reflecting his robust vitality, accompanying the rhythm of his heartbeat. The corpse of the faceless demon spider suddenly rose upright. Had it truly returned from the dead? Qinyu's entire being trembled violently, as if instinctively on guard. The corpse of the man-faced spider unexpectedly disintegrated like sand, cascading down into particles of varying sizes. Yet, all that remained on the ground were 8 spider legs deeply embedded in the earth. Each leg exuded a subtle, ethereal aura, reminiscent of mist or clouds, which gradually extended towards Tang San's back. What pure power! The reason why Qinyu did not impede the fusion of these energies with Tang San lies in the fact that these forces bore no ill intent towards him. Rather, they possessed the potential to elevate Tang San's prowess to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, since these energies were integral components of the body of the faceless demon spider, Their absorption would be immensely beneficial to Tang San's assimilation of the soul ring from the faceless demon spider, yielding only advantages and no detriments. As these 8 streams of energy flowed into Tang San's being, the repulsive force of the faceless demon spider's soul ring remarkably diminished. Indeed, it proved to be effective. Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. It was evident that Tang San had surmounted the most arduous phase. Henceforth, there should be no significant obstacles ahead. Chun Yu sheathed the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes and then settled into a meditative posture, gradually beginning to restore the depleting soul energy within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu took on the role of their guardian, vigilantly observing the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. For a full 3 hours, Tang San and Chun Yu remained as motionless as 2 statues. At that moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes. A powerful surge of soul energy radiated from them, akin to a whirlwind, scattering sand and leaves in all directions. Xiao Yu, thank you, Tang San expressed, fully aware that had it not been for Chun Yu's desperate battle against the monstrous spider, he would have likely met his demise. This bond of friendship was etched deeply in his heart. We are all brothers. Xiao San, your words are far too formal. Chun Yu deliberately winked at Tang San, signaling him to glance back. Xiao Wu had anticipated that upon opening his eyes, Tang San would see her, but to her surprise, it was Chun Yu that met his gaze. Had she not been aware of the absence of any special bond between these 2 men, her imagination might have concocted an array of scenarios. Xiao Wu, where have you been? I searched everywhere for you, Tang San exclaimed, immediately enveloping her in a tight embrace, fearing that this might merely be a dream from which she would vanish upon waking. I'm sorry for worrying you, Xiao San. I assure you, this is the first and the last time, she replied. Observing the tightly entwined couple, a gentle smile graced Chun Yu's face. What moment could be more cherished by Tang San and Xiao Wu than this? As he watched the 2 basking in the glow of the setting sun, a graceful figure floated into his mind. Yaoer, how wonderful it would be if you were here. Tang San and Xiao Wu remained locked in each other's arms for 7 or 8 minutes, leaving Chun Yu, who was indulging in their affectionate display, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Hey, I must insist you 2 wrap it up. Consider the feelings of us single souls, would you? With a hint of playful mockery, Chun Yu roused the enchanting pair from their reverie. Tang San appeared relatively unperturbed, yet Xiao Wu's delicate visage immediately flushed a deep crimson. Ahem. Big Brother Dai and the others must be anxiously awaiting us. Xiao Wu, Xiao Yu, let us proceed to rendezvous with Big Brother Dai, Tang San remarked, clearing his throat as he prepared to step outside. However, just as he took his first stride, Tang San's expression abruptly shifted. Instantly, he doubled over in agony, resembling a colossal shrimp. Soon after, his back erupted with several large bulges, as though something within were striving to break free. Xiao San, Xiao Wu's heart soared to her throat. Tang San had seemed perfectly fine moments ago. How could he suddenly be in such excruciating pain? Even more so than when he absorbed the soul ring from the face demon spider? Xiao Wu, do not approach Xiao San. The depths of Chun Yu's eyes were as profound as an abyss. Through Tang San's clothing, he discerned the emergence of several incredibly sharp bone spurs from Tang San's back, resembling the legs of a demonic spider with remarkable similarity. With a tearing sound of fabric, 8 extraordinary limbs, akin to spider legs, sprouted from Tang San's back. Each limb was adorned with serrated barbs along its edges, presenting a terrifying visage. Could this be the fabled external spirit bones? Dust Feather possesses a wealth of knowledge about martial souls that surpasses even that of the master. Naturally, he immediately recognized the domineering spider legs behind Tang San as the legendary external soul bones, which are even rarer than ordinary soul bones. Similar to the dual phoenix wings soul bone within Dust Feather, although not classified among the 6 primary soul bones of the body, its capabilities exceed those of the 6 fundamental soul bones. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly leaped from behind Xiao Wu. It was a 6-eyed jumping spider. Though this particular spider soul beast lacked the strength of the human-faced demon spider and the black-haired spider, it excelled in ambush and assassination. Given the proximity, Xiao Wu would likely find it difficult to evade. In an instant, the 8 spider legs behind Tang San plunged fiercely into the ground. The next second, with a powerful thrust, Tang San propelled himself like a cannonball, swiftly traversing 30 to 40 meters. Following this, the 8 spider legs shot out like long spears, effortlessly piercing through the body of the 6-eyed jumping spider. Simultaneously, a terrifying devouring force emanated from those 8 spider legs. In the blink of an eye, the 6-eyed jumping spider, which had existed for over 1,500 years, was reduced to a mere empty shell by Tang San. Remarkably, his external soul bone was capable of absorbing the flesh and essence of soul beasts. Dust Feather was slightly taken aback. The external spirit bone on Tang San's back, resembling spider legs, indeed possessed an eerie power that matched its peculiar appearance. Whoever dares to harm you, I shall eliminate them. Tang San's resolute voice echoed in Xiao Wu's ears, complemented by the menacing form of the external spirit bone, exuding an overwhelming aura. Little San, this must be an external spirit bone, she noted. Over the past 6 years, the master had generously imparted his knowledge of martial spirits to Tang San. Yet unbeknownst to him, Dust Feather's understanding surpassed that of his mentor. Tang Sen endeavored to master control over his spider-legged spirit bone, finding the task exceedingly challenging. However, through his wit and intelligence, he quickly grasped the means of manipulation. The master had once stated that a soul master could absorb only 6 spirit bones throughout their lifetime, which included those for the head, torso, and limbs, with the torso and head spirit bones being the most precious. The spider legs on his back were neither limb nor torso spirit bones. Perhaps they truly were the legendary external spirit bones. Tang Sen could not definitively ascertain the nature of the fearsome spider legs adorning him, yet they appeared formidable enough to effortlessly annihilate a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Shaped like a spear and sharp as a lance, he decided to name it the 8 Spider Spears. Regardless of whether it was indeed an external spirit bone, Tang San's prowess had significantly escalated due to the 8 Spider Spears. As a control-type soul master, the greater his close combat capabilities, the more valuable he became to his team. The common wisdom in soul battles is that defeating the opposing control-type soul master secures half the victory. Control soul masters serve as the core of a team, but also its Achilles heel. Once they are breached, they lose their capacity for resistance. Tang Sen aimed to subvert this notion. His formidable close combat ability and agility transformed Shrek's control-type soul master from a vulnerability into a formidable asset. The true nature of the 8 Spider Spears warranted further investigation by his mentor. Tang Sen slowly retracted the 8 Spider Spears, and at last, they could depart from this cursed place. However, before Dust Feather and the others could venture far, a tide of soul beasts surged forth from all directions, including powerful 10,000-year-old beasts. Have we disturbed a spider's nest? Dust Feather observed, as countless spider soul beasts infested the landscape, making it impossible to count how many were surrounding them. Even more terrifying were the innumerable spiders emerging from underground caverns. Heh, little San. It seems we are destined to become prey today. With a bitter smile, Yu realized that even with the chaotic dragon phoenix strike, he could only carve a path for 20 to 30 meters. Perhaps the only force capable of aiding their escape was the formidable power of the heavenly punishment divine sword. This was the once-in-a-century spider tide of the 10,000 spider lair. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, as if she harbored some knowledge. Xiao Wu, do you know something? Tang San inquired, perplexed by their location. Yet, Xiao Wu immediately named this place, indicating her profound familiarity with the environment of the Douluo forest. However, Xiao Wu had never strayed from Tang San's side for the past 6 years. How did she acquire such knowledge? Perhaps she concealed an unknown past. But now was not the time for Tang San to ponder these questions, as the encroaching spiders were rapidly compressing their movement space to a minuscule area. The spider tide, occurring once every 100 years, was a nightmare for the soul beast of the Douluo forest. On this day, the population of soul beasts would plummet by 1/10, a staggering figure considering the billions of soul beasts inhabiting the forest. This numerical foundation rendered the loss astronomically significant. Moreover, those soul beasts that vanished within the spider tide left not even a trace, as if they had evaporated from existence. Only soul beasts boasting a strength of over 70,000 could escape the clutches of the tide, and these spiders targeted prey that had reached a millennium in age. Dismissing those of mere decades or centuries as inconsequential, Xiao Wu shared all the information she possessed, granting Chunyu and Tang Sen a clear understanding of the so-called spider tide. This phenomenon resembled a selection process for the soul beasts of the Douluo forest, akin to casting a net to fish, filtering out the small while disregarding the large, solely capturing those of moderate size. Chunyu appeared contemplative. This resembled a preordained standard rather than a senseless slaughter. The ability to control such a vast wave of spiders, maintaining everything in meticulous order, suggested that an invisible hand was orchestrating it all from behind the scenes. A sudden thought sprang into Chunyu's mind. Although it initially seemed somewhat absurd, upon further contemplation, it was not without merit. Indeed, the movements of the spider tide resembled those of a well-trained army, with a clear objective from the outset. Such coordination could not possibly be achieved without a dedicated overseer. But who could wield control over such a vast swarm of spiders, compelling hundreds and thousands of ancient spider soul beasts to submit? Suddenly, Chunyu recalled a name that Xiao Wu had mentioned before, the ancient demon spider king. Could it be that this ancient entity still exists in the world? If so, how long has this ancient demon spider king endured? 300,000 years, 400,000 years, or perhaps an even more extended epoch. Just as the surrounding spider tide was about to engulf Chunyu and his companions, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact caused the earth beneath the shadow to fracture into thousands of astonishing cracks, obliterating countless spiders in the process. It was only then that Tang San discerned that the shadow was a giant ape towering at a height of 100 meters. Taming. A glimmer of joy flickered in the eyes of Chunyu and Xiao Wu. The timely arrival of the Titan giant ape was indeed a stroke of fortune. At this moment, the Titan giant ape wielded a fearsome stone club, seemingly weighing 1,000,000 pounds, yet in its grasp, it appeared as light as a feather, swirling through the air with a fierce vigor. Although Tang San was uncertain about the sudden appearance of this colossal creature, Its presence undoubtedly offered them a glimmer of hope. Hurry, Tang San urged, taking the lead, while the 8 spider lances behind him resembled the scythe of death, preventing the 1,000-year-old spider spirit beast from advancing within 3 meters of him. In a mere half-minute, they carved through several hundred meters, leaving a trail of shattered spider carcasses in their wake. Just as Tang San and his companions believed they had glimpsed the dawn of victory, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, forming a deep pit over 100 meters wide. Chen Yu and the others felt the ground vanish beneath their feet, their bodies uncontrollably plummeting into the abyss below. Xiao San, don't worry about me. Chen Yu understood that, with Tang San's 8 spider lances and blue silver grass, they could still reach beyond the deep pit at this moment. In a moment of desperation, Chen Yu exerted a gentle force, conjuring an ethereal dragon phoenix that lifted both Tang San and Xiao Wu several dozen meters upward, just enough for Tang San's blue-silver grass to extend beyond the mouth of the cave. However, Chen Yu's body continued to plummet until it vanished from Tang San's sight. Xiao Yu. The last sound that Chen Yu heard was the sorrowful roar of Tang San, and then he plunged into an abyss of darkness. Am I destined to fall endlessly into the depths of the 18th layer of hell? As Chen Yu plummeted rapidly, he felt the chilling atmosphere of the underground intensify with each passing moment. At this velocity, he estimated he was already situated 6 to 7 kilometers beneath the surface. Yet his abyssal demon eye could not perceive the end of this cavern. Just how deep did this spider's nest extend? Suddenly, a black web materialized before him. Beyond the color of the web, the soul power emanating from the silk made Chen Yu's heart constrict with unease. The residual soul power present in the threads was comparable to the entirety of a soul king's strength. What Chen Yu beheld was merely the tip of the iceberg. Based on his calculations, this web could span thousands of meters in width. Such a colossal net was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary soul beast to weave. Bang! As Chen Yu landed upon the web, the silk emitted a crisp, resonant hum, akin to the sound produced when plucking the strings of a guzheng. Moreover, these black threads were coated with an exceptionally strong adhesive substance, rendering Chen Yu immobile the moment he touched the web. Chen Yu was astonished to discover that the silk beneath him was continuously devouring his soul power. Such a deliberate situation was something he had never encountered before. It had been a long time since a human had set foot in this royal palace of mine, little one. You are indeed the first in 10,000 years. Just as Chen Yu vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, a hoarse voice suddenly emanated from beneath his feet. This voice possessed an extraordinary penetrating power, causing Chen Yu to feel as though his internal organs were being displaced by its resonance. Following this, an enormous shadow slowly rose from the depths below. The mere reflection of its eye, shimmering with an eerie glint, measured a staggering 5 to 6 meters in diameter. In comparison, the Titan gorilla appeared as diminutive as an infant before this colossal figure. My heavens, what could it have consumed to grow to such an immense size? Chen Yu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, feeling as insignificant as a mere grain of sand in the presence of the looming shadow. It seemed that even a slight increase in the creature's breath could send him spiraling away for thousands of miles. As the figure gradually emerged from the depths, the surrounding dark cliff walls began to glimmer with a soft yet radiant light, illuminating the previously dim underground realm with an extraordinary brightness. This ethereal glow emanated from the embedded moonlight stones within the cliffs, a peculiar gem that automatically radiates light in darkness, coveted by the nobility of Douluo continent. A single piece, no larger than a thumb, could cost millions of gold soul coins, yet here, moonlight stones appeared as the most inexpensive adornments. Goodness, is that truly a spider? Thanks to the illumination of the moonlight stones, Chen Yu finally discerned the form of the shadow. It was the largest spider he had ever encountered, with a single leg measuring a staggering kilometer in length, and its body resembled a moving Mount Everest. Strangely, atop its head was a unique, chitinous layer, appearing as though it wore an extraordinary black crown. Could this be the ancient demon spider queen that Xiao Wu spoke of? A heavy weight suddenly descended upon Chen Yu's heart. He never anticipated that his fall would lead him to the lair of the ancient spider emperor. Should one consider Chen Yu fortunate, or rather lament his misfortune? Observing Chen Yu's apparent shock, the ancient spider emperor lifted one of its long legs and delicately stirred the silk beneath Chen Yu, propelling him hundreds of meters into the air with the resilient threads. It seemed the ancient spider emperor had discovered an intriguing plaything, as it continued to tease the silk, leaving Chen Yu suspended in midair without respite. Goodness, is this some sort of jest at my expense? Chen Yu was not filled with fear, but rather with a fervent urge to voice his complaints. Even if he were unable to defeat you, must you toy with him in such a manner? Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of spirit, let alone Chen Yu himself. I implore you, have you had your fill of this game? The young master is on the verge of losing his temper. With a thunderous roar, Chen Yu's voice echoed, astonishing the ancient spider emperor and compelling it to cease its actions. The shockwave resonated, registering a stunning 99. 99 on the astonishment scale. The ancient spider emperor pondered. Have I truly become so feeble that a mere human dares to challenge my authority? A notification chimed, announcing the acquisition of the spider emperor's shock gift pack. The pack automatically opened, bestowing upon the recipient a million-year Spider Emperor Soul Ring and a mysterious Soul Beast Egg. Due to the significant disparity in strength between the host and the ancient Spider Emperor, an additional reward was granted, a singular opportunity to select an extra reward. The options presented were 1. To directly receive 2 10,000-year soul bones, or 2. To gain a chance to commune with the forces of nature to refine a soul bone. With a note indicating a 99% likelihood of failure, Chenyu exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, opting to refine his soul bone independently. If he could not escape the depths of this cavern today, then possessing numerous soul bones and rings would be of no consequence. It would be far better to gamble everything, hoping to harness the energy storm generated during the soul bone refinement to thoroughly intimidate the ancient demon Spider King before him. The moment Chenyu made his choice, the entire underground cavern, or rather, the entirety of the Douluo forest, trembled violently. Within the Douluo forest, all soul masters and soul beasts ceased their activities, and even the overwhelming tide of spiders came to an abrupt halt, as if receiving an unseen command to cease their frenzied slaughter. Subsequently, a breathtaking beam of light erupted from the heart of the spider nest, soaring into the heavens. This astonishing energy column, spanning thousands of miles, stood like a colossal pillar reaching towards the sky, clearly visible to all. The most exhilarated were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who sensed a familiar aura within this energy. It was the soul power emanating from Chenyu. I knew it. Little you must be safe. Just as Tang San and the others prepared to gather their strength and force their way into the spider nest, the entire nest resembled an impenetrable fortress, guarded by 100,000-year soul beasts, effectively sealing off any entrance. Not even Tang San, nor a tidal Douluo, could breach it. Inside the cavern, a terrifying energy storm had already erupted, the violent power of heaven and earth filling every corner of the cave, eliciting a look of astonishment from the ancient demon Spider King. Ding! The power of heaven and earth condensed into soul bone once again shocked the ancient demon Spider King, achieving the remarkable feat of stunning a million-year soul beast twice in a single day. The growth of the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul increased by 2,000 points, and the path to advancing the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword was opened. The heavenly punishment god-slaying sword, the martial soul's ability, is currently sealed and cannot be augmented by any soul rings. The path to advancing the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword can only be utilized once it is unsealed. The first level of god-slaying power, concentrating the god-slaying force within the sword's intent, the power of soul skills is amplified 100-fold, ensuring that a single strike can slay all soul masters below the rank of soul saint. It disregards any disparity in soul power levels and any defensive measures. Yet at this moment, Chenyu's entire focus was concentrated on the point where the power of heaven and earth converged above his head. Under the boundless accumulation of celestial energy, this luminous orb expanded to the size of a fist, and at its core, one could even discern the nascent form of a right arm bone. He must not fail. He must not fail. Chenyu's plan is, in essence, rather straightforward. Once the soul bone, forged from the very essence of heaven and earth, emerges, it will inevitably attract the terrifying force of thunder. That moment will represent Chenyu's finest opportunity to escape the clutches of the ancient Spider Emperor. Hence, even with a mere 1% chance of success, Chenyu must seize the moment. Yet, that 1% probability is dismally low, unless Chenyu truly is the child of destiny. He will find himself in the current predicament, where the nascent orb of light he has just begun to form suddenly dims without warning. This cannot bode well. Could it be that failure is imminent? In a state of deep anxiety, Chenyu could not help but feel that this was undoubtedly a harbinger of failure. Oh heavens, could you not grant me even a glimmer of hope? My very life and fortune hinge entirely upon this singular opportunity. Chapter 98, Bone Melting Technique. The curses within Chenyu's heart seemed to have been heard by the heavens, as the once luminous transparent energy orb abruptly dimmed to the utmost degree. No. Oh heavens, I beseech you, do not treat me this way. Chenyu was on the verge of collapsing to his knees. Was this not a matter of life and death? No. It seemed that this was due to the insufficiency of the energies of heaven and earth. Chenyu suddenly realized that, in addition to the soul bone atop his head, there existed a terrifying force that was devouring the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, and the source of that force was none other than the ancient demon Spider Emperor. Chenyu could not contain his indignation and pointed an accusing finger at the ancient demon Spider King, unleashing a torrent of invective. How could you, a dignified sovereign of soul beasts, engage in such shameless acts? Are you not aware that undertaking such actions without my consent is an exceedingly unethical behavior? The ancient demon Spider King was taken aback, unable to fathom that a mere human dared to berate him so audaciously. It was akin to an old immortal seeking to end his life out of sheer audacity. Yet, more than anger, the ancient demon Spider King felt a profound shock. Ding! By scolding the ancient demon Spider King, Chenyu had achieved the feat of astonishing the king 3 times within a single day, earning the ultimate gift package from the demon Spider King. The system indicated that it must close for the day, lest it be utterly drained of its resources. Ding! The ultimate gift package had been unsealed, bestowing upon him a divine-level soul-guiding device, the Binding Spirit and Soul Lock. The Binding Spirit and Soul Lock. A one-time use soul-guiding device allows the user to tame a soul beast as a pet. Its success rate stands at 100% for soul beasts of 10,000 years. For every additional 10,000 years of the soul beast's age, the success rate diminishes by 1%. By this estimation, if one were to attempt to tame a soul beast aged 1,000,000 years, the success rate would plummet to 0. Remarkably, the ancient demon Spider King was precisely at the daunting threshold of 999,000 years. It remained uncertain whether this was a stroke of luck for Qinyun or if the system had discerned the true prowess of the ancient demon Spider King, thus presenting Qinyun with such a soul-guiding device. Regardless of the odds, one must take the chance. Without the slightest hesitation, Qinyun activated the Binding Soul Lock. A vibrant halo, spanning a diameter of 100 meters, emerged from it. Beneath the seemingly resplendent luminescence, the ancient spider monarch appeared to sense something terrifying, retreating instinctively into the depths of the earth. Although the ancient spider monarch could not comprehend the nature of the radiance suddenly released from Qinyun, its soul experienced an inexplicable tremor, a sensation that had not manifested in countless years, transporting the spider monarch back to an era hundreds of thousands of years ago. Moreover, the appearance of the Binding Soul Lock interrupted the ancient spider monarch's endeavor to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, causing the previously dim energy sphere to regain its brilliant glow. Perhaps due to the excessive absorption of celestial energy, the nascent soul bone began to fracture, with cracks forming across its surface. This is disastrous. Failure is imminent. With a surge of urgency, Qinyun found that the once orderly flow of celestial energy into the soul bone had begun to spiral into chaos. It is crucial to note that condensing the rudimentary form of the soul bone was merely the initial step. The more arduous challenges lay ahead, yet at this moment, Qinyun could barely navigate this primary phase. Meanwhile, the ancient demon Spider King, constrained by the peculiar radiance of the soul-binding chain, was compelled to retreat, which temporarily alleviated some of the pressure on Qinyun. Realizing that the energy was insufficient, Qinyun resolved to compensate for the deficit entirely. The surrounding celestial energy had gradually thinned, and should he remain passive, the minuscule 1% chance of success would slip through his fingers. To replenish the energy of the soul bone, only one method was viable: utilizing other soul bones as offerings, and fortuitously, Qinyun possessed 2 soul bones rewarded by the system. Though he was uncertain of the efficacy of this approach, he had no better alternatives at hand. This was a clandestine technique mentioned in the annals of his martial soul knowledge, known as the bone melting technique. The bone melting technique is an extraordinary method designed to enhance the quality of soul bones, with the potential to refine an ordinary soul bone into a legendary 10,000-year soul bone. However, the success rate of this technique is lamentably low, and should it fail, both the primary and offering soul bones would be reduced to ashes, an irretrievable loss that no one could bear, not even the martial soul hall itself. Yet, at this moment, this was Qinyun's singular opportunity, and as he had no intention of absorbing these 2 soul bones, he would rather take a bold gamble. The 2 soul bones suddenly materialized in Qinyun's grasp, gradually moving closer to the soul bone within the energy orb. During their flight, tendrils of pure power continuously emanated from the surface of the 2 soul bones. Qinyun bit his fingertip, allowing 2 drops of his essence to swiftly merge with the 2 soul bones. To unleash the latent power within the soul bones, one must first establish a bond with them. However, once the soul bones are integrated into the body, any damage inflicted upon them would subject the host to unimaginable torment. Yet, the bone melting technique enables Qinyun to utilize a single drop of his essence to temporarily achieve the effect of soul bone recognition. In this way, even if the soul bones were to be destroyed, the harm to Qinyun's true self would be negligible. Shatter. With a subtle utterance from Qinyun's lips, the energy contained within the 2 soul bones suddenly surged into an extraordinary frenzy. The chaotic power gradually caused the surface of the soul bones to fracture, forming numerous fissures. With deft precision, Qinyun formed intricate hand seals, unleashing the energy from 2 soul bones, which coalesced into 2 ethereal dragons, one diving into the nascent soul bone. The infusion of power from these 2 soul bones caused the cracks on the surface of the nascent bone to vanish at a visibly rapid pace, while its size gradually increased, resembling a mature soul bone. Conversely, the 2 sacrificial soul bones dimmed almost instantaneously, indicating that their embedded energy was being relentlessly siphoned away by the bone melting technique. Crack. As the surface fissures of the sacrificial bones reached their peak, fracturing into numerous shards, the last vestiges of energy within them were finally exhausted. Yet, within the energy orb, the soul bone had successfully taken shape. This was a complete right arm soul bone, adorned with a vividly lifelike image of a dragon phoenix, marking the 3rd component of the dragon phoenix soul bone set. Forming the external shape of the soul bone was merely the initial step. The enhancement of the energy contained within it was the crux of the matter. To imagine stuffing an overwhelming surge of energy into such a diminutive soul bone posed an immense challenge. Any misstep could result in a complete failure. Previously, the dragon-spined phoenix wing had absorbed a total of 100 essence energies without a single error, thanks to the protective veil of the heavens. This time, however, there was but a single chance for protection. translating to a mere 1% success rate as per the system's assessment. The remaining 99 energy absorptions could not afford a single miscalculation. This endeavor demanded not only patience but also a stroke of fortune. Should any error occur, all of Qinyu's efforts would be rendered futile. The final step allowed for no failure, only success was permissible. Chapter 99, The Familiar Thunder Tribulation Upon the Dark Web. Qinyu clasped his hands tightly, fingers weaving a special seal. 100 strands of pure energy flowed like 100 vivid dragons, continuously merging into the soul bone. Within just half a minute, the soul bone had absorbed a staggering 60 strands of essence energy, yet Qinyu's mental and spiritual reserves were rapidly depleting. Each passing second demanded his unwavering focus. Any lapse could provoke a cataclysmic explosion within the soul bone due to energy conflict. Having completed more than half of the task, he urged himself to endure just a moment longer. Success was within reach. Qinyu had not anticipated that the self-cultivation of a soul bone would prove to be such an arduous endeavor. Previously, under the manipulation of the forces of nature, he had expended not an ounce of effort. It was only through his direct involvement that he comprehended the immense difficulty involved. With the extraction of the 90th essence of energy, Qinyu's mental fortitude was nearing its limits, and he felt a sensation akin to being pierced by needles within his mind. He had to meticulously manage the energy absorption process of the soul bone while simultaneously diverting his attention to the situation regarding the ancient Spider Emperor. Attempting to focus on two tasks at once, Qinyu felt as though he were on the brink of being torn apart. Bang! As Qinyu momentarily lost focus, a surge of energy veered off its intended path, barely grazing the surface of the soul bone. The soul bone shuddered violently, its latent power brimming with a wild urge to erupt. Yet, perhaps due to the slender margin of 1% chance, this misstep was averted, causing the soul bone to merely tremble once before regaining its tranquility. There would be no further opportunities for error, as the sharp edge of dust pierced his tongue. A rich metallic tang of blood swiftly enveloped his mouth, the excruciating pain invigorating his waning spirit. The final 10 essences of energy made him feel as though a decade had passed in an instant. Once the last essence was absorbed by the soul bone, it radiated with a resplendent glow. The ethereal image of the dragon and phoenix etched upon its surface soared into the heavens, exuding an overwhelming majesty that startled even the ancient Spider King. What origins does this human possess? Though feeble in strength, his methods are boundless. Even the title Douluo among humans could not invoke such disarray in the ancient Spider King, especially with the dragon and phoenix aura emanating from him, which instilled a profound sense of dread within the ancient creature. With a thunderous roar, the soul bone took form, and the entire cavern resonated with the haunting sounds of dragon roars, tiger howls, and phoenix cries. In quick succession, countless blinding bolts of lightning streaked through the air, reaching into the subterranean realm that had long been shrouded from the sun. The overwhelming power of thunder caused the surrounding rock walls to tremble, dislodging innumerable priceless moonstone gems from the cliffs, and among them lay faintly hidden peculiar sigils. However, Qinyu found no time to scrutinize these details as the lightning converged, ultimately transforming into a fearsome, thunderous beast, bearing a resemblance to the legendary Qilin. Let us see whether you can endure, or if I am the stronger one. At this moment, Qinyu summoned the remnants of his soul power to shield the vital points of his body, directly invoking the dragon-scale phoenix armor and the chaotic spirit body. Judging by Qinyu's stance, he was prepared to bravely withstand the impending heavenly tribulation. With his right arm's soul bone raised skyward, Qinyu let out a mighty roar, and in the next instant, he was engulfed by an overwhelming surge of lightning. Has Qinyu gone mad, daring to confront the thunder with his own body? Is this not a path to self-destruction? Yet, this is not merely a momentary impulse. After enduring the baptism of the blood-red tribulation lightning, Qinyu has developed a modicum of immunity to the power of thunder. Coupled with the fact that this silver tribulation is significantly weaker than the blood-red one, it is this very reason that emboldens Qinyu to undertake such a reckless act. In the midst of an ancient demon Spider King's astonished gaze, Qinyu, enveloped in a potent aura of thunder and accompanied by the formidable Thunder Qilin beast, charged directly towards it. Human brat, do you wish to perish alongside this royal? Although the ancient demon Spider King harbors a natural fear and disdain for the power of thunder, its eyes brim with confidence. Having existed for over 900,000 years on this Douluo continent, the ancient demon Spider King has encountered countless trials, including tribulation lightning, which it has experienced firsthand. Crack! As the Thunder Qilin collided with the ancient demon Spider King, the rampaging, violent thunder tore the rocky wall apart, creating fissures stretching thousands of meters, and astonishingly, the ancient demon Spider King was forced back nearly 100 meters. Soon after, a particularly tragic figure emerged from the residual lightning, utilizing the flying celestial claws, agile as a monkey, to ascend towards the cave's summit. This figure was none other than Qinyu. Although his body had withstood a portion of the thunder's fury, this overwhelming force had nearly torn him asunder. Ripped muscles, fractured bones, charred skin, all bore testament to Qinyu's harrowing ordeal. What a tremendous loss this has been. Indeed, this time, he has suffered greatly. As Qinyu swiftly descended towards the ground, he incessantly murmured to himself. This time, once again undergoing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. The accumulated power of the tribulation within Xinyu significantly increased, resulting in a direct consequence. The duration of divine punishment was extended by a full 6 months. Roar. It had been an eternity since I last experienced such a gratifying thunderous cleansing. Young human, my interest in you has only grown. Remarkably, the terrifying tribulation lightning inflicted no harm whatsoever upon the ancient demon spider king. Its carapace remained as smooth and pristine as ever. Truly, as an ancient soul beast that has existed for over 900,000 years, its strength is unfathomable, unaffected even by the tribulation lightning. Although Xinyu had mentally prepared himself, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the calamity thunder had no effect whatsoever on the ancient demon spider emperor. Was this truly a foe that could be vanquished by mere mortals? You shall not leave. You cannot escape the abyss of 10,000 spiders. The ancient demon spider emperor declared. Its razor-sharp fangs ground together, unleashing a series of inexplicable sound waves that rapidly spread from its maw. Xinyu was struck by one such wave, rendering him immobile against the rock face as if ensnared by a paralyzing spell. Though the sound wave bore no lethal intent, it stripped Xinyu of control over his own body, a power that even a titled Douluo would find formidable. This situation was dire indeed. Cheney could only watch helplessly as the ancient demon spider king approached him step by step. Stripped of all means of escape, he seemed utterly cornered. No, let us not forget that the radiance of the spirit-binding soul lock had not yet fully dissipated. Although recently overshadowed by a torrent of lightning, its efficacy remained intact. And that halo was now firmly encircling the ancient demon spider king. Could it be that Cheney had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, striking that elusive 1% chance of success once more? If that were the case, he would possess a soul beast of nearly 1,000,000 years in strength. With such a formidable companion, Cheney could traverse the Douluo continent with unparalleled confidence. The light ring around the ancient demon spider king continually constricted, gradually forming a unique pattern that resembled an extraordinary incantation seal. Chapter 100, The Transaction. This incantation bore an immense binding power over the souls of soul beasts. Once its force penetrated the depths of the soul beast's essence, even the ancient demon spider king would find itself powerless. Had success truly been achieved? A glimmer of ecstatic joy erupted in Xunyu's eyes. It seemed that fate had not abandoned him. For it was inconceivable that a dashing young prodigy such as he would meet his demise within the jaws of a colossal spider. However, the elation upon his visage was fleeting as it swiftly dissipated. The incantation, nearly complete, suddenly flickered with an inexplicable radiance, only to unravel and dissolve into a myriad of luminous specks, vanishing from sight. Ding! The ancient demon spider queen has acknowledged its master. The spirit-binding soul lock is ineffective against it. Ding! The divine-grade soul guiding device, the spirit-binding soul lock, has been damaged. A compensation package for soul beasts has been issued. At this moment, the expression on Xunyu's face transformed into a captivating spectacle, first displaying elation, then confusion, followed by astonishment, and ultimately despair. Who could have anticipated that this binding soul lock possessed such a flaw, rendering a soul beast, once recognized by a master, incapable of recognizing another? This time, Xinyu not only suffered the loss of a divine artifact but, more gravely, forfeited his last chance to reverse the situation. Indeed, the old adage rings true, misfortunes seldom come alone. Xinyu seized a mere 1% of an opportunity, managing to condense a third soul bone. Yet he faced failure against the ancient demon spider queen. This defeat thrust Xinyu to the precipice of life and death, with a mere flick of its legs. The ancient demon spider queen could pierce through him 1,000 times over. As it drew closer, Xinyu's heartbeat quickened, but within him, the heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit and the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword lay dormant, unresponsive to his urgent calls. You two rascals, must you falter at such a critical juncture? With a resigned closure of his eyes, Xinyu awaited the inevitable arrival of death. Realizing that escape was futile, he deemed it more honorable to face his demise with dignity, at least preserving a semblance of grace. However, the ancient demon spider emperor paused before him, seemingly retreating slightly, as if to offer Xinyu some reassurance. This peculiar action left Xinyu astounded, as curiosity momentarily eclipsed his fear. What trickery might this creature be contemplating? The ancient demon spider emperor leaned closer to Xinyu, its singular eye towering above him. Human, I wish to propose a bargain. It articulated, further astonishing Xinyu. Here was a formidable soul beast, existing for 1,000,000 years, now voluntarily seeking an accord with him. Could it be that Xinyu was merely imagining this, or was the ancient demon spider emperor jesting? Whether it be execution or torment, he would prefer it to be straightforward, without further mockery. Even with all his confidence, Xinyu could not fathom that there was anything within him worthy of the ancient spider monarch's attention. The system was inherently his, and the martial soul could certainly not be converted or absorbed by the ancient spider monarch. His meager soul power was, in the eyes of such a formidable being, nothing but refuse. What could possibly be of such significance that the ancient demon spider emperor would regard it with such gravity, a notion that Yu could never fathom? Humanity, my patience is finite. Should you fail to respond or refuse my inquiry within 3 breaths, I shall consume you. The ancient demon spider emperor gaped its fearsome maw, emitting a fetid breath that caused Yu to recoil, expelling his last meal. Enough, enough. Please cease your words. I fear that another utterance will suffocate me. Yu had no desire to become a spirit master suffocated by foul breath. He could not afford such disgrace. His disdainful words provoked the ancient demon spider king to a furious rage, its razor-sharp legs poised to pierce Yu's body in the next moment. Yet, astonishingly, they halted mid-strike. Human, you dare to challenge my boundaries, it seethed. It appeared as though the ancient demon spider king was under some external influence. Its every movement was exceedingly peculiar, lacking the essence of a soul beast, resembling instead the shadow of a human controlling it from behind. Ancient demon spider king. If my assumptions are correct, it is your master behind you who compels you to act thus. A single utterance from Yu caused the 8 eyes of the ancient spider emperor to flicker with uncertainty. Soon after, the tone and inflection of the ancient spider emperor's voice shifted. Hee, little one, you are quite clever. This sound resonated like the melodious chirping of a warbler and the gentle tinkling of spring water, creating a remarkably delightful melody. Surely, this must be the master behind the ancient spider emperor. May I inquire, esteemed beauty, why you wish to cross paths with me in such a manner? We bear no grievances from the past nor enmity in the present. Yu understood that women revel in compliments about their beauty, indeed. This flattering address delighted the formidable figure behind the ancient demon spider queen. However, he overlooked the fact that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, Yu felt a constriction enveloping him, as if an invisible colossal hand had gripped him tightly. Little one, your tongue is quite sweet, but do you know who I truly am to dare speak so frivolously? The voice bore a hint of indignation, yet the oppressive aura surrounding Yu dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared, indicating that the voice's owner merely intended to issue a mild admonition. Very well, my time is limited. To be succinct, I wish to propose a transaction. The terms are rather simple. I will allow you to depart today, but within a century, you must retrieve an item for me. Retrieve an item? Yu appeared somewhat bewildered. To command a formidable soul beast such as the ancient demon spider queen, was it not a trivial task to procure what she sought? Why then, did she resort to enlisting Yu's aid? Unless the item she sought was not located within the Stardow forest. And even the ancient demon spider queen could not approach it, thus necessitating the assistance of an outsider. With a solemn expression, Yu realized that whatever held such significance for this enigmatic powerhouse was undoubtedly extraordinary. This transaction might not be as straightforward as it seems. May I inquire what exactly that object is? How can you be so certain that I can assist you in locating it? Little one, you ask too many questions. I have little patience for verbosity. Just give me your answer, acceptance or refusal. With a long, wistful sigh, Yu shrugged and remarked, do I still possess the power to refuse? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the ancient demon spider king opened its mouth, expelling a pearl the size of a dragon's eye. The surface of the pearl shimmered with twinkling starlight, and upon closer inspection, one could discern countless stars contained within its depths. It was astonishing that such an unsightly ancient demon spider king could produce such a beautiful orb. Could it be that it harbored a penchant for collecting exquisite items? Yet, before Yu could react, the pearl swiftly darted into his abdomen. What have you done to me? Anyone would be filled with dread at the sudden presence of an inexplicable pearl within their body. Who could fathom the potential side effects of such an occurrence? Fear not, for this is merely the inner elixir condensed by the ancient demon spider king. As long as you obediently comply, it shall not only be harmless to you, but will also bestow upon you boundless benefits. What if I were to implant a bomb within you that could explode at any moment? Would you still speak so nonchalantly? Cheney silently grumbled to himself. But just as this thought emerged in his mind, a fiery sensation ignited within his belly, causing him to writhe uncontrollably. Had it not been for the formidable grip of the flying divine claw, he would have surely plummeted from the rocky precipice. Furthermore, from this moment forth, I am acutely aware of all your thoughts. Therefore, little one, be wary of harboring any ill intentions, lest you find yourself subjected to my wrath once again. Chapter 101, Departure from the Starry Forest. Yu's expression darkened abruptly, as if he had just ingested a basketful of bitter melons. Not only had he unwittingly strapped a bomb to himself, but he had also been outfitted with a surveillance device, one that could discern the intricacies of his thoughts. Good heavens! If that is the case, I shall be devoid of any personal privacy henceforth. The voice's owner seemed to have anticipated Yu's inner turmoil and replied nonchalantly, Oh, little one, do you think I have nothing better to do than to monitor your thoughts daily? As long as you harbor no ill intentions, I won't be so bored as to pry into your mind. Feeling cornered, Yu could only acquiesce. I dare not oppose. Whatever you say shall be law. Under the eaves, one must bow low, especially when confronted by a mysterious woman of unknown power. With a reluctant resignation, he swallowed this bitter pill. Well, your attitude is somewhat sincere. From this day forth, you shall be my little subordinate. As long as you serve me diligently, I shall not treat you unfairly." Upon hearing the words, Chinyu couldn't help but curl his lip. Listening to your voice, you are merely a girl a few years his senior. Yet you dare to speak so pompously. Were it not for the fact that I am unable to best this ancient spider monarch, I would certainly drag you out and give you a sound thrashing. Subordinate is subordinate, but why add such an adjective? What do you take me for? A mere doll in your hands? However, Chinyu forgot that his thoughts were under the scrutiny of the other party. "Ah, beautiful sister, that was not my genuine sentiment. You must allow me to defend myself. No, rather, let me explain." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching shriek akin to the wail of a slaughtered pig echoed through the deep underground cavern, persisting for a full 3 minutes before gradually subsiding into silence. After a while, a disheveled figure shot out from the depths like a cannonball, landing in a chaotic heap on the ground. "I must say, old Hay, your methods are rather ruthless. We have known each other for quite some time. And this is how you treat me?" The shadow that emerged was indeed Chinyu, and his reference to old Hay pertained to the ancient spider monarch. "Chinyu, do not forget the master's instructions. In moments of insurmountable trouble, you may harness the power within your inner elixir." The voice of the ancient spider monarch resonated from below, and shortly thereafter, the opening in the ground gradually sealed, vanishing from sight. "Oh dear, I was once a free spirit, and in the blink of an eye, I have become a mere laborer. How unfortunate." It seemed that due to the inner elixir within Chinyu, every spider soul beast he encountered along the way scattered in fright upon catching sight of him. Thus, he swaggered out of the 10,000 spider lair with an air of confidence. "I, who Hansen, have returned." The sudden appearance of Chunyu astonished everyone at Shrek, and Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes vigorously, seemingly unable to believe what he was witnessing. "Xiao Xiaoyu, are you unharmed?" Chunyu tapped Ma Hongjun's head with a hint of annoyance, feigning anger as he exclaimed, "Fatty, do you truly wish for me to encounter misfortune? Surely, you wouldn't be wishing for my downfall, just to evade repaying your debt." Ma Hongjun's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and his substantial figure lunged directly towards Chunyu. "Ha! I always knew that my brother Ma Hongjun was destined for greatness." With a swift movement, Chunyu deftly evaded Ma Hongjun's forceful charge, causing Ma Hongjun to crash against a great tree. "Xiaoyu, as long as you are safe." Tang Xin shed tears for the first time, marking a poignant moment for Chunyu, who had never witnessed Tang Xin weep. "I say, Xiao-san, do not develop feelings for me. I have no affection for men." After consuming the mist blood flower, Zhao Wujia had completely healed from his injuries, yet he had forgotten all memories of that day. "Fortune favors the worthy, Xiaoyu. It is a relief that you have returned safely." No one inquired further about how Chunyu had escaped danger. The most pressing matter was to welcome him back with a feast. "It is time to depart from the Stardow Forest. Let us set off immediately to return to Suatua City and indulge in a grand meal at my expense," Zhao Wujia declared, gesturing grandly as the group chatted and laughed while making their way out of the Stardow Forest. Long live Teacher Zhao. Meanwhile, the spider tide was reaching its conclusion, with countless corpses of soul beasts piled high, all being cast into an underground cavern. Strangely, despite the millions of soul beast carcasses that had fallen into the cavern, it remained unfilled and eerily silent. "Master, all the soul beasts have been devoured by that being. We now have a century to seek the fragments of the legendary sacred artifact." The ancient demon spider king lay submissively at the feet of a young woman, appearing as docile as a puppy before her. "Xiaohei, you have endured much over these years. Were it not for your assistance, you would not have transformed into your current state." The woman's words hinted that the ancient demon spider king was not always in its current fearsome form. "No, master. As long as I can alleviate the burdens upon your shoulders, I harbor no grievances." This woman was the mysterious powerhouse whom Chinyu had referred to as the Stinky Girl, and she was indeed the master of the ancient demon spider king. Though she appeared to be merely in her 20s, her eyes were filled with the weight of countless experiences, as if she had witnessed the tides of the world. "However, master, why have you entrusted half of your power to that human? Is he truly reliable?" It was revealed that the inner core within Chinyu was not the possession of the ancient demon spider king, but rather derived from this enigmatic woman. "Xiaohei, you do not understand. That little fellow is far more complex than he appears. With the divine punishment god-slaying sword and another exceptionally powerful twin martial soul, there is a substantial likelihood that he may one day stand at the same height as I do. To completely eliminate our enemies, we must rely on the strength of a third party." Beneath the young woman's feet lay a massive array, its extent unknown, composed of countless smaller formations intricately interwoven. Such a formation, designed to suppress formidable entities, could not pertain to ordinary matters. "Chinyu, I hope this time I have not misjudged you." The spider tide in the Stardow Forest had indeed inflicted considerable suffering upon the soul masters present, with many suffering inexplicable misfortunes. Meng Iran, who had previously clashed with Chunyu and the others, was among the victims. Despite her grandparents being renowned figures in the soul master community, the impact of the spider tide had caused her to become separated from them. At this moment, a formidable black water python, a soul beast of 2,000 years, loomed before Meng Iran. As a mere second-ring soul master, Her chances of facing such a powerful soul beast alone were virtually non-existent. Moreover, after fleeing for much of the day, her strength and stamina were severely depleted. Hissing, the black water python flicked its forked tongue, its cold, piercing gaze fixed upon its prey. Suddenly, the python lunged with lightning speed, leaving Ming Yuran no time to evade. Its glimmering fangs descended toward her throat. Chapter 102. Do not be infatuated with me. Despite her earlier bravado, Ming Yuran's courage plummeted when confronted with the thousand-year soul beast. In her panic, she failed to summon her martial soul, collapsing to the ground in despair. Grandpa, Grandma, where are you? Ming Yuran cried out, her voice filled with anguish. The black water python, indifferent to her fear, regarded her merely as prey within its grasp. Ming Yuran. At that critical moment, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. Had this voice reached her before, she would have wished for its owner's demise, but now, she turned in astonishment, as if she had found a savior. Qinyu. In that instant, Ming Yuran momentarily forgot the imminent danger posed by the serpent's fangs, leaving Qinyu utterly bemused. I say, Ming Yuran, have you lost your wits? Can't you even think to dodge? Qinyu and Ming Yuran cannot be said to share a profound friendship. In fact, there exists a considerable history of grievances between them. However, to allow Ming Yuran to perish before his very eyes is something Qinyu cannot bring himself to do, for he questions his own capacity for such cold-heartedness. Alas, what can I say? My compassion runs deep, prompting me to extend a helping hand in your moment of need. As the thoughts of Qinyu stirred, the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul unleashed an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. The black water mysterious python seemed to be struck with tremendous force. Its entire body pinned to the ground, immobile. How dare such a diminutive serpent exhibit arrogance before the venerable ancestor of the dragon phoenix? Truly, it is an entity oblivious to its own mortality. With each step that Qinyu took forward, the body of the black water python trembled violently. By the time Qinyu stood before the ancient serpent, which had lived for 2 millennia, the creature was rendered unconscious from sheer fright. This left Ming Yuran utterly stunned. Although she was aware of Qinyu's formidable strength, she had never anticipated that he would possess such overwhelming power. Merely a wisp of aura emanating from his martial soul had instilled paralyzing fear in the millennium-old soul beast. This terrifying might was beyond anything her grandfather, the Soul Douluo Long Gong Ming Shu, could ever hope to achieve. Ming Yuran. Consider this black water python as compensation for the phoenix tail coxcomb snake that Xiao Ao took from you last time. From now on, we are even. With a deft flick of his toes, Qinyu sent the head of the black water mystic python tumbling to Ming Yuran's feet. Today, Qinyu felt no need to conceal anything from her. Compared to the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, this black water mystic python was far more suited to become Ming Yuran's third soul ring, serving as a small recompense for the previous deception. Qinyu, may I pose a question? To what extent has your strength reached? For the first time, Ming Yuran experienced a sense of admiration towards a male figure. In her more than a decade of life, aside from her grandfather Ming Shu, Qinyu was the second man to evoke such feelings in her. Ming Yuran, do you still wish to challenge me to a fight? A little girl like you should rather stay home and embroider. Qinyu has indeed expressed himself with considerable tact. Had it been the Qinyu of yore, he would have likely stated unequivocally that he could easily deliver a punch to a whimpering creature. Qinyu, you! Ming Yuran exclaimed in exasperation. Throughout her life, she had never spoken so courteously to a male, yet Qinyu's response left her utterly frustrated. Qinyu, with an indifferent wave of his hand, remarked, Ming Yuran, you need not express such overwhelming gratitude, nor should you offer yourself in return. It's merely a trivial matter. Ming Yuran was taken aback, pondering the meanings of overwhelming gratitude and offering oneself. Was she truly the kind of infatuated girl who could be swayed by something as mundane as a mere black water python? The notion was utterly absurd. How ridiculous. No matter what this young lad did, she could never harbor any peculiar feelings for him. Yes, that must be the case. It was unequivocally so. There was no way she could ever be attracted to someone younger than herself. Unbeknownst to Qinyu, Ming Yuran harbored a multitude of thoughts within her heart. By the time she regained her senses, her cheeks were already flushed with a deep crimson hue. Meanwhile, Qinyu tilted his head, gazing at her with an expression akin to that of a bewildered child, his eyes fixed upon her. You little brat, what are you staring at? Ming Yuran exclaimed, her face burning even more under Qinyu's peculiar gaze. She silently berated herself, wondering how she could entertain such chaotic thoughts. Ming Yuran, have you been poisoned, or are you running a fever? Your complexion is truly unwell, Qinyu remarked teasingly. In response, Ming Yuran hastily shoved him away and turned her back, her impatience evident as she retorted, Go away, quickly. Leave me be. Qinyu shrugged in bewilderment, contemplating the enigmatic nature of a woman's heart, which he found utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, the surrounding soul beasts had been driven away by the Shrek team. And Teacher Zhao had located your grandparents, who were en route. It was agreed that your grievances with us would be settled, and there would be no recourse for deceit. Before Ming Yuran could utter another word, Qinyu had already vanished into the depths of the forest. That rascal, he runs away so swiftly. Ming Yuran stamped her petite foot in frustration, unaware that she had revealed a hint of her girlish demeanor. Little girl, do not be infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. Almost immediately, Qinyu's audacious voice echoed from the woods, nearly causing Ming Yiran to leap from her spot in indignation. You conceited brat. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun sat on the ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Phew. Xiao Ao, we are doing all this to help you settle your debts, and yet, it has nearly exhausted me. The wings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake behind Ma Hongjun gradually dissipated. He, along with Dai Mubai and Tang San, had just successfully driven away all the soul beasts within a 1,000-meter radius, a truly monumental task. All right, there's plenty of sausage. Oscar scratched his head bashfully. Although Ming Yiran had previously relinquished the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Oscar understood that should he encounter her again, she might bring up old grievances, leaving him in a precarious position. Today presented a perfect opportunity to mend any animosities, and why not embrace it? After all, Chen Yu perceived Ming Yiran as a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. This act would enable her to fully release any lingering grievances. Xiao Yu, you have returned. Ming Yiran did not trouble you, did she? Chen Yu smiled faintly, akin to the yellow-haired girl Ming Yiran, yet lacking the cunning of Chen Yu. Ming Yiran's attempts to deceive him would likely fail for a century. No matter, let this matter rest. Let us depart. The trials in the starry forest have finally come to a close, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Fried chicken, grilled fish, and bread, at last. The plump master can indulge you. Chapter 103. You are a servant of 3 surnames in Soto City, Shrek Academy. Xiao Gang remarked, considering the time. Xiao Yu and the others have been gone for over half a month. Why have they not returned? Even old Zhao has not sent any news. Do you think those little ones might have encountered some danger? According to previous estimates, Zhao Wujia and the others should have returned by now, yet to this day, Flandra has received no word, which stirs anxiety in his heart. These are the treasures of Shrek. Flandra has pinned all his hopes on this cohort of students, particularly on Chunyu. Though the master also felt a tinge of unease, he reassured himself that with Zhao Wujia looking after the group, they should be safe from major troubles. Flandra, let us wait a few more days. Perhaps they are still searching for a suitable soul beast for Xiao Ao, which has delayed their progress. In contrast, I believe there is a more pressing matter that should concern you. Songhui Academy has set its sights on us, and they may soon issue an ultimatum. You must prepare yourself. Flandra scoffed disdainfully. Those good-for-nothings at Songhui Academy dare to seek an explanation from me? Very well. If they come, I shall ensure they learn that Shrek Academy is not to be trifled with. It turned out that after Yi Zhiqiu had been reprimanded by Zhao Wujia, he was carried back to Songhui Academy by its students, which incited a furious uproar among the higher-ups at Songhui. The president of Songhui Academy boldly stormed into Shrek Academy, demanding an explanation from Flandra. However, on that day, Flandra happened to be engrossed in significant business at his little shop, leaving the president empty-handed. Yet, the president of Songhui Academy is notoriously difficult to deal with. He would not rest until he had thoroughly crushed Shrek Academy. Flandra, you ought to be cautious. It is said that the president of Songhui Academy, Songhai, has some familial ties with the Lord of Soto City. Clearly, he will leverage the Lord's influence to exert pressure on us at Shrek Academy. Flandra smiled nonchalantly. Shrek Academy has already been stripped of its qualifications as a mid-level Soul Master Academy. No matter how powerful the Lord of Soto City may be, he cannot reclaim the ground beneath my feet. Indeed, those without shoes fear not the barefooted. No matter how great the Lord's power, can he truly reach the level of a soul saint like me? Besides, if it comes to that, I can simply lead all the teachers and students away from Soto City to seek refuge elsewhere. Very well, you are the president. Such matters do not fall upon me to worry about. The master was even less concerned. After all, he had come along with Tang San, and he had no particular attachment to any place. President, the little monsters have returned. Just as Flandra and the master were engaged in their conversation, a voice of surprise rang out from the entrance. Flandra and the master sprang to their feet, exchanging glances filled with joy. Ha ha ha, speak of the devil. The little monsters have finally returned. However, as Flandra arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, the joy on his face began to fade. For at the gates stood not only Chun Yu and his companions, but also the president of Songhui Academy, accompanied by a throng of faculty and students, effectively blocking the entrance. Such an act of obstruction is regarded as one of the gravest insults among factions in Douluo continent. In a sect, it equates to a declaration of war. Songhai, you have gone too far, Flandra bellowed, his soul power surging forth, unleashing a formidable pressure that shattered the ground beneath him. The overwhelming force of a level 78 soul saint caused the face of Songhai, who was merely a level 71 soul saint, to shift in color. Songhai, who had always avoided direct confrontation with Flandra, saw this incident as an opportunity to retaliate against Shrek Academy for Yi Zhiqiu's injuries inflicted by Zhao Wujia. This time, he intended to drive Shrek out of Soto City once and for all. President Flandra, you are truly forgetful of your esteemed status. The students of Songhui Academy were harmed by your people. We ought to resolve this matter appropriately. Songhai spoke with newfound confidence, seemingly backed by someone of influence. However, his veiled threat only served to stoke Flandra's ire further. How laughable. It is your Tsanghui Academy's incompetence that you blame Shrek Academy for bullying. Do you truly believe that even an ant can boldly accuse an elephant? Tsanghui Academy is the ant, while Shrek Academy is the elephant. Should the elephant, by mere passage, crush the ant, does it owe an apology? This is utter nonsense. Ants should content themselves to their own path. Why must they encroach upon the elephant's route? Such hubris is simply beyond comprehension. Flandra's words drew laughter from the onlookers. The prestigious First Soul Master Academy of Soto City, branded as ants by Flandra, had never before been openly mocked in such a manner. While Tsanghui Academy's reputation in Soto City was far from stellar, Shrek had become the first to openly deride them in public. Flandra, do not presume that your elevated soul power grants you carte blanche in Soto City. Remember, the existence of your Shrek Academy is only tolerated because the lord of the city turns a blind eye. You would do well to hand over those responsible and bow an apology. Otherwise, your Shrek Academy may find its existence untenable. Chinyu emerged from the crowd, entirely disregarding Songhai. With an air of indifference, he casually remarked while picking at his ear, "Oh, so you are the so-called three-surname house slave of Tsanghui Academy. How delightful to meet you in person." The term three-surname house slave struck a chord, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. Songhai's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. The words Chinyu had uttered had pierced the scar buried deep within his heart. It was revealed that Songhai had originally borne the surname Chun, but in an attempt to ingratiate himself with the previous dean of Tsanghui Academy, he had audaciously changed his surname to Wang. Ultimately, he went even further, declaring the lord of Sotoa City as his adoptive father, adopting the surname Tsang, and even went so far as to rename Tsanghui Academy to Tsanghui Academy to curry favor with the city lord. This act had drawn significant criticism at the time, leading to a flurry of whispers, but it was the lord of Sotoa City who ultimately quelled the uproar, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Yet today, Chinyu had resurrected this old tale, brazenly labeling him a three-surname house slave. Ha ha, three-surname house slave is indeed a most fitting description for Songhai. The bystanders erupted in laughter, further deepening Songhai's humiliation. How dare you slander our dean? I'll have your life. Suddenly, from behind Songhai, a young man in his 20s leaped forward, exuding the aura of a soul master at the third ring level. Oh, it seems the rumors were true, Chinyu mused, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. Before he could act, a white web materialized out of thin air, ensnaring the young man like a dumpling. He collapsed to his knees instantly. This was Tang San's third soul skill, spiderweb binding. Even a foe with 10 levels higher soul power would find it nearly impossible to escape its grasp. Isn't it a bit excessive for Tsanghui Academy to make such a grand display before the new year? Ma Hongjun mockingly quipped, prompting even more laughter from the onlookers. Chapter 104, Dragon Duke Mingshu Damn Shrek. How dare they humiliate Tsanghui Academy in public? Flander, it seems you are determined to oppose me to the end. Songhai, taken aback by the relentless humiliation faced by Tsanghui Academy, resolved to obliterate Shrek Academy that very day. Everyone, let's destroy Shrek. At Songhai's command, nearly 100 faculty and students of Tsanghui Academy surged forward, intent on wreaking havoc upon Shrek Academy. I have seen my share of chaotic scenes in my lifetime. And a mere pack of Tsanghui Academy's rabble dares to shout at me? Today, let you worthless fools witness the wrath of a king. Zhao Wujia stepped forward. His formidable spirit beast, a towering 5-meter-tall diamond bear, let out a thunderous roar, sending a palpable shockwave crashing into the Tsanghui Academy crowd. In an instant, the members of Tsanghui Academy toppled like wheat before the wind, a cacophony of chaos erupting as they fell. Zhao Wujia showed no mercy. The students of Tsanghui Academy were left spitting blood, retreating nearly 100 meters. You wish to fight? I'm right here. Where is that little rascal Yi Zhiqiu? Come out. Zhao Wujia's voice echoed, and an eerie silence fell over Tsanghui Academy. None dared to utter a sound. So, you are the one who injured Elder Yi. Songhai was astonished to discover that this Shrek Academy instructor was a soul sage, and even more powerful than himself, the dean of Tsanghui Academy. Shrek Academy had quietly recruited such a formidable force. It seemed that the obstacles laid before them had failed to bring it down. At that time, in order to protect Zhao Wujia, Flander had concealed his identity and strength, leaving Shrek Academy appearing to have only Flander as a soul sage. Flander, do not underestimate Tsanghui Academy. You may have hidden strengths, but do you think I am unprepared? With a wave of Songhai's hand, several figures emerged from the crowd, each radiating an astonishing aura of soul power. These 7 individuals were all soul sages, though cloaked in black robes that obscured their features. Flander recognized that Tsanghui Academy could not possibly field such a lineup. The only place capable of gathering such power was the Lord's Manor of Sotoa City. It appeared that Songhai had meticulously prepared to eliminate the persistent threat of Shrek Academy, with the demand for justice from Yi Zhiqiu serving merely as a pretext. Songhai, it seems your treacherous nature remains unchanged. You think that by summoning these allies, you can truly stand tall? Flander retorted defiantly as dozens of figures emerged from Shrek Academy. While none were soul sages, they were all formidable soul emperors. You seek battle? Then let us do battle. I fear not a three-surname house slave. Flander and Zhao Wujia led the charge, and the two academies prepared for the most intense confrontation. Just as the two powerful soul master factions were on the verge of conflict, a figure emerged and positioned themselves between the opposing forces. To their astonishment, this individual was a soul Douluo. Stop! The mysterious soul Douluo wielded a unique dragon staff, the very essence of their martial spirit. Could this be the legendary Dragon Duke Mingshu? In the depths of Qin Yu's eyes, his pupils constricted, although he had never encountered this formidable soul Douluo before. The dragon-headed weapon spirit in the man's grasp, coupled with Zhao Wuji's previous descriptions of Long Gong and Shi Pa, left no doubt that this individual was indeed Mingshu, the Dragon Lord. However, the question loomed large. Why had he suddenly appeared in Soto City and intervened in the conflict between Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy? Both Flanders and Songhai signaled for everyone to cease their actions, for the presence of a soul Douluo carried weight far surpassing that of all assembled combined. Thus, the matter of the day was to be set aside, and Songhui Academy was permitted to depart. Mingshu stated calmly, his tone unmistakably protective. Respected soul Douluos, may I inquire as to your reasons for defending Shrek Academy? Songhai, unwilling to relent, felt the sting of frustration. He had meticulously orchestrated this confrontation for quite some time and had even incurred significant costs to summon these 7 soul saints. To retreat now would likely extinguish any future justification for dismantling Shrek Academy. Do you harbor dissent? Mingshu's tone grew chilly. Were it not for his advanced years and preference for tranquility, he could effortlessly obliterate a soul saint of Songhai's caliber in a heartbeat. No. The younger generation holds no objections. Songhai, sensing the subtle displeasure in Mingshu's voice, shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattledrum. It was no jest. With 100-fold courage, he would not dare oppose a soul Douluo. Oh, look! The 3-surname servant is fleeing. Ma Hongjun, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, maximized his mocking prowess. Crack. Upon hearing those words, Songhai halted, his clenched fingers emitting a cacophony of bone-crunching friction. Yet, in the presence of Mingshu, he dared not act recklessly. Taking a deep breath, he barely managed to suppress his simmering rage. Let us depart. After Songhui Academy's entourage had exited, Flanders hastened to Mingshu's side. Might I inquire if you're indeed the esteemed Dragon Lord Mingshu? Mingshu smiled faintly, his demeanor markedly different from when he faced Songhui Academy. You must be Flanders of Shrek Academy, one of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle in the world of Soul Masters. Indeed, I am Mingshu. However, my visit is not for your sake, but rather to speak with this young man. I wonder if Director Flanders might grant me a moment's convenience. Mingshu's gaze shifted to Qin Yu, who appeared momentarily bewildered. Me, Mingshu continued, to be precise. I wish to express my gratitude to you and Shrek Academy. Were it not for your timely intervention, my granddaughter would have likely encountered grave peril. It turned out that Mingshu had come expressly to thank Qin Yu for rescuing Meng Yiran. Furthermore, Qin Yu seemed to perceive a glimmer of inexplicable warmth in Mingshu's eyes. Oddly enough, the old man's gaze upon him bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a grandfather regarding a prospective grandson-in-law. Could he perhaps be playing the role of a matchmaker? Qin Yu retracted his neck, exclaiming, Goodness, in this day and age, could we still be discussing arranged marriages? Moreover, I harbor no feelings for your granddaughter, and her temperament is exceedingly unpleasant. Whoever becomes your granddaughter's husband would be in for a calamity. Cough, cough, esteemed Elder Meng, you are far too courteous. Altruism is a cherished virtue of our Shrek Academy. There is no need for you to extend such heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 105. An erroneous matchmaking, little you. Since Elder Meng wishes to discuss something of importance with you, you should engage him earnestly. The rest of you may take your leave. The master still needs to assess the newly acquired soul ring abilities. Flander, a shrewd individual, also discerned Elder Meng's particular concern for Qin Yu and promptly ushered the others to vanish from Shrek Academy. A bunch of ungrateful rascals. As Qin Yu turned around, he was startled to find that everyone behind him had vanished, leaving him to lament in his heart about his unfortunate encounters. Ah, Senior Meng, you have greatly assisted us at Shrek. If it pleases you, may I treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude? Qin Yu feigned ignorance deliberately. As long as Mingshu remained silent, Qin Yu was prepared to maintain the charade indefinitely. As long as there was no connection to your granddaughter, I would be immensely grateful. Yet, the more Qin Yu wished to avoid a particular situation, the more it seemed to manifest. Mingshu offered no opportunity for Qin Yu to evade. He laid bare his intentions without preamble. You certainly overestimate the significance of this meal. If a single meal could suffice to repay the favor of a formidable soul fighter, would that not be overly simplistic? Mingshu chuckled softly, bemused by this young one who either feigned innocence or was genuinely naive, believing himself to be an ordinary elder. The notion of offsetting a recent favor with mere sustenance was indeed amusing. The lad was evidently financially constrained, his humble abilities hardly worthy of a senior's attention, rendering him incapable of providing any substantial assistance. But he could only express his gratitude to the best of his abilities. Qin Yu vowed to play the fool to the very end. However, who was Mingshu? Such trivial schemes of Qin Yu could hardly escape his discerning gaze. In truth, from the very beginning, Mingshu had perceived that Qin Yu was merely leading him in circles, for this young lad had already surmised his true intentions. Ah, clever boy. You understand the art of preemption to silence me. Indeed, you must have already deduced the motives of this old man. Indeed. Today's serendipitous assistance to your Shrek Academy is but a trifling matter. My true purpose lies in my dear granddaughter. As expected, a sudden jolt surged through Chun Yu's heart. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Ahem. Well, Mr. Ming. You aren't here to seek vengeance for Ming Yiran, are you? Ming Shu gently stroked his long beard and replied with a faint smile, little one, at this point. You still feign ignorance. In truth, I wish for you to become my grandson-in-law. Qin Yu awkwardly tapped his fingers, astonished to discover that arranged marriages truly existed in the Douluo continent. Elder Ming, are you jesting with me? I have only met your granddaughter twice, and our relationship hardly qualifies as amicable. Is this not a rather misguided arrangement? Ming Shu, however, remained unfazed. In his view, it was customary for men to marry and women to wed, with parental directives and matchmaking taking precedence above all else. Furthermore, the fact that Ming Yiran did not outright refuse was quite telling. It suggested that she did not harbor any aversion towards Qin Yu. This was unprecedented, as Ming Yiran had never shown any inclination for interactions with the opposite sex before. In light of this, the dragon and snake duo had taken the liberty to investigate Qin Yu's background. Yet, the information they gathered was rather scant. Beyond knowing that Qin Yu was an orphan from Holy Soul Village, they were only aware that he was a student of Shrek Academy. Hence, Ming Shu's visit to Shrek Academy was not mere coincidence. He had specifically come to seek out Qin Yu. Ah, Yiran holds you in high regard. Should you become my granddaughter's husband, no one in the Douluo continent would dare to bully you. More importantly, your journey as a soul master would be far more prosperous henceforth. Ming Shu spoke with a tone of unwavering confidence, convinced that Qin Yu would undoubtedly embrace this promising future. However, Qin Yu resolutely shook his head, displaying not a hint of hesitation. Elder Ming, firstly, I am genuinely surprised and taken aback. Thank you for your esteemed regard. But I assure you, there are no romantic feelings between your granddaughter and me. I am quite content at Shrek Academy, and I believe that through my own efforts, I will one day ascend to the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. Qin Yu's confidence emanates not only from the astonishment of the system, but also from his innate talent. Even in the absence of systemic assistance, he possesses the ability to surpass the majority of his peers through sheer diligence. Qin Yu, do you comprehend what you have just declined? Ming Shu's tone, once filled with fervor, had grown somewhat indifferent. Over the decades, Qin Yu was the first individual to reject him. Humph, I have no interest in this obnoxious brat. Let us depart. Ming Yiran appeared unexpectedly. Her youthful visage as frigid as frost. She had heard every word Qin Yu uttered, and throughout her life, she had been the cherished gem in the hands of the Longshi couple. Yet, in Qin Yu's eyes, she felt utterly valueless, delivering a profound blow to her self-esteem. For the first time, she began to question her own appearance and abilities. Dear Miss Ming, please do not take offense. I am rather foolish and lacking in charm, and I hardly feel worthy of you. Qin Yu belittled himself to the utmost, yet the more he lamented his inadequacies, the more sorrowful Ming Yiran became. Qin Yu, the one I, Ming Yiran, have chosen, has never been unattainable. Just you wait. In the future, if anyone is to part ways, it shall be I who discards you. With a huff, Ming Yiran vanished around the corner of the street. Ming Shu cast a deep glance at Qin Yu, remaining silent. Yet his presence inexplicably dissipated from the spot. What have I done to deserve this entangled fate? Qin Yu gazed up at the heavens, tears unshed, pondering whether his allure was so profound that a mere 2 encounters could captivate the heart of the enchanting Ming Yiran. Yet, apart from that alluring silhouette, there was no room in his heart for another. Thus, he resolved to sever any lingering thoughts of Ming Yiran, a decision beneficial for both himself and her. For 3 consecutive days, Ma Hongjun and Oscar flitted around Qin Yu like spirits possessed by the gossiping deity, evidently intrigued by Ming Yiran's presence. Xiao Yu, it seems you are destined to become a son-in-law. When you achieve success, do not forget your brothers, one remarked. Indeed, Ming Yiran possesses both figure and beauty. I cannot fathom why you would reject such a woman, Ma Hongjun lamented, patting his round belly, which rendered him a rather woeful sight. Were it not for his ample physique concealing his handsome features, he too would be a dashing young man. Were a beauty like Ming Yiran to pursue Ma Hongjun so fervently, one could imagine him losing sleep for 3 days and nights in sheer delight. Fatty, if you could muster the resolve to shed that excess weight, I believe you still possess great potential. With a weighty tone, Qin Yu patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and said, Xiao Ao, instead of indulging in my gossip, you might as well tend to that bushy beard of yours. By the way, Boss Dai has invited us for a grand feast tonight. We should set off promptly. Chapter 106, The Portly One Under Attack in Soto City. The Bilicorice restaurant stands as one of the premier establishments. A single meal here could easily equate to the total earnings of Holy Soul Village over 3 years. Boss Dai, you are truly splurging, Ma Hongjun remarked, as he unabashedly ordered a plethora of signature dishes. With someone as affluent as Daimubai, it was only fitting to treat him to an extravagant meal. Look at your physique, and yet you still wish to consume so much. Daimubai observed with a hint of concern, noticing Ma Hongjun's seemingly burgeoning face, his tone tinged with melancholy. Never mind that. Let us indulge ourselves first, Ma Hongjun replied. As the dishes arrived, in the blink of an eye, he had devoured every last drop of soup. Slow down, fatty. No one is competing with you, Dai Mubai cautioned. Although Ma Hongjun had enjoyed his share of barbecued meats in the Stardow Forest, the culinary creations at By Licorice were on an entirely different level. The previous barbecues paled in comparison, despite Ma Hongjun always being the most voracious eater. I have but two great passions in life, exquisite cuisine and beautiful women. As for the latter, I shan't expect anything soon, but I cannot forsake the delights of food. Ma Hongjun savored the feast for a full 2 hours before finally patting his round belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Boss Dai, third brother. I shall take a stroll to aid digestion. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to lewd thoughts. Ma Hongjun's intentions for a stroll were far from innocent. After all, By Licorice was situated in the bustling heart of Soto City, where beautiful women adorned the streets. He aimed merely to feast his eyes. Fatty. Xiaoyu has temporarily quelled your unruly desires. You must venture into those disorderly places and bring shame upon a Shrek. Dai Mubai tossed a bag of gold soul coins to Ma Hongjun, ensuring that he would not find himself financially embarrassed. I understand, from now on. The pure and noble Tang San will be my role model. However, 3 hours passed without Ma Hongjun's return, prompting a bored Dai Mubai and the others to exit By Licorice in search of him. This foolish fellow, he wouldn't disregard my words, would he? Dai Mubai led the group to a vibrant street known as Flower Street, where women dressed in flamboyant attire were a common sight. Humph. You seem quite familiar with these paths. It appears you haven't visited here infrequently. Have you, young Master Dai? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with icy disdain, prompting Dai Mubai to respond with a nervous smile. Ching, you've misunderstood me. A person of my integrity would never frequent such establishments. I merely know the way to help Fatty out. Dai Mubai had honed his skills to the point of lying without batting an eye, yet Zhu Zhuqing remained unconvinced, scoffing coldly before striding ahead, ignoring him entirely. Well, that's disastrous. I finally managed to soften Zhuqing's attitude, and now I've returned to square one, Dai Mubai lamented internally, cursing Ma Hongjun under his breath. Alas, as the saying goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act upon it. You ought to be more mindful. Shin Yu let out a sigh and patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. This rotund fellow, once I find him, I shall certainly give him a good talking to. The group had not traveled far when they stumbled upon a familiar figure slumped in a dimly lit corner. It was Ma Hongjun, lying on the ground. Fatty, what has happened to you? Dai Mubai, who had just moments ago worn an intimidating expression, was now the first to rush to Ma Hongjun's side. Dai, my leader. Ma Hongjun's face was marred with bruises, and his body bore numerous imprints of feet, particularly his left arm, which had been broken. Could it be that the wretched lot from Tsanghui Academy had deliberately sought vengeance against him? In the city of Soto, the Shrek team had no other adversaries aside from the Tsanghui Academy. Tell me, who is responsible for this? I will ensure they pay a far greater price. The pupils in Dai Mubai's eyes converged into a singular point, a physical manifestation that only occurred in moments of extreme fury. To Dai Mubai, his 7 younger siblings, including Qin Yu, were his most cherished family. Anyone who dared to harm them would awaken the fearsome white tiger of the evil eye within him, exacting a blood price from his foes. Cough, cough, it was that despicable demon. That demon. It was the first time Qin Yu had heard this name. Yet Dai Mubai was no stranger to dealing with Douluo. You peculiar creature, neither man nor woman. I have no intention of engaging with you. Yet you dare to overstep your bounds as if I were a frail cat. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. This time, he was determined to render Douluo a true eunuch. Where is that scoundrel? I shall avenge you. However, Ma Hongjun swiftly grasped Dai Mubai's sleeve, shaking his head slowly, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Boss Dai, that rascal Douluo seems to have encountered some stroke of luck. His soul power has already surpassed level 40, and he is accompanied by 2 soul masters around level 36 or 37. If we charge in recklessly, we could suffer greatly. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. More than half a year ago, Douluo's soul power was considerably weaker than his own. In such a short span, he had not only caught up to but surpassed Dai Mubai in reaching the soul sect realm. Such an alarming rate of cultivation was undoubtedly abnormal. Moreover, it was evident that a more formidable power lurked behind Douluo, perhaps even more formidable than Tsanghui Academy itself. Fatty, I care not if Douluo possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. He has dared to harm my brother, and that seals his fate. Qin Yu's countenance was as tranquil as still waters. Although his emotions remained inscrutable, all were acutely aware that in such a state, he resembled a dragon on the verge of eruption. Anyone daring to touch the dragon's reverse scales would undoubtedly be engulfed by Qin Yu's wrathful flames. It turned out that the individual known as Buell had long-standing animosities with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. At one point, Buell had cornered a young girl on the street, uttering vile and unspeakable words, and even contemplated further malevolent actions. Fortunately, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun intervened, preventing the young girl from suffering a grievous fate. Thus, the enmity between Buell and Ma Hongjun was forged. Ma Hongjun frequently visited the Flower Street, seeking solace from the oppressive heat of his inner turmoil in the place's sinister ambience, while Buell was a regular patron of the same locale. Over the years, friction between Ma Hongjun and Buell became inevitable. However, due to the formidable prowess of Dai Mubai, Buell usually resorted to exchanging harsh words with Ma Hongjun. No one anticipated that this time, Buell would resort to direct violence, inflicting severe harm upon Ma Hongjun. Such scum, merely existing, is a waste of precious air. Allow me to perform a noble deed and eradicate this scourge once and for all. Qin Yu's eyes transformed into two profound abysses, with two wisps of eerie light emanating half a meter from his body. Beneath the gaze of these abyssal eyes, Qin Yu possessed the ability to see through walls, perceiving all beings and objects within 1,000 meters. Big Brother Dai, what characteristics does that unpleasable one possess? Qin Yu had never encountered Douluo before. He could only identify the target based on Dai Mubai's description. With beady eyes and a diminutive stature, Douluo bore a repulsive tattoo on the right side of his face. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's portrayal, a vivid image instantly materialized in Qin Yu's mind. Douluo resembled a grotesque humanoid rat. Astonishingly, there truly existed a creature of such abominable appearance in this world. The vastness of existence is filled with wonders, yet Qin Yu had underestimated Douluo's visage. Within an art gallery just a street away, Qin Yu indeed discovered an individual whose appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Dai Mubai's description. The remaining fraction, however, was the authentic Douluo, who was even more hideous than depicted. How does one describe that face? It resembled that of a rat, seemingly scorched by fire, with unsightly scars marring nearly every inch. Yet, Douluo did not regard it as unattractive. Rather, he adorned himself with makeup akin to a woman, appearing as though a layer of frost had been placed upon a dung cake. My goodness, what a fright! Qin Yu promptly averted his gaze. A mere glance had sent his stomach into a tumultuous upheaval. To be so grotesquely disfigured was truly a record of its own. Follow me. I have located the hideout of that wretch, he urged, suppressing the queasiness that gnawed him as he led the group towards the art hall. We shall deal with that scoundrel directly. I simply lack the courage to behold him a second time. Upon reaching the entrance of the art hall, Qin Yu flicked his finger, and a sharp surge of soul energy swiftly penetrated the private room where the wretch resided. Almost immediately, an enraged roar echoed from within. Which fool dares to disturb my enjoyment? Suddenly, three figures burst forth from the hall in quick succession. Qin Yu instinctively turned away and closed his eyes. Could you three perhaps don hats to obscure your appearances? My heavens, your visages are truly revolting. As Qin Yu spoke, he feigned a posture of retching. You brat. Were you the one who interrupted my drinking? Douluo, with his beady eyes glinting with a sinister light, cast a cold glance at Qin Yu. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Douluo, both old grievances and new grudges will be settled today. Dai Mubai, supporting Ma Hongjun's body, arrived shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun, a mocking expression immediately crossed Douluo's face. Huh, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, fatso. Along with your sickly cat. What, have you two decided to court death together today? Douluo's voice was exceedingly effeminate and shrill, reminiscent of the eunuchs in the palace. Suddenly, a pair of claws exuding a chilling aura appeared in Douluo's hands. His martial spirit, the devouring ghost claw, a rather peculiar weapon spirit. Although this martial spirit possessed considerable power, it came with significant side effects for the Soul Master. Cultivating this martial spirit required the continuous absorption of yin energy, which, when absorbed by men, could transform them into androgynous monstrosities like Douluo. Moreover, as his soul power level increased, Douluo's appearance would grow increasingly grotesque, even as his advancement in soul power accelerated. This was the reason he could leap several levels in just 6 months. Stop, I beg you, please be quiet. Douluo's voice sent shivers down Qin Yu's spine. The combination of his hideous visage and androgynous tone utterly shattered Qin Yu's worldview. If you're not embarrassed, I fear I might have nightmares tonight. With a swift motion, Qin Yu unleashed a dragon-shaped punch that extended several meters, hurtling towards Douluo. You seek death. Douluo's gaze sharpened as he recognized that this young man was also affiliated with Dai Mubai's faction, and at such a tender age. He had already attained the rank of soul respect. A master reveals their prowess upon the first strike. The force of Qin Yu's punch was hardly inferior to Dai Mubai's full-powered assault. First soul skill, Shadow Demon Claw. Douluo crossed his palms before his chest, forming a cruciform posture. Immediately, two claws imbued with a chilling aura surged forth with formidable momentum, aiming directly at Qin Yu's punch. Bang! A deep, resonant collision echoed in the ears of all present, followed by a startling dragon's roar. Douluo's expression shifted dramatically before he could react. He was sent soaring nearly 100 meters by the impact of a mighty azure dragon. This was Qin Yu's third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. After receiving multiple rewards from the system, the age of Qin Yu's third soul ring had approached the remarkable threshold of 45,000 years. Even among typical Soul Emperor experts, achieving such a standard with a sixth soul ring was beyond reach, let alone Douluo, a mere soul scholar, whose 4 soul rings combined did not even equate to a fraction of Qin Yu's single soul ring's age. Mission accomplished, it was time to conclude. Dustfeather gently clapped his hands, preparing to depart from this place, when a warning voice from Douluo reached his ears. "Xiaoyu, be cautious." Immediately following, a sharp sound of air being cut pierced through the silence from behind Dustfeather. To his astonishment, Douluo, who had previously been sent flying by Dustfeather's punch, was once again charging towards him, seemingly unscathed. Although Qinyu did not turn around, his remarkable sense of hearing allowed him to deftly evade Douluo's stealthy attack. However, a trace of surprise lingered in Qinyu's heart. His recent dragon-soaring sky strike had undoubtedly landed on Douluo, yet he exhibited no reaction, as if entirely immune to Qinyu's soul skill. Such an anomaly was a first for Qinyu. "Kid, I did not expect that you, a mere soul master, possess an attack power comparable to that of a soul king. Were it not for my specific means to counter you, I might truly have found myself in dire straits," Douluo remarked, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips, an action that, combined with his grotesque visage, made many onlookers retch. The sight was horrifyingly repulsive. No one could withstand it for even half a minute. Thankfully, Qinyu kept his eyes closed, or he would surely have been startled awake at night. Douluo cast a menacing glare at the surrounding crowd, his threatening gaze causing the onlookers to scatter in fear. Fourth soul skill, Yin Ghost Strike. In an instant, countless shadows of Yin Ghost Claws surrounded Qinyu, each appearing as a solid entity yet also as an illusion. This was Douluo's Soul Millennium Soul skill and his most formidable attack. The Yin Ghost Strike bore some resemblance to Qinyu's Meteor 9 Flash. Yet the latter was infinitely more refined. Such mere posturing dares to emerge and embarrass itself. Allow me to demonstrate the essence of ancient martial arts. With the Meteor 9 Flash combined with 7-star Ghost Steps, Douluo found himself confronted by 20 identical Qinyu figures, each exhibiting distinctly different movements. Could this also be a soul skill? Douluo's vision blurred, and at his level, he could not discern which was the real Qinyu. "No matter which one you are, I shall eliminate you all." Douluo's eyes sharpened, and the claws encircling Qinyu descended simultaneously, forming a tightening sphere of fierce attacks that ensnared all 20 Qinyu figures. A mere Millennium Soul skill is hardly worthy of display. As Douluo's Yin Ghost Claws struck Qinyu, they were unexpectedly repelled, leaving no trace of injury on Qinyu's body. It was laughable. The defense of the Dragon-scale Phoenix armor was not something a simple Millennium Soul skill could breach. Meanwhile, Qinyu and his clones wielded identical bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger, and dozens of crimson streaks cut through the air, shattering the encirclement formed by Douluo's fourth soul skill. Is this kid truly only a 30-level soul master? Douluo was stunned, realizing that he appeared to be at a disadvantage, while Qinyu seemed to tower above him as a soul sovereign. Had this boy been pretending to be weak from the outset? Yet Qinyu had no intention of engaging Douluo further from the very beginning. His goal was to swiftly eliminate this grotesque rodent-like creature. However, Douluo, akin to an indomitable cockroach, withstood Qinyu's third soul skill without suffering any repercussions. At this moment, Douluo bore dozens of ghastly gashes inflicted by the bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger. Strangely, no blood flowed from his wounds. Instead, they emitted wisps of gray gas. Something was amiss with Douluo. Tang San squinted, and through the purple ultimate magic eyes, he discerned that Douluo's body was filled not only with soul power but also with an exceptionally strange force. This energy, while superficially resembling soul power, was fundamentally different in essence. Furthermore, this force, while bestowing Douluo with immense power, was simultaneously eroding his vitality. Yet Douluo remained oblivious, actively absorbing this energy. With the aid of this peculiar force, Douluo's wounds miraculously healed in an instant, leaving no trace of scarring. However, while his injuries had mended, his flesh had evidently shriveled significantly, indicating that this terrifying self-healing ability came at the cost of his physical essence. Oddly, Douluo's martial soul seemed to deviate from the norm. Although Qinyu kept his eyes closed, he could sense an unsettling aura emanating from Douluo's Grim Shadow Ghost Claw martial soul through his Yingtian Long Huang martial soul. This unusual energy did not seem to belong to Douluo himself. Rather, it appeared to be artificially infused. Meanwhile, Douluo and Ma Hongjun also seemed to notice some discrepancies. "Daigu, something feels off. I recall Douluo's martial soul being gray before, lacking any extraordinary traits. Yet now it exudes a chilling aura," remarked Douluo. "I've noticed it too," chimed in the plump one. This could very well explain the rapid advancement of Douluo's soul power. Douluo's gaze was fixed intently on Douluo. Ever since Qinyu had struck him for the second time, Douluo's movements had become eerily mechanical, reminiscent of a marionette. Stiff, rigid, and devoid of any agility. Furthermore, Douluo's eyes had grown somewhat vacant, all of which hinted at a profound secret concealed within him. No matter what kind of fiend or specter you may be, let us see if you can withstand this blow. With a single finger raised to the heavens, Qinyu summoned a torrent of silver lightning that cascaded down in a violent deluge, striking directly upon Douluo with unerring precision. The ferocious bolts of electricity relentlessly tore at Douluo's form. However, the peculiar power residing within him accelerated the repair of his shattered body at an even swifter pace. It appeared as though a stalemate had been established between the two. At that moment, Douluo's two companions sprang into action, flanking Qinyu from either side with the intent to ensnare him. "Alas, I had no intention of engaging you. Your demise is of your own making, and I cannot be held accountable." With a swift motion of his fingers, Dusty Feather split the thunderous energy in the air into 3 distinct arcs. In an instant, the trio of lightning serpents struck the 3 unfortunate souls, propelling them several hundred meters away, their bodies crashing through numerous edifices along the way. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. Ultimately, the three figures were buried beneath a mountain of debris. Such a devastating blow would surely spell doom for even a Soul King-level spirit master. It seemed beyond doubt that they were finished. However, before the arcs of lightning could dissipate, the mounds of rubble were suddenly hurled aside by an overwhelming force, revealing the three individuals miraculously unharmed. Truly, it was a most peculiar occurrence. At this moment, Qinyu finally opened his eyes, and the formidable vision bestowed by his abyssal demon eyes instantly penetrated the interior of Buli's body. What on earth is this? At that moment, an exceedingly eerie and terrifying ghostly visage manifested within Douluo, which seemed to sense Qinyu's probing gaze and slowly rotated to meet his eyes directly. Such a bizarre scene would confound even a titled Douluo. Crack. Douluo had been completely drained of his blood and vital essence, rendering him akin to a mere skeleton. Mechanical and devoid of vitality. Moreover, even Buli's martial soul, the shadow-draining ghost claw, gradually dissipated before Qinyu's eyes, leaving only a wisp of aura that slipped into Buli's body, where it was promptly devoured by the ghostly face. A similar phenomenon transpired with two others. To Qinyu's astonishment, a strange smile crept across Buli's face as he cast a lingering glance at Qinyu, before he disintegrated like weathered stone, carried away by the wind. Meanwhile, the unique energy within Douluo vanished into the horizon at an alarming speed, leaving Qinyu no time to intervene. What? All of Shrek Academy stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for how an ordinary skirmish could conclude in such an unforeseen manner. What had transpired within Douluo? Why had he undergone such a transformation in the blink of an eye? Xiaoyu, what on earth is happening? Tang San and the others hurriedly gathered around, but Qinyu remained silent, lost in thought. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept away the ashes of Buli's remains, revealing beneath the tattered clothing a peculiar token. This token bore only a simple etching, a skeleton adorned with 6 bony wings, devoid of any other discernible information. Perhaps only the master would know the origins of this object. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Qinyu and Tang San hastened to knock on the master's door. Xiao Yu, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Is there something urgent you wish to discuss with me? Qinyu retrieved a peculiar black token from the Xiantian ring. The master's expression changed drastically upon seeing the token, as though he had encountered a ghost. Xiaoyu, where did you acquire this dark soul token? The master clearly recognized the origin of this token, even calling it by name. Master, what is so extraordinary about this token? Your demeanor suggests a certain trepidation towards it. The master seemed oblivious to Qinyu's inquiry, hastily clutching the token and dashing towards Flinder's chamber. Xiaoyu, Xiaosan, let today's events end here. You must never utter a word about this token in the presence of outsiders. In the back courtyard of Shrek, Zhao Wuji and Flinder toiled through the night until the break of dawn, when the terrifying surge of soul power finally subsided. Qinyu understood that on this night, Zhao Wuji and Flander were not merely engaging in a friendly sparring of soul power, rather, they were uniting the formidable strength of 2 soul saints to utterly obliterate that ominous-looking token. What exactly was that object? And why did the master harbor such profound fear of it? Qinyu was filled with confusion, but after 7 days, he finally discovered the answer. Chapter 109, The Spirit Hall, the Dual Halls of Light and Darkness. During these 7 days, the 8 individuals, including Qinyu, were preoccupied with a singular question. What had transpired with Douluo, and what was the connection to the destroyed token? The master understood that as long as this mystery remained unresolved, these young ones would be unable to focus on their training, and eventually, they would have to confront certain truths. Thus, after a week, led by Flanders, Zhao Wujie, and the master, a group of 11 departed from Soto City and arrived at a remote and desolate wilderness. Did we not just return from the Stardow Forest? Why are we training again? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but grumble, fearing that under the master's grueling training regimen, he would lose 1/3 of his body weight in less than 6 months. However, this time, Ma Hongjun was mistaken. The master had taken everyone away from Soto City to prevent their discussions from being overheard, and in this secluded wilderness, they were entirely alone. With Zhao Wujie and Flanders keeping watch from a distance, the area was undeniably secure. The master then spoke, his words poised to shatter their prior perceptions of the Spirit Hall. I know you little ones have been troubled by the events from 7 days ago. Today, I shall reveal everything I know. However, I hope you will not feel overwhelmed, nor let it affect the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. The master paused before continuing. The token you encountered belongs to the Spirit Hall. Specifically, it is a pass for the Spirit Hall's Dark Chamber. The Dark Chamber? None of them had ever heard of such a name. Even ordinary members of the Spirit Hall were unaware of this secret. In truth, what was widely known as the Spirit Hall was merely the Light Chamber, a FAAD designed for the masses. Beneath it lay a clandestine organization, the Dark Chamber, operating in the shadows. While the Light Chamber disseminated the doctrines of the Spirit Hall throughout the Douluo continent, the Dark Chamber functioned more like an assassin's guild, dealing with matters hidden from public view. The Master's revelation clarified for Qinyu why the Spirit Hall, often portrayed as compassionate, could dominate the Douluo continent. Its power relied not only on ideological assimilation but also on brutal methods that eradicated any opposition. I personally witnessed both sides of the Spirit Hall, which compelled my decision to sever ties with it. Little did I expect that the personnel of the Dark Chamber had infiltrated the Tiando Empire. The Master appeared worried. The Spirit Hall was not permitted to interfere with the dominions of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, a three-party pact established a millennium ago. Yet now, the Spirit Hall's influence had secretly crept into the Tiando Empire, indicating that significant actions were imminent. The token you saw can only be possessed by official members of the Dark Chamber. Wuli's rapid ascension in soul power, increasing by 5 or 6 levels within half a year, may be attributed to his practice of a forbidden technique recorded within the Dark Chamber. Forbidden technique? Daimyo Bai was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the nature of such sorcery that could elevate Douluo to the Soul Zone level. Had it not been for the backlash from his own powers, Jinyu would have found it challenging to confront him. The Spirit Hall had amassed countless secret arts throughout its reign over the Douluo continent. The Master recalled that over a century ago, the Dark Chamber had excavated several broken stone tablets from an ancient relic, inscribed with obscure secrets and incomplete cultivation methods. Taking a deep breath, the Master continued, for decades, the Spirit Hall has devoted immense resources to this endeavor, finally making groundbreaking progress. The recorded method is a special forbidden technique that can induce mutations in soul powers. Teacher, aren't mutated soul powers innate? Can they be artificially created? Tang San exclaimed incredulously. The Master chuckled wryly. Initially, I too found it hard to believe. And even within the Spirit Hall, few accepted it. This interpretation ultimately fell into obscurity. Yet, to my surprise, the Dark Chamber did not abandon the research and even selected suitable soul masters as experimental subjects. Based on Xinyu's account and the peculiar changes that befell Douluo, the Master was inclined to believe that these phenomena were indeed the results of the Dark Chamber's experiments. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, I had access to confidential documents. This forbidden technique is known as the Yin Soul Rebirth Technique, only cultivable by those whose soul powers possess innate cold attributes. Wuli's soul happened to align with these requirements, drawing the Dark Chamber's attention and leading to his recruitment. Little did Douluo realize that the Spirit Hall valued him not for his abilities but rather as a mere guinea pig. Regardless of the profundity of the Yin Soul Rebirth Technique, Wuli's soul power surged 100-fold in just half a year. Yet, in his ambition, Douluo grew discontent with being merely an ordinary member of the Spirit Hall. He aspired to forge his own dominion. Thus, he clandestinely fled the Dark Chamber, planning to seize Soto City, then the Barak Kingdom, ultimately overthrowing the entire Tiando Empire. However, Douluo did not anticipate that his training in the Silver Soul Ascension technique was incomplete. His haste led him to flee before mastering the entire art, resulting in his eventual demise due to the backlash of the forbidden technique. Thus, it is said that a fool, even bestowed with a divine artifact, will find it futile, potentially leading to self-inflicted harm. Douluo serves as a prime example of this folly. I have shared all this to enlighten you about the true nature of the Spirit Hall. Should you ever encounter its members, remain vigilant. The Master inhaled deeply, divulging these secrets in one go. Master, apart from the Spirit Hall, there are many other formidable forces on the Douluo continent. Given their intelligence-gathering capabilities, how could the Dark Chamber's concealment escape their notice? Why did they refrain from discussing it? Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's leader, had previously been oblivious to the existence of the Dark Chamber. Is it possible that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lacks the means to uncover even a trace of the Dark Chamber? The reason is simple. These powerful factions prefer to avoid conflict with the Spirit Hall. On one hand, the Dark Chamber operates with extreme secrecy, concealing their true identities, making it exceedingly difficult to root them out. Furthermore, given that the Spirit Hall has systematically infiltrated every corner of the Douluo continent over countless years, no other force has achieved such a degree of influence. To oppose the Spirit Hall is tantamount to challenging the entirety of the Douluo continent. The Master cast a profound glance at Chunyu and Tang San, silently adding a thought. Aside from the Haotian School and the Lishan Sword School, it is important to note that even the reclusive Lishan Sword School, singularly the Haotian School, could potentially shake the Spirit Hall's dominion. However, the Haotian School has also chosen to remain hidden, allowing the Spirit Hall's power to grow unchecked in recent years. Chapter 110, Training in the second phase. After allowing everyone to digest the secrets they had just heard, the Master announced the training plan for the upcoming period. My earlier words were all in preparation for the imminent elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. For you young ones, your ultimate opponents will be the seed candidates of the so-called Golden Generation, heralded by the Spirit Hall. The term Golden Generation was not new to Chunyu. Elder Gu had mentioned it before. Master, could you enlighten us on what makes this Golden Generation so exceptional? The Golden Generation consists of young soul masters selectively chosen and nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Their prowess is unparalleled among their peers, and particularly in this cohort. Their strength surpasses that of previous generations. I estimate that each of them possesses at least the capabilities of a soul master. Soul master, or at least? Tang San and his companions felt an immense pressure. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Shrek Academy was not without rivals, and this golden generation would undoubtedly become their foremost adversary. However, do not let this pressure overwhelm you. The average age of this golden generation exceeds yours by 4 or 5 years. Thus, even if you face defeat in this competition, you will have opportunities in future contests. While the golden generation will be ineligible for the next event, the Master S words were not mere alarmism. The current golden generation within the Spirit Hall is also referred to as the young god generation, although it may seem exaggerated to use the term god. It reflects a truth. For centuries, no golden generation has been worthy of such a title. Yet, the master was astonished to see no hint of discouragement in Chun Yu and Tang Sen's eyes. Instead, they were ignited with fervent determination. Master, you are merely raising other spirits while diminishing your own. Even if the Spirit Hall's so-called golden generation is formidable, do you think we, the 8 monsters of Shrek, are inferior? Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, having prepared for this elite competition for several years. No matter how arduous the path ahead, he would not retreat a single step. Indeed, we are here to challenge genius, especially those nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Witnessing the passionate demeanor of these young souls, the master felt his long-dormant spirit rekindled. Very well, my little ones. Rest assured, I will devote my lifelong knowledge to help you ascend to the championship podium. Upon returning to Soto City, the master did not lead Shinyu and the others back to Shrek Academy, but instead headed directly to the largest battle arena in Soto City, the Soto Great Arena. This venue attracted all the combatants within the city and would serve as their training ground for the foreseeable future. Master, do you mean for us to familiarize ourselves with the rules of the soul battle from this moment on? Upon seeing the emblem of the Soto City Grand Arena, Shinyu surmised the master's intentions. The format of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is derived from the most popular soul battles on the Douluo continent. However, the primary distinction lies in the elevated standards of the elite competition, along with clearer regulations. Most importantly, while ordinary soul battles allow for the indiscriminate killing of opponents, the elite competition strictly forbids the taking of lives. You are right, Xiaoyu, the master acknowledged. The foundational training you have undergone was merely to cultivate your physical strength, hone your will, and enhance your sense of teamwork. Since your return from the Stardow Forest, I have realized that you have met my expectations. Thus, starting today, this grand arena will serve as your training ground. The objective for this second phase of training is to secure a gold soul badge in individual competitions within a year, and a gold soul badge in team competitions within a year and a half. Hearing this, Daimubai's eyes widened in disbelief. The conditions set by the master were not merely challenging, but seemingly unattainable. It is worth noting that he had previously participated in numerous individual competitions. Yet his success rate was dismally low, and the highest badge he had earned was merely a copper one. The reason being that the Soul Masters in the Soto City Grand Arena were formidable, and the competition rules were exceedingly stringent, leaving no room for loopholes. Master, I have been competing in soul battles for over a year, but the difficulty of advancing in badge ranks is truly immense. A string of defeats could severely impact one's points, making it exceedingly difficult to recover. Daimubai recalled his past experiences, where he had entered battles at the 29th level, unaware that opponents were matched according to their soul power levels. After winning 9 consecutive matches, he found himself needing just one more victory to earn a point bonus, only for his soul power to unexpectedly break through to the 30th level, resulting in opponents who were soul ancestors. Newly ascended to the rank of soul ancestor, Daimubai was no match for seasoned competitors, and the points he had painstakingly accumulated were wiped away in an instant. So, does this imply that Daimubai is saying good? Xiaoyu, Xiaoao, and Xiao can only participate in the soul ancestor level competitions, while Bamboo Ching, Fatty, and I compete in the Great Soul Master category? Yet, as support-type soul masters, how can Xiao Ao and I hope to earn the gold soul badge? Ning Rongrong inquired, perplexed. In truth, individual competitions are categorized into 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 formats, specifically designed to accommodate support-type soul masters, as points from both formats are interchangeable. Fatty, Bamboo Ching, your prowess places you among the elite within the Great Soul Master tier. As long as you avoid encountering those who intentionally manipulate levels, you stand a significant chance of attaining the Silver Soul Badge. By then, your soul power will likely have surpassed the 30th level of Soul Ancestor. I, along with Xiao San and Xiao Yu, will support you in the 2-on-2 soul battles, helping elevate your badge ranks to the gold level, Daimubai patiently explained, outlining the most feasible path for them to achieve the gold soul badge. Regarding team competitions, the soul power levels of participants can be disregarded. However, the challenge of securing a gold soul badge in team events is tenfold greater than in individual contests. Dai Mubai's assertion left Xiao Wu feeling bewildered. While individual battles hinge on personal strength, in a team setting, any individual weaknesses could be compensated by the strengths of others, suggesting that team competitions would be easier. Xiao Wu, you are considering only one aspect of the matter. However, you overlook that our opponents will also identify the weaknesses within our team. Not a single team participating in the soul battle team events is a pushover, so we must prepare for arduous battles. Tang San swiftly grasped the essence of victory in team competitions, which can be likened to the theory of a barrel. The capacity of a barrel is determined not by its longest plank, but by the shortest. Thus, in team events, the aim is to mitigate the disadvantages within the team. Consequently, when we participate in team competitions, the disparity in soul power cannot be excessively vast. Aside from Rongrong, both Bamboo Ching and Fatty must attain the level of Soul Ancestor. While Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, provides significant assistance to the team. Her rate of soul power cultivation lags behind that of her peers in Shrek Academy, making it quite challenging for her to reach level 30 within a year. Rest assured, I will certainly obtain my 3rd soul ring within a year, Ning Rongrong declared, fully aware that this time frame was intentionally granted by her peers for her to catch up. In a year's time, they would establish a record at the Soto City Grand Arena, aiming to secure the Gold Soul Badge in team competitions within 6 months. It is worth noting that at present, only 10 teams at the Soto City Grand Arena have achieved Silver Soul Badges, yet none have reached the Gold level, underscoring the fierce competition. Now, for the upcoming year and a half, aside from the essential soul power training, the remainder of your time should be devoted to participating in soul battles. Although we cannot compete with the Spirit Hall in terms of resources, we can surpass those so-called prodigies through practical experience. However, little ones, do not place too much pressure on yourselves. I have faith in your abilities. And I am certain you will astonish us older folks, Flinder remarked, perceiving a lucrative opportunity. With each soul battle, betting markets would emerge. And if Flinder consistently wagered on Shrek's victories, he could earn a substantial profit. Flinder, the little ones are about to embark on their most arduous journey yet. As the director of Shrek Academy, shouldn't you make some gesture? At the master's queue, Zhao Wujin swiftly retrieved a small card from Flinder's possession and handed it to the master. This card was a universal gold soul coin card on the Douluo continent, containing Flinder's lifetime savings. Old Zhao, you traitor, Flinder exclaimed. The master pocketed the gold soul coin card and strode into the grand arena, knowing that this sum would ensure the youngsters could enjoy nourishing meals. Young ones, go forth and embrace your first true soul battle. After paying 10 gold soul coins, Shinyu received his own soul battle badge. Since he had yet to participate in a single soul battle, the badge he held was merely the lowest rank. An iron badge. It won't be long before I adorn you with brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinyu promptly registered for the upcoming soul fighting competition. His aspirations extended far beyond merely attaining the golden soul. He sought the pinnacle, the diamond soul. If one is to embark on a venture, one must strive for excellence. This principle governs Chinyu's endeavors. The 3rd Soul Arena is on the verge of commencing its 32nd soul fighting match. Let us welcome our participating competitors to the stage. Chinyu cast a glance at the names flickering on the grand screen, and to his astonishment, his own name was prominently displayed. The efficiency of the Battle Soul Arena is truly remarkable. A faint smile graced Chinyu's face as she slowly approached her designated arena amidst the encouraging cheers of her comrades from Shrek. The arena, a circular and unique venue, allowed spectators to observe every detail of the battles that unfolded. Among those in attendance, apart from a small contingent of noble civilians, the majority were spirit masters. This is easily comprehensible, as the spirit battles showcase an array of extraordinary and peculiar spirit abilities, greatly enhancing their horizons. Moreover, the primary intention behind the establishment of the Grand Arena was to bolster the practical combat skills of spirit masters, thus distinguishing it fundamentally from the ancient Roman Colosseums. Today, Chinyu faced an adversary of the 33rd rank, a soul master. Upon noticing that Chinyu's soul power barely reached the 30th level, a flicker of barely concealed delight danced in his eyes. Was this not a victory handed to him on a silver platter? It is well known that the disparity in strength is monumental with each level of soul power. Thus, the odds were heavily stacked against Chinyu, with a stark 9-1 in favor of his opponent even before the battle commenced. Young one, reaching the rank of Soul Master at your tender age speaks volumes of your prodigious talent. However, the Soul Battle Arena is not a place for just anyone. Allow me to impart a lesson on the essence of combat, the man proclaimed. But as soon as the words left his lips, Chinyu, seemingly disinterested, stifled a yawn. I say, uncle, have you finished your monologue? I am rather eager to register for the next match. Such blatant disregard. It was an audacious display of insolence. You truly are audacious beyond measure, the Soul Master retorted, but before he could finish, a fist loomed larger and larger before him, ultimately colliding with his nose. In the next heartbeat, an indescribable and terrifying force emanated from that fist, propelling the Soul Master out of the arena with tremendous force. Instantly, the venue fell into a deathly silence, all present rendered speechless by the sheer power of that punch. Ding! The arena's trial had left everyone astounded, achieving a staggering average astonishment value of 99, with a reward of a 100-point increase in the growth of the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul. Everyone was left to ponder how a battle between soul masters could conclude in such a manner. From start to finish, Chinyu had unleashed but a single punch, and that singular blow was likely insurmountable for anyone beneath the rank of Soul Sovereign. My heavens, is this young lad even human? Such overwhelming physical strength is truly terrifying. Indeed, he had not even summoned his martial soul, yet he had sent Wang Jie flying with but one strike. Remarkable, indeed. Chinyu appeared unperturbed, casually strolling out of the Seoul arena with his hands behind his back. With the matter resolved, he departed with a flourish, concealing his accomplishments and renown. This demeanor is reminiscent of the ancient chivalrous heroes. One cannot help but ponder the terrifying extent of Xiao Yu's strength. It is likely that even a Soul Master of the Soul Ancestor level would scarcely warrant the use of his martial spirit's power. Dai Mubai discerned that Qin Yu's recent display of might was purely a manifestation of his physical prowess. This was the result of Xiao Yu's rigorous training. Having attained a mastery over his strength at the first tier, lifting weights with apparent ease, Tang Sen gazed at Qin Yu with profound admiration as he gradually departed the arena. He had previously attempted to lift the formidable stone that Qin Yu bore but had failed utterly. While Qin Yu routinely carried such staggering weights during his long-distance runs at Shrek Academy, it is likely that the force he could exert with a mere swing of his arms had reached a staggering 5,000 to 6,000 pounds. A mere 33rd rank Soul Ancestor could hardly withstand the force of Qin Yu's punch. In the second, third, and through to the 10th match, Qin Yu relied solely on a single punch to secure victory each time. The crowd erupted in chants of, a moniker that Qin Yu had chosen for himself. Yet his performance in these 10 matches was in stark contrast to the name's connotation. This was a title from his previous life. And while filling out the personal information form for the Soul Arena, he instinctively inscribed the unfamiliar yet familiar name in the codename section. A flawless 10 victories, a feat not seen in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena for decades. This remarkable achievement propelled Qin Yu's score to an impressive 50 points, causing the Iron Soul badge upon his chest to shimmer with a hint of bronze. Chapter 112. The Thief's Unyielding Heart. Xiao Yu, you truly excel. Today, you have made quite a name for yourself at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, Dai Mubai exclaimed, delivering a hearty thump on Qin Yu's chest. Besides him, Tang Sen also celebrated his own first 10 consecutive victories, marking a significant rise in prominence for both Qin Yu and Tang San, drawing the attention of various factions who began to investigate their identities and backgrounds. However, all members of Shrek Academy used aliases and donned masks, rendering any attempts to unearth Qin Yu's registration form futile. Haha, Boss Dai, you have also secured 9 consecutive victories. In your next battle, you shall achieve today's 10 victories as well. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Such opponents truly failed to pique his interest in battle. Moreover, throughout his encounters, none of his adversaries possessed a soul power exceeding 35 levels. At this level, a soul master of this caliber did not necessitate Qin Yu to activate his own martial spirit. By the way, how were the others faring? Dust Feather surveyed his surroundings, but saw no sign of Ma Hongjun and the others. However, the screen displayed the rapidly increasing scores of Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing, with Ning Rongrong's score surpassing the other two. The chubby one had formed 2 pairs, with Zhu Qing and himself alternating to guide Rongrong in the 2-on-2 soul battles, resulting in Rongrong's score being higher than theirs. At the Great Soul Master level, few could match the prowess of Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhiqing. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they were likely to achieve 10 consecutive victories. The most delighted among them was Flander, who had placed bits outside, earning in one day what amounted to his entire annual income. Ha ha ha, I've made a fortune. Now, how shall I spend it? Just as Flander's money pouch was warming, it was snatched away by the master. Allow me to spend it for you. The master had already devised an entire plan for the daily needs of Shrek Academy, including routes and accommodations for participating in the prestigious elite tournament of the continent